Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Strongest Era, Part 1. Allow me to clarify at the outset. Broly is not a character conceived by Akira Toriyama, and thus he shall not appear in my continuation. Goku remains the legendary Super Saiyan of the original narrative. Furthermore, this work is not a logical fantasy novel. It adheres to the spirited style of the original tale of conflict and conquest. Hence, the gradual development of the plot, the lengthy narrative commencing from Chapter 48, serves as a significant foreshadowing, with detailed explanations. Available in the second installment of Dragon Ball TE, for those who are not fond of the Bardock story, feel free to skip it. Thank you. The legend of the Dragon Ball Empire is divided into the Super Saiyan arc and the Cosmic Emperor arc, followed by the Divine War arc, i.e., Dragon Ball T. In a tranquil expanse, the very air seemed to languidly drift, and a gentle breeze caressed the senses, suffusing the surroundings with vibrant life. Yet, amidst this odd air of peace, one could unmistakably detect a hint, though subtle and nearly imperceptible, of a lingering, sanguine scent. There were no towering peaks erupting from the land, nor were there vibrant seas of flowers. This idyllic realm resembled an expansive prairie, clad in a cerulean hue, with a crystalline lake reflecting an ethereal azure shimmer. All of it bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic planet Namek. A colossal, aged figure reclined sideways upon a stone chair crafted from peculiar minerals, labored breaths escaping his immobile form as his tightly shut eyes occasionally fluttered with tremors, hinting at the old man's imminent demise. Upon closer inspection of the elder, an overwhelming shock coursed through the heart, for he bore an astonishing resemblance to the last Grand Elder of Namek, even in the twilight of his life. Before the elder stood several towering warriors, each nearly 4 meters tall, their familiar azure faces and diminutive antennae unmistakably identifying them as Namekians among them. The figure on the left towered even higher, exuding an aura of familiarity. Behind these Namekians, a throng of green-skinned individuals gathered, flanked by thousands of unfamiliar faces resembling earthlings, each clad in a recognizable combat uniform. They stood at the very center of the lake, surrounded by a landscape of breathtaking beauty. Yet at that moment, all wore expressions of furrowed brows, anxiety intermingling with an underlying dread of death, with nearly everyone bearing visible injuries, some even missing an arm. Are they still engaged in the assault? After a prolonged silence, the frail elder finally inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, Grand Elder, they are still attempting a forceful incursion into our airspace. A similarly aged Namekian stepped forward respectfully to respond, his expression betraying a moment of internal struggle before he resolved to convey the grim report. Ah, it seems I have not yet completely lost awareness. The elder, referred to as the Grand Elder, remarked with a hint of jest upon hearing the despondent tone of the responder, though such levity only served to further weaken him. A heavy silence enveloped the group, their furrowed brows a testament to their concern. Your Excellency, Grand Elder. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke the stillness, and the air before the Grand Elder shimmered slightly, revealing a figure clad in silver-gray armor, a middle-aged man floating gracefully, his lithe yet muscular frame radiating an aura of commanding authority. Is that King Tenchi? The Grand Elder's eyes remained closed, yet at the sound of the somewhat familiar voice, his eyelids trembled as he weakly queried. Yes, Grand Elder, forgive my candor, but do we truly believe we can quell this war by merely remaining in this airspace? Since they have already arrived, might it not be more prudent to engage in a decisive confrontation? Even in defeat, we would retain the honor of warriors. Though the tone of his words cast doubt upon the Grand Elder's conservative approach, the assembled Namekians refrained from interjecting. They understood that the man before them, akin to a king, was indeed a formidable hero, the sovereign of the Tenchi clan, a race that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Namekians as a great cosmic lineage. In contrast, only the Grand Elder possessed an equal standing. For the benevolent Namekians did not require a monarch to govern, but elected each Grand Elder through a process of meritocracy, rendering the Grand Elder the de facto ruler. The Grand Elder did not hasten to respond as his time dwindled. He lacked the strength for repeated replies. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly spoke. I am aware of these truths, however. King Tenchi, this war is not one that can be easily concluded. It may very well evolve into a conflict reminiscent of the great battles of yore. At the mention of past battles, the dignified King Taiang's countenance shifted momentarily, as if a long-buried memory surged forth from the depths of his soul, awakening a primal fear that constricted his pupils. Silence reigned once more. Even the distant signs of fervor that had stirred among the Namekians at King Taiang's impassioned declaration faded, for they all knew the horror that the battles of the past had wrought. Another group of individuals, having gained entry into the airspace with the Grand Elder's consent, were well aware of the implications of such a term, as they possessed considerable renown within the cosmos, and thus were privy to certain secrets. Therefore, we must await that moment of desperation, when we can strike back with absolute force. To swiftly end this war, failing to do so will only exacerbate the conflict, potentially affecting the entire universe. However, if we wait, we will inevitably exhaust a significant portion of our strength before the confrontation. For maintaining this airspace demands an immense expenditure of energy. King Tianxi continued to voice his skepticism, as much of their power had already been obliterated by the enemy's relentless bombardment, and sustaining their current position relied on their continuous energy supply to the formation sustaining the airspace. Yet, entering the airspace also conferred advantages since their arrival. Casualties had ceased, and many injured had been afforded the chance to recuperate. Has there been any word from the sacred domain? After a moment's silence, the frail Grand Elder seemed to grasp the intricacies at play and posed a pivotal question, one that could potentially alter the course of the entire conflict and inquiry he had harbored hope for all along. At the Grand Elder's mention of the sacred domain, even King Tianxi could not suppress a slight furrow of his brow. As a powerful ally, he fully understood the weight that this term carried. It was a realm forged from slaughter and bloodshed, a burial ground for generations of Namekians, the resting place of countless distinguished ancestors, hence the moniker Sacred Domain. Yet the fundamental truths of this domain remained shrouded in mystery, even to the Grand Elder, who was oblivious to the hidden secrets, for each Grand Elder had inherited a legend passed down through the ages. Regardless of the cost, the Sacred Domain must not be destroyed should the day come when it faced annihilation. Then the god would return once more. This was merely a prophecy-like tale, with all tangible evidence having long since faded into the annals of history. Indeed, Grand Elder, the sacred domain has been sealed since the arrival of Kadazi. There have been no disturbances within. A towering Namekian of high rank stepped forward, bowing slightly before rising to reveal his youthful and striking countenance, as he was indeed in the prime of his life. No one present was angered by his abruptness. Instead, they held him in high esteem. Even the powerful King Tianxi, brimming with authority, dared not regard this young man lightly. He was not only the grandson of the current Grand Elder, but possessed extraordinary abilities that commanded respect in this era of exceptional talents. He stood as second only to the Grand Elder in the distant history of the Namekians. His prowess was undoubtedly among the top 3 ever recorded. Owing to this remarkable gift, he had long been recognized as the next Grand Elder. This youth, upon closer examination, would later be revealed as the Grand Elder of Namek 400 years hence, the sole surviving true Namekian alongside Piccolo, the Grand Elder of that fateful era of Namek. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the strongest era. Part 2. Upon hearing the name Kadaki uttered by him, the individuals present were struck with an overwhelming resonance in their minds. They were acutely aware that Kadaki was a figure far more formidable than the extraordinarily gifted youth before Thema, near omniscient warrior from the planet Namek, endowed with a combat prowess that evoked envy across the cosmos, even if his extraordinary abilities were nearly on par with those of the young man. To ascend to the esteemed position of Elder, one must possess an exceptional affinity for the power of the dragon, a tacit rule upheld by the Namekian lineage for countless generations. Kadaki's disqualification stemmed solely from his lack of sensitivity to this divine force. The youthful protagonist shared a deep camaraderie with Kadaki, their mutual extraordinary talents standing as a testament to the honor of the Namekian race in this era. Teeming with prodigious talent, they had firmly believed that their lineage would once again flourish. Little did they know that this epoch was destined for turbulence, as war unexpectedly loomed on the horizon. Upon hearing his grandson's response, the elder, though his eyes remained shut, sensed a hint of peril in the young man's anxious tone. He understood that the sanctity of their realm had also deteriorated, and his mind involuntarily wandered to the distant legends of the sacred domain, leaving him ensnared in a web of confusion. Suddenly struck by an idea, the aged elder seemed to struggle momentarily before summoning his extraordinary abilities. His formidable consciousness did not sweep outward, but instead extended inward, warping through time as if seeking to glimpse into the future in an instant. A blinding white light pierced through his mind, inflicting an indescribable pain upon his vast awareness. Despite his valiant resistance, the overpowering brilliance forced him to retreat, rendering him even weaker at that moment. The already frail elder dimmed further, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his breathing quickened. Even the great prophecy cannot unveil the future. What could possibly be amiss? Is fate truly intent on annihilating our race? The veracity of the sacred domain's legends now seems insignificant, as the future feels ever more elusive. The elder mused internally, his frail body trembling slightly from the weight of his thoughts. Witnessing the elder's sudden decline, the hearts of those present tightened with concern, while the young man appeared to share in the elder's agony. His expression, one of profound sorrow, words failed them, as they all understood the source of this change. Nearby, King Tianchi quietly closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, filled with genuine respect for the elder's sacrifices. After regaining his breath, the elder's closed eyes twitched, and after a deep inhalation, he spoke. "I understand now. Asfa, please descend and stabilize the energy of the realm. Buy us time until Kadaki emerges." Following a brief pause, the elder's tone grew steadier. Yet his words carried an additional weight. Just as the assembly was about to voice their confusion, he interrupted their inquiries and continued with his true intent. "All Namekians, heed my command. From this moment forth, Asfa shall be recognized as the elder of Namek. I implore you to collectively support him." The elder's prophetic words, delivered with an air of authority, conveyed the pride of a leader at this moment. His prophecies were no longer calm, as he hastily expressed his heartfelt decree. Instantly, the tumultuous battles within the realm fell silent, for they all understood that soon this venerable figure would depart from this world. The weight of despair hung heavily in the air, as the relentless conflict continued, the enemy's ferocity instilling a chilling sense of hopelessness. The elder's voice grew urgent once more, his labored breaths heavy with gravity. His weary eyes could scarcely remain open, and the tremors within his gaze quickened after a few more labored breaths. A semblance of calm returned, yet all present could sense the ominous aura of death intensifying around the elder. "King Tianchi, I entrust the forthcoming battles to your stewardship. I am weary, ha. From here on it is in your hands, our beloved and valiant warriors." Understanding the unspoken implications behind the elder's words, everyone fell into a solemn silence as his rapid breaths gradually slowed to a halt. A tremor coursed through many hearts. They comprehended that this esteemed elder had quietly passed from this world. Time seemed to freeze, the wind stilled, clouds ceased to drift, and even their heartbeats fell into a profound silence. "Yes, elder," the youth named Asfa replied. Tears streaming down his face, he stepped forward, bowing deeply, his body trembling as he sobbed. Unable to articulate his farewells to his grandfather, though his heart brimmed with love for this remarkable patriarch, he could only accept the mantle of elder, carrying forth the burdens of leadership. After all, he was acutely aware that the war was far from over. Just as the elder's words faded into silence, a brilliant white light erupted from the heavens, followed by the descent of 7 enormous crystalline orbs that landed before the elder. Following a flash of golden light, they transformed into ordinary massive stone spheres. This spectacle stirred the hearts of all present, as the demise of the dragon wave and its associated deity became evident, amplifying their collective anguish, rendering them breathless with sorrow. There was no time to linger in grief. The power of the dragon was the principal force within their realm, a fact known to all in the aftermath of their mourning. Everyone gazed at the newly appointed elder, yet words of urgency eluded them. "Grant me the power of the divine, O great deity of Barunja. I am willing to serve as the vessel for the dragon's might. At this moment, I call forth the Dragon Balls." Asfa, suppressing his sorrow, wiped away the traces of his tears, his hands glowing with radiant energy. Simultaneously, the 7 massive stone spheres below began to shimmer with brilliant golden light, transforming into the lustrous Dragon Balls as they levitated. With a powerful surge of golden light, a beam as wide as a yard shot skyward, emanating from the 7 suspended Dragon Balls, creating a vast protective barrier. In that instant, the previously tumultuous realm fell into tranquility as the revitalized power of the dragon coalesced, forming a dense energy capable of momentarily withstanding the overwhelming assault from outside. King Tianchi finally opened his eyes, though the pain of loss was evident within his gaze. His indomitable spirit radiated the qualities of a leader aware that time was of the essence. He bellowed a stirring proclamation that resonated with all present. "In honor of the departed elder's wishes, let us, our noble warriors, unite and fight. We shall valiantly defend our world and battle with unwavering courage as we await the moment the sacred domain reopens. We shall achieve ultimate victory." Ultimate victory! Upon hearing this impassioned call, coupled with the elder's poignant departure, a fierce battle spirit ignited within all present. The suppressed resolve surged forth anew, solidifying their determination to fight to the death. A chorus of fervent cries echoed through the realm, powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the earth. In the next moment, all the battles that were once present faded away, and those who returned to the battlefield did so with a singular belief. The only ones left behind were Asfa, the guardian of the void, and the recently deceased former elder. As Asfa gazed deeply at his grandfather, he fought back the tears that threatened to fall, glancing toward the distant position, hoping to sense any tremor from that direction. However, everything remained silent in the sacred domain, unchanged, while the external conflict finally unfolded its final act. Beyond Namek, in a realm billions of light years away, a figure clad in black floated in the void. Fixated on the position of Namek, as if perceiving the battlefield from such a great distance. Has it finally come to an end? It seems the battle has reached its decisive moment. I eagerly await to see which side will emerge victorious. How utterly foolish. The mysterious figure chuckled to himself before erupting into a maniacal laughter. Relay my command to the Demon King. I shall enter a period of seclusion. No one must disturb me or face death. The enigmatic figure calmed his excitement and left this message with a formidable mental presence before quietly stepping into the abyss of a black hole. Once he entered, the black hole mysteriously sealed itself, vanishing as if it had never existed. In the instant the black hole disappeared, a figure trembled in the space, uttering a command before vanishing once more. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy Technique. The Strongest Era. Part 3. Ha! I never expected it to be you who betrayed me. I was blind, utterly blind. A desperate scream echoed in the skies beyond Namek. The explosive sound wielded a formidable aura, igniting a fierce counterattack amidst the struggle for life. Under the immense pressure, numerous enemies were struck by terrifying waves of energy, causing them to vomit blood in anguish. Yet their bloodlust remained as they gazed cruelly at the despondent figure before them. Once a proud monarch, the king of Tianqi now floated unsteadily in the high skies. His body barely held aloft by the remnants of his strength, drenched in blood, presenting a ghastly spectacle. His armor lay in tatters, and his silver hair had turned crimson, soaked in the essence of countless lives, half of which he knew to be his own. The weary king of Tianqi lifted his heavy head, swaying slightly as he beheld the dense throng of people not far away, their numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. He had fallen into utter defeat. His million elite warriors annihilated, signifying that his clan had lost nearly 95% of its power, plummeting from a superior race to a secondary one. The cause of this devastation? Former comrades who had turned against him, becoming hunters of death in this final battle. The blood-stained middle-aged man laughed maniacally. His once handsome visage now twisted in fury as he glared at the familiar figure 100 feet away, in the face of the other's mocking smile. He finally understood why they had only appeared at the last moment. Their previous subordinates were never elite warriors, and their casualty rate had been remarkably low. Betrayer. He has long since betrayed the cosmos. This was the solitary conclusion that echoed in his mind. His body began to falter, but despite the tremors coursing through him, the king of Tianqi refused to close his eyes and surrender. He struggled, hoping to witness a miracle in the final moments of his life. Suddenly, blood surged up his throat, and he could not withstand the severity of his injuries. He coughed out hot crimson blood, pressing his right hand against the wound on his left lower side, his breaths growing more frantic. Yet, he managed a cruel smile, aware that he had been betrayed and gravely wounded. Surrender and be slaughtered, king of Tianqi. A commanding voice resounded, simple yet laden with an overwhelming pressure that struck the hearts of all present. In an instant, a robust middle-aged figure appeared several dozen feet away from the king of Tianqi. Since it has come to this, you must realize there is no need for resistance. I promise, if you comply with the punishment, I can spare your clan. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eradicate countless trillions of lives. The middle-aged man smiled. Yet all the king of Tianqi saw was the hypocrisy and arrogance within that smile. He offered no response, merely shaking his head as he gathered the last remnants of his strength. Seeing the stubbornness in his demeanor, the middle-aged man smirked, coldly remarking, "Then your clan shall have no reason to continue existing. You may be right, but I can assure you, the Tianqi clan will never become traitors to the cosmos. Even if we face extermination, we shall never bow nor accept the pity of you demons." The king of Tianqi summoned more strength, his speech regaining its fluidity. Though he sensed his consciousness beginning to blur, death loomed ever closer. Ignorant of the other's mocking laughter, he saw everything clearly. He knew that he could have escaped this battle had he chosen to rely solely on his own strength when ambushed. Yet, he could not and would not do so. He awaited the final miracle. Otherwise, the entire universe would suffer annihilation. If you desire my death, then let us go together. Allow me to pay the price of countless lives. The king of Tianqi clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling violently as a brilliant azure light erupted from him, igniting his life force to unleash his most powerful strike. He declared emphatically, "Together, we shall descend into the yellow springs." Witnessing this near madness, the middle-aged man felt his pupils constrict, instinctively retreating from the imminent danger. In that moment, as he distanced himself 2,000 meters away, an overwhelming explosion erupted centered around the king of Tianqi. An indescribable force surged forth, a torrent of power and flames sweeping outward, consuming all within 100 feet of the king of Tianqi's presence, leaving them lifeless in an instant. As the explosion continued to expand terrifyingly, the middle-aged man seethed with rage, angrily waving his hand, emitting a soft blue light. With a flick of his hand, a massive energy barrier materialized at the site of the explosion, ruthlessly sealing off 1,000 meters of space, allowing the unleashed power to reach its full potential. How infuriating! To think that mere ants can threaten an elephant. The middle-aged man nearly roared in fury. To avoid harming more of his subordinates, he was forced to contain the unleashed energy, yet this dying counterattack had cost him over 30,000 troops. Haha, it was worth it. The rest is up to you. The Saiyan king of Tianqi murmured his last wish, for in this moment, he had yet to witness a miracle, his heart heavy with unending sorrow. Thus fell a once great warrior, the king of Tianqi. That insufferable fool. A voice of outrage erupted. A figure emerged from the sealed space, disheveled and cursing the other for their grotesque attack, the very betrayer whom the middle-aged man despised. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to another, with a pearlescent hue tinged with imperial shades of purple. His once lustrous tail had been severed, and his body was marred by wounds, drenched in crimson. What further fueled his turmoil was the realization that the individuals ahead were his kin. Thus, the majority of the casualties from the recent cataclysm were members of his own tribe. This knowledge ignited a seething anger within him, and he cast a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, who, however, remained utterly indifferent to his fury. The dismissive expression on the man's face only intensified the traitor's ire. Yet he knew he must endure. He understood that he could never match the strength of this middle-aged man. Even after forging an alliance with the Tianqi tribe and the Namekians, their hard-won victories amounted to a mere 20% and had come at a grievous cost. Choosing to disregard these affairs, the traitor's gaze shifted to the expanse below, his cold eyes radiating malice. At last, the annihilation of his kin had come to fruition. The Tianqi and Namekian tribes would be erased from the cosmos, along with those accursed Saiyans. The universe would soon belong to him. He would be its sovereign. The traitor reveled in his dark thoughts. In a bid to curry favor with the middle-aged man, he transformed into a radiant arc, appearing several paces away in the void. Gathering a purple-black aura, he sought to obliterate the already weakened defenses. However, just as the traitor's scheming appeared poised for success, a chilling proclamation emanated from the Namekian realm, sending a shiver through all present. "You shall perish." The frigid voice resonated in their ears, and an overwhelming force surged forth. As the words faded, the fabric of the void was violently torn asunder, and a colossal flaming hand lunged towards the traitor, who was left pale with terror. In a blinding flash, the hand struck true. The ensuing explosion drowned out the traitor's final gasps, a cataclysmic detonation obliterating the entire expanse and erasing him from existence, along with tens of thousands of nearby foes. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt his heart race with dread. Initially intent on approaching the void, he sensed impending peril and fled to a distance of 10,000 meters just as the fiery hand breached the void. Not only was the middle-aged man terrified, but the remaining enemies were also shaken to their core by the shocking scene, their minds shattered by a wave of unending fear. Suddenly, a cerulean lightning bolt cleaved the heavens, racing from the Namekian surface skyward. A savage, unrestrained power assailed in all directions. The azure figure emanating an intense energy that gradually shifted from white to golden and ultimately into black. Cardits. The middle-aged man recognized the mysterious figure before him, his shock beyond words, causing him to tremble involuntarily as he sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the being, replete with a murderous intent. Impossible. This cannot be. How could your strength have surged to such heights? It defies belief. The middle-aged man nearly roared in madness. He understood that the individual before him, heralded as the most exceptional Namekian in history, had only spent less than a decade on his path to mastery, standing among the strong. Even the mightiest among them could not rival the Tianqi king, yet now, this being's ferocious power could easily extinguish his life. "You all shall die." Cardits seemed to utter this statement with great anguish. Slowly extending his right hand, he unleashed a colossal energy blast toward the distant cosmos, propelling it at speeds exceeding that of light. In an instant, the fabric of space twisted violently, and after a devastating explosion, the area was utterly annihilated, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries from countless souls. In that fleeting moment, Karditz, resembling Piccolo, dispatched those lurking millions of miles away in the demon realm, mercilessly slaying tens of thousands of demon warriors with his immense power. Meanwhile, as the cosmos twisted, the middle-aged man finally sensed something amiss. He grasped the meaning of the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the hidden threat behind him. His complexion paled as he realized that the demon realm had been plotting to intervene in this battle all along. Yet, Karditz was in excruciating turmoil, his eyes wide with dark energy emanating from his being. His spirit waned, yet he clung fiercely to his will, refusing to accept the impending doom that this battle might herald for the universe. No one noticed his distress, perhaps due to the overwhelming dread his formidable power inspired, leaving them oblivious to his condition. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Era of Supremacy, Part 4, as Karditz swiftly eliminated the traitor. A figure shrouded in white light sped through the cosmos, revealing Asfa within. At this moment, tears streamed down his face as he recalled the conversation he had just had with Karditz. In the wake of Tianqi's self-sacrifice, the sacred domain had emitted a mysterious wave, perhaps influenced by the cataclysmic force of self-detonation. Karditz, within the sacred domain, was also affected and had no choice but to emerge prematurely, shattering the seals of the sacred domain with his overwhelming power to stand beside Asfa. Sensing the potent energy surge, Asfa turned abruptly, astonished to find his friend Karditz before him, whose garments had been reduced to tatters, his body riddled with hundreds of gaping wounds. Before Asfa could utter a word, Karditz spoke first. Asfa, I am aware of everything. The sacred domain has indeed reached its moment of annihilation. The prophecy is about to unfold. Everything is true. The final era has begun. These simple words shocked Asfa to his core, rendering him nearly incapable of processing the blow. Karditz, too, bore a bitter smile, having been equally astonished upon learning this secret within the sacred domain. Is it true? Everything my grandfather said was true? After a moment of realization, Asfa sought confirmation of the grim reality. It turned out that prior to Karditz entering the sacred domain for his inheritance, the elder had foreseen the impending crisis and had made an exception to reveal the legends of the sacred domain to both Asfa and Karditz. However, the response Asfa received next was a hearty laugh from Karditz. Haha, everything has been an illusion, Asfa. We have all been deceived. The underworld, the divine realm. The entire universe has been toyed with by the demon realm. Ha ha ha. A dazed Asfa, sensing the truth, felt his pupils constrict in horror. No wonder the divine realm and the underworld had been oblivious to this war. It was them. They had cloaked our entire star system with falsehoods, deceiving both the divine and underworld realms. Behind this facade, the demon realm had also played a role in the cover-up, shifting this star system into a different dimension through forbidden arts. No matter how one sought the truth, they would only find themselves ensnared in a world shrouded in darkness. Karditz gazed at the dazed Asfa with a bitter smile, his own heart feeling hollow and powerless. Without waiting for Asfa to regain his senses, Karditz once again suppressed the terrifying energy that threatened to erupt, but he coughed up a mouthful of dark purple blood, his body trembling before he stumbled. A sight that jolted Asfa back to reality. There was no need for concern. The pivotal moment of the inheritance had been disrupted due to his haste to emerge, and he could not survive for long. Karditz struggled to stand, adjusting his body. Thank you, Asfa. Bick must have been sent to Earth by now, right? As he mentioned his son, a pained expression barely managed to form a smile on his face. Yes, according to the grand prophecy, Bick's arrival on Earth is essential before the true outbreak of war. This child has already departed. So, Bick has escaped this galaxy. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Karditz's somewhat dim gaze. Sensing the energy fluctuations of the betrayer, Karditz understood that time was running short, and he turned to Asfa. Speaking calmly, Asfa, I will remain here to resolve this war, and I will completely tear apart this sealed space to send you away. Furthermore, I will utilize my utmost energy in a final strike to seal that entrance. The moment the entrance is breached, you must use the power of the dragon to completely seal it, isolating the universe from it. This is the future foretold in the prophecy, Karditz exclaimed, breaking Asfa's indecision before continuing slowly. Your dragon power rivals that of the Grand Elder. Sealing it will not pose a challenge for you. Also, Asfa, once you escape this space, you must employ the thought power from your extraordinary abilities to ensure that everyone in the divine realm, the underworld, and the universe except for the Tianchi clan, forgets this war. Moreover, the divine realm and underworld must forget all remaining powerful beings, including yourself. Hearing these words, Asfa was deeply shocked. His trembling lips yearning to ask why, but upon meeting Kadat's gaze, he discerned unwavering certainty in his friend's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. Blood once again stained the heavens, severed limbs falling like scattered leaves, with a torrential rain of crimson cascading under the weight of energy suppression. A massive purple-black claw mark descended, and in an instant, a gathering of tens of thousands was transformed into a hell of blood, with everyone bursting apart in a cataclysmic demise. A roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Let us perish together. This shall be your best outcome. Kadat's resonant voice reverberated in the hearts of all present. At this moment, they gazed upon Kadat's, who resembled a demonic figure, their faith shattered by his terrifying slaughtering power. Kadat's felt no pity for these wretched invaders and traitors. In mere moments, he had single-handedly annihilated a significant portion of the enemy, severely wounding the middle-aged man, while also sustaining injuries himself, the backlash of power within him becoming unbearable. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in horror. At this moment, he felt a profound regret, his heart awakening to the fear of death for the first time. He fled in madness, yet he could still distinctly hear Kadat's deathly call. Simultaneously, a devastatingly terrifying force enveloped this star domain, the explosion obliterating all cries, the tremendous sound unable to penetrate the void of space, leaving behind a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions, turning this sealed space into mere dust. A colossal burst of energy shattered the spatial barriers, racing at superluminal speed to obliterate a gate trillions of light years away, plunging it into chaos. At this moment, on a distant planet, Asfa could no longer feel the earth-shattering battle from afar. With the information of the gate's destruction, he sensed the arrival of his opportunity. He opened his mouth in anguish, a trembling voice escaping as he uttered the incantation. In that instant, a boundless white light radiated from him, enveloping the entire universe, including the divine realm and the underworld. In mere moments, as the Saiyan Asfa forgot parts of his memory, a smile finally graced his face, sorrowful tears streaming down his cheeks. The prophecy began. A new era dawned. Chapter 2, The Legendary Super Saiyan Part 1. The past is no more, yet the wheel of history continues to turn. An eternal fate that embodies the concept of destiny. Thus, in the pursuit of the title of the strongest, generations of formidable warriors emerged. Under the progression of history, the universe evolved continuously, and the quest for Dragon Balls proliferated throughout the cosmos. In the course of history, rules must inevitably change with the times. In the past, the higher-ups decreed that the dragon's power could only be wielded by the pure-hearted Namekians. Yet, fate played a cruel joke. After the Namekians faced a cataclysm, a reborn genius among them manifested the dragon's power once more on Earth. This all seemed like an abrupt and helpless change, yet it felt like a predetermined past. Perhaps, from a fundamental perspective, it resembled the prophecies of old, where history had long been sealed in the past, and all struggles were mere futile endeavors beneath the weight of fate. The continuous battles led the world to gradually acknowledge a fact. There exists a race within the universe that revels in battle, known for their extreme brutality, possessing a terrifying latent power that instills fear in any nation. Thus, they earned the title of the strongest warrior race, the Saiyans. The universe is boundless, and beyond it, there are those who have confirmed the existence of different dimensional universes. Beneath the infinite void, countless worlds exist, equal to their own universe. The tale of Dragon Balls has not ceased. Rather, it has yet to reach its conclusion. After battles, there are still battles. From evil arises the next generation of malevolence, a ceaseless cycle of replacement. Ultimately, the root cause of the cosmic crisis has yet to be eradicated, and figures observing the universe, including all dimensional realms, have officially begun to extend their malevolent hands under this latest celestial change, heralding the onset of a war to conquer the entire universe. Once, Bulma remarked that the universe would never find peace as long as Goku existed, and that the disappearance of the Dragon Balls and Goku would be the best conclusion, bringing an end to all crises. However, human thought is often too naive. Goku's history cannot represent the history of the universe, amidst billions of years of evolution. The Saiyans have become universally acknowledged as the strongest race, and the legendary Super Saiyan is revered as the unparalleled king of the world. Yet, this ancient legend, once feared, had lost its validation during the Frieza era, as the Saiyans faced near annihilation, rendering the concept of the Super Saiyan seemingly groundless and unproven, leaving many in lament. But ancient legends have once again become reality, as Carrot, among the Saiyans, transcended his limits, awakening once more as the legendary Super Saiyan. On his journey of continuous growth, he defeated Frieza, battled Cell, triumphed over Bu, vanquished Baby, obliterated Super 17, and eradicated the evil dragons. Transcending to the revered Super Saiyan 4, he has finally attained the universally acknowledged title of number 1. Presently, the Eternal Dragon has whisked Goku away from the gaze of all, leading many to believe that such a sacrifice would usher in a period of peace across the cosmos, forever halting the insidious battles of malevolent forces. However, this was merely a delusion of their own making. Unseen hands are seizing this opportunity. And with the departure of Goku, their formidable guardian, the spread of evil surges forth like a relentless tide, engulfing all in its path. They inch closer to their goal of supremacy. As darkness rapidly reclaims the universe, as anticipated, a new era has dawned, and the tumultuous changes within the cosmos have officially commenced. The signal for battle has finally been sounded. In the face of destiny, the power of bare hands appears utterly insignificant. In the year when Goku engaged in fierce combat with Baby, within the very core of the universe, there exists a sealed chamber. The silvery interior reveals the remarkable density and strength of these alloys, yet the sight is terrifying. The walls and floor bear the marks of deep indentations and signs of melting due to heat. This enclosed space is not silent. The sounds of labored breathing shatter the tranquility, indicating the exhaustion of its sole occupant. Suddenly, a heavy fist strikes the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the alloyed chamber. The fist, filled with unyielding defiance, embeds itself several centimeters deep into the floor, creating surrounding depressions. Coughing, the figure stirs within the gravity chamber, and with each fluctuation of his voice, the power he emanates causes another tremor in the room. The vibrations echoing, awaiting a moment of calm. His inky black hair, drenched in sweat, clings to his back, some strands adhering tightly to his muscular neck. Observing his silhouette reveals a young man. Sweat clings to his tight-fitting combat attire, accentuating his powerful physique, while his heavy breaths resonate in the stillness. He pauses momentarily, fixating on his deeply embedded fist in the floor, gripping it tightly as a flicker of frustration flashes in his eyes. Slowly, he withdraws his hand, muttering to himself, "Still stuck here. The training difficulty has clearly escalated to this extent. Why? Why do I not feel that sensation? That feeling of transcending my physical limits? Damn it." His gaze reflects confusion and torment. As silence envelopes him, everything returns to a state of stillness. In the midst of this calm, a slightly hurried voice emanates from outside the gravity chamber. "Report, young master. The king requests your immediate presence in the observation room. Please acknowledge the directive." Startled, the young man, who had intended to continue training, furrows his brow. He knows well that his father does not disturb his training lightly, yet today is an exception. Something intriguing, perhaps? He muses, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 2, The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 2. Is there something? He replies, "Understood, I shall come promptly." He raises his head, turns, and saunters out. He is aware that the messengers bear no knowledge of the underlying secrets and chooses not to delve deeper into their peculiarities. After all, he knows that once he finds his father, all will become clear. As he pivots, his piercing gaze occasionally reveals a profound depth. The pale blue of his irises tinged with a hint of sorrow. His visage, like a polished jade, has matured with the passage of time. His handsome face cannot conceal his exceptional aura, and with a nod, he strides purposefully to the right. Walking along the corridor, the path stretches infinitely ahead. Surrounded by dense alloys that reflect the bright lights, the brilliance here is somewhat overwhelming. The young man ambles down the hallway, half closing his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps attuned to the hurried footsteps of others passing by. The sound of hurried footsteps fills the air, yet all respectfully greet the esteemed prince before him. He opens his eyes, casting a brief glance at their fleeting figures, deepening the questions swirling in his mind. Is something amiss? He wonders, pondering the peculiar occurrences of recent days. The path beneath him shifts, yet he remains unable to decipher the enigma at hand. His curiosity piqued by the unusual figures he encountered earlier, individuals who would not typically be seen in such circumstances. Stopping in his tracks, his entourage halts as well, their expressions tinged with unease, for they too sense something amiss. They understand the peril of knowing too much. Those who uncover too many secrets often vanish without a trace, a fate they are powerless to avert. The youth, equally perplexed, presses the button on the right side. And as the door opens, he steps inside, eager to comprehend the situation. "Father, what is happening? And why is everyone?" Yet, no voice answers his inquiry. The vast monitoring room bustles with activity as workers hurriedly organize their materials, engrossed in their tasks. The young man narrows his eyes, his gaze drawn to a familiar figure seated centrally in the control room. A solitary individual sits slightly askew, fixated on the immense screen ahead. Exuding an unmistakable aura of royalty, silent yet commanding, resting his chin on his right hand. Observing his father's demeanor, the young man's heart races. He instinctively senses that something significant is unfolding. Following his father's line of sight, he turns to the screen to gain clarity on the situation. As his gaze shifts, a brilliant golden light assaults his vision, causing him to narrow his pupils in concentration. The transmission reveals a fierce battle unfolding. At this moment, the screen showcases a colossal golden ape engaged in a fierce confrontation with a mysterious figure. Both combatants move at speeds surpassing light itself, clashing thousands of times in mere instants, entangled in an evenly matched struggle. The enigmatic adversary possesses a red, fine-haired upper body, long black hair, crimson eye sockets, and golden irises, a wicked grin illuminating his face as he revels in the chaos of battle. If any Dragon Ball warriors were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded, a chill of dread creeping down their spines, for this was none other than Goku, now a Super Saiyan 4, battling against Baby in his giant ape form. An indescribable sensation surged within the young man as he recognized Goku's figure. Panic gripped him, and he cast a fleeting glance at his father, only to find him wearing a subtle smile. Driven by instinct, the young man quickly assessed the combatants' power levels, discovering an unfathomable statistic, one that the outside world could scarcely fathom. In an instant, his pupils dilated and his brow furrowed. A staggering 100 million. What on earth is happening? His eyes widened, reflecting disbelief and astonishment, and he quickly redirected his gaze to his father, inquiring, "Father, is this truly the case? Could their fighting prowess truly reach such heights?" The individual found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Nevertheless, at that very moment, his focus remained fixed on Goku. The middle-aged man, exuding an aura of royalty, did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, he inhaled softly and finally uttered, "Indeed, this is the truth. That colossal ape is an evolutionary mutation of the Saiyans, and the other is none other than the legendary Super Saiyan, the mightiest warrior of folklore." As he turned to address his son, a smile graced his features, and his visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the youth, marked by an air of youthful vigor. Yet, being in the prime of his life, he had evidently endured considerable hardships, and his deep-set eyes occasionally reflected a hint of fatigue. All of this served to remind one that the man before them was merely a slumbering tiger, for the majesty of his presence compelled submission to his formidable power. A Super Saiyan of legend. This revelation struck the young man like a thunderbolt, momentarily rendering him dazed as he processed this daunting term, which alone was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of many. This fleeting daze awakened the knowledge lying dormant within his subconscious, a tale that transcended time, a legend that grazed the realms of divinity. For all true fighters across the universe have not forgotten this eternal myth, particularly among the powerful, where it serves as an oppressive chain of judgment that is difficult to bear. The Saiyans are universally acknowledged as the mightiest fighting race, and from time to time, a legendary Super Saiyan emerges, revered as the strongest warrior, the unparalleled powerhouse closest to the divine. No, this cannot be. Could those truly be the strongest beings of legend? How could they still exist in this world? Father, did not the record state that all of their kind had been obliterated by the self-proclaimed Demon King, Frieza? The young man looked at his father with a puzzled expression, aware of the historical context of his inquiry. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan has always been a figure of unparalleled strength, capable of impacting the entirety of the universe. However, it remains unclear why, in earlier times, the Saiyans appeared to have declined, their fearsome reputation diminished compared to their former glory. Decades ago, the Demon King Frieza, fearing the emergence of the Saiyan legend in his era, ruthlessly exterminated them to avert future threats. Yet, this narrative does not align with reality. Frieza did not succeed. The middle-aged man firmly asserted, his tone weighted with deeper understanding. Before his son could pose further questions, he continued, "Not only did they survive, but the Saiyans who remain are formidable warriors, and now there exists that legendary king. His gaze lingered on Goku, observing the Super Saiyan form, revealing a fleeting glimmer of something unusual in his eyes, which quickly dissipated. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. I suspect that the Super Saiyan will ultimately emerge victorious. Father, how shall we address this situation? The young man inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. I believe that by the time we have acquired this intel, the demon realm should also be aware of the matter. They hold a greater interest in the legendary Super Saiyan than we do. Since the demon realm is likely to take action, we cannot idly watch as they extend their sinister grasp. The middle-aged man's smile widened. And after a moment of contemplation, he continued, Thus, I wish for you to journey to Earth and invite them to convene here. After all, the millennia-long deadline is fast approaching. He hesitated, concealing further secrets behind his words. Understood. I shall obey, the young man replied without hesitation, turning to leave the reconnaissance room. Though curiosity lingered about the mention of Obu, as time progressed, preparations were complete. A massive spacecraft loomed in an open area, and upon receiving orders, the door gradually sealed shut. With the closure of the hatch, a commanding voice resonated throughout the spacecraft's base. Launch immediately. Destination: Earth in the solar system of the X galaxy. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, takeoff. With the command issued, the spacecraft emitted an orange-red glow, and with a swift whoosh, it vanished into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, a towering figure stood aside, silently observing the unfolding events. Through the window, he took in the sight and mused, the journey to Earth is about to commence. Saiyans, we are finally reuniting. Turning to the individuals kneeling in anticipation of orders, he commanded, Your reconnaissance team should also commence their journey, inviting other races to the gathering. The middle-aged man emphasized his extraordinary status with a decisive wave of his right hand. Understood, chorused the kneeling dozen, their voices resonating like thunder. What on earth is happening? A gruff voice bellowed within the realm of the underworld, causing the entire King Yama's hall to tremble. The sudden outburst startled the reporting spirits, and the underlings of King Yama lowered their heads in trepidation, too fearful to meet the furious gaze of their master. In just half a year, the number of deaths had surged to dozens of times the usual count, leaving him overwhelmed with work. This is unbearable. That old fool has deceived me. The whiskers of King Yama twitched, his dark eye circles reflecting fatigue as he struggled to stay awake. At that moment, he recalled an irritating figure, the one who had laughed heartily and wore a blue hat inscribed with Yama. A surge of animosity welled within him, as he longed to tear apart the one who had tricked him into assuming his position. Ugh, after the evil dragon, it seems the upper world has descended into chaos. Where on earth has that Son Goku gone? King Yama pondered, idly toying with his pen. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A chorus of timid voices interrupted his musings, as frightened underlings trembled in fear. King Yama snapped back to attention, his gaze sharp enough to slay as he glared at the quaking spirits, his dissatisfaction palpable. The underlings, their faces paling in terror, reported, Your Majesty, just now, another wave of spirits has arrived, numbering, perhaps millions. Their stammering only elicited a more fearsome roar from King Yama. What in the outer world is happening? A resounding exclamation echoed throughout the netherworld. Chapter 2, The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 3. As the world unfolds, unity often gives way to division, and division inevitably leads to unity. This cycle of transformation is unceasing. Beneath the veneer of peaceful days, crises lurk, ready to erupt and usher in an era of turmoil. Following such upheaval, there will inevitably arise those with absolute power who reclaim everything, bringing chaos once more to the brink of tranquility. Thus, the history of the universe is a continuous tapestry of change. On Earth, today is a splendid day, basking in the warmth of peace and tranquility, allowing everyone to feel fortunate. In such an era of harmony, people begin to grasp the meaning of the saying that a rainbow appears after the storm. Since Goku has vanquished the evil dragon and after months of relentless restoration, the devastation inflicted upon Earth has been largely rectified. However, the scars on the soul remain unhealed, though everyone strives to erase the pain from their hearts. To celebrate this joyous day, the Dragon Ball warriors have gathered in Bulma's garden for a feast and merriment. As the saying goes, sometimes joy can disguise sorrow, and time will aid in hastening the forgetfulness of past grievances. Under the dazzling lights, the garden is filled with a vibrant atmosphere. The lively scene, adorned with glimmering lights and flowing drinks, is indeed overwhelming. Master Rashi and Mr. Satan have become the masters of the microphone, singing their hearts out, much to the amusement of the crowd. Yet amidst the revelry, a figure with a green visage remains troubled, furrowing his brow in deep sorrow, lost in thought. There is no need for such gloom today, he is reminded. Today is meant for enjoyment. After all, some matters are beyond our control, and we bear our own responsibilities, do we not? Goten, noticing the dejected demeanor of Dind, approaches him to offer solace. As he seems to understand the unspoken truth, Goku would vanish with the eternal dragon. Ah, Goten? Dind, startled by the voice, lifts his head only to see Goten's smiling face. He quickly lowers his gaze again, troubled and whispering, "Though it's true, I still feel sorry for everyone. It was my creation of the Dragon Balls that led to the emergence of the evil dragon. This incident has caused everyone to suffer, and Uncle Goku." Din clenches his fists in frustration. Goten observes Din's reaction and, with softening eyes, approaches him. Although Din keeps his head bowed, his acute senses detect Goten's presence, heightening his anxiety. "Truly, it is not solely your fault. It was our misuse of the Dragon Balls that brought about this predicament. This is not your error, Din. The root of the issue lies within us," Goten asserts, addressing the matter with a sense of urgency. Upon hearing Goten's words, Din's furrowed brow begins to ease. Yet he cannot escape the internal turmoil of acknowledging that he is part of the source of the problem. "Well, regardless, let us enjoy ourselves today," he concludes, believing that if his father were aware, he would be pleased. Goten rests a hand on Din's shoulder, smiling with closed eyes. Perhaps, Din hesitates. But as he meets Goten and Gohan's relieved smiles, his heart begins to lighten, and his brow gradually unfurls. Honestly, these two karaoke kings are singing atrociously. It's quite unbearable. Bulma exclaims, covering her ears while laughing. "Indeed, haha. By the way, Bulma, have you been out shopping lately?" Marin inquires, licking her ice cream. "Oh, of course. Haha. What about you? Have you been out with Aunt Android 18 again?" Bulma replies proudly, believing that women are inherently destined for shopping. "Yes, we often travel together," Marin beams, her expression cheerful. "Is that so? I truly envy you both," Bulma admits, her tone tinged with a hint of envy and resignation. "You could go with your family too," Marin suggests. "Sai, who do I have to accompany me? Dad is always training, and Mom and my brother are busy managing the company. I hardly know where Grandpa and Grandma have gone off to have fun. I usually just stay home alone." Bulma laments about her life. "Haha," Marin responds sympathetically, sharing in Bulma's plight. "Hey Trunks, have you seen your father?" Bulma calls out, scanning the area as she enters. "Oh, looking for Dad?" "Yes, probably still in the gravity chamber," Trunks replies, his usual composed demeanor giving way to indulgence as he devours food alongside Goten, the two playfully competing over who can eat more. "Really?" Vegeta is quite diligent, Krillin comments with a smile, eyeing the food as he swiftly grabs a plate before Master Roshi can. This provokes disapproval from Master Roshi, who glares at Krillin, but the latter pays no mind, enjoying his meal with a sheepish grin. "He's still the same," Android 18 remarks, savoring her food while throwing a glance at Krillin, subtly admonishing him to refrain from teasing Master Roshi, causing Krillin to chuckle awkwardly. "Indeed, you youngsters are rather thoughtless. I watched you grow up. And I'd love to give your shiny head a good thump like in the old days," Master Roshi boasts, emboldened by Android 18's support. "Exactly," Bulma laughs, as does Chi-Chi beside her. The laughter spreads, and Trunks inadvertently notices a figure standing at the door, gazing at the sky. It is Mai, accompanied by the little robot, Jiru. Understanding something profound, Trunks rises and calls out, "Mai," pausing before stepping outside. Chapter 2, The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 4. Gazing up at the cerulean sky adorned with drifting clouds, Mai is lost in thought. As if the clouds reflect the joyful adventures she and Goku shared throughout the cosmos over the past year, filled with both sweetness and bitterness. "Grandpa." Mai seems to see Goku's silhouette through the clouds, her heart stirred, and she speaks without realizing it. Just then, a voice interrupts her reverie. "What's wrong, Mai? Still reminiscing about Uncle Goku?" Trunks observes her distraction, sighing inwardly, his emotions mirroring hers. "Trunks, do you think Grandpa will return?" Mai inquires, her voice laced with hope. Xiaofang nodded, her sorrowful gaze directed at Trunks. "Yes, I have no doubt that Uncle Goku will return. As long as we diligently protect the Earth, one day he will come back to us with the Dragon Balls." Trunks felt a tremor within, yet after speaking, he lowered his head, fully aware of the underlying truth, an answer that remained unknown to all. Xiaofang, oblivious to the situation, smiled and nodded, seeming content with such a definitive response. Her heart suddenly lightened. In that case, let us go inside. Everyone is having a great time. Trunks led Xiao Fang, turning to witness the revelry within as everyone raised their cups in celebration. But something was amiss. In that moment of joy, Trunks' expression shifted drastically. Panic surged through him as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening in shock. What? How can this be? His gaze trembled, fixated on the eastern sky, filled with profound astonishment. Noticing Trunks' change in demeanor, Xiao Fang, after a brief moment of surprise, instinctively sensed the energy from the east. Her expression morphing into one of fear. Powerful forces were descending upon the earth from beyond the distant stars. At that same instant, Gohan, Goten, and Ub, who had been laughing moments before, also ceased their merriment, their minds racing with a sudden realization. Their faces turned grave as they stood and instinctively rushed outside. There's danger. Xiao Fang is in danger. Not only did Gohan and Trunks sense it, but the small robot, Hero, echoed the sentiment, its gaze fixed intently on that direction. In the gravity chamber of the secret room, a brilliant flash sliced through the air, igniting the compressed atmosphere and sending shockwaves that rattled everything around. The ground was strewn with scattered metal debris. The rumbling gradually subsided, leaving only the heavy sound of labored breathing. A familiar silhouette began to take shape. It was the enhanced warrior, Vegeta. Damn it, Kakarot, where have you vanished to? Where could he possibly be? His frustration boiled over. I have always regarded you as my benchmark for surpassing, yet after the battle with the evil dragon, you have inexplicably disappeared. This cannot stand. You are the one I, Vegeta, must surpass. You cannot just vanish. At that moment, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming energy, a powerful aura that made him pause. What is this? Who possesses such strength? As he regained his breath and composure, he became acutely aware of the sudden change outside. Without hesitation, his expression darkened, and he swiftly darted out, joining everyone else and staring in the same direction. The others, too, emerged in astonishment, observing the grave expressions on Vegeta and Gohan's faces. Those attuned to energy quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. The newcomers arriving on Earth were anything but ordinary. Let us investigate, Vegeta stated, feeling the oppressive energy pressing down on them, decisively breaking the silence. In mutual understanding, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Fang, stay here. Inform everyone of the situation and protect them, Gohan commanded sternly, fully aware of the looming threat. Understood. Xiao Fang noted her father's serious demeanor, realizing a fierce battle might be on the horizon. Just as Gohan and the others were about to leave, Ten Shinhan's voice rang out urgently. Gohan, catch this. He tossed several small objects towards him. Gohan caught them, recognizing them with a smile and nodding in gratitude towards Ten Shinhan. Without further discussion, the urgency of the moment propelled Vegeta and the others forward as they sped toward the east, the nature of the impending situation unknown. Would these powerful energies signify enemies? Yet, their strength was undeniably formidable. As they flew, Goten's face paled slightly, hesitantly asking, is it just me? Or is their energy growing even stronger? Vegeta nodded. Perhaps so. We must tread carefully. He contemplated the extent of their adversaries' power and their own chances of victory. Gohan and the others understood their precarious situation in light of Vegeta's insight, responding in agreement. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft near the Earth's atmosphere, numerous figures moved about. The massive computer screen flashing data as it displayed Earth's outline and maps of its major cities. A figure sat calmly in a chair, his pale blue eyes fixated on the reconnaissance images of Earth, a smile gracing his face. This individual was the enigmatic youth, appearing tranquil in demeanor. Report, my lord. We are about to land on Earth. Our sensors have detected 5 powerful energies approaching our ship at high speed. According to the calculations, they are heading towards our landing site. The youth did not immediately respond, his smile deepening. Oh, will they confront us? Should we test them with the laser cannons? Another voice inquired. No, I believe they are our esteemed guests. I never expected them to arrive so soon to welcome us, the young man replied with a smile. Are they truly Saiyans? A loud, hearty laugh followed, and a mysterious figure entered the reconnaissance room. My lord, please allow me to challenge them. I am eager to gauge the strength of the legendary Saiyans. It has been far too long since I've experienced such exhilarating combat. Please permit me to fight in the next battle. The mysterious figure knelt, his eyes gleaming with fervor for battle. Very well, but remember, do not let things turn hostile. Ha ha ha, understood. The figure laughed heartily, vanishing from sight, secretly thrilled at the prospect of confronting the legendary Saiyans. After all, legends represent the past, while the present is merely the beginning of the future. Oh, are you not interested? The young man turned his gaze to a figure standing by the door. Another striking young man, whose beauty surpassed even that of the prince before him. Yet, he remained utterly unmoved, his aloof demeanor radiating indifference, his arms crossed nonchalantly. As he heard the conversation, the proud young man opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful aura that rivaled that of the leading youth. The latter smiled wryly before slowly speaking. No. He closed his eyes again, seemingly uninterested in further discussion. You remain ever the same, the young man sighed, understanding the temperament of this reticent figure, choosing not to disturb him further. After all, he was well aware that this silent individual possessed strength that was no less formidable than his own. An enigma of immeasurable power. In this world, possessing power equates to the right to exist and the dignity that commands submission. However, he was well aware that the previous subordinate's actions would suffice to witness a spectacular battle, rendering the opponent's presence unnecessary. Ah, is this Earth? The environment appears quite agreeable, though the gravity seems rather too low. In an instant, the air rippled, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure materialized upon the ground. With an untamed demeanor, he shed his black attire, revealing a robust blue form, his eyes glowing with a mysterious green light. He twisted his neck, producing a crackling sound, and wore a sly grin, only to vanish from sight after a flash of blue light. Indeed, they have landed, Trunks remarked, furrowing his brow, aware that time was of the essence. Damn it, we must hurry, responded Obu, eager to accelerate and catch up. Wait, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting. Be cautious. A powerful energy is approaching us. With his remarkable sensory instincts, Gohan discerned the fluctuations of the energy and promptly alerted his companions, who understood that the adversary was rapidly closing in on them. In that moment, the group halted, opting to conserve their strength. It seems our visitor harbors ill intentions, Vegeta intoned gravely. Moments later, his brow twitched as he declared, Here they come. Indeed, the moment Vegeta's words fell, a streak of blue lightning shot forth, cleaving the sky and revealing a formidable presence before them. The enigmatic figure hovered above, surveying them with a self-satisfied gaze, seemingly implying that his strength surpassed theirs. Indeed, he is an extraterrestrial, Trunks pondered, his demeanor growing somber. Ah, so it is you, the mysterious figure proclaimed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rake. I have come to this little blue planet merely to engage in a friendly battle, to stretch my muscles. His self-assured introduction, clad in gentlemanly attire, could not conceal his arrogance as he surveyed the group, a haughty expression manifesting as he inquired, Which of you esteemed Saiyans shall step forth first? What? You know we are Saiyans. Vegeta and Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, their surprise mingled with confusion. Oh, but that hardly seems a secret. The entire universe should be aware by now. The legendary Super Saiyan has indeed been born, Rake continued, casting a confident glance at his fists before clenching them. Instantly, energy surged forth, crackling with electricity, as dark clouds began to gather ominously above, stirring the surrounding air. How arrogant, Goten remarked with indignation. So you mean we are destined to fight? At that moment, Goten began to channel his energy, a faint golden glow emanating from him. Rake, suspended in the air, did not rush to respond, his hands still radiating negative energy as he disdainfully regarded them, his cold smile exuding contempt. Damn it! At that moment, everyone shared a common thought, feeling the growing negative energy coalesce around them, a clear provocation. Consequently, they all prepared for battle. The grand conflict was about to unfold once more. Chapter 3, The Ancient Crisis, Part 1. The tales of the Saiyans had long spread throughout the universe, and Goku's achievements reaffirmed the veracity of that ancient legend. All of his exploits could very well evolve into future legends. The sovereign Saiyans had once again graced this new era. Yet, how many truly comprehend the Saiyans' genuine identity? The sudden emergence of the enigmatic figure uttered words that left many astonished, hinting at even deeper, undisclosed truths, such as how the Saiyans came to be recognized as the foremost in the universe. This question, one would think, history had already answered, but when did that occur? Where lies the origin of their invincible legend? In the years that have passed, Dragon Ball has existed in the world, its history predating this new age. Perhaps one could argue that it resides within the realm of ancient myth, as the battles have not entirely severed from the contest for the Dragon Balls. After all, In claiming the title of the strongest, they simultaneously announced to the universe that they were the masters of the Dragon Balls, gods of omnipotence. The appearance of this mysterious figure heralded the unveiling of hidden truths, and now Gohan and his companions faced the impending confrontation with him. This battle had reached a point of no return. Where have Gohan and the others gone? Why the rush? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chi-Chi, equally perplexed, turned to Xiao Fang and asked, "Is there something amiss?" "Ah, well, it's like this," Xiao Fang stammered, awakening to the gravity of the situation. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, though her words faltered. Just then, Bra, standing nearby, discerned the predicament and approached to assist Xiao Fang. With a cheerful demeanor, Bra said, "Daddy and brother sensed several powerful unknown energies from afar and merely wanted to investigate. They don't appear to harbor any malice. Perhaps they are friends. They'll be back shortly." Her smile eased the tension in everyone's hearts. Xiao Fang looked at Bra, grateful for her intervention, affirming, "Yes, that's precisely it." "Oh, is that all? Then there is no major issue. Let us continue to be happy," the oblivious Satan exclaimed, his previously somber expression brightening as he nonchalantly grasped the microphone and cheerfully declared. Bulma and Chi-Chi remained skeptical of Xiao Fang and Bra's reassurances, yet their anxiety began to dissipate. Only Master Roshi, Bulla, Krillin, Android 18, and Tien retained their vigilance, for they could sense the underlying reality of the situation. Amidst the desolate yellow earth, several figures hovered in the air, gazing at one another, the air thick with a silent yet palpable tension as a breeze danced through their hair. A prelude to the impending clash. The mysterious figure's sudden appearance brought forth a declaration of challenge, unafraid of the Saiyan's royal title. What could possibly drive such audacity? Was it merely arrogance? A confrontation? No, not quite. I merely wish to witness the prowess of you Saiyans. How about it? You may come at me one by one, or all together if you prefer. Rake toyed with the lightning crackling between his hands, his tone retaining an air of superiority. As he spoke, he slowly spread his arms wide, and in that instant, the negative energy surged once more, dark clouds rapidly coalescing above, expanding to cover a vast area. Heralding a tempest. This power eclipsed that of General Riled and showed no signs of abating. Damn it, how dare he underestimate us? Goten, equally proud, could not withstand such provocation. Gathering all his strength, he instantaneously unleashed a chilling aura laced with a fierce killing intent. As his words fell, Goten transformed into a brilliant arc of light. Having become a Super Saiyan, he soared through the air, tracing a resplendent golden trajectory as he sped towards his opponent. A ki blast taking shape in his right hand. Oh, the interest of Crack peaked as he observed this furious adversary, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile that exuded confidence. This display alerted both Vegeta and Gohan, who instinctively heightened their own powers in preparation for the impending battle. Receive this, spinning blast. Goten discerned the mockery in Crack's expression, igniting the flames of anger within him once more. He promptly hurled the ki blast, a newly devised technique he had crafted recently, marking its debut in combat today. Crack, still smiling, moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving countless afterimages in the sky. Just as Goten's spinning blast reached the spot where Crack had been hovering, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air. A bolt of blue lightning had already launched from the ominous clouds, poised to strike the diminutive spinning blast. Controlling the power of thunder? This unexpected turn left the onlookers astonished, for it was their first encounter with someone wielding negative energy so effortlessly. Goten, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a smile of his own. Almost at the instant the blue lightning struck the spinning blast, it underwent a transformation, spinning at an incredible speed, expanding into a golden ring. After the lightning passed through, the ring shattered and contracted back into a ki blast, continuing its relentless assault towards the enemy. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone, including Crack, was taken aback, yet the latter maintained his composure. He halted, pointing at the impending blue lightning, and with a flick of his finger, the lightning, as if alive, altered its course to pursue the spinning blast. Faced with this unforeseen change, Goten's expression darkened. Since this technique was newly conceived, he could only manipulate its rotation once. He had hoped to catch his opponent off guard, but upon realizing Crack's ability to summon lightning, he understood that this surprise attack would not succeed. In that fleeting moment, Goten accelerated, seeking to engage in close combat. As everyone anticipated, the lightning swiftly caught up to the spinning blast, effortlessly extinguishing its formidable power. Meanwhile, Crack's smirk deepened, but before he could fully express his amusement, a thunderous crack echoed. He watched as the massive blue lightning, mere dozens of yards away, fractured, and abruptly collapsed, a golden light piercing through. Damn. Witnessing this sudden shift, Crack finally regarded the situation with seriousness, yet he remained composed, pointing his finger to release several small blue lightning strikes at speeds surpassing light. The pace of the attack had doubled, aiming to sever Goten before he could close the distance. However, Goten did not underestimate the threat, having just faced the formidable lightning. He understood its potency. Thus, leveraging his current speed advantage, he deftly evaded Crack's interference, continuing to close the gap. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards. Goten's heart swelled with excitement. Yet as he neared Crack, he noticed a sinister smile on his opponent's face, instilling a chill in the hearts of both Trunks and Gohan, who realized they had fallen into a trap. "Little brat, you are far too arrogant." The familiar yet alien voice of Crack echoed in Goten's ears. Before Goten could fully comprehend Crack's movements, he barely glimpsed a heavy fist striking towards his abdomen with lightning speed. In that brief moment of mental pause, instinct took over, and Goten crossed his arms, managing to block the brutal counterattack just in time, but he was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. The ground trembled violently under the immense force of impact, the energy compressing downwards, causing the earth to cave in. Cracking like a spider's web as it spread in all directions, the tremors lingering long after. Inside the spacecraft, report, young master. Lord Crack and his companions have engaged in battle. Shall we analyze the combat data? Surface scans indicate their battle power is at 10 trillion, and they are not yet exerting their full strength. That earlier tremor was indeed quite intense. It seems Crack has found his interest. He truly knows no restraint. The young man waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, his face still adorned with a relaxed smile. He mused, his gaze lingering on the unmoving figure nearby. Noticing a slight twitch in the figure's brow, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Are you truly unperturbed? I suspect that individual should be quite captivating to you, given your similarities." The young man's thoughts drifted, disregarding the indifferent figure. Having landed a successful blow, Crack did not cease his advance. His figure vanished in an instant. The sound of rushing wind piercing the air. Just as he was about to strike again, a blue key blast accurately struck him. Reluctantly, Crack shielded his eyes, halting his assault until he could identify the attacker. Upon realizing it was Trunks, the other little brat, his arrogance swelled further, erupting into laughter. "Goten, what happened?" Trunks approached Goten, who emerged from the debris, clearly wounded. Understanding the situation, Trunks recognized Goten had sustained significant internal injuries. Ignoring his tattered clothing, Goten maintained his Super Saiyan form, wiping the blood that had begun to flow from the corner of his mouth. Despite hearing his friend's concerned voice, his expression remained grave as he replied, "This is troublesome. This guy is formidable." "Yes, I understand." Trunks turned to Goten, both facing one another. In that moment, Trunks unleashed his own powerful energy, raising it to a significant level, erupting into a dazzling golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Just two arrogant little brats. Crack sensed their ability to instantly elevate their power, his brow furrowing tightly. He understood that he could not gauge their strength purely by instinct, but recognized from Goten's explosive transformation that they were individuals capable of rapid power increases, particularly potent ones. "Thunder Domain," Crack uttered softly. Instantly, a chain reaction occurred above Trunks and Goten as high-intensity blue lightning radiated from the ominous clouds, forming a web-like net that descended upon them. "Goten," Trunks shouted, and they instinctively reacted in unison. The two individuals unleashed a multitude of white phantoms, a mischievous attack devised by Gotenks, which generated immense destructive power while expending minimal energy. In an instant, hundreds of these phantoms soared into the stormy domain, triggering violent explosions upon contact, creating a gaping hole over 10 meters wide in the vast electric net. Seizing the opportunity, Goten and Trunks had already made their escape. A tremor surged through Lake S. Hard as he noticed two beams of golden light shooting out from the ravaged electric net. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Trunks' playful voice beside him, "Uncle, I'm still here." In that fleeting moment, Lake finally recognized the impending danger, yet he was unable to evade it. A powerful energy blast struck him with precision, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the cosmos, causing the ominous clouds above to temporarily halt their expansion, now looming ominously over a 300-mile radius. Witnessing this scene, Obu, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the underlying strategy. The instant the electric net was breached, the only entities that surged forth were Goten and one of his transient clones, a clever ruse crafted by Goten utilizing the multiform technique to divert Lake S' attention. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had been lurking beneath the electric net, launched a surprise attack with a formidable energy blast, a testament to the plan's flawless execution. However, all present were acutely aware that victory was unlikely, for they understood that such an assault alone could not vanquish the formidable foe before them. Indeed, at the moment of the explosion, a brilliant blue flash enveloped the epicenter, as Lake swiftly erected a protective shield to guard against any ensuing attacks. The intense flames gradually receded beneath the azure light, revealing Lake's blue form, unscathed. Impressive calculations, Lake remarked with a tone of satisfaction, surveying the damage to his own body. As he spoke, the blue aura enveloping him shimmered, and after a fleeting moment, the wounds he had sustained healed completely, astonishing those present as his power showed no sign of waning. Chapter 3, The Crisis from Antiquity, Part 3, Goten and Trunks fell silent, particularly the latter, who, upon realizing that Lake could endure such a heavy blow and still emerge seemingly unscathed, grasped the stark disparity in their strengths. It appears it's time to unleash my true abilities. But may I inquire, is this what they call the Super Saiyan state? I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. Lake's arrogance reignited, provoking the ire and fighting spirit of everyone present. As passionate youths, Goten and Trunks could scarcely tolerate such derision, even though they were not fully acquainted with the former glory of the Saiyans. To be belittled in this manner was unbearable. To concede would be tantamount to admitting cowardice. As Lake's power surged, Trunks and Goten, fueled by their indignation, released their full strength. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as fierce winds swept across the land and sky, seemingly intent on dispersing the ominous clouds above. However, they were judicious in their control, ensuring their might did not disrupt the earth, mindful of the panic that could ensue given humanity's recent tribulations with the evil dragons. Likewise, Lake had no intention of causing chaos on Earth, focusing solely on amplifying his own power. With their full strength unleashed, Goten and Trunks darted toward Lake, seeking to disrupt him just as he escalated his own energy levels, preventing him from accessing even greater power. Foolish mortals, Lake scoffed at their audacity, a cold smile crossing his face as he clenched his fist. To his command, a colossal blue fist materialized above the storm, crackling with lightning, a testament to his mastery over the tempest. The enormous fist, a manifestation of his prowess, hurtled downward toward the diminutive forms of Goten and Trunks. Sensing imminent danger, both Goten and Trunks veered away in opposite directions, only to discover their retreat was obstructed by a barrage of circular lightning that had inexplicably sealed their escape. They had no choice but to brace themselves against Lake's terrifying blow. Damn it, they shouted in unison, their auras igniting as they summoned their immense power and erected a formidable shield to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the blue fist shattered upon impact. Yet both Goten and Trunks were violently thrown back, feeling the internal damage from the force of the blast. They coughed up blood, their garments reduced to tatters, and their wounds bled profusely. However, despite their injuries, the Saiyan resilience allowed them to endure, their extraordinary vitality ensuring they would recover swiftly after each battle. Even in the face of adversity, this is not over. The chilling words echoed as Trunks and Goten landed, their brows furrowed in determination. Yet unable to fend off Lake's second assault, two bolts of blue lightning surged toward them, bombarding the duo once again, sending them flying and exacerbating their injuries. Having learned from their earlier mishap, Goten and Trunks refused to remain passive. As they were struck anew, they swiftly adjusted their stances, vanishing just before subsequent bolts of lightning could reach them. At that moment, countless afterimages darted across the ground, their familiar movements signaling the fusion they intended to execute. In this brief skirmish, Goten and Trunks finally grasped the magnitude of the gap between them, and no longer were they impetuous youths. They sensed that behind this mysterious foe lay even more formidable presences, leading them to the decision to merge, aspiring to return to the battlefield as the mighty Gotenks. The long-dormant warrior, Gotenks, was poised to awaken once more. In this confrontation, Goten and Trunks comprehended the paramount significance of power, having grown considerably through their numerous battles. They also recognized that their previous complacency had contributed to their current predicament. Reflecting on the past, they regretted the time lost, for the events during the baby incident had left them without significant growth due to years of negligence. Even a successful fusion at that time would not have matched the full power of Baby. Yet now, they had transformed, following their encounters with Baby, Super Android 17. And the evil dragons, their strength had multiplied more than tenfold. In other words, should they successfully fuse now, the new being, Gotenks though not yet comparable to the perfect Super Android 17, would possess the power to vanquish the giant ape transformation of Baby. This is the strongest remaining force in Dragon Ball Fighter, sufficient to vanquish the current cosmic entities. Chapter 3, The Crisis from Ancient Times, Part 4, The saga of Dragon Ball has not yet concluded. After Goku's battle with the evil dragon, he must now confront an even mightier dark force. Although the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor may seem perplexing at first, those who persevere will discover a tale rich in fervent battles, intertwined with suspenseful plots and vivid character portrayals. If the vast community of Dragon Ball enthusiasts finds the story engaging, I kindly urge your support. Your gestures of appreciation and endorsement serve as my greatest motivation for writing. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Main text, however, what was most unexpected was a single phrase from Lake that shattered their aspirations. "Oh, so you wish to merge? Alas, I shall not permit your success." His tone was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of chill. Vegeta and Gohan could no longer contain themselves. They realized that they harbored far too many secrets known to the adversary. In an instant, Gohan unleashed a chilling aura of murderous intent. Thunder Prison. Lake executed a new technique, and as his voice resonated, the negative energies of the world surged violently. The sinister clouds above twisted into a colossal vortex, and an overwhelming display of blue lightning captivated the senses. The earth trembled beneath them, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from the ground, obliterating Goten and Trunks' numerous afterimages, striking their very forms with brutal force as they danced. Thunderpath. As Lake discerned the true forms of Goten and Trunks, a sinister grin spread across his face. Guided by his malevolent thoughts, a terrifying bolt of electricity descended with the intent to inflict severe injury upon Goten and Trunks. The latter two stood frozen, having realized their bodies were ensnared by the ground's electric grasp, rendering them immobile and vulnerable to this impending assault. Yet, in a moment of desperate resistance, just as Lake believed victory was within his grasp, a golden flash appeared before Goten and Trunks. Upon landing, the figure let out a mighty roar. Break. Instantly, an intense aura radiated from him, sweeping through like a tempest, obliterating the surrounding electric forces. Simultaneously, the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation, and the earth trembled in fear. In this brief encounter, the electric strikes of Thunderpath were shattered by the invisible force emanating from the golden figure, dissipating the destructive energy entirely. Lake felt an overwhelming pressure and was forced to retreat to a height of 1,000 meters, observing from above with a narrowed gaze, a battle-hungry smile adorning his lips. "Very well, I shall take over from here. Goten, Trunks, you may withdraw. You have performed admirably this time. Here, take this. These are Senzu beans." Gohan, having ascended to Super Saiyan, spoke with a tone that had grown considerably colder. An unmistakable aura of lethal intent woven into his words as he tossed the Senzu beans into the air. These were the beans provided to Gohan by Tiendi moments ago, and sensing the urgency, Tiendi had swiftly entrusted them to Gohan for just such a moment. It was precisely due to the possession of the Senzu beans that Gohan, and Vegeta chose to observe momentarily, for such a monumental clash was rare. Although Goten and Trunks were severely wounded, they had yet to meet the training requirements. However, Gohan had keenly sensed the overwhelming dominance of the foe in that last assault. Had he not intervened in time, Goten and Trunks would have sustained deep injuries, if not fatal ones. Thus, Lake's actions ignited a long-buried murderous intent within Gohan. "Oh, it seems it is your turn now?" Lake sneered at Gohan, who was fixated on him. Gohan did not respond, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Sensing that Goten and Trunks had fully regained their strength, even heightened it slightly, Gohan's smile widened as he extended his right index finger skyward and coldly uttered a single word: annihilate. In an instant, an unprecedentedly fierce aura surged forth, causing Lake's grin to falter and his pupils to constrict in horror. He felt an invisible pressure sweep past him, aimed directly at the sinister clouds above. The memory of Gohan's enigmatic smile lingered in Lake's mind as he slowly turned to gaze upward, anxiety swirling within him for the first time. Yet, upon witnessing the transformation above, his expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilated in shock, and the hue of his blue visage momentarily paled as his lips involuntarily twitched, for he clearly saw that at the center of the swirling dark clouds, a golden energy sphere had mysteriously manifested. In the blink of an eye, the sphere erupted in a fierce explosion, not of flames, but akin to a golden moth, utterly purging the surrounding 300 miles of sinister clouds. Son Gohan, his power is truly formidable. While Gohan and his allies battled on Earth in another realm, all was shrouded in a blinding white haze. A colossal figure reclined upon a crystal throne as immense as a mountain. Both the being and the seat suspended in this enigmatic space. The figure appeared ancient, weathered by the passage of time, with eyes partially closed, exuding a heavy breath. Yet unbeknownst to many, this venerable being possessed an almost inexhaustible vitality, suggesting that this aged elder was not at the end of life's journey. "What is it, Jeffy? Have you truly sensed it?" came a raspy voice. "Yes, my lord, I have indeed felt it. The black crystal has emitted a red glow, albeit fleetingly. Nonetheless, the occurrence is undeniable," replied Jeffy, who hovered in a half-kneeling position in midair, his form but a fraction of the colossal figure, yet emanating a power capable of shaking the heavens. In this vast expanse, only they existed. "Is that so? It seems the time has truly come. In that case, Jeffy, issue your command to eradicate every enemy in this world. Also, continue to fortify that barrier." The elder spoke slowly, embodying the authority of a superior commanding the formidable Jeffy. "Yes, my lord. May I inquire whether this matter should be communicated to the other two lords, considering the impending conflict?" Jeffy asked respectfully, bowing his head. "No. There is no need for that at this time. They will know what to do. We must simply fulfill our own duties. The rest is not our concern." "You may withdraw for now," the elder replied, keeping his eyes closed, his demeanor steady and benevolent. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Jeffy responded. Standing upright before his form vanished in an instant, leaving only the impression of his handsome visage in the space, his silvery hair flowing gracefully in the wind. Who would have imagined that events would unfold in such a manner? It remains unclear how you will proceed, old man. Will everything truly evolve as foretold? Does fate truly exist? The Black Star Dragon Ball, the old man muttered to himself, finally opened his golden eyes, a bitter smile crossing his face. Chapter 4. Intense Battle, Part 1. The battle was on the verge of eruption. The formidable Reik, still in his ignorance, surprisingly possessed an intricate understanding of the Dragon Ball warriors, a fact that unsettled Gohan and Vegeta, whose battle instincts sensed something amiss. The confrontation had now reached a fever pitch. One strike was all it took to obliterate the thunder cloud, Reik remarked, his eyes shimmering with increasing brilliance as he fixated on Gohan, a formidable adversary standing a kilometer away, feeling a nauseating urge to devour such strength. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Among those present, he was the most familiar with Gohan. In past encounters, he had witnessed the terrifying power that this peace-loving individual could unleash when pushed to the brink of insanity. Yet, Vegeta pondered, just days prior, Gohan had not exhibited such formidable strength. What had caused this sudden and significant surge of power over the past 6 months? "Hey, Mr. Gohan has grown considerably," Ub chuckled, deeply impressed by Gohan's astounding aura. Trunks and Goten stood beside him, equally astonished. They had never anticipated that the malevolent thunder cloud could be so easily vanquished by Gohan, igniting feelings of helplessness and buried resentment within them. "I believe your true strength does not solely rely on this thunder cloud. Shall we engage in a genuine battle?" Gohan's smile faded, his expression turning grave as a seasoned fighter. He could deduce from Reik's nonchalant demeanor that his opponent's true capabilities were far beyond what had been displayed thus far. "Indeed. You surpass those two little brats by a considerable margin. Impressive. It seems the Saiyans truly are a remarkable warrior race," Reik sneered, perhaps overly confident in his own strength. Dismissing Gohan, who had effortlessly dispatched the thunder cloud, unbeknownst to those present, a terrifying truth lingered in the air. Inside the spaceship. "Oh, has Gohan arrived? It appears Reik will have a challenging time this round. What do you think?" A young man, observing through a satellite recorder, clearly witnessed the unfolding battlefield. The proud figure remained unmoved, seemingly in a deep slumber. Yet, the youth understood that this individual simply chose to remain ignorant of the impending battle, or perhaps preferred to ignore him altogether. However, the youth bore no resentment towards this aloof character. He knew of this person's past. As a fellow member of the same race, he, despite his royal lineage, would not dare to offend him easily. For in this world, strength is the ultimate truth. And he had been cautioned by his father. It is best not to provoke him. The youth, unaffected by the other's arrogance, chuckled softly. "You remain as you always were, taciturn. But honestly, Gohan ought to pique your interest." He spoke to himself, his voice loud enough for the other to hear. Boring. The handsome, enigmatic figure detached himself from the wall, standing upright, slowly opening his eyes. After uttering this phrase, he turned and exited the surveillance room. Is that so?" The youth watched the proud silhouette depart, shaking his head with a wry smile. Gohan continued to emanate a powerful aura, golden light crackling through the air, causing stones the size of fists to float in the turbulent atmosphere, the ground beneath him having already sunk and deformed, fissures resembling the creased hands of an ancient sorceress, grotesque and sinister. Observing his opponent's arrogance, Gohan's smile widened, a testament to the growing ferocity of his murderous intent. Slightly bending his knees, Gohan withdrew his hands to the lower edge of his abdomen, proclaiming, "Came. Haim. Ha!" As his words resonated, a brilliant white beam erupted from his hands, launching forth a massive wave of energy towards his foe. Rake's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Gohan would employ such an archaic method of attack. His disdain remained, but he dove swiftly, declaring, "A tiresome trick." Having already discerned Gohan's energy wave, Rake swiftly swatted it aside with brute force, while his right hand crackled with blue-white lightning, gathering strength for a more powerful counterstrike. "Is that so?" Gohan's voice suddenly thundered in Rake's ear. In an instant, he saw a figure flash before him, followed by a powerful fist descending with ferocity. Could it be? Rake's perception sharpened, only to realize that Gohan's fist had passed right through him, revealing that the earlier apparition had merely been a shadow. In that moment, the true Rake was already parallel to his left side, unleashing a terrifying blue-white electric strike from his palm. However, the ensuing scene left Rake dumbfounded. He had thought he had grasped the entirety of the situation, envisioning his lightning bolt piercing through Gohan's form, only to witness his energy wave completely pass through Gohan without leaving a single trace of blood. Realizing something was amiss, Rake sensed a severe threat. The slightest whisper of wind alerted him to Gohan's actual presence. He raised his right arm above his head just in time to block Gohan's spinning body, which then swept downward with his right leg. Before Rake could strike the ground, Gohan's mocking voice echoed in his ear, "I beg to differ." Even with a timely defense, Rake's hasty reaction could not mitigate the full force of Gohan's long-prepared strike. Pain surged through his right arm as he adjusted his body midair, flipping with tremendous force just before landing, propelling himself upwards to pursue Gohan. "Fool!" Gohan exclaimed, though he was secretly taken aback by Rake's nimble combat instincts. Nevertheless, witnessing Rake's heedless charge, Gohan resolved to enlighten him. A powerful wave of energy surged from Gohan's right palm, and amidst the energy disturbance, a massive green energy wave shot downward, enveloping the ascending Rake. Chapter 4. Intense Battle, Part 2. Yet, contrary to Gohan's expectations, his energy wave failed to impede Rake's advance. Caught off guard, Gohan had no choice but to absorb Rake's reckless charge with his palm. Rake barreled forward, head first, and in that moment of collision, Gohan felt a jolt of pain, realizing Rake's body was ablaze with blue flames, causing his right hand to sear with a stinging burn. The nerve endings screamed in agony as Gohan delivered a powerful kick, but struck only air, once again slicing through Rake's shadow. At this point, Rake had already positioned himself 10 zhang away, both combatants locking eyes. "Not bad. Your strength has indeed grown considerably." Lick waved his right arm, still aching from pain. As he gazed at his opponent not far ahead, a satisfied smile gracing his face for the first time. "You are quite formidable. I never expected you could control fire as well." Gohan stared at the palm of his right hand, which was already burned and red, still flickering with hints of blue flames and electricity. Under Gohan's intense gaze, an invisible power emanated from him, and as their eyes met, he dissipated the residual energy left on his hand by his opponent. "Oh, you've discovered my secret. I am delighted to encounter someone of your caliber. However, I must ask, can you withstand 1/3 of my power?" Lick spread his arms wide, a sinister grin on his face as he began to channel his strength. Without responding, Gohan left behind a solitary smile before vanishing once more. Lick, aware of his own verbosity, also disappeared, and their battle resumed. A series of resounding explosions reverberated across the landscape, the shockwave shaking the earth beneath them. Fragments of rock fell from elevated positions, and the thunderous noise echoed endlessly. Within mere seconds, the energy fluctuations in the air had reached hundreds, creating a cacophony that was almost unbearable. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating." Lick laughed triumphantly as he and Gohan collided, their knees striking together before separating into 2 arcs. Gohan accelerated, appearing almost instantaneously at the opposite side, pursuing Lick. In that moment, Lick remained calm, having anticipated Gohan's maneuver. Suddenly, he unleashed a suppressed aura, a powerful whirlwind forcefully striking Gohan and creating a momentary pause. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared for his second wave of attack. Gohan, feeling the intense energy surge, adjusted his own aura, only to find his opponent retaliating in perfect sync with his own thoughts. As Lick's attack approached, Gohan released a long-accumulated burst of energy from his left hand, creating a massive gust that unexpectedly sent Lick flying once more. Lick hadn't anticipated such ferocity. He quickly turned to see Gohan closing in. With his hands outstretched, he dissipated the powerful gust and declared, "Thunder strike." Instantly, the sky transformed again, enveloping Lick in a shroud of blue light. After flickering twice, dozens of lightning bolts surged forth, resembling ancient beasts with gaping blue jaws ready to devour. Gohan remained vigilant. However, upon witnessing Lick's swift defense, he grew wary. As he evaded the oncoming lightning, he suddenly found a colossal blue lightning fist hurtling towards him, just meters away. The impact was tremendous, forcing Gohan back. But as he slid 100 meters away, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the terrifying lightning force at the last moment. Realizing his strength was insufficient to harm Gohan, Lick fell into a contemplative silence, finally acknowledging the prowess of his adversary. In the heat of battle, while victory could be decided in mere seconds, both combatants understood that acting recklessly without fully grasping the opponent's capabilities often led to a swift defeat. After a moment of stillness, Lick broke the silence. "It is an honor for you to witness my transformation. I detest convoluted battles. It seems I must reveal my true strength." Lick, no longer beating around the bush, spoke his mind. However, upon hearing this, Gohan felt little doubt. Throughout his years of combat, he had encountered numerous races capable of transformation, and as a Saiyan himself, he possessed similar abilities. Yet, at that moment of skepticism, a dangerous premonition surged through his mind, prompting him to focus intently on Lick, who was steadily amplifying his power. Blue light radiated from Lick, a torrent of energy that seemed to explode with intensity, shaking the ground and altering the atmosphere. Above them, in the space recently cleared of sinister clouds by Gohan, a massive storm began to form once more, expanding at an alarming rate, soon covering nearly 100 miles. The sunlight was eclipsed and visibility diminished, creating an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of nightfall. A fierce whirlwind stirred, lifting debris and casting it in all directions, while the sky crackled with thunder, as if nature itself was unleashing chaos. Sensing this overwhelming power, Gohan steeled himself. As Lick continued to elevate his strength, Gohan also began to gather all his energy, his own power surging rapidly. A deafening crash echoed, as countless blue lightning and flames encircled Lick. With terrifying speed, he surged forward, launching a direct assault against Gohan. The overwhelming pressure enveloped him, and Gohan could scarcely comprehend the trajectory of his opponent, who was moving faster than he had anticipated. Gohan's form vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting image on the ground, but a streak of blue lightning arced from the heavens, piercing through the air before disappearing again. Too slow. In an instant, Gohan found himself high in the sky, poised to disperse Lick's storm clouds once more, when a chilling voice echoed in his mind. A swift kick, faster than the speed of lightning, swept towards him. Lick had anticipated Gohan's attack and quickly accelerated to chase after him, his angular knee thrusting out violently. The sound of wind cutting through the air surpassed even the sensation of energy he felt, forcing Gohan into a defensive stance. Still gathering energy, he was ill-prepared to retaliate with a ki blast. In a desperate maneuver, he spun around and seized Lick's right leg, just as Gohan thought he had turned the tide. He realized with horror that Lick's knee was extending towards him, aiming to pierce his left arm. Reacting instinctively, Gohan grasped Lick's protrusion tightly, and in a bid for dominance, he attempted to hurl Lick away. Naive. It seemed Lick had already calculated this move. As Gohan swung him, Lick's left hand gathered a blue lightning sphere, accurately striking Gohan before exploding violently 100 meters away. The blast sent Gohan hurtling back, and although he managed to shield himself from the worst of the damage, his clothing was tattered beyond recognition. Something is amiss. In the depths of his subconscious, Gohan sensed something amiss. With his keen perception, just as he was about to confirm his suspicions, a colossal bolt of lightning, spanning over 100 square meters, suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. The impact reverberated for miles, shaking the very ground beneath. Vegeta and the others were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, as the preceding attacks had transpired within mere moments. By the time they regained their senses, Gohan had already been blasted deep into the earth. What puzzled Vegeta and the others was that the terrifying lightning seemed to harbor no intention of destroying the planet. After pushing Gohan down, it vanished without a trace. Vegeta fixated his gaze on the enemy hovering a kilometer above, and through the aura emanating from him, he discerned that this foe's strength was not far from his own. In that moment, Vegeta's heart was filled with a complex whirl of emotions. Goten, Trunks, and Ub anxiously stared at the ominous gaping hole, wary of the earlier storm clouds that had ignited the Earth's static energy. Suspended in the low air, they looked down upon the explosion site, their inability to sense Gohan's aura filling them with unease. I believe your power is not yet fully realized. You are Son Gohan, are you not? In the past, you possessed extraordinary explosive strength. Where has that might gone? Must I resort to bloodshed once more to capture your attention? The voice of Rake echoed, soft yet powerful enough to reach thousands of meters away. The knowledge of Saiyan's secrets no longer astonished those present. However, upon hearing this statement, Vegeta was struck by a wave of confusion and an unsettling feeling. It was as if everything lay bare before this mysterious figure. Indeed, such a battle stirs my excitement. Gohan's cold laughter resonated from deep within the earth, followed by a surge of golden light erupting from the vast chasm, shaking the very fabric of the land. But let me make this clear. Those who threaten me shall face my unrelenting fury. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gohan's voice turned sharp and frigid, devoid of any warmth, instilling a sense of dread even in Goten. As if influenced by Gohan's energy, the atmosphere grew suddenly frigid, with oppressive winds coalescing into several massive hurricanes. The powerful gusts, affected by the storm clouds, tore apart the gathering of thunder. Gohan's figure began to rise, enveloped in a swirling blaze of energy that crackled with electricity, as if summoning the storm clouds that had always been under Rake's command, now raging violently as if to destroy Gohan or perhaps to submit to his newfound power. Everyone felt the transformation within Gohan. And while Rake could not ascertain the extent of Gohan's power, the determination and confidence in Gohan's eyes were unmistakable. The chaos in the storm clouds provided him with clear indications of Gohan's rising strength. Yet, the arrogant Rake refused to concede defeat, bursting into laughter, akin to a wealthy landlord mocking a mere upstart. Faced with such arrogance, Gohan revealed a mysterious smile, the curve of his lips unsettling Vegeta, who recalled the terrifying power Gohan had unleashed in the past. The sheer ruthlessness of that cold, indifferent demeanor sent shivers down Vegeta's spine, for the current smile was reminiscent of those haunting memories. Moreover, Vegeta felt the oppressive golden aura emanating from Gohan, and he discerned that Gohan's power was rapidly ascending. To Vegeta's shock, Gohan's strength had surpassed his own in that moment. With a bitter smile, Vegeta reflected on how, despite not having transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th stage after the battle with the evil dragon, he had nonetheless increased his power significantly. He believed he could stand against the giant ape form of Baby, even defeating that version of himself. Yet now, Gohan's resurgence eclipsed him as if fate were toying with him. Nonetheless, Vegeta refused to succumb to despair. He alone understood the unfathomable terror that a frenzied Gohan represented, aware that such fury would not last indefinitely. However, the astute Vegeta noticed the enigmatic golden light surrounding Gohan, which no longer dissipated into the air but instead seemed to retract slightly. He had only witnessed this phenomenon on Goku in his Super Saiyan 4th form, believing it to be a unique trait. Yet, now, observing this subtle change in Gohan, Vegeta's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts about the mysterious golden light. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 4. Amidst Rake's blustering laughter, he suddenly fell silent, for Gohan had materialized before him, his large right hand clasping Rake's mouth before forcefully propelling him thousands of meters into the sky. Was it fear? Gohan's voice echoed in Rake's ears. Overwhelmed with dread, Rake could not register Gohan's movements. His heart seemed to momentarily halt, his eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion paling in shock. A powerful fist, imbued with a hint of golden light, struck Rake, who was still reeling from the previous blast. The formidable blow shattered the electrical barriers before him, sending his blue form flying once more, while Gohan, swirling in the air, beheld the blue blood erupting from Rake's battered body. Rake, having faced Gohan after the initial blast, now attempted to rally the storm clouds for another strike as he soared into the tempest. However, before his words could leave his mouth, a ki blast materialized before him. And in that instant, a paralyzing fear enveloped him, his eyes bulging with horror. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed at the edge of the atmosphere, as the ferocious golden energy vanished in an instant, and the raging flames spread like a consuming fire, obliterating the dark clouds for nearly 1,000 miles around. A rejuvenated Gohan chuckled teasingly, his cold eyes betraying an underlying intent to kill. He did not rush into battle. Instead, he gauged Rake's capacity to fight. Knowing that his earlier gift had only inflicted severe injuries, Perhaps there was no longer a need for conflict, as Gohan observed Rake's bloodied form plummeting from the heights. A smile gracing his face. The tide of battle seemed to have turned. In that moment, all present reached the same conclusion. However, fate had other plans. Just as Gohan appeared beside Vegeta and the others, a boisterous laughter filled the air, followed by a roar that resonated throughout the world. Ha! Indeed, you have proven formidable. Son Gohan, you leave me no choice but to unleash my seal. As if realizing something, Gohan swiftly turned to gaze at Rake, still descending from thousands of meters above. His brow furrowing in a mix of concern and determination, as Goten and his companions, who had initially believed the outcome was settled, were still reveling in the moment. They suddenly sensed a terrifying aura reminiscent of a storm brewing, erupting unexpectedly. In a surge of excitement, the severely wounded Lake, instead of succumbing to despair, unleashed torrents of blood, his spirit ignited with an insatiable thirst for battle. With a maniacal laugh, Lake grasped his brow with 2 fingers, his face contorting in agony as flickers of lightning and fire emerged from his forehead. Simultaneously, a mysterious radiance enveloped him, the blue and white flames transforming into a deep crimson hue as they were drawn forth. Open! A thunderous declaration echoed through the void, disregarding the searing pain. Lake resolutely yanked, and the flickering flames and lightning at his brow surged violently, as if a long-suppressed door had been violently torn asunder. A beam of light, the size of a bowl, composed of scarlet flames entwined with violet lightning, pierced through, amplifying his energy dramatically. In an instant, a formidable energy storm ravaged the surroundings. Though the sky remained devoid of clouds, the sun's rays were seemingly repelled, and the world around them shifted through various hues before settling into a bluish-brown. As Lake's power continued to escalate, his laughter morphed into a wild, triumphant roar. Miraculously, his wounds healed at an observable pace, and he halted his descent, floating above the ground. Although his appearance remained unchanged, the sheer force he emanated signaled a transformation that rendered him far beyond his previous self. Gohan, snapping out of his astonishment, turned with an even broader smile, ignited by a newfound vigor as he sensed Lake's lingering strength, which rekindled his own fervor. The once-dim golden aura surrounding Gohan surged anew, while Vegeta, observing closely, noted the increasing intensity of Gohan's golden light. He also perceived a flicker of golden glimmer in Gohan's eyes, which sparked his curiosity. Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, you should retreat 10 kilometers from here. The battle will soon conclude. Gohan spoke without turning, his gaze fervently fixed on the transformed Lake, addressing Vegeta with a casualness that belied reverence. Vegeta, familiar with Gohan's temperament shifts, paid little heed to the familiarity and nodded, leading the others away swiftly. Lake, unconcerned by their departure, redirected his focus entirely on the thrill of combat that lay before him in Gohan. Despite lacking the ability to gauge power through energy signatures, Lake was resolute in his belief that, upon breaking his seal, he would possess the strength to dominate the currently feeble Earth. Suddenly, Lake's gaze locked onto Gohan in the distance, and in an instant, a 3-meter-wide bolt of fiery lightning materialized before Gohan. Gohan, unfazed, widened his eyes as a dreadful storm erupted, eradicating Lake's flamboyant attack in an instant. However, what startled Gohan was Lake's presence. Appearing mere feet away as the flames split apart, Gohan smiled, delivering a powerful punch that met Lake's fist with a resounding force, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that fractured the ground beneath them. Post-impact, Gohan seemed satisfied with Lake's display of strength. Both combatants vanished from sight, only for the realm around them to erupt in a tempest of lightning and flames, with golden energy clashing against negative forces, resulting in a cacophony of destruction. The air crackled with the sounds of their battle, the energy fluctuations reverberating from the heavens to the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. An explosion of radiant light ensued, as golden and crimson energies radiated across the landscape, shaking the earth and instilling terror in those who bore witness to the clash. Haha. Splendid. This is the essence of true combat. It sets my blood ablaze, Lake declared, having retreated several hundred meters before stabilizing himself, brushing away the blue blood from his hand, exclaiming with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Gohan, a kilometer away, steadied himself and replied with a smile, "Indeed, such battles are exhilarating. You possess remarkable strength." Although Gohan had not sustained any internal injuries, his left forearm bore burns from Lake's lightning flames, sending jolts of pain through his arm, hindering his full potential. Ah, Science, I truly anticipate your forthcoming battles. I yearn to see the strongest legends become history at my hands, Lake grinned wickedly, unleashing an even greater flame of power as he regained his composure. Is that so? Legends are not solely born by one. I doubt you possess the strength to alter that fate, Gohan countered, still smiling, as he began to gather a more potent energy. For within the understanding of each other's capabilities, the moment of reckoning was imminent. Chapter 5. The Cosmic Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 1. Both fighters gauged each other's limits, aware that only one victor would emerge. With energy fields enveloping them, even Gohan's ability to sense energy signatures could not reveal the disparity in their strengths. After sharing a knowing smile, both launched toward each other, dissolving into fleeting shadows before colliding in a tremendous clash that echoed like thunder. Inside the spaceship, this energy, such data, the young man mused, touching his nose thoughtfully. Over the past 6 months, he had not directly traveled from headquarters to Earth. Instead, he had sought out formidable fighters across the galaxy first. He reserved his visit to Earth for last, understanding the Saiyan royalty's nobility was not to be trifled with. However, this arrangement caused him to miss significant events on Earth, depriving him of the latest information on their strengths. The young man chuckled, observing the combat statistics on his computer, astonished by the rapid changes in the outside world. Has the world outside changed so drastically? He pondered, nodding in affirmation, for the information he had gathered had transformed immensely. Previously shocked by Goku's millionfold battle power in Super Saiyan 4, he found it hard to believe that such a powerful warrior could exist in the waning universe. Yet, what truly astonished him was the rapid growth of the individuals he had been monitoring. In less than 6 months, their powers had multiplied exponentially. During the Evil Dragon incident, they were unable to ascertain the battle's details due to the overwhelming negative energy, but witnessing Gohan's combat data now left him breathless, marveling at the Saiyan's terrifying combat prowess. Battle data, 180 million. In the realm of blue-brown hues, a brilliant crimson beam descended with unparalleled swiftness, cleaving a distinct rift in the vast expanse beneath a 10,000-meter sky. At that very moment, a blinding golden light surged upward, nearly matching the speed of the scarlet column as it pierced the heavens. High in the atmosphere, the fists of both combatants collided once more, scattering energy in all directions. The cataclysmic force unleashed a cacophony that resonated at over 1,000 decibels, the mere fluctuations in air pressure flattening the ground beneath their feet into a plane. Though the battle appeared evenly matched, the severity of their injuries revealed Gohan's distinct advantage. A prickling pain emanated from his right fist, while Reik, no longer exuding his previous arrogance, appeared somewhat disheveled, desperately attempting to fend off the terrifying onslaught of his opponent. He had anticipated that breaking his seal would lead to an overwhelming victory, yet he was utterly blindsided by the significant discrepancies in the data he possessed. With a combat power exceeding 1,000,000 megajoules, he had believed himself to be superior, looking down upon Gohan, who was merely in his Super Saiyan second state. After all, not long ago, the legendary Super Saiyan's battle metrics had been beneath his own, while Gohan had only recently attained the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan. However, the harsh realities of combat shattered his idealistic expectations. At that moment, Reik felt a surge of frustration towards the head of the reconnaissance team, who had failed to ascertain his opponent's current strength, marking the first time he experienced such a sense of inadequacy. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he relied solely on his external senses to gauge Gohan's movements. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind startled him, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Gohan's power was steadily escalating, his speed increasing in tandem. Before Reik could even adopt a defensive stance, Gohan's massive hand, resembling a specter of death, reached out and grasped the pointed tip of Reik's head. With a swift motion, he effortlessly hurled Reik thousands of meters away, leaving him disoriented. As Reik hastily adjusted his position, Gohan, who had initially been 100 meters away, appeared to blur, and then a flash of golden light struck him in the abdomen. A powerful uppercut sent Reik soaring over 10,000 meters into the air, and during that rapid ascent, he felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Having been launched twice, Reik found himself at the edge of the atmosphere, where the friction with the air generated intense heat. This brief sensation of discomfort momentarily cleared his mind, but deep within, fear of his opponent's overwhelming power began to take root. Accompanied by frustration over encountering such a formidable adversary in his initial battle and resentment towards the incompetent scout, Reik summoned forth a fierce blaze of energy, his body radiating heat comparable to thousands of degrees, and as he bolstered his power, he paid little heed to the effects of the scorching temperature. Muttering curses under his breath, Reik pierced through the atmospheric distortion, streaking across the sky like a comet, drawing closer to his ever-smiling opponent, Gohan. Yet, Gohan did not rush to attack. Instead, he calculated his next move, observing Raik's approach. As Raik surged forward in anger, Gohan swiftly retreated, increasing his speed. Suddenly, a realization struck Raik. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to halt his momentum, but Gohan, now behind him, executed a powerful kick that struck his chest, sending him spiraling into the sky once more. Enough! Gohan's dispassionate voice resonated in Raik's ears. As he ascended, he distinctly felt a warmth emanating from behind him. Before he could react, Gohan's right hand, aglow with golden light, slammed down upon him, sending him crashing into the ground. When the dust settled, a massive indentation resembling a palm print marked the earth, with Raik, battered and bruised, lying at its center. He crawled painfully, feeling the disorientation from the assault and coughing up more blood, his gaze beginning to blur. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 2. Exhaling a breath of despair, Gohan relaxed his body, though his demeanor had shifted towards a darker inclination for violence. After a moment's hesitation, he dove down once more, aiming to deliver a final blow. In that instant, a white silhouette darted from behind him, moving with a speed beyond Gohan's perception, seizing the severely injured Raik. Gohan furrowed his brow, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. Casting aside his concerns for Raik's identity, he unleashed the mightiest strike of the battle thus far, a powerful energy wave that surged forth, rapidly pursuing the retreating figure. Boring. The mysterious figure seemed to sense the impending threat, momentarily pausing in midair. As it turned to face Gohan, a slender finger from its elevated hand pointed at Gohan's approaching attack, creating a wave of energy that dissipated Gohan's formidable strike without causing an explosion, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. Gohan halted his pursuit, fixated on the mysterious figure, his fist trembling slightly, exhilarated by the challenge presented. In the fight, Gohan, the outcome is clear. You have won, the enigmatic figure declared coldly, casting a steady gaze over the 100 feet separating them. At that moment, Raik found himself grasped by the mysterious figure's left hand. Once stabilized, he recognized the figure's identity, his eyes narrowing in shock before quickly regaining composure. A smile creeping onto his face. I didn't expect you to show up, Saiyan, but you really lack discretion. Gohan remained silent, yet his inner resolve intensified. The person referred to as Saiyan glanced at Raik, and from his palm emanated beams of white light, visibly healing Raik's injuries. Without further ado, he released his grip and coldly stated, "You need to understand the situation." Upon hearing these words, Raik ceased his arguments. With a restored body that now possessed some aura, he was capable of levitating, floating behind Saiyan. In a brief moment of silence, for beams of light flashed from the distance as Vegeta and his companions arrived at Gohan's side. Sensing the shift in battle, they rushed over, only to find a mysterious figure had appeared among them, causing their expressions to darken. The elegant young man emanated a presence that far surpassed that of Raik. Just as both sides found themselves in a stalemate, a resonant laughter echoed from the distant skies. In an instant, a white beam of light appeared before Saiyan and Raik. Witnessing the emergence of this third figure, Gohan and the others grew increasingly solemn, and the atmosphere around them turned frigid. However, the enigmatic youth appeared unfazed by the chilling reception. With a bright smile, he spoke. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Neri, and these two are Saiyan and Raik. We hail from the far reaches of the universe. Raik's earlier provocation was merely a dialectical qualification match. I ask for your understanding. Qualification? Vegeta winced at this jarring term, his pallid face masking an endless fury. Yet, reason held him back, as he instinctively sensed a deeper meaning behind it. Gohan, OOB, and the others furrowed their brows, feeling the presence of some underlying intrigue in this confrontation. Observing the shifting expressions of the others, Neri's smile widened, and he pronounced each word deliberately. UNIVERSL FIGHTNG CHAMPIONSHIP. Upon hearing this proclamation, a tidal wave of emotions surged within them, their minds echoing the audacious declaration that could reverberate throughout the universe. The varying realms and astonishing powers of combat competitions were categorized into different tiers, ranging from national to global events. Indeed, certain martial-centric planets also hosted interstellar fighting tournaments. But could there truly be a universal fighting championship? Was this merely a colossal fabrication, or had it been in existence forgotten through the annals of cosmic history? Unable to ascertain the veracity of the Universal Fighting Championship, Vegeta, having fought for nearly half a century, had never heard of such an event within the universe. Yet, from the mouth of this suddenly appearing mysterious individual, they learned of its existence. Whether it was real or not rested solely upon their acknowledgement. Perhaps they all knew the answer. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, fear did not reside in their lexicon. Only the thrill of combat remained. The Saiyans were heralded as the most formidable race in the cosmos, and concurrently, they bore the moniker of battle maniacs. The origins of their strength throughout cosmic history were shrouded in mystery, but one certainty remained. They grew ever stronger through conflict. The fierce combat had ceased. Yet the shock from the earlier clash lingered. The Dragon Ball warriors, sensing the emergence of more mysterious figures, bore expressions of inquiry. Has the battle truly ended? The normally composed Master Roshi approached the nearby Tan, his demeanor grave. Having now learned to gauge energy signatures, Master Roshi felt the remnants of the earlier tumult. Cold sweat trickling down his back. It seemed that the fighting had indeed halted. However, Tian's expression revealed a hint of unease. For they still could not ascertain whether these beings were malevolent threats to Earth. The ease with which Siaku had countered earlier attacks intensified Tian's concern. Their power had evidently surpassed anything they could detect. Master Roshi shook his head in disappointment, reminiscing about 50 years prior when he had reigned supreme on this very Earth. Time spares none. The changes are indeed unfathomable. Nearby, Xiaofeng, Beulah, Krillin, and Android 18 sighed in relief. Though they sensed Gohan's strength had significantly increased, the presence of the formidable second figure cast a pall over their faces. Chapter 5. The Universal Fighting Championship. Entering a New Era. 3. Universal Fighting Championship? Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 state inquired directly, bolstered by his newfound confidence. Unconcerned, he understood his role as Earth's host. Indeed. We are here to invite you to participate in the Universal Fighting Championship. Since you are the rulers of this world, you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to join this event. As demonstrated by Lake's performance, I wonder if you would be willing to participate. Neri regarded Gohan, his smile retracting as he responded earnestly. What is the Universal Fighting Championship? Vegeta felt a chill at the thought of such an implausible event, yet the greater chill emanated from the mysterious and powerful young man before him. And why have I never heard of this before? Vegeta, not one to be easily deceived, narrowed his penetrating gaze at Neri. The group in unison expressed their questions, their unease palpable under the young man's imposing aura, except for Gohan, who was now preoccupied with the enigmatic Siaku, a figure capable of effortlessly dismantling Gohan's formidable energy attacks. Neri remained unfazed by their incredulity, responding with calm assurance, naturally. The Universal Fighting Championship is a grand tournament that occurs once every 10 million years, designed to crown the ruler of the universe, with all the strongest warriors participating. A tournament every 10 million years. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were astonished by the sheer enormity of the time frame. After all, such distant concepts felt ethereal, making the truth difficult to discern. Oh, so it truly is a tournament for all the universe's strongest? Vegeta maintained an outwardly composed facade, yet he could not suppress the excitement bubbling within. The prospect of fervent combat rekindled the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, and his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, began to settle. In their brief exchange, Vegeta assessed Neri's demeanor, noting Lake, scarred yet respectful, standing behind Neri, while the aloof Siaku remained indifferent, eyes closed in meditation. The polite demeanor of the speaking youth suggested that they were not enemies, for there was no necessity for deceit, especially regarding such a grand tournament. Very well, Gohan and Vegeta silently analyzed the implications of Neri's words. And after a moment of contemplation, they returned to their usual selves, though their sentences faltered momentarily. Neri seemed to grasp Gohan's unspoken thoughts, smiling as he added, "No problem, your families may accompany you. However, there is an additional condition. The most authoritative king of your Earth must also be invited to participate in this tournament." "Not an issue. We will handle that," Goten replied without hesitation, his naivety making him susceptible to the allure of such promises. The straightforward response this time evidently astonished the others, for the task at hand was by no means simple. Everyone cast curious glances. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, yet Goten remained unfazed, smiling as he had already devised a plan in his mind. "May I inquire if I can participate?" Obu lowered his head to ask, feeling a bit embarrassed as his name had not been mentioned amidst the others. "Oh, Mr. Obu can also join this competition, after all. You are one of the strongest on Earth and among the few formidable beings in the universe," Nier recalled his father's advice. Looking curiously at this seemingly ordinary yet powerful Earthling who responded with a composed smile. "Is that so? That's splendid." Obu exclaimed with excitement, shaking off the earlier gloom. After a brief exchange, everyone was invited to the home of Vegeta. As they sped along, Gohan observed the aloof Zack, deep in thought. As the group landed, a small, spirited figure dashed forward, calling out, "Daddy." Little Fong hurried towards them, but midway she halted, noticing three unfamiliar figures behind Gohan. Although she had traveled through the cosmos, she was nonetheless captivated by the peculiarity of Reik, and what truly frightened her was their terrifying strength. "They are guests," Fong, Gohan, understanding her flustered expression, turned to Nier and added a reassuring comment. Returning to his usual calm demeanor, Gohan smiled lightly. The others who followed also heard Gohan's words, though they maintained a temporary silence. Nier chuckled awkwardly, realizing his unexpected visit had alarmed everyone. After a round of introductions, the group finally settled, and Bulma invited them to be hosted. The tension from the earlier conflict seemed to dissipate. However, the struggle would not simply cease. Throughout the eons of cosmic evolution, countless individuals capable of suppressing all had emerged. Yet, history serves as the best testament that nothing is absolute, as long as the will to battle persists. Strife is destined to continue indefinitely. Ongoing combat fosters strength, and an increase in power necessitates further conflict. All are interdependent, making it difficult to pinpoint a beginning or an end. After a day of play, the robot Gulu finally felt a tinge of fatigue. Bulma's household robots had long been subjugated by this mischievous little imp. Leveraging its superiority, Gulu had become the leader of the robotic legion, despite being the smallest in size. Gulu, possessing a consciousness akin to a living being, lamented the relentless bullying it faced from Little Fong, thus seeking underlings to vent its frustrations, reveling in the newfound sense of superiority in training others. As it contemplated, Gulu occasionally broke into a mischievous grin. At that moment, having just disciplined a few younger bots, it floated contentedly in the air, whimsically drifting as it sought something intriguing. "Gulu, come here. I need to discuss something with you." A voice suddenly echoed beside Gulu, a stark contrast to the otherwise empty corridor. Gulu was not startled. Recognizing the familiar voice, it turned to see Gohan nearby. "Mr. Gohan," Gulu said without hesitation, gradually moving toward him, its tiny arms scratching its head. "Gulu, listen closely. I have a favor to ask of you. Please help me," Gohan said, his expression serious, though he struggled to suppress a smile at Gulu's playful demeanor. "Yes." Gulu sensed the gravity of the situation and ultimately agreed. What exactly this task entails is a secret shared between Gohan and Gulu. But it is this very secret that will determine Earth's future. Chapter 5. The Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 4. As time passed, night fell. Sensing a powerful aura, Vegeta ignited with fierce battle intent. His prideful nature dismissed the notion of joining the others in leisure, and since his return, he had re-entered the gravity chamber, training under increasingly harsh conditions. After witnessing Gohan's performance today, Vegeta felt an inkling that Gohan might have surpassed him. However, he refused to acknowledge it, for until now, he had only recognized one person as being ahead of him. "Dad, do you truly trust them?" Trunks stepped into the gravity chamber, observing the weary figure engrossed in training. Vegeta, absorbed in his regimen, was taken aback by Trunks' sudden concern. Lifting his head slightly in surprise, though his tone remained cold. "Yes, Trunks, I believe my answer is should be. Given their identities and strength, there would be no need to act otherwise. If there were any schemes, their power would undoubtedly be sufficient to obliterate us." Imagining Zack effortlessly annihilating Gohan's formidable strike. That may be true, but could there really be a cosmic martial arts tournament? Trunks asked, still tense with uncertainty. Despite his youth and naivety, he had sensed something unusual after so many battles. "I cannot say for sure." Vegeta's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness, his expression darkening. No one could fathom Vegeta's current feelings. Such a simple statement evoked the shadows of his past. The ignorance surrounding such a grand tournament stemmed from the near annihilation of his race, leaving him oblivious to history. Then why Trunks began, but Vegeta, having regained his composure, interrupted. "No, we must remain vigilant against them. That is our current task. Now, let us go and greet our guests." With that, Vegeta took a deep breath and strolled out of the gravity chamber. "Dad." Trunks watched his father's retreating figure. At the edge of the window, Nier approached Gohan, holding a glass of red wine, and quietly observed the moonlight, savoring a sip before lifting his gaze to the night sky. The two stood in silence. Yet Nier was the first to break it. "Forgive my intrusion, Mr. Gohan, but may I inquire as to your father's whereabouts?" Though Nier's voice was soft, It reached Gohan's ears clearly. Startled, Gohan turned to see Nier's face mirroring his own perplexity. Nier, of course, was well aware of Goku's identity, particularly recalling the intense battle he had witnessed, although it was known that the opponent possessed a mere 1,000,000 trillion combat power. Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan at its fourth stage evoked a sense of awe that Gohan and the others could not comprehend. At this moment, Nilai felt a twinge of regret. Having traveled from afar, his greatest desire was to witness the true visage of this king. Yet, upon his arrival, he found that the emergence of the evil dragon on Earth had thwarted his hopes, and after the ensuing battle, he could no longer glean any information about the king, as if he had vanished from the cosmos entirely. Of course, the fact that Nilai arrived on Earth 6 months after the evil dragon incident only added to his frustration, which he could not hide as he exuded an intimidating aura amidst the stillness. Gohan, upon observing Nilai's expression, turned away, equally oblivious to the answer and unaware of the fleeting glimmer of menace in Nilai's eyes. "I understand that you have been monitoring Earth for information about us due to the tournament," Nilai explained, misinterpreting Gohan's indifferent response as disdain. "I comprehend your situation. But regarding my father, I truly have no knowledge," Gohan candidly admitted, grasping Nilai's intent. At this moment, he felt no need to conceal the matter of the Dragon Balls. Sensing Gohan's unguarded gaze, Nilai accepted this reality, swirling the red wine in his glass as he leaned against the wall, lost in contemplation. Gohan, unwilling to elaborate further, recalled his earlier conversation with Kuro and gazed at the full moon illuminating the sky. A thought struck him, and a knowing smile graced his lips as he turned to join others in jovial conversation. A short distance away, Zack remained aloof against the wall, typically indifferent to the world around him. However, this time, he cast a glance at Gohan, who was engaged in playful banter with the others, and for a moment, his icy demeanor seemed to thaw as he observed Xiao Fang, Maluan, and Beulah. "Do you still resent me?" Zack asked, shaking his head and leaning back against the wall. A bitter smile etched on his face, his mind drifting to a petite figure and her melodious voice calling out to him. As the hosts, Vegeta and Trunks approached to converse, Vegeta meticulously monitored Nilai's every move, yet he remained unable to discern the depth of this young man's character. Amidst their light-hearted chatter, Nilai suddenly posed a question tinged with curiosity. "By the way, how do you intend to persuade your king to accept our invitation?" "That depends on Mr. Satan," Trunks replied, understanding Goten's intention, as all eyes turned to the elder. "Me?" Satan exclaimed in bewilderment, sweat trickling down his brow, utterly dumbfounded. Everyone nodded knowingly towards Satan, who, still perplexed, scratched the back of his head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Nilai and Lake began to regard this somewhat disheveled uncle with newfound seriousness, though they remained unaware of the underlying reasons for his demeanor, mistakenly believing he was merely eccentric. Upon reaching the palace, a guard entered and knelt before the king. "Your Majesty, Mr. Satan requests an audience." King Tanuki, adjusting his spectacles, contemplated the request before ultimately acquiescing. "Very well, let him enter." "Ah, Mr. Satan, what brings you here?" The benevolent king inquired politely, devoid of any airs of superiority, while he held little fondness for this boastful world champion. The king respected him for averting a catastrophic fate for Earth over half a year ago, an act that earned him the king's admiration. However, doubts lingered. He suspected that the true victor of the previous tournament may not have been this man before him. "Your Majesty, I have come to inform you that friends from a distant universe wish to invite you to embark on a journey through the cosmos," Satan stated directly, for there was no need for circumlocution. Upon grasping the intent, the king's expression shifted to one of gravity. After all, his role symbolized the stability of Earth. "How audacious! Are you attempting to kidnap the king with such outrageous pretexts?" A guard admonished fiercely. Satan remained unfazed by the guard's bravado, confident in his own abilities, while internally he mused that he was indeed unmatched in the mundane realm. No, it was also Mr. Satan who foresaw Earth's impending explosion, prompting our timely escape from disaster. The king recalled, the earlier hesitation dissipating. "However, Your Majesty, this proposal seems rather absurd. Even Mr. Satan should decline, for the king's safety is paramount to Earth," the guard urged anxiously. Satan dismissed the concern. He had encountered far more discerning individuals than this short-sighted guard and felt no need to indulge in such trivial matters. "No. There must be a valid reason behind this," the kind king interjected with a reassuring smile. "Indeed, Your Majesty. This invitation is extended because a grand cosmic fighting tournament is to be held, and Earth will have participants. As the ruler of Earth, it is imperative for you to witness this event," Satan elaborated. "Oh, Who from Earth will be participating? Is it you, Mr. Satan? The king inquired, his interest piqued by the thrilling prospect. No, merely a few of my disciples. Satan downplayed the involvement, concealing the Saiyan identities while boasting of his own. Very well. This is indeed a matter of pride for our Earth. I accept their invitation. When do we depart? The king replied, visibly at ease. The day after tomorrow in the morning, at Dr. Bulma's backyard. Satan respectfully provided the details, inwardly pleased to have fulfilled his duty. Then, I shall see you the day after tomorrow, the king smiled, adjusting his glasses as he observed Satan's retreating figure. As Satan left the palace, a guard voiced his concern. Your Majesty, did you truly agree to his request? Yes, after all, he is our great hero, the king asserted with unwavering determination. Though his thoughts lingered on another hero, the once youthful champion. Have you secured the agreement, Mr. Satan? Xiao Fang eagerly inquired upon his entrance. What happened, Mr. Satan? Everyone crowded around him, while Vegeta regarded him coldly, leaning against the wall. Of course, the title of Mr. Satan is not mere pretense. There is nothing in this world that can thwart me. I am the world champion of martial arts, and even the king holds me in high regard. Satan boasted once more. At this moment, he felt somewhat elated, thoroughly enchanted by his identity. How wonderful! Everyone cheered excitedly. And any trace of doubt that lingered on Vegeta's face vanished with the answers. Dad, have you seen Kuro over the past couple of days? Xiao Fang scanned the surroundings but still could not find the mischievous robot Kuro, causing her to furrow her brow. Oh, it's Kuro. Well, I haven't seen him either. Gohan replied somewhat awkwardly, a fleeting change in his expression revealing his reluctance to disclose Kuro's whereabouts. Where could he have gone? He knows we are supposed to depart today. Why is he wandering around? Xiao Fang complained. Indeed, we must be quick to leave. There's no time to search for Kuro, Gohan said, stroking Xiao Fang's hair. Perhaps he is hiding out of fear of danger. Xiao Fang reluctantly nodded, her mind conjuring a wicked thought. Just wait until I return. I'll have my way with that troublesome Kuro. The forlorn figure boarded the spaceship. Is everyone on board the spaceship? Neri directed his spacecraft, announcing, then we shall depart. Wait, I'm here too. A loud voice called out, and the turtle hermit hurriedly waved his left hand while dragging a large suitcase with his right, rushing over. Oh, everyone turned to look at the amusing old man. Cough, cough. I finally made it. The turtle hermit wheezed, seemingly relieved to have caught up. Grandpa Turtle, are you going too? Gohan inquired. Of course. The Universal Fighting Championship is a rare opportunity. I wouldn't want to miss it. The turtle hermit's sunglasses inexplicably gleamed. Really? Or are you just hoping to see beautiful women in space? Xiao Fang teased, rolling her eyes and elongating her voice. What? Have you seen through me? The turtle hermit blushed and stammered. Laughter erupted from everyone. All right, let's set off. Neri commanded. Yes, destination, base, initiate. The spaceship vanished at faster-than-light speed. Gohan and the others finally ventured beyond Earth into the cosmos. In that vast expanse, what adventures awaited them? At the dawn of a new era, everything remained uncertain. All that could be said was that their adventures and battles were about to commence. The sequel to Dragon Ball had officially begun. Chapter 6. The game begins, Attack of the Saiyan Warriors, Part 1. Gazing into the boundless universe, although traveling at superluminal speed. They felt like a mere slow turtle in the vastness of space. This scene bore witness to the enormity of the cosmos. Were the Saiyans truly the absolute rulers? Such thoughts could be bewildering, for there are always greater beings and greater mountains beyond the horizon. After organizing their belongings aboard the spaceship, everyone gathered in the spacious command hall, chatting and laughing as they anticipated the upcoming cosmic adventure. This feels quite delightful. It seems we truly ought to explore the outside world, Bulma said, leaning against the hatch and gazing out at the vibrant nebulae. The beauty of femininity shining through her eyes. Indeed, the outside world is far more exciting, Xiao Fang agreed, resting her head on the windowsill. But her previously jubilant mood suddenly dimmed as she caught a glimpse of young Goku's smile from outside, reminiscing about their journey a year ago, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Bulma, perceptive to Xiao Fang's sudden despondency, was aware of Goku's situation. Her dreamy gaze softened, and she gently stroked Xiao Fang's hair. Smiling as she said, "Don't forget, Marin asked us to take plenty of pictures for her." Kiki, they must have gone on their trip to M Country already. While Uncle Krillin spent half a year applying for this opportunity. What a dilemma. Provoked by Bulma's somewhat gleeful remarks, Xiao Fang chuckled and nodded vigorously. Indeed, poor Marin. Her tearful expression was quite adorable. I wanted to pinch her cheeks. Such insolence. Bulma exclaimed, seeing Xiaofeng lighten up and playfully tapped her on the head, provoking a mock protest from Xiaofeng, who stuck out her tongue. Zeke, for the first time, opened his eyes, hearing Xiaofeng and Bulma's banter. He felt no disdain but rather focused on their playful antics, the image of a graceful figure becoming clearer in his mind. If only you could be like them. Zeke thought to himself, revealing a faint smile, though the slight upward curve of his lips went unnoticed by others. It had been a long time since he had experienced the warmth of a smile. As for Korek, despite having been severely injured, Zeke had used his powers to heal him somewhat, but this was merely superficial. Even though machines had healed his internal injuries over the past few days, he still needed to rest alone for a while. After a couple of days of interaction, Gohan and the others had significantly changed their perception of Neri. They sensed his refined demeanor and perceived his apology for the previous offense, leading to a more harmonious interaction between them. Neri, may I ask how long it will take to reach the competition venue? After organizing his belongings, Gohan entered the command hall and realized he was the last to arrive, chuckling at his bookish obsession. Nevertheless, he addressed Neri, who sat at the front. Oh, Neri glanced at Gohan, nodded, and contemplated for a moment, having visited several other planets along the way to welcome other participants, then smiled as he replied. It will take approximately 3 months to reach the base. If you find the journey tedious and wish to train, you may use the gravity room. Although Neri directed his response to Gohan, his gaze shifted toward Vegeta. A gravity room? Gohan found Neri's answer somewhat surprising and turned to look at the familiar towering figure. Secretly amused by Vegeta's penchant for self-inflicted hardship, though he dared not voice it. Is there a gravity room here? Vegeta, who had been deep in thought against the wall, lazily opened his eyes and spoke in a somewhat indifferent tone. Yes, it can be adjusted to approximately 100,000 times Earth's gravity, Neri remarked, slightly taken aback by Vegeta's demeanor but nonetheless admired his proud warrior spirit. A true warrior does not solely rely on strength to achieve greatness. A remarkable warrior also embodies a certain charisma, much like Vegeta's aloof and proud nature, which reveals his exceptional qualities. What? That means we would have to endure 10,000 tons of weight? Trunks exclaimed, casting a startled glance at his father while internally praying to avoid such a prison sentence. After all, within the confines of his own gravity chamber, the maximum load he could endure was a mere 5,000 tons. A staggering weight that only became manageable after his transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Had it not been for the stern insistence of Vegeta's father, Trunks would have never subjected himself to such an arduous training regimen involving weights exceeding 1,000 tons. But that was a matter of years past. Indeed. Such an extreme training regimen. Even Goten began to voice his grievances. Unbeknownst to them, the might of the Saiyans was even more extraordinary. Yes, then we can train together. OOB replied with unexpected enthusiasm, likely a result of years spent under Goku's influence. Upon hearing this rebellious suggestion, Goten and Trunks shot OOB a fierce glare, their murderous intent sending chills down his spine, leaving him utterly perplexed as to what he had said wrong. Meanwhile, Bra observed with indifference, letting out a quiet sigh, remarking, yet another simple-minded individual. As Trunks' sister, Bra was acutely aware that her playful brother lacked the tenacity for grueling training. Despite possessing an enviable and formidable talent alongside Goten, their inability to endure hardship hindered them from reaching greater heights. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that over the years, this dynamic duo had indeed made considerable progress through their playful antics. That said, Bra was not particularly fond of the excessive training, having grown weary of her father's stringent training conditions. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, pecking like a chick. OOB, however, caught a whisper from Dura, lowering his head in embarrassment, feeling rather bashful. That suits me just fine. I hope you don't mind if I utilize it for a while, Vegeta said, slightly taken aback, yet a hint of satisfaction graced his features. May I inquire as to the location of the gravity chamber? His proud demeanor remained largely unchanged, and Vegeta, who preferred solitude and training, was not adept at social interactions. He gazed at Jenny, somewhat impolitely inquiring. It's on the lower level, Jenny replied politely, smiling. However, the attendant beside him clearly harbored disdain for Vegeta's arrogance, displaying dissatisfaction in both expression and demeanor, while Jack remained motionless, meditating quietly to the side. Chapter 6. The Game Begins, Assault on the Saiyan Warriors, Part 2. Thank you. I shall not hold back, Vegeta said, turning on his heel and waving his hand as he departed the command chamber. As they observed Vegeta's retreating figure, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. What does power truly signify? The king, seated nearby, held a plate in one hand and half-raised a teacup with the other. Upon hearing Vegeta's haughty words, he neglected to sip his hot tea. His gaze remained fixed on Vegeta's receding form, and he couldn't help but notice a resemblance to one of the enigmatic figures who appeared during the Cell Games. Could it be them? The king lifted his teacup, savoring the delicate aroma, while his peripheral vision remained attuned to those around him. What an arrogant fellow! Is that your disciple, Mr. Satan? An attendant, unable to tolerate Vegeta's demeanor, thought to himself. In his eyes, even though Vegeta stood nearly 6 feet tall, he appeared diminutive before the towering figure of over 6 feet of the attendant. Feeling the scornful gaze of the attendant, Mr. Satan felt a surge of anger, internally cursing. If it weren't for my position as the king's guard, I'd teach you a lesson for looking down on me. However, Mr. Satan dared not speak up, having spent enough time with Goku and his companions to know that their features were rather unorthodox. Once Vegeta had left the command chamber and the automatic doors had closed behind him, Mr. Satan could no longer contain himself. That one is not truly my disciple. However, his strength rivals that of my top disciple. He won't heed my advice, so be careful or you might get beaten and be none the wiser. Ignoring him, Mr. Satan, seated beside the king, pretended to sip his tea, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. The attendant, stung by Mr. Satan's veiled mockery, was about to retort. But the king's sharp gaze silenced him, leaving him disgruntled. What a foolhardy individual, many in attendance thought, observing the simple-minded brute with cold indifference. Vegeta is truly something else. So passionate about training. Jenny, I apologize for his earlier rudeness on my behalf, Bulma interjected politely, offering a courteous smile. Oh, it's nothing. Saiyans are inherently devoted to combat. As your host, we must not neglect our guests, Jenny replied with a smile, fully aware that the woman before him was Earth's most distinguished scientist and inventor. The previously tense atmosphere lightened somewhat, though it soon returned to its original calm. As he walked through the empty corridor, Vegeta's brow furrowed in contemplation. For someone as vigilant as he, the present circumstances could hardly be deemed peaceful. The origins of the newcomers were shrouded in mystery, and they were equally reticent about revealing their identities. Yet, sensing no malice from them, he pondered whether they were truly invaders, with their strength. Defeating the Saiyans would not pose a challenge. But was everything genuinely as simple as it appeared? Vegeta wrestled with these questions. The image of Goku flashing through his mind as he thought. Kakarot, what do you think the situation is? He then shook his head lightly, chuckling to himself. Am I starting to depend on him now? How absurd. This proud Saiyan prince of mine may indeed be coming to understand that strength represents everything. Unbeknownst to him, guided by a nervous attendant, Vegeta arrived at the end of the corridor, where a door awaited. Is this the gravity chamber? He mused, reading the inscription above. Pressing the door's switch, it opened with a soft hiss, allowing him to step inside. The attendant, who had been burdened by Vegeta's imposing aura, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow before returning to his duties. Oh, Vegeta observed the machinery before him, slightly astonished by the equipment. Though he had encountered many advanced devices at home, these were equally impressive, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. This must be the machine that controls and alters gravity. He deduced, striding forward. All right, let's begin at 10,000 times gravity. In the vast expanse of outer space surrounding a colossal planet, a dark vortex suddenly split the void, revealing a figure shrouded in swirling shadows emerging between 2 rows of cloaked individuals. Oh, is something amiss? The figure, with unnaturally white eyes, regarded the subservient attendants flanking him with intrigue, inquiring through his psychic senses. Lord King of the Underworld, Mero wishes for you to return to the demon realm in person. One of the forward black-robed figures stepped forward, bowing deeply and trembling as he delivered the message. Oh. The figure known as Sharo furrowed his brow, seemingly perturbed by his companion's command. Listen, he said. The tone of Lord Tianwang indicates that the demon lord has awakened. The one responding felt the chilling aura from Sharo, his voice faltering with fear, trembling in trepidation. The demon lord. Upon hearing this, Sharo's countenance shifted dramatically, his ever-changing visage unable to conceal the fervor within, coupled with profound reverence for that godlike being. Ha ha ha, Mero, you speak truly. For centuries ago, you forcibly awakened me. You informed me about the demon lord, and I initially dismissed it, but it appears all you foretold has come to fruition. It seems this companion of yours is indeed commendable. Sharo's consciousness radiated outward, imparting this revelation to all present in the demon realm. Their expressions altered, and as they contemplated pleading for mercy, the cloaked figure waved his hand. unleashing a dark strike that pierced through every one of them, ending their lives. In the moment of death, their eyes widened in disbelief. The truth of being with the king is akin to being with a tiger now validated, albeit at the cost of their lives. Those who know the truth must perish, yes? Marrow, it has been several million years since I last returned. These self-important former demon kings are truly nothing but utter fools. Sharo remarked disdainfully, observing his feeble subordinates with a cold tone that conveyed his deep loathing for these insignificant beings. Aware of the demon realm's decline, he held contempt for those regarded as puppet kings. Now that the demon lord has awakened, the game shall finally commence, Sharo declared, pointing a finger that tore open a rift in the air ahead, stepping through and vanishing from this realm. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault on the Saiyan. A series of data flickered across the vast computer screen. A bright signal steadily approaching the center on the radar. Report, young master, we have detected Captain Nita's ship from the Y Galaxy heading towards us, a subordinate relayed. Oh, is that so? They have completed their mission at this time, Journally replied softly, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, though his smile bore a hint of malevolence. Make preparations to open the docking bay and welcome them. After all, guests are to be treated with courtesy, Journally commanded, his smile growing more pronounced. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged before retreating to carry out the orders. In another spaceship, a gruff voice questioned, laced with disdain, such stubbornness. I find such men utterly detestable. Damn it, what are your true intentions? A man, forced to kneel, shouted in anger, regret and fury evident in his gaze. Surrounded by several bloodied corpses, he felt the weight of his injuries and realized he had invited a wolf into his home. Oh, haha. It is nothing more than your headquarters sent to welcome the Saiyans. And the Saiyans are the rulers of the universe, so we merely wish to witness their prowess. A man seated centrally said, his condescending eyes fixed on the defeated foe, while the earlier speaker stood to his left. Spare me your nonsense. Your intentions are far from innocent. What do you vile creatures plan to do to the young master? The warrior-like figure retorted, attempting to rise in indignation. Yet, this futile effort caused the man at the center to frown slightly, a single finger lowered, unleashing overwhelming energy that forced the resisting man back to the ground with a resounding thud. In that instant, the kneeling man turned pale, filled with rage at the humiliation. His teeth clenched as he glared at the figure before him, as if wishing to devour him whole. He possesses a sharp mind, it seems. Brother, there is no need to bully this weakling. Let us reveal our grand scheme to astonish these insignificant beings, lest they remain ignorant, the man on the right mocked, eyeing the vulnerable one before him. A scheme? What could that possibly entail? The kneeling man inquired, his eyes glimmering with urgency. Well, it's not much of a secret. We discovered some connections between the Saiyans and the universe fighting tournament through ancient texts. As the rulers of the universe, the Saiyans must harbor some secrets. Thus, if we can eliminate them first, the Lissa people shall become the new rulers. Wouldn't you agree? Esteemed Captain Nita, the man seated in the center chuckled, having pulled out a peculiar, tattered scroll, igniting it in flames and reducing the ancient text to ash, which he let fall to the ground. What? You harbor such intentions? You are utterly mad, beyond foolish. Nita glared at the three men, stunned by the revelation of the texts, but as they were destroyed, he snapped back to reality, roaring in outrage. Enough of your prattle, or I shall not hesitate to dispose of you first, the frivolous figure on the left threatened, his haughty gaze implying that further words could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to announce, Leader, the distant spaceship has signaled us to meet with them, and the docking bay is now open. Oh, is that so? The man paused, then burst into laughter. What a fortuitous turn. Let us proceed immediately. He suddenly appeared rejuvenated, rising to his feet. This is bad for the young master, the kneeling man thought. Recalling the malicious trio with trepidation, the docking door swung open, revealing a welcoming subordinate. The middle-aged man leaned beside Nita, flanked by his companions, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the welcoming figure. Lord Nita, greetings. The attendant bowed respectfully. No tricks, Alyssa man warned, pressing a finger against Nita's lower back. The chilling aura signaling imminent danger. Enough of your meddling. Where is the young master? I wish to introduce these gentlemen, Nita said, compelled to feign compliance. The young master is in the reception room, the attendant replied. Very well, let us proceed. The four figures advanced together, all heading in the same direction. Upon entering the reception room, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows, instinctively sensing a hint of danger in the air. As his gaze swiftly scanned the opulent surroundings, he noticed several individuals seated within. At the moment their eyes met, A chilling aura of hostility penetrated his being. The middle-aged man smiled with intrigue, already aware of the prominent figures from Nita through prior knowledge, and upon encountering the unfamiliar Gohan, he instinctively recognized his Saiyan lineage. Gohan, too, felt an oppressive presence surveying the room as they entered the reception area. The latent fury stirred within him, inciting feelings of displeasure and aversion, setting the stage for a clash of wills. Goten, OOB, and Trunks, keenly attuned to the atmosphere, ceased their conversation with Journey and focused on the formidable figure before them. Ah, the hosts and guests are present, making matters much simpler. Greetings, I am Kelly, the Lazarian you wish to invite. The one on my left is Sa, and the one on my right is E. The self-proclaimed Kelly exuded an even greater force, effortlessly dispelling Gohan's pressure without preamble. What does this mean? One of Journey's companions, standing behind him, inquired with disdain, glaring at the trio. Nothing, merely a greeting and an introduction, Kelly replied with a hint of derision. Do not be rude. I warn you to tread carefully, or I shall end you. The man stepped forward, but was halted by Journey's outstretched hand. Do you possess such power? Sa taunted. The man was clearly infuriated, his face flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the aloof Zack remained unaffected by the tension. Enough, FIM, do not act impulsively. However, I must inquire. Kelly, what does your presence signify? After all, guests are to be treated with respect. What is your purpose? Journey once again restrained FIM's hand with his own. Chapter 6. The game begins. Assault on the Saiyan Warriors, Part 4. It is nothing of consequence. We merely wish to meet the Saiyans, correct? Sa, E? Kelly sneered. What? Goten, OOB, and Trunks were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically, while Gohan remained indifferent to their astonishment. Oh, are the three of you also Saiyans? Kelly's eyes glinted with surprise upon observing their reactions, particularly Gohan's detachment. What is your intention? Do you seek to battle the Saiyans? Journey asked casually, though the tea in his cup rippled from the disturbance in the air. No, nothing of the sort. I merely thought that if we were to defeat the Saiyans first, we would ascend to be the new rulers, thus swiftly advancing to the finals, would we not, Prince Journey? Journey? Gohan's demeanor shifted as he fixed his gaze intently on Kelly, a simmering anger evident in his tone as he sought satisfactory answers. Goten and the others regarded Journey with barely concealed fury. Journey's smile faded entirely, and sensing Gohan's coldness, he reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement, explaining, this is not a secret. My father was meant to discuss this with you personally, as I am not well versed in the matters of the tournament. Gohan remained noncommittal to such a response, and Goten and the others chose not to pursue the matter further, continuing to lock eyes with Kelly and his companions. Are we to commence battle now? Goten and Trunks exchanged solemn glances with their adversaries. Indeed, young Prince Journey, consider this a preliminary round, merely a contest among ourselves. Therefore, I implore you not to intervene. Kelly declared with a malicious grin. Journey understood that combat was now inevitable and sighed, stating, however, you cannot fight here. Proceed to the gravity chamber, where the superalloy can withstand tremendous force. Very well. It matters not. Both parties acquiesced, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation for battle. Coughing, Vegeta, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath after an extensive training session, lying on the ground with his eyes fixed on the ceiling of the gravity chamber, replaying the events of the past few days in his mind. Yet at this moment, his brow furrowed once more as he muttered to himself, oh, what a bothersome and tedious affair. Vegeta, detecting the rising intent to fight between the two parties from a distance of 10 paces, deduced the underlying tension, his warrior instincts sharpening with interest. Just then, the door slid open, and several figures strode in. Journey led the way, his gaze not meeting Vegeta's. As he turned to address the 7 individuals behind him, this is the place. Kelly had anticipated an empty room, but upon entering, his heart skipped a beat as he locked eyes with Vegeta, whose piercing glare emanated an overwhelming pressure. He chuckled lightly, shaking off the oppressive aura. Sandy, witnessing Vegeta's imposing presence, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, their earlier mockery silenced as they gazed in trepidation at the titan before them. Vegeta did not immediately respond. After Kelly had dissipated the tension, he raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he acknowledged the strength of his opponents. Father. Trunks began to explain the situation to Vegeta, but Vegeta waved his hand, signaling that he had already surmised their intentions. Experience had taught him to recognize unnecessary complications from Gohan's expression. You are also Saiyans, are you not? We are Lazarians, here to issue a challenge, Kelly declared, his aura surging as he broke through Vegeta's energy field, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Vegeta regarded the display with a dismissive smile, viewing it as mere theatrics. Despite the provocations, he remained unfazed. Trunks, Goten, and OOB felt the overwhelming pressure from their adversaries, struggling to maintain their footing. Gohan sighed, exasperated by their antics, and neutralized the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Journey and Zack similarly regarded the situation with disdain, their own energies emanating without disturbance. In contrast, FIM grappled with the overpowering force, while the others appeared visibly strained. That insolent fool, Sa, stung by Vegeta's scornful gaze, could not bear the humiliation and cursed loudly. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth, and he was met with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Fear surged within him as a dispassionate voice whispered in his ear. "Sleep now." Boom. A resounding explosion suddenly erupted within the gravity chamber. Thankfully, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity to 30,000 times, preventing the initial strike from piercing through the spacecraft. However, the immense force still slammed Sa's head forcefully against the ground, creating a depression in the surrounding area. Blood flowed from Sa's nostrils as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing past him. Just as he turned to discern the truth, he found Vegeta crouched on the floor, his hand poised dangerously near Sa's mouth, his eyes devoid of warmth or compassion. A profound sense of life and death crisis surged within Kelly, compelling him to disregard his comrade's fate as he darted away, appearing several meters distant in an instant. Meanwhile, he, reacting more slowly, finally grasped the alarming situation. Overwhelmed with fear, he struggled to formulate a strategy, only to witness Vegeta's figure vanish once more. Yi's face paled in horror, and as he attempted to flee, he found himself suddenly immobilized, feeling the warmth of blood trickling from his head as Vegeta's hand pressed down mercilessly on the back of his skull. His body rotated 90 degrees, kissing the ground with a resounding crash, suffering injuries that were no less severe than those of his friend Sa. The two explosive impacts reverberated through the spacecraft, occurring almost simultaneously, marking an undeniable display of lethal prowess. Goten, Trunks, and OOB stared in astonishment at Vegeta's meteoric rise in power, rendered speechless by his overwhelming dominance. Gohan, however, keenly sensed the fluctuations in Vegeta's energy, a knowing smile breaking across his face. Jiraiya appeared contemplative, silently observing Vegeta's ferocity, while the indifferent Zack maintained a haughty demeanor, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. Witnessing the explosive defeat of his ally, Kelly's heart sank with trepidation, prompting him to retreat further from his adversary. At last, his own power surged forth, a tempestuous energy shaking the gravity chamber, manifesting as a vibrant azure flame. Boredom. Kelly attempted to resist, but upon Vegeta's declaration, he felt the intensity and speed of Vegeta's assault escalate. A powerful elbow strike landed in Kelly's abdomen, the transmitted force instantaneously spreading throughout his body, shattering all his defenses. A decisive blow. The blurred figure remained vividly etched in his mind, not particularly tall, yet looming large in his consciousness. No, this cannot be. Kelly gasped, clutching his abdomen, blood and saliva mingling at his lips, disbelief clouding his vision as he looked up at the already departing Vegeta. Anguish mingled with endless fear surged within him, and before he could contemplate further, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Arrogant fool, Vegeta remarked coldly as he exited the gravity chamber, disregarding those present and departing alone. The stunned expressions of Goten and his companions lingered as they reflected on the recent events, astonished by Vegeta's single utterance. They had failed to perceive the fluidity of Vegeta's movements during the battle. This overwhelming victory had completely defied their expectations. After all, they understood that while Kelly's strength was not formidable, it would still require Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans to overcome him. Gohan, too, felt a shock of realization. He had not anticipated Vegeta's transformation over the past 6 months. Yet, recalling Vegeta's self-destructive training methods, Gohan could only manage a rueful smile. Jiraiya chuckled softly, gesturing for his subordinates to restore order in the chamber, his gaze lingering on the rapidly retreating figure of Vegeta. His earlier smile replaced by a more peculiar expression. Zack has finally opened his eyes, he mused, observing the fading silhouette of Vegeta before shaking his head, lost in thought. Thus, the farce concluded, leaving behind a sense of bemusement. Chapter 7. Goku's Return. A new battle in a vast expanse of vibrant greenery. Life flourished under the gentle caress of the breeze, the azure sky and fluffy clouds providing a serene backdrop. The sunlight, though not blinding, imparted a soft warmth. The gurgling of the stream filled the air, tiny droplets playfully dancing, composing a tranquil melody. A faint whisper of wind accompanied a colossal emerald dragon weaving through the sky, its horns resembling withered wood, and eyes that occasionally glimmered with a crimson hue. Its delicate whiskers flowed with the breeze, its silent demeanor exuding an aura of quiet authority. This was the dragon that had vanished for half a year. Things appear far more complicated than I anticipated. Did I err? The dragon pondered, bowing its head in contemplation. My memories are but fragments, and that individual remains elusive. How troublesome. Has the prophecy truly come to pass? The awakening dragon seemed to curse someone silently. And having made a decision, it resolved to verify the accuracy of the prophecy, even at the cost of its ultimate fate. With newfound determination, the dragon's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, and before it, the space warped in a spiraling distortion. In the wake of the red light, a diminutive figure emerged from the shattered fabric of reality. That familiar form, that playful and endearing visage, that signature gesture, Goku. Summoned by the dragon. Wukong chuckled as he touched his spiky hair, his youthful visage reflecting his simplistic intellect. His bare torso was adorned with tattered blue garments wrapped around his waist. Wukong, with his other hand, wiped his nose, seemingly unfazed by his dirty appearance, and inquired, "Dragon, is there something of great importance? Why the urgency to summon me back?" It turned out that since Wukong had arrived in this unknown and mystical realm with the dragon, he had grown restless. He had tirelessly persuaded the dragon to allow him to train in other dimensions of the universe. Although the opponents he faced in these realms were not particularly formidable, Wukong relished the challenges posed by the emperors of those lands. He felt his strength and endurance, which had waned, gradually returning after half a year of rigorous training. Thanks to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, though his physique remained that of a child, Wukong was aware that his current power far surpassed that of 6 months prior. The dragon did not respond directly, but after sensing the resurgence of Wukong's strength, he contemplated the situation, perplexed as to why Wukong would pursue such endeavors despite his identity. The dragon ceased his musings and let out a deep sigh, gazing silently at the sky. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wukong, who typically shunned deep inquiries, asked, "Dragon, what troubles you? Why do you appear lost in thought?" Adjusting his belt, he prepared to don his tattered blue top once more. "I sense an ominous premonition, Wukong. It seems the universe faces peril once again," the dragon replied, turning to the freshly trained Wukong with a heavy sigh. "What do you mean? Is there a new enemy? But we still have Gohan and Vegeta. They will protect the universe. You need not worry," Wukong said innocently, fastening his clothing while folding his hands behind his head, swaying leisurely. "No, this impending catastrophe is not so easily resolved. The adversary's power greatly exceeds that of the evil dragons," the dragon declared gravely, his somber tone amplifying the tension in the air. "Is that so?" Wukong opened his eyes, halting his swaying, skeptical yet intrigued. His gaze drifting slightly as he lamented inwardly, "What a pity, I cannot engage him in battle." "Indeed, Wukong, I have pondered long upon this. Only you can avert this calamity," the dragon mused, gazing thoughtfully at the sky, where a multitude of fragmented prophecies lay hidden within his chaotic memories. "Is that true?" Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared intently at the dragon, fearful of any sudden changes in the dragon's intentions. His excitement bubbled over, and upon receiving the dragon's affirmation once more, he began to leap joyfully. "However, there is another issue. Your body has shrunk due to the Black Star Dragon Balls, which is disadvantageous, especially as your power is suppressed. Allow me to restore you to your former stature. It will greatly enhance your chances," the dragon said, turning to face the small Wukong encircling him. "Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, dragon," Wukong exclaimed, bouncing around in elation. The dragon observed Wukong, contemplating various matters. As he spoke, a radiant red light emanated from the dragon's eyes, illuminating the jubilant Wukong. In an instant, Wukong's body began to transform, his muscles rippling, bones cracking as he gradually grew taller. After enduring a modicum of discomfort, his petite form was restored to its previous formidable stature, bringing forth the robust Wukong once more. As Wukong's physique was restored, the dragon also retrieved Wukong's garments, significantly enhancing their resilience. In that moment, Wukong's powerful form radiated an overwhelming aura, shocking the dragon with the disturbance of energy that filled the air. This is truly magnificent. I have returned to my adult form." Wukong's voice resonated differently now. He gazed at his body, running his hands over his solid chest, thoroughly satisfied, while also expressing gratitude to the dragon. "Thank you, dragon. Now, let us depart." The dragon concealed his astonishment, aware of the urgency at hand, and refrained from further delays. Once more, his eyes glowed red, and as the light enveloped Wukong, his robust figure vanished in an instant, marking the commencement of the prophesied events. Yet, the dragon continued to gaze pensively at the empty skies, lost in contemplation, pondering whether Wukong could indeed thwart this impending disaster. After all, he was a Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 7. Wukong's Return, A New Battle, Part 2. The scene shifted to the realm of the Supreme Kai. It remained as serene as ever. A sanctuary within the universe, inaccessible even to the gods of the mortal realm. The environment rivaled that of Earth, truly a paradise among the stars. Having accompanied Wukong to the Supreme Kai's realm, and with nowhere else to return, the duo of Su Wulong and his son, whom Wukong met in the skeletal dimension, now resided in the Supreme Kai's domain. Their familiarity with the Supreme Kai allowed them to roam freely, often teasing the old Supreme Kai's crystal ball to observe the universe beyond, filled with laughter and mirth. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai sat on a large stone, leisurely fishing, their eyes closed in a state of blissful detachment. Beneath their righteous facade lurked the ugly truths, as their apparent tranquility masked a wager made in jest. The victor would have the privilege of selecting 3 magazines from the other's prized collection of beautiful women. Indeed, the decline of morals had even tainted the Supreme Kai, proving that proximity can influence one's character. However, Su Wulong and his son viewed this differently. Birds of a feather flocked together. A gentle breeze rustled their hair as silence enveloped their world, contrasting sharply with the gray underworld. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the old Supreme Kai's hands. Half-lidded, he opened his eyes, observing the increasingly agitated fishing line, yet he restrained his excitement, waiting patiently for the fish to bite. But just as the line reached its peak tension, a shout erupted, startling not only the fish but also the old Supreme Kai, who had been on the verge of reaping the rewards of his patience. "What? Is that son Wukong? How can he have returned?" The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement flooding his expression. Before the old Supreme Kai could express his frustration, believing his junior to be incapable of losing gracefully, the mention of Wukong's name transformed his anger into surprise. "What did you say? Wukong has returned? I thought he had vanished with the dragon forever. Are you mistaken?" The old Supreme Kai, appearing contemplative, spoke aloud, then murmured softly to himself. Could it be that new perils are arising? Indeed, it was Goku's energy he sensed. The old Supreme Kai initially blushed as he explained, but upon observing the pensive demeanor of the old Kai, he quickly regained his composure and repeated his inquiry. Meanwhile, the father and son duo, the Wukong family, were taken aback by the old Supreme Kai's significant reaction, staring blankly at the old Kai, who was lost in thought, resting his chin in his hand. What could this possibly mean? They wondered, their curiosity piqued. After all, it had been 1,000,000 years since the last crisis. The old Supreme Kai, disregarding their presence, spoke gravely, his profound gaze devoid of its previous distractions, setting aside his fishing rod to delve deep into contemplation. At that moment, the previously confused Supreme Kai recalled something, exclaimed in astonishment, and echoed, "Could it be that matter? What should we do about it?" The old Supreme Kai raised his gaze to the lofty blue sky, seemingly in search of answers, while the Supreme Kai bowed his head, lost in thought. And the Wukong father and son exchanged helpless glances. Transitioning to another planet, Goku chuckled. What a predicament. I haven't yet inquired about Gohan and the others from Shenron. Yet here I am on this desolate world. He surveyed the barren landscape and, with a wry smile, remarked, well, I suppose I must use instant transmission to track their whereabouts. Goku prepared himself for the technique, but after a brief moment, he released his fingers, his expression abruptly shifting as a dull thud echoed. He relaxed his furrowed brow and chuckled. Ha ha, it seems I should fill my stomach first, after a bit of activity. I'm hungry, which is understandable. The dull thud was the sound of Goku's stomach protesting, after training for half a day and being summoned by Shenron. He had forgotten about his hunger. Now, with his stomach's rebellion, this simple-minded fellow finally awakened to the reality of his needs. Food is paramount, especially for Saiyans. In addition to their fervor for battle, their prodigious appetites are another distinguishing trait. Goku dismissed further thoughts and used instant transmission to leap to a planet teeming with life. After a wild feast, he patted his slightly bulging belly and sighed. Chi-Chi says I should only eat until I'm 7/10 full. I suppose I'll stop here. Yet, this simple declaration left everyone in the restaurant astounded. The waiter, standing behind Goku, gazed in disbelief at the towering pile of dishes, speechless. What struck them as most bizarre was that this voracious eater claimed that the equivalent of a meal for 20 was merely his 7/10 full. What kind of anatomy allowed for such a slight protrusion? It seemed a flagrant violation of the law of conservation of mass, and many pondered this incredulously. "All right, my friend. Let us settle the bill," Goku said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, then reached into his bag to produce a glass orb. This scene left the patrons in utter shock, many petrified in place. The waiter, who had been smiling, extended his hands, only to collapse into a state of complete despair upon seeing the glass sphere. He bellowed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to dine and dash? You're quite the arrogant one." The middle-aged waiter, observing Goku's youthful visage, ceased to be courteous and unleashed a torrent of curses. He realized that if this fellow truly attempted to escape without paying, his wages for the month would surely vanish, let alone any bonuses. Given the sheer volume of food Goku had consumed, Goku, momentarily taken aback, eventually grasped the situation and chuckled sheepishly as he patted the back of his head. It turned out that during his travels in other realms, he had found that this particular planet was scarce in glass, rendering the orb a treasure of immense value in that world. Currency often varies between different worlds, and even Goku, in his simplicity, understood this notion. While the patrons murmured among themselves, Goku paid little mind to the incessant threats from the waiter. Instead, he pulled out another small item from his bag and placed it on the table. Instantly, the entire restaurant fell silent, many gasping in astonishment, and the waiter froze, his eyes gleaming with greed, drooling like a fool. For Goku had unveiled a 10-carat diamond. Chapter 7. Goku Returns, The New Battle, Part 3. Is this sufficient? I shall take my leave now. The waiter stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as Goku's familiar voice echoed in his ears, instinctively nodding in response, completely oblivious to the fact that Goku's figure had already vanished. The noise of the bustling street filled the air, vehicles whizzing by, showcasing the advanced technology of this planet. A familiar silhouette strolled down the avenue, bright eyes beneath crescent-shaped brows taking in the surroundings. Goku, feeling the outline of his abs through his clothing, seemed to be reminiscing about the recent banquet. "Ah, this place is quite nice, but compared to Earth, it still pales in comparison," Goku commented, observing his surroundings. Yet, upon mentioning Earth, a shadow of melancholy flickered across his typically jovial demeanor. After all, Goku vividly recalled Shenron's words, "Only by departing from this mortal realm can peace truly arrive." A gentle sadness washed over him as he reflected on his childhood, warm memories flooding his mind, gradually restoring his spirits. Just then, a raucous voice pierced through the air, drawing Goku's attention. As he turned to investigate the source, he noticed a crowd gathering, sensing an ominous aura of death. His brows knitted in concern. "Oh, what is this? Is that the former king? How unfortunate that he has fallen to such depths." A well-dressed brute kicked a frail elder, causing the crowd to recoil in fear and trepidation. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Another burly man rushed to support the elderly figure, whose bruised visage revealed the cruelty of the attack. He glared menacingly at the assailant, exclaiming, "You vile traitor, Jean. How dare you harm His Majesty?" "Humph, a king? He has nothing but a worthless life now, isn't he?" The ruffian retorted arrogantly, turning to smirk at the soldiers flanking him. "Despicable! I shall end you." The man, consumed by rage, lunged forward, yet the arrogant brute merely tilted his head aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. He then kneed the assailant's gut with tremendous force, sending him crashing backward, rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt, blood spilling from his mouth. The elder scrambled to his feet, rushing to assist the injured soldier. Goku, however, refrained from intervening just yet. With keen perception, he detected the soldiers' hidden treachery. Strands of dark energy emanated from their crowns, curiously converging toward the resplendent palace located thousands of meters behind them. In this moment, Wukong recalled the scene of battling the fully formed baby. The dark energy surrounding him bore a striking resemblance to baby's method of absorbing humanity's negative emotions to enhance his own power. Ah, what a connection indeed. However, the king had already issued his orders. You no longer had a reason to live, and I could eliminate you at any moment. It seems the time is ripe. Allow me to obliterate both of you in one swift move. As he gathered a key blast in his hand and directed it towards them, Wukong's formidable consciousness had already enveloped the area, allowing him to clearly perceive the sudden surge of dark strands above the man's head, which multiplied several times. At the same time, a glimmer of red light emanated from the man's eyes, and a key blast materialized in his hand, as if by instinct. Wukong furrowed his brow. And in that abrupt moment of change, he quickly advanced and grasped the bright red ki blast, effortlessly neutralizing the impending destruction. Seeing Wukong's overwhelming power, the man momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his demeanor, stammering, "Who are you to dare oppose me?" Wukong replied, "I am of Earth." Ignoring the astonishment of those present, he focused on the faint dark energy swirling around his right hand, realizing that he had inadvertently preserved some of it during the earlier explosion. To his astonishment, the purity of this negative energy surpassed that of the evil dragon itself. "Earthling? Humph, you must be tired of living." Jin observed that his troops had surrounded Wukong, and he felt a sense of relief, threateningly bellowing as he swung down towards Wukong's head. Yet, Wukong made no attempt to evade, merely chuckling coldly. Recognizing the threat, the man swiftly leapt back and unleashed a ki blast towards Wukong, but with a mere flick of his hand, Wukong redirected the attack, sending it hurtling back at an even greater velocity. Jin was taken aback, and as the dark strands above him surged once more, his strength escalated again. Strangely, his seemingly poisoned hand, now blackened, grasped his own ki blast and absorbed it back into his body. Wukong observed all these transformations, understanding that the opponent was not merely absorbing the ki, but that the dark energy was devouring his power. Watching the blackness spread across Jin's form, it was clear he was enduring immense agony, his expression contorted into a grotesque mask. With a swift motion, Wukong leaped into action, placing a hand upon Jin's crown and unleashing a radiant white light that forcefully eradicated the dark energy. Jin appeared to be liberated, and as Wukong's white aura surged into him, his previously darkened body reverted to its original state. However, unable to withstand the clash of powerful forces within him, Jin coughed up a mouthful of black blood and fell into unconsciousness. The surrounding soldiers gazed in terror at this immensely powerful and enigmatic figure. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Wukong had already executed his actions, cleansing the dark energy from each person's head and rendering them all unconscious in mere moments. This overwhelming display of power left everyone present in shock. They had not witnessed Wukong's movements, yet they beheld the astonishing feat of him effortlessly defeating dozens within a span of mere seconds, leaving the atmosphere eerily silent. Wukong paid no heed to their gazes, instead striding towards the elder known as the king, eager to uncover the truth behind the events. The king and his guard, upon encountering the unfamiliar Wukong, approached slowly, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. To repay you, do you have any requests?" "I shall do my utmost." Wukong smiled as he lifted the bowed elder, directly inquiring, "I wish to know the secrets of these individuals." Upon hearing Wukong's request, both the elder and the guard exchanged apprehensive glances, evidently torn about whether to divulge such knowledge, fully aware of the terror that lay within. Despite Wukong's evident might, they were uncertain if he could indeed triumph over that darkness. "I will assist you in resolving this matter, so please speak the truth," Wukong urged, having sensed a subtle dark force stirring from a distance, originating from the resplendent palace itself. Given the elder's status as king, Wukong's intuition was keen, and he soon discerned the gravity of the situation. Most troubling was the fluctuating presence of that dark energy, sometimes converging on one being, at other times on three. Although it lacked the sheer horror of the super one-star dragon, its malevolence was undeniably potent. Could the cosmic catastrophe the dragon spoke of refer to this? Wukong pondered. Having endured countless battles, he was no longer naive to the nature of conflict. Chapter 7. Wukong returns, a new battle, Part 4, within the opulent hall. Three towering figures sat regally, their faces nearly identical, each delineating a visage of formidable authority, with a pair of fierce eyes beneath their brows. The one in the center bore a black lightning mark upon his forehead. This middle-aged man was gathering a ball of lightning in his hand, its intricate tendrils of electricity weaving together, yet no one could fathom the destruction such a ball could unleash across vast expanses of land. At this moment, his brows knitted tightly, his profound gaze fixated ahead. "Eldest brother, you feel it too, don't you? Someone has forcefully erased our mark," remarked the figure seated on the left, unable to contain his thoughts any longer. The man with the lightning mark did not respond, but the one to his right interjected. "Indeed, third brother, and you too sense the familiarity of this individual's aura." Upon hearing his second brother's words, the third brother's expression darkened. He recalled the unmistakable aura he had felt when Wukong unleashed his white light, reminiscent of an encounter from over half a year ago. "Regardless of who he is, we shall eliminate him upon encounter," declared the eldest brother, his apprehension stemming from the fact that the opponent's aura had vanished entirely after a sudden eruption, leaving him in a state of confusion as he sought the individual's whereabouts, only to discover that he seemed to have vanished from this planet altogether. Yet, one thing remained crystal clear. The foe had not departed. Are you suggesting that, over 6 months ago, another star system near yours was suddenly annihilated, and from that destruction emerged a tremendous energy field? The individual who usurped your throne hails from that very system? After hearing the elder and Wei's explanations, Wukong recounted the essence in his own words. However, what truly astonished him was the revelation of a colossal energy field emerging in a neighboring galaxy. When he attempted to sense it with his aura, he discovered that the space had already become distorted and illusory, rendering his spirit unable to uncover its secrets. One thing he confirmed, though, was the absence of any signs of life within that realm. The situation was roughly as follows. Since their arrival, they had taken control of the majority of the soldiers and warriors overnight. Naturally, those who defied his rule had been slaughtered by over 90%. As for me, due to my royal status, he was reluctant to end my life so swiftly. The elder's eyes, somewhat clouded, reflected the despair of encountering such a tragic fate in his twilight years, dimming his spirit. Indeed, without his infusion of power, these soldiers would not have grown so formidable. Jean, who was previously no match for me, now stood beyond my reach. Wei also mentioned that regarding the dark energy, although he could not discern its nature, he had once secretly witnessed Jin's hands emitting a black light, which subsequently infused into an officer's head, resulting in an unprecedented surge in that officer's strength. It was not as simple as it seemed. Wukong paused, acknowledging that such matters were too outrageous for them to comprehend. Only he understood that the current dark energy was indeed nourishing the soldiers, yet he also perceived that their vitality was rapidly depleting, as the tendrils of darkness continuously siphoned their life force, while the unseen figure behind it grew stronger. Upon hearing Wukong's summary, Wei and the elder were momentarily taken aback, but they were elated by Wukong's next statement. After taking a deep breath, Wukong declared earnestly, "I will resolve this incident." After a brief pause, the confrontation finally commenced in earnest. "Report, my lord, someone has intruded. Captain Jean has already been defeated, and it was the former king and his associates who did this." With the aid of an exceptionally powerful, mysterious figure, a soldier rushed in with the news. "Oh, have they finally arrived?" The second brother awoke from his stupor, squinting at the trembling subordinate out of fear, a feeling of revulsion rising within him. With a moment's focus, a wave of pressure emanated from him, crushing the inept underling to death. "Useless," the second brother coldly remarked, glancing at his elder brother, only to find the latter's expression rather grim. The elder and the third brother noticed the somber demeanor of their eldest sibling. The reckless second brother and the impetuous third brother lacked the profound insight of their elder. Moreover, an undisclosed secret was that they were not 3 independent beings. The aura has remained consistently around 5,000. The middle-aged man, marked by a black lightning insignia on his forehead, clenched his fist. He had already been aware of the fighting outside, yet upon locking onto the aura, he found it astonishing that the opponent's power remained stable at merely 5,000. This was inconceivable, especially considering that the soldier's strength exceeded tens of thousands. Even more critically, he pondered whether the origins of this adversary were linked to a certain individual he had encountered over 6 months ago, as their auras bore a striking resemblance, yet were vastly inferior. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the middle-aged man finally recognized that the invaders were indeed the mysterious figures who had just forcefully erased his mark. However, he was astounded by the opponent's ability to control their power so masterfully. "Do not panic, no one can defeat us," he murmured slowly in response to his so-called second and third brothers after regaining his composure. In that very instant, a beam of white light surged into the palace, initiating their first clash. "Swallow," the middle-aged man barked, releasing a wave of black flames from behind him, with a disdainful snort. The violent dark energy collided with the white energy blast, absorbing the initial strike without triggering an explosion. It seems the situation is indeed as such. That enigmatic dark energy is far from simple, a familiar voice echoed within the palace as Wukong's figure materialized in the chamber. Caught off guard by Wukong's sudden assault, the second and third brothers stood in stunned silence, realizing how formidable their opponent truly was. Stripped of their arrogance, they regarded him with grave intensity. Even the middle-aged man with the lightning insignia fell silent, for he alone understood that as the black energy devoured the opponent's energy blast, It simultaneously obliterated a significant portion of the dark energy's own strength. In comparison, the energy expended was less than what was absorbed. Yet, only through battle would the victor be determined. Wukong stood proudly before his adversaries, acutely aware of the overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from them, devoid of any need for mercy. Having experienced the horrors of the malevolent dragon incident, Wukong had come to grasp the terrifying existence of negative energy. Observing the multitude of defeated foes sprawled at his feet, the elder and Wei remained trembling with trepidation. Who is that person? How can they possess such formidable power? Effortlessly subduing 10,000 soldiers, each with combat prowess exceeding 50,000? The king recalled Wukong's battle. Indeed, the speed was astonishing. It was an overwhelming victory. Wei reminisced about Wukong's prowess. Perhaps he truly can aid us. This is truly remarkable. The elder gazed toward the main hall, his spirit still surging with fervor, fervently hoping for Wukong's absolute triumph. Yes, your majesty, Wei, awestruck by Wukong's might, could only respond reflexively. At that moment, a vortex of energy emerged above the main hall, swirling with black energy that glimmered ominously. A tempest arose, and multiple powerful forces surged upward, causing the entire capital to tremble in anticipation. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Dark Energy Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 1. For formidable auras surged skyward, enveloping the entire capital. The black vortex above occasionally flickered with purplish-red lightning. Although it did not rain down destruction, the oppressive aura instilled profound dread among the fighters below. Wei sensed the gravity of the impending battle, and upon feeling the chilling war intent, he swiftly took the king to a location several miles away. Both men gazed at the distant scene of combat. Despite the considerable distance, the battlefield was vast. And even though Wukong had drawn the fight to the outskirts of the capital, the flames of conflict still reached into the heart of the city. Supported by the king, Goku floated high above the ground, observing the fierce battle in the distance. At the onset of the conflict, he had already unleashed his power to disperse the swirling vortex of dark energy, which had been charged with the force of lightning. However, in the moment of annihilating that tempest, he felt an overwhelming pull, as if something sought to consume his very essence. Consequently, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden radiance clashing against the three tendrils of darkness. The intensity of the battle was palpable, yet Wei, observing from afar, remained oblivious to the true nature of the conflict. At that moment, he could only barely withstand the turbulent waves generated by the clash of titans thanks to his protective shield. Had he been on the ground, the effects would have been significantly less, yet he could not guarantee that the earth would not suddenly split as they had just witnessed. After a fierce exchange, a figure gradually descended onto a massive rock. Goku, reflecting on the enigmatic strength of the middle-aged man marked by lightning, cast a glance at the two individuals beside him. Having already discerned their peculiar, yet similar auras, Goku was not overly surprised by their resemblance, though his contemplation deepened. Ah, you are indeed formidable. If it weren't for that, I would truly struggle to match your prowess. Your strength has grown immensely since we last met 6 months ago, remarked the lightning-marked man, his gaze fixated on Goku's golden hair. Upon hearing this, Goku's heart stirred, though he masked his surprise, internally concluding that this individual could not possibly have encountered him before. Yet the mystery only deepened. Greetings, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Raisha, or the Thunder God, a deity from a neighboring galaxy. The two beside me are Haisha II and Losha. His words struck Goku like a thunderclap, his eyes widening in astonishment before furrowing his brow in thought. After a fleeting moment of surprise, Goku attempted to inquire, since you are a god from another planet, why do you seek to conquer another's realm? The Thunder God hesitated before responding, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Survival of the fittest. Goku's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated such a response. A flicker of resentment stirred within him upon hearing those words. Without further dialogue, the Thunder God appeared before Goku in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku reacted swiftly, deflecting the attack while retaliating with a blow aimed at the Thunder God's face. Yet, the latter vanished, reappearing 100 meters away, conjuring an energy sphere in his grasp. Before Goku could fully address the initial threat, he sensed an ominous presence approaching from behind. Ignoring the Thunder God's ambush, he spun around, delivering a heavy punch that collided with his foe's fist. Due to Goku's superior strength, Haisha was propelled backward, stifling the urge to vomit blood. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder God launched a blue energy projectile that arced through the air, intercepting Goku as he pursued Haisha. Forced to halt, Haisha summoned a golden light from his right hand, detonating it to obliterate the incoming attack. Seizing the moment, Haisha broke free from his restraints, intent on diving into the heart of the explosion for a surprise attack. Yet, just as he approached the flames, a hand shrouded in golden light emerged. Haisha's eyes widened, but he could not react in time. Goku emerged from the fire, seizing Haisha by the head with one hand while delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen with the other. In that moment of assault, Goku relinquished his grip on Haisha's head, opting instead to incapacitate him without lethal intent. Locking onto the Thunder God's presence, Goku's eyes flickered coldly. After evading a barrage of energy blasts, he discovered that the Thunder God had merely left behind an afterimage. The latter had already appeared next to the injured Haisha. Dark energy surging into Haisha's body, rapidly healing his wounds. Goku, however, had no time to spare. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive energy descended from above, forcing him to abandon his offensive. In defense, Goku spread his arms wide, unleashing the power within him to shatter the Thunder God's palm strike. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 2. In an instant, Goku vanished, perceiving that the Thunder God had locked onto his energy. He preemptively materialized before Losha, seizing the latter's forehead and propelling him into the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. At that moment, the Thunder God unleashed a wave of energy, which bizarrely transformed into a lightning whip stretching hundreds of meters, slicing through the void towards Goku. Sensing the terrifying force of the lightning, Goku remained composed, his figure darting through the air, creating several afterimages before closing in on the Thunder God. He executed a circular energy slash, prompting the Thunder God to hastily counter, only for Goku to sever the origin of the lightning whip. The Thunder God, taken aback, was further astonished when Goku's hand halted mere inches from his face. Before he could react, a powerful gust from Goku's palm sent him hurtling away. The dark energy within the Thunder God erupted, devouring Goku's force, yet he still sustained injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Goku, however, did not allow the Thunder God's attack to deter him. The wounded Haisha found himself in peril once more. Just as he regained his breath, Goku appeared by his side, seizing his arm and flinging him towards Losha's position. With a golden energy blast, Goku struck both the newly risen Losha and the bloodied Haisha, delivering another devastating blow. This spectacle left the Thunder God utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such a sudden outburst of overwhelming power. Gazing into Goku's indifferent eyes, he felt a twinge of fear for the first time. Why? The Thunder God, bewildered, could not comprehend the source of Goku's fury, yet he felt the suffocating aura of death engulfing him. Perhaps Goku himself was unaware of why he harbored such a fierce desire to annihilate his foes. Indeed, a shift in his mindset had occurred. In that moment of clarity, Goku recognized a subtle transformation within his emotions. Brutality? Goku contemplated this question. Even when transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he had never possessed such a bloodthirsty impulse. As the seven-star dragon had once said, each time Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his emotions would shift, and the restraint he once held would become increasingly volatile. Yet, no prior transformation had evoked such a desire for bloodshed as he now experienced. During his recent journeys, he had seldom encountered battles necessitating transformation. However, once he did, the primal urge to slaughter surged forth. As his transformation level increased, it felt as if the primal instincts within him clashed ever more vehemently with his former consciousness. Is it due to the Dragon Balls entering my body? The singular, elusive answer that Wukong obtained was this. The notion, however, seemed almost too incredible to believe. Leave this planet. Should you engage in such actions once more, I will end your existence. Wukong suppressed the tumult within, retracting the aura that emanated from his form, as he regarded the defeated and disheveled Thunder God, casting down a final edict. As if struck by a blow to his dignity, the Thunder God ceased to tremble in fear. Instead, he clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his lips. As the saying goes, a warrior may be slain but not humiliated. Though subjected to such disgrace, the Thunder God retained a vestige of divine nobility, and suddenly, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. An inky mist erupted from his crown, enveloping him entirely as an ominous surge of power began to rise. Upon sensing the shift in the black mist, Wukong felt an uncontainable fury ignite within him. The previously quelled intent to kill reignited, and he darted forward, a mere shadow intent on delivering a fierce blow. However, just as Wukong was about to close in on the Thunder God, the latter bellowed with a thunderous roar. The black mist coalesced into a pale figure, which pointed a finger at Wukong. unleashing a terrifying wave of destructive energy. Wukong was taken aback at the moment the figure emerged. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his senses. He summoned his power, only to discover that this strike possessed an unfathomable force that hurled him into the distant mountains. A cataclysmic force erupted as Wukong was relentlessly thrust against the towering peaks, the energy obliterating the landscape, erasing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. This fierce clash, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in a fraction of a moment. Just before an explosion was imminent, a resounding roar reverberated through the air. In the wake of the destruction, a magnificent golden aura coalesced into a colossal ape, its dark crimson eyes seeming to penetrate through the very fabric of reality. Baring its fangs and letting out an even more earth-shattering roar, the giant ape seized the energy attack, crushing it effortlessly, purging the sinister black remnants with its radiant light. Wukong stood dumbfounded, lost in a haze of confusion, unsure of how this transformation had occurred. Just prior to the impending explosion, a powerful force surged within him. And as his aura intensified, a golden giant ape materialized. Uncertain of the cause, Wukong chose not to dwell on it. Sensing the thunder god's escalating power, he recognized the necessity to amplify his own strength. In that pivotal moment, as both adversaries ascended in power, the energies of the cosmos surged, causing the very planet to tremble as if it were a living entity. A thunderous boom resonated within 100 miles as an immense force erupted, resulting in catastrophic devastation, turning the scattered rocks into mere dust. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Black Mist, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 3. A familiar golden figure stood defiantly upon the ground. Although unable to see his opponent from 100 miles away, Wukong discerned the unfolding changes through the fluctuations of energy. Just as he had surmised, the Thunder God and his companions were intrinsically linked. After the black mist completely enveloped the Thunder God, both Haisha and Luosha were consumed by the same dark energy, merging with the Thunder God's essence. Even the residual black mist clinging to the soldiers was drawn back into his aura. With his brow furrowed, Wukong's azure eyes narrowed slightly, his spiky golden hair cascading down his back, as a tumultuous golden aura ignited the air with crackling energy. Blue-white lightning danced from his feet, a smile curving upon his lips. He had now ascended to the third level of Super Saiyan. This time, for reasons unknown, Wukong felt a significant reduction in the impulsive power that typically surged within him. He had anticipated a more frenzied state upon achieving Super Saiyan 3, yet at the moment of transformation, he harbored no reservations. His emotions remained unperturbed, and the usual sense of isolation that accompanied his Super Saiyan 3 form was absent. Realizing that his opponent had also reached their ultimate form, Wukong's smile broadened. With a slight lift of his toes, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind a trail of golden light as he traversed the vast distance in an instant. Having unleashed his full black mist, the Thunder God no longer held back. Emboldened by newfound confidence, he launched an attack, albeit with a hint of surprise at Wukong's transformation. With a flick of his finger, dozens of dark energy blasts erupted from his fingertips. Though Wukong had grown significantly stronger in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming nature of these black energy blasts. He understood that if struck by even 2 or 3, while he might not suffer severe injury, it would hinder his movements, a perilous mistake in their climactic duel. Thus, Wukong devised no intentions of clashing head-on. Exhilaration coursed through him at the prospect of engaging in combat after such a long hiatus. For the past 6 months, he had refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to prevent his wrathful side from taking hold. Now, the chance to unleash his full potential in Super Saiyan 3 was exhilarating. As the dark energy blasts surged towards him, Wukong evaded each one with remarkable agility, appearing as if he had multiplied into dozens of phantoms. After the energy blast soared past him, Wukong reignited his golden aura, giving chase to his adversary. The Thunder God, intent on launching another barrage at Wukong, raised his right hand. However, upon realizing Wukong's true intent, he hesitated, redirecting his attack towards the heavens. Well done. Wukong's voice echoed down from a height of 100 meters, as the Thunder God's mirrored image dissipated, locking onto Wukong's trajectory. With a sigh, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, effortlessly countering the Thunder God's attack. Seeing his opponent respond with sheer force, the Thunder God frowned. Yet as he continued to release his energy, a black vortex erupted from his outstretched hand, absorbing the returning energy blast. With a cold smile, The Thunder God appeared before the descending Wukong. A heavy fist struck forth. The collision of their fists produced a resounding impact, the golden beams clashing against the black energy below. The shockwave unleashed was unprecedented, causing the very ground to buckle and fissures to spread across the landscape for miles. Both combatants executed their attacks in an instant, and within mere moments, the golden and black energies clashed in the skies, exchanging thousands of blows. Each wave of energy had scarcely dissipated before the next barrage commenced. In this convergence of power, the energies of the universe erupted simultaneously. After a brief pause, the cataclysmic explosion reverberated, shaking the entirety of the planet. "Damn it," the God of Thunder muttered under his breath, never anticipating that even after unleashing the full extent of his dark energy, he would still find himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had yet another transformation at his disposal, which fueled his resolve to continue the fight. However, he was acutely aware that prolonged use of the dark energy would ultimately backfire, leading to his own destruction. Only he understood the true nature of that dark energy. Goku, too, was contemplative, realizing that although he had not yet tapped into the full output of his Super Saiyan 3 form, he was aware of the immense power he possessed since the evil dragon incident and the restoration of his body by the Dragon Balls. He alone knew that his current strength was sufficient to defeat the one-star dragon in its initial state. Yet, in the midst of battle, the God of Thunder remained a formidable foe. This led Goku to ponder the emergence of such a powerful adversary in the universe. Perhaps the answer lay within the dark energy itself. From the moment he first encountered the dark threads, Goku felt an instinctive wariness. The overwhelming presence of negative energy was even more suffocating than that of the evil dragon. A sense of impending danger stirred within him, the cause of which eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, his intuition urged him to defeat his opponent swiftly, lest circumstances worsen. Resolute in his decision, Goku ceased to delay, harnessing an even greater power during his rapid movements. With a sudden burst of spatial energy, he closed the distance to the God of Thunder, executing a sidekick aimed at his adversary. The latter, visibly shocked by Goku's surge in speed, managed a last-ditch defense. However, the dark energy could not match Goku's attacking velocity. The God of Thunder attempted to shield himself with his forearm, but was still sent hurtling away, his right hand rendered numb as Goku's energy shattered his defenses. Sliding through the air, the God of Thunder released a blinding white aura from his feet, generating a shrill sound as he frictioned against the atmosphere. After stabilizing his retreating form, he suddenly looked up to find Goku once again looming above him, this time preparing to unleash a kick toward his face. The God of Thunder's heart roared as he grasped Goku's right foot, yet the tremendous force caused him to lose his balance. Goku seized this opportunity, thrusting his hands behind his head to gather his strength, shifting his center of gravity. Using his hands as a pivot, he spun his body, and the God of Thunder, caught off guard, was propelled away. As he watched the God of Thunder being launched away, Goku pressed the attack, unleashing a powerful energy wave that traced a radiant arc before pursuing his foe. Calculating the trajectory of his opponent's body, Goku accurately landed another heavy punch against the God of Thunder's torso, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact stirred a massive cloud of dust, creating a deep crater and causing the very planet to tremble. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan Part 4. Goku hovered 100 meters above, awaiting the settling of the dust, his gaze fixed coldly on the severely injured God of Thunder, intent on resuming their earlier discourse. Yet, the response he received was a sinister smile from the God of Thunder, whose face was marred by gory wounds. Despite his injuries, the smile was terrifyingly malevolent. It became evident to Goku just how powerful his opponent had become, leaving him incredulous at the rapid growth of this once familiar stranger over the past several months. As Goku pondered the God of Thunder's demeanor, he witnessed the dark energy surrounding him detach and coalesce into a shadowy figure between them. This time, however, the ghastly silhouette bore a more human-like form, the dark power intensifying ominously. Just as it prepared to strike at Goku, the Dragon Balls within him stirred for the first time. As the Dragon Balls stirred, Goku's eyes glimmered with golden light, and a giant ape apparition materialized. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion, both being sent reeling from the impact, with Goku even spitting blood from the force of the backlash. The God of Thunder, barely maintaining his footing, was further injured by the explosion, his expression darkening, yet his smile grew more sinister, sending a chill down Goku's spine. Destruction was imminent. The God of Thunder's gaze narrowed, as if he could already taste victory, laughing maniacally while coughing up crimson blood. A sudden wave of existential dread washed over Goku as he met the God of Thunder's defiant gaze. Instinctively, he glanced upwards, only to discover a swirling black hole forming above the planet, its presence ominous. The daylight was abruptly eclipsed, as if the sky itself had been usurped by the dark vortex. To Goku, it felt as though the gates of hell had opened, threatening to consume all life in that moment. Observers from space would have seen a black hole vast enough to engulf several star systems, rotating toward the edge of their galaxy, resembling but a speck of dust in proximity to the planet. The immense gravitational pull began to shake the planet, drawing it closer to the abyss. Goku's expression turned pale. The black hole emitted no life force, making it impossible to ascertain the situation outside. He realized that catastrophe was imminent. Yet, such a transformation should not instill such fear within him. Goku could not comprehend the suffocating aura of death surrounding him. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he possessed the capability to obliterate a galaxy, let alone a black hole of several star systems' magnitude. With a surge of golden energy, Goku attempted to unleash a powerful energy wave to eradicate the black hole, only to find that it ravenously consumed his power as if it were an insatiable void. In that moment, he felt a disconcerting inability to summon his full strength. Goku stared in shock at the encroaching black hole, his body instinctively releasing even greater energy as he sought to counteract the consuming force while gathering strength for a counterattack. It was futile. The black hole was indestructible. The god of thunder regarded Goku's desperate struggle with amusement, likening it to an ant futilely battling an elephant. In a realm of darkness, the inhabitants of the planet were engulfed in a palpable sense of dread, frantically fleeing and crying out. While some devout souls believed that the advent of the apocalypse was the ultimate judgment for the sins of the world. "What is happening?" one shouted, having witnessed eclipses before but unable to comprehend the stark change before him. "Was that an earthquake?" Another exclaimed in terror. "No, look. A massive black vortex has appeared in the sky. Is it a black hole?" A third person observed after scrutinizing the bizarre sight above. "What? A black hole? Are we destined for annihilation?" Panic spread among the crowd. "Your Majesty, this is dire. The black hole is upon us." Wei gazed at the dark vortex above him, his lips quivering. "Is this truly how our fate shall be obliterated?" The king murmured to himself, having believed that peril could be surmounted, only to find himself in this moment of near despair. "Curse be it, no. I cannot allow the people of this planet to be consumed by the black hole." Goku clenched his fists, sensing the terror-stricken souls below with his ki, while simultaneously channeling energy. Yet, with each surge of his own strength, the black hole grew increasingly formidable, its gravitational pull intensifying severfold. "Power. I crave greater power," Goku roared, unwilling to succumb to such annihilation. He was acutely aware that if he employed instantaneous movement to evade the black hole, he would emerge unscathed. However, he refused to do so. He would never resort to such a means. As images of the panicked crowd flashed through his mind, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within him. In an instant, Goku's eyes blazed with golden light, and an immeasurable power surged forth, causing his strength to escalate dramatically. Feeling the gravitational force and the eruption of his inner might, Goku resolutely endured the pain, relentlessly amplifying his power. Finally, at a critical juncture, his entire being radiated with golden light, and the overwhelming energy could no longer be contained, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding boom, Goku transformed once more, revealing himself as Super Saiyan 4. An unparalleled force, surpassing any previous Super Saiyan 4 state, erupted from him. As he severed the black hole's consuming grasp, Goku finally surged forward, his hands forming the iconic Kamehameha stance. Tenfold. Kamehameha. His voice resonated through the cosmos, unleashing a tremendous force that radiated light for hundreds of feet, its overwhelming power reaching into the void of space, halting the advance of the black hole. "What? Is this truly him? His body has completely transformed. That tail." Thor was left astounded, bleeding from the mouth as he beheld Goku's towering figure. Goku unleashed formidable energy, the crimson Kamehameha racing toward the heart of the black hole. Once more, he shattered the stalemate. The black hole twisted and writhed, while the crimson ki surged forth, vanishing into its depths. There was no apocalyptic explosion, no booming echoes in the void, only an eerie silence. All became still, the black hole suspended in the void of space, where sound waves could not traverse. Goku and Thor fixed their gazes upon the suddenly motionless black hole, awaiting the final moment as revelation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. For breaths. Time flowed slowly, until suddenly, the still black hole resumed a slight motion, only to halt once more. Then, a burst of crimson light erupted, and it began to expand rapidly, ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. It vanished entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Goku finally felt a wave of relief wash over him as he descended, the golden light surrounding him dissipating. What? He was able to obliterate the black hole? Who is he truly? He claims to be from Earth, and his tail resembles that of the great ape. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha, Saiyan. Thor, rendered speechless, was engulfed by an unimaginable backlash of power at the moment of the black hole's destruction. As he clung to his last breaths, he thought, ultimately letting out a roar of defiance before fading away. Cough, cough, cough. Goku panted heavily. Having returned to his normal state, exhausted as he sat upon the ground. Goku. Wei flew over with the king, beaming with joy. Yes. Goku returned a victorious gesture, smiling as he reclined on the ground. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters in an Isolated Realm, Part 1. The earlier figure clad in black sat back in his chair. A dark expression etched upon his face as he coldly observed the kneeling subordinates below him. His white eyes gleamed like sharp blades, instilling fear in those beneath him. Where did Mero go? The black-clad figure inquired icily, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. He was known as Sharo. Upon hearing this inquiry, the hearts of all present raced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, yet none dared to respond. Incompetence. Sharo was known for his solitary nature, unyielding to anyone's control. Naturally, with the exception of that one individual, for in his eyes, he possessed unparalleled power, heralded as the god of war in the demon realm. Having once single-handedly resisted all forces of justice, now, time and again, he was directed by Mero, and his simmering rage could no longer be concealed. Since no answers were forthcoming, then living held no significance. Sharo's white eyes flashed, and the dark chamber suddenly plummeted in temperature, nearly reaching absolute zero, encasing the 10 or so subordinates before him in ice. He then closed his eyes, watching as the frozen figures shattered into dust. What do you intend to do? Sharo's right hand struck down, unleashing a wave of cold that emanated from his palm, freezing the entire chamber. Having believed the Demon Lord had truly awakened, he arrived in this long-forgotten realm only to be informed that there was no sign of the Demon Lord. Watching the feeble elders of the demon realm stoke the flames of his wrath, and he resolved to slay them, lest he be forced to endure their gaze. A sigh, heavy and melancholic, escaped him. As Sharo furrowed his brow in contemplation, another figure cloaked in black appeared in the chamber. With azure eyes, they locked on to Sharo. Speaking, you still possess that foul temper. The demon realm today cannot be compared to its former glory. Noticing the flicker of intent in Sharo's silver eyes, the cloaked figure sighed internally, then continued. Since you have vented your frustrations, do not spiral into madness. The Demon Lord has indeed awakened. Now, focus on your duties. Once incited by the figure before him, Sharo quickly suppressed his rage upon hearing the news of the Demon Lord. Nevertheless, he demanded, understood, but where exactly has Mero gone? Despite knowing the Demon Lord had indeed awakened, Sharo could not simply forgive Mero's incessant meddling, having always been unrestrained. He could not bear the thought of being toyed with by this newcomer without a confrontation to quell his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Sharo's hostile tone, the cloaked figure's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its icy demeanor. I hope you refrain from acting recklessly. The Demon Lord has issued orders until Tianlu is unsealed. Mero will assume control of Tianlu's position. Your current responsibilities lie solely within the demon realm. Upon learning this shocking information, even Sharo's countenance changed. He could not comprehend why. In the absence of Tianlu, he was not the foremost figure beneath the Demon Lord despite his superior power over Mero. Furthermore, Mero's standing was perplexing. Yet, even if he harbored discontent, he had no choice but to accept the Demon Lord's decree. After all, aside from the supreme position, he was acutely aware of the Demon Lord's formidable strength. He could not afford to provoke him. I understand. Then you may commence your actions. That world has enjoyed peace for far too long. It is time to introduce Yans and Mingjia. Xiaoro gazed at Qingluo with a sinister smile. Well, that space is entrusted to you. Qingluo responded, yet had already vanished from sight. In the vibrant, multicolored nebulae, there existed a relatively independent planet, a colossal celestial body that remained motionless in the void of space, unaffected by its star. The inhabitants of this planet ran in terror. Such phenomena had begun to manifest half a day prior. At that very moment, the planet's magnetic field was disrupted by an inexplicable energy, rendering communication and satellites utterly inoperative. The cause of this disturbance was a figure clad in black, hovering high above the planet, unleashing a formidable force that halted the planet's trajectory. He was merely here to await an individual. After an interminable wait, the figure opened his eyes, revealing only his piercing gaze and lips. Sensing a presence, he sneered. Have you finally arrived? Without waiting for the approaching figure, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, tearing through the planet's atmosphere and sweeping across the cosmos. In that instant, a figure clad in blue and yellow flashed with a white radiance, swiftly traversing the expanse of space toward the planet's edge. However, his brow furrowed in concentration, and he retaliated with a fierce wave of energy, dispersing the assault aimed at him. Gradually decelerating, he ascended above the planet. Who are you? A familiar voice inquired coldly. The figure halted, extending his consciousness to locate his adversary. The newcomer was none other than Goku, who sought to use instantaneous movement to catch up with Gohan. However, due to the vast distance, Goku had to utilize multiple jumps to close the gap. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious assailant struck him. Chapter 9, The Trial of Isolation, Part 2. Shortly after Goku's words, a sudden ripple in space occurred 100 meters away, and a twisted black line abruptly opened a rift. The black-clad figure who had previously attacked Goku emerged from it. Are you from the demon realm? Goku inquired, cautiously assessing the hidden figure's mysterious abilities. The aura felt somewhat familiar, yet the power emanating from this individual far surpassed that of the beast, Goku, and the Demon King. Dubra. Ah, you hold the demon realm in such high regard. How rare. Son Goku, the black-clad figure replied, his cold gaze fixed upon Goku. His tone was calm and unhurried, and as he revealed Goku's identity, the latter felt little surprise, confirming the figure's origins. Goku fell into silence, recalling the ominous information he had received from the dragon about the true terror of the demon realm. After all, during their first encounter over 20 years ago, the Demon King Dubra was merely comparable to a fully realized cell. Yet, Goku would not forget the dragon's words. Now, sensing the formidable energy pressure from his opponent, he truly understood why the dragon had urged him to regard the demon realm's denizens with caution. For the strength of this foe exceeded even his limit of Super Saiyan 4 from 6 months prior, and he was not even at his peak. I am Mero, the figure proclaimed disdainfully. Here, I have no intention of executing a lethal move. Rather, I wish to observe just how far this legendary Super Saiyan has come. If you can depart this planet, I shall no longer indulge in this game of pursuit. Goku was taken aback. He had heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyan from Vegeta many years ago. However, since then, Vegeta, Gohan, and even Trunks and Goten had all attained the Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, over the years, not only had Vegeta deemed the legendary Super Saiyan to be of little worth, but Goku himself had come to dismiss the need for further inquiry. Yet now, a figure from the demon realm had invoked the legend of the Super Saiyan, and curiously, neither Goku nor Dubra had recognized his Saiyan heritage. According to this reasoning, Saiyans in the demon realm should have no intersection. Yet here was this prominent figure, directly alluding to the legendary Super Saiyan, and, even more perplexingly, pointing at Goku. Before Goku could inquire further, the black-clad figure transformed into a phantom, mysteriously conjuring over 100 replicas within a 100-meter radius. Each clone gathered a blue energy sphere in their hands, and while Goku initially perceived this as mere illusion, he soon realized that a barrage of energy blasts was hurtling toward him. Damn it! Goku had already sensed the magnitude of his opponent's strength. Thus, amidst their conversation, he had secretly heightened his own power. At the onset of battle, Goku unleashed a tremendous force, and with a resounding explosion, he obliterated the 100 energy blasts, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. However, just as Goku assumed his new form, he became acutely aware of a looming danger. He abruptly looked up to witness a colossal fireball descending from above. Startled, Goku had no choice but to employ instantaneous movement to escape the locked space. Just as he materialized a kilometer away, a shadowy figure pursued him, striking with the force of a blade. In the ensuing chaos, Goku could only brace for impact, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. Yet, he was still sent skidding over 100 meters away by the assailant's overwhelming strike. His feet screeching against the atmosphere. Transform into Super Saiyan 4. At your current stage, you are no match for me. I can grant you time, Mero declared, retracting his fist while observing Goku from a distance. Despite his disdain for Goku's weakness, he could not help but admire his remarkable defense. Goku maintained his stance, yet he felt a tingling pain in his hands, allowing him to gauge the opponent's strength. shocked and apprehensive. He pondered which faction of the demon realm this individual hailed from. Hearing Mero's offer to allow him to transform, Goku, a seasoned warrior, accepted the challenge. After all, if Mero desired a grand battle, Goku would oblige with a fervent clash. As his power surged, Goku accumulated enough energy to ascend to Super Saiyan 4 once more. Amidst a radiant explosion of golden light, Goku's eyes shifted from a faint blue to a brilliant gold, his waist-length golden hair gradually retracting to become dark. His attire could not withstand the overwhelming force and erupted, revealing strands of crimson energy. As he opened his fiery red eyes, twin beams of golden light burst forth from beneath the energy aura, and his power skyrocketed. In that moment, not only did the planet experience energy fluctuations, but the entire galaxy trembled in response. Observers from light years away would witness the nebula's hues transform from pale blue to golden brilliance, all due to Goku's burgeoning power. As he gazed upon the heavens transformed by the surging golden light, Meluo felt a profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that the opponent's power would escalate so rapidly in the half-year since their last encounter. In that moment, he furrowed his brow, seemingly regretting his earlier miscalculations. Just as Shaler had articulated, the demonic forces that once showcased their might across the cosmos were not merely the tip of the iceberg. They were akin to a mere droplet in an ocean. Those so-called elders of the demon realm were nothing more than superfluous figures in his eyes. And even the exalted demon lord was merely a puppet in their hands, a trivial entity meant to deceive the masses. For years, the demon realm had been biding its time, cloaked in obscurity, for beings like Shaler, who had existed for over 10 million years. The grandeur of the past demon realm was a vivid memory. However, the demon realm ultimately faced annihilation at the hands of the divine beings from the three realms. Following that cataclysmic battle, the demon lord was sealed away in slumber, and the remaining demonic power had dwindled to less than 20%, excluding the demon lord himself. The Saiyans were heralded as the strongest race in the universe, a fact acknowledged not only in the human realm but also eliciting trepidation among true denizens of the demon realm. The legend of their unparalleled strength was indeed recognized by the demon realm itself. Now, as foretold in the grand prophecy from 4 centuries ago, this era had arrived. This was not merely a glimpse into the future perceived by the Namekian race. There existed similar prophecies within the ancient annals of the demon realm. As the Saiyans aspired to reclaim their pinnacle of power, the return of the demon lord would herald a new epoch marked by tumultuous conflict. Thus, after years of silence, the demon realm finally stirred once more, with the Saiyans becoming a variable of utmost importance. Meluo was acutely aware that among these variables stood the legendary Super Saiyan before him. Chapter 9. Testing the waters in a space isolated from the world. The winds howled fiercely as Goku, having ascended to Super Saiyan 4, unleashed an astonishing surge of power. The very air seemed to burn and hiss under the weight of his released energy. Simultaneously, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Goku's demeanor shifted, his tone imbued with a commanding coldness. "So, do you wish to continue this battle?" A wicked grin danced upon Goku's lips as he stepped forward, directly intervening in his opponent's energy field with overwhelming force. Although Goku thrived on combat, he remained attuned to Gohan's situation, reluctant to expend too much time at this juncture. His opponent had previously indicated that if he possessed the capability to leave this planet, there would be no need for a prolonged pursuit. Consequently, as Goku surpassed his adversary's strength, he instinctively concluded that this playful skirmish ought to reach its conclusion. Provoked by Goku's taunts, Meluo chuckled softly, shaking his shoulders, yet he refrained from responding verbally, instead channeling his energy to elevate his power levels. "Oh," Goku remarked, slightly taken aback by his opponent's reaction. However, having committed to his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Goku had no intention of wasting time. Witnessing Meluo's continued combative stance ignited Goku's fighting spirit. Suddenly, Meluo unleashed formidable power, extending his hands, his left emanating a dim glow, while his right radiated a blazing golden flame. Without warning, he conjured a wind dragon and a fire dragon from the energies of the cosmos. Goku's brow twitched slightly as he smiled, observing the two roaring dragons of energy. With a flash of light, he evaded the wind dragon's head and landed a powerful punch that shattered its jaw. The enormous force caused the wind dragon to lose its stability, colliding with the fire dragon and resulting in a spectacular explosion of colors. Despite the power of this energy wave, Goku remained unfazed, effortlessly tearing through the dense flames, extending his hand to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent. While Meluo struggled to discern Goku's form, he could still sense his presence and anticipated Goku's movements. As Goku appeared before him, Meluo retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that sent both combatants reeling. Goku staggered back a few steps, but Meluo was propelled backward, sliding approximately 10 zhang before coming to a halt, his right hand painfully throbbing. Since his opponent showed no inclination to cease hostilities, Goku resolved to employ his fists to subdue him. After adjusting his stance, Goku lunged forward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in his wake. Just as Meluo steadied himself, he sensed Goku's renewed assault and hurriedly uttered a single word before retreating swiftly. Thunder. As Goku closed the distance, a sense of impending danger enveloped him. Just as he perceived the shift, a bolt of golden lightning struck from Goku's left side. Unfazed, Goku swiftly launched a ki blast to obliterate the incoming lightning, accelerating his speed and vanishing from sight. Wind, fire, lightning, Goku mused as he navigated swiftly, astonished by his opponent's mastery over such vast cosmic energies. This was not a skill possessed by ordinary geniuses, but rather a talent befitting the elite of the world. After his encounter with Frieza, Goku had ventured to another planet, where he had encountered numerous beings with extraordinary abilities. Yet only a select few could manipulate cosmic energies to enhance their combat prowess. In stark contrast, the mysterious figure before him rendered those past abilities trivial. Over the years, Goku had honed his understanding of cosmic energy, which explained why, during General Ledon's attempt to gauge Goku's strength, he failed to detect any trace of it. Similarly, when dealing with Super 17, Goku's use of cosmic energy was only marginally less potent than self-detonation. As the three types of energy fell effortlessly before him, Meluo's expression darkened. Before he could ponder a solution to his predicament, a life-threatening crisis loomed ominously. A massive hand emerged from the void, seizing his face, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the palm, leaving him reeling and spitting blood. With his head severely battered, he coughed up blood repeatedly, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. As he endeavored to amplify his power, he finally managed to keep pace with Goku's speed. Sensing Goku's trajectory, he unleashed a swift azure energy blast from his right hand, aimed directly at his advancing foe. Yet, Goku showed no signs of slowing down. He grasped the ki blast in his hand, channeling his own energy to neutralize the attack before reappearing beside Meluo. With a powerful uppercut, he sent Meluo flying into the air, over 1,000 zhang away. After sustaining such a heavy blow, Meluo felt his injuries intensify. He wiped the blood from his mouth and unleashed a fierce aura to suppress his rising pain. Noticing Goku hot on his heels, with a roar, he bellowed, "Fire disc." With palms facing downward, at the moment the voice fell, a radiant golden light emanated from his hands. Almost simultaneously, a vast fire disc of crimson gold, measuring 100 feet in diameter, appeared beneath him, fiercely igniting the air as it spun, heavily pressing down on Wukong's position. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Wukong as he recognized the overwhelming might of this attack. Without hesitation, he gathered his right fist, which glowed faintly with golden light, accumulating power while still in motion. Just as he was within 10 paces of the colossal fire disc, Wukong let out a resounding roar, Dragon Fist unleashed. In a thunderous clash that reverberated through the heavens and earth, a formidable aura erupted from Wukong's hand, accompanied by a long, resonant dragon's roar. A golden dragon, a yard wide, burst forth, shattering the fire disc ahead. Its expansive, elongated form soared upward, pursuing the fleeing Meluo. Cursed, Meluo, having expended tremendous energy in conjuring the fire disc, now gasped for breath. Upon witnessing his technique completely obliterated, he muttered fiercely, then traced his fingertip downward, sealing a 300-foot radius of space that included Wukong. Thus, the roaring golden dragon was momentarily stymied, yet its immense force effortlessly shattered the spatial barrier. However, at that instant, a powerful force of annihilation collided with the golden dragon, managing to counteract Wukong's dragon fist. As Wukong discerned the formation of this spatial seal, his brow furrowed. The retaliatory force was not to be underestimated. Most regrettably, as Wukong breached the enclosed space, a pitch-black rift at the location of the cloaked figure swiftly sealed itself, and the opponent's aura vanished entirely. It turned out that after executing the spatial seal, the adversary had immediately torn open a spatial passage, escaping to a realm billions of light years away. After searching for a moment, Wukong confirmed that the figure had indeed disappeared. Sensing the changes on this planet, he was compelled to unleash his formidable power, gradually repositioning the planet back onto its original trajectory. Once everything was restored, Wukong reverted to his normal state and employed instantaneous teleportation to seek out Gohan's energy signature. However, he was astounded to find that Gohan, Vegeta, and the others had vanished. Wukong released his fingers, gazing intently in that direction, his brow tightly knit. After a brief silence, he vanished once more using teleportation. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters, The Isolated Space, Part 4. During the time Wukong battled Meluo, Gohan and the others concluded their lengthy journey through space. They arrived in a strange realm where Gohan, Trunks, Master Roshi, and Din leaned against the spaceship's viewport, gazing at this paradise, starkly different from their previous world. Countless colorful nebulae streaked by like meteors, but what truly captivated Gohan and his companions was the overwhelming presence of powerful auras in this new world. Even Vegeta, typically uninterested, paused his training to observe the celestial vista, sensing the uniqueness of this space. At that moment, his warrior spirit was rekindled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he imagined the exhilarating battles to come. "It's so beautiful," Beulah murmured to herself, but when she turned her head, she found the usually stern Jack nearby. Just as she contemplated retreating, she unexpectedly heard Jack's response. "Yes, but beneath the surface, no one can discern the truth." Jack seemed momentarily affected by Beulah's hurried movement, his eyes narrowing slightly before he offered a self-deprecating smile, choosing to remain silent and turning away. Beulah was taken aback. Her hasty glance was prompted by the fact that throughout their 3-month journey, Jack had spoken only 3 sentences. She had never assumed her charm could elicit a response from him, so she had treated the aloof Jack as if he were invisible. Now, stunned by his reply, she turned to watch his solitary figure, filled with curiosity. Xiaofeng witnessed this exchange, but having learned of Jack's formidable strength from Trunks, she refrained from teasing him, knowing he preferred solitude, further emphasizing his isolation. Meanwhile, Baira and Chi-Chi gazed curiously at the outside world. Although Baira had traveled through space before, she now recognized what true vision entailed. Bulma marveled at the celestial realm beyond, while the playful Master Roshi and Din exhaled heavily. Having learned from Jenny's words that upon entering this space, they would reach their destination the following day, where beautiful women awaited them. The King of Earth and his guards were also astonished by the spectacle, for what they had just witnessed was beyond their comprehension. It turned out that this realm was not part of the original universe. When the spaceship entered a pitch-black star field, the group was puzzled when Jenny halted the ship's movement. He soon clarified their confusion with his actions. After issuing a command from the ship, a spatial rift tore open in the dark expanse before them. Upon entering, they discovered the wonders of this peculiar universe. "Is this your universe?" Gohan asked first, his interest piqued by the legendary cosmic martial arts tournament. He had previously been aware of the existence of this space, but had never imagined that this universe would possess such overwhelming power compared to his own. Jenny understood Gohan's character well. However, through their days of interaction, he noticed a slight divergence between the information he possessed and Gohan's current demeanor. This transformation was a reflection of Gohan subconsciously assuming his father's responsibilities in Wukong's absence, protecting the Earth and safeguarding his loved ones. Thus, Jenny replied with a gentle smile, "In truth, this is the inner universe, while your world resides in the outer universe." In ancient times, these two realms were once a singular universe, but a cataclysm occurred in the primordial age, resulting in the bifurcation of our cosmos. There are also subtle differences, which my father will elucidate for you. Upon hearing such revelations, aside from Gohan and Vegeta, even Oobi, Trunks, and Goten were taken aback, noticing their expressions shift. Jenny understood the terrifying implications of the cataclysm when he first learned the truth. He too had been astonished by the power capable of distorting a portion of the starry sky, a force akin to that of true deities. "Well, you should all take some time to rest and regroup. Tomorrow, we shall reach our ultimate destination. After 3 months of travel, you deserve a break." Junirai responded politely, then cast his gaze over the crowd, subtly reminding everyone that their journey was nearing its conclusion. Upon hearing such words, a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Xiaofeng, prompting her to silently depart first, as she was once again reminded of a towering figure, half a head shorter than herself, yet immensely formidable. This scene, however, was only slightly perceived by Bayer, the mother, while Chi-Chi also recalled Wukong's past. Nevertheless, they both understood the weight of these emotions and refrained from speaking to Xiaofeng, recognizing that some feelings must be endured in solitude. Yet, just as the group began to disperse, a hurried figure rushed in, standing at attention upon spotting Junirai. Seemingly aware of something, Junirai nodded slightly, and the individual approached him respectfully, whispering a message in his ear. Upon hearing this report, Junirai's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, responding, "Organize the data. I will be there shortly." After a brief silence, Junirai sighed softly before departing for the reconnaissance room. What time did this detection occur? In which specific galaxy is it? Jernirai inquired, his demeanor far from relaxed. His eyes shining with intensity as he entered the room. Master, the detection took place just as we were about to enter this space. The location is approximately 60 billion light-years away in a galaxy referred to as RL, and the energy signature captured closely resembles that of the individual detected a week ago. Both parties possess the ability to enhance their power instantaneously. The responder trembled slightly, seemingly shaken by the findings. Instantaneous enhancement? What is their combat power? Jernirai seized upon the pertinent information, furrowing his brow further upon realizing the connection to the previous week's reconnaissance. On the surface, both parties exhibit a combat power of 5 units. Note that 1 unit equates to 100 million trillion in combat strength. Akin to a Super Saiyan in initial form and Baby in his giant ape transformation. The individual, noticing Jernirai's increasingly dark expression, mustered the courage to continue. However, after calculating from a distance, it is estimated that the opponent's strength exceeds 300 units. Moreover, during their final confrontation, both parties experienced a significant surge in power. But due to the fleeting moment, we were unable to collect further data. Instantaneous enhancement at 300 units or even more. Jernirai was finally provided with a more detailed answer. Yet he remained taken aback by such results, resting his chin in contemplation. Reflecting on the energy fluctuations detected a week prior, Jernirai surmised a connection. Noting that the adversary had demonstrated only around 200 units of power at that time, he understood that their strength had increased substantially in the final moments. Merging these overlapping pieces of information, Jernirai offered a wry smile as he turned to exit the reconnaissance room. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Such a rate of growth is astonishing. Father, how shall you greet this formidable acquaintance? Suddenly, Jernirai opened his eyes, a mischievous glint shining forth as a golden light flashed within them, his smile widening. Chapter 10, A Bold Infiltration, The Return of Wukong Part 1. Within the Obsidian Palace, the quintessence of elemental forces permeated the air, and the energies of heaven and earth were deftly manipulated. A heavy breath echoed, accompanied by the faint sound of dripping water. Following a low growl of anguish, a surge of formidable energy erupted from a figure clad in black, obliterating the elemental forces within the palace. Yet, after this tumult, the figure returned to a state of normalcy. Upon healing his injuries, an uninvited presence materialized in his sanctum, a pair of white eyes seemingly mocking him. What brings you here? The figure in black coldly inquired, seemingly indifferent to the sudden arrival. Mei Luo, you have finally returned. However, witnessing your disheveled state upon your return suggests you have encountered insurmountable challenges, the newcomer retorted, unfazed by Mei Luo's menacing tone. Sha Luo, this matter does not concern you. Attend to your responsibilities within the demon realm. Mei Luo's eyes narrowed, anger igniting as he recognized the familiar disdain. Is that so? Do not presume that winning the trust of the demon lord grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Mei Luo, are you not aware of your own standing? Even in terms of strength, you are no match for me. Sha Luo's provocation ignited his own frustration, his tone turning icy as he emanated a bone-chilling aura. Intending to attack, I beg to differ. Feeling the oppressive chill enveloping the palace, Mei Luo's eyes glinted with a fierce light. He transformed his extreme cold into an equally intense heat, the flames rivaling the near-absolute zero chill, causing Sha Luo's countenance to shift. You have concealed your strength. Sha Luo stared incredulously at Mei Luo, startled by the sudden display of power. He had intended a minor reprimand for this audacious companion, only to find Mei Luo capable of contending with him so effortlessly. Though you may have lived far longer than I, it is imperative that you understand, strength and talent are not merely a function of time. Mei Luo waved his hand, annihilating the cold with his fiery power, responding coldly to Sha Luo. Yet he was acutely aware that Sha Luo remained gravely injured, having only regained roughly 10 to 12% of his peak strength since the cataclysmic battle years prior. In a confrontation against a fully realized Sha Luo, he would still fall short. Sha Luo fell silent, his gaze fixed in a defiant glare upon Mei Luo. Seemingly struck by a thought, Mei Luo continued, to clarify. Without the demon lord's explicit command, I strongly advise you to abandon any plans for an assault on Earth during this unguarded period. I must caution you. I have just met with that monkey. Upon hearing this, Sha Luo discerned the underlying implications, his eyes widening in shock as he hesitantly probed. Could it be that your injuries stem from? Before Sha Luo could finish his astonished inquiry, Mei Luo nodded, interrupting him. While we merely tested each other's strength, my assessment indicates I would not prevail against him. Even you, in your prime, would struggle to defeat him now. The weight of Mei Luo's words drained the color from Sha Luo's face. Having returned to the demon realm after 4 centuries, he was acutely aware of the cosmic shifts that had transpired. To his utter astonishment, the once declining Saiyans, after nearly facing extinction, had once again ascended to glory. And the growth rate of Sun Wukong was beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing that Mero was injured by a mere monkey, even the most obtuse mind would deduce that the only possible individual could be the one who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. After all, at this moment, Mero possessed enough power to dominate in the ancient era. Upon his return, Mero had already learned of Sorrow's reckless actions from his subordinates. However, being a person who always considered the bigger picture, he would not allow Sorrow to act so rashly, for he was well aware of what the prophecy entailed. And the Demon Lord had a particular interest in this newly risen Saiyan, hence he felt compelled to issue a warning. Did he not disappear with the dragon? There is no mention of this in our prophecies. Sorrow, momentarily in disbelief, lifted his gaze to meet Mero's, questioning him. How absurd. Was there ever a mention of my existence in the prophecy? Just remember one thing. Until the Demon Lord has made a decision, do not act impulsively, or you shall bear the consequences. Mero seemed amused by Sorrow's obstinacy, letting out a cold laugh before vanishing, leaving Sorrow in a state of bewilderment. It was at that moment Sorrow recalled that indeed, Mero was not mentioned in the prophecies held in the demon realm. Furthermore, the Demon Lord would not awaken in this era. However, since that battle, the trajectory of the prophecy had shifted. The emergence of Mero, the awakening of the Demon Lord, all coincided with the Saiyan's resurgence, presenting a complex web of relationships that seemed to refute the prophecies of old. This very fact fueled Sorrow's animosity towards Mero, for the latter was a character that should not exist, yet here he was in the demon realm, even earning the Demon Lord's acknowledgement. Could it be that the battle of yore was in vain? Sorrow trembled with rage, ultimately erupting in a roar, unleashing a powerful cyclone that stirred the very winds of the demon realm. Chapter 10, A Forceful Infiltration, The Return of Wukong Part 2, A Streak of Radiant Light. Akin to a meteor racing towards the moon, traversed through countless nebulae. This rapid movement, while swift, was still dwarfed by the vastness of the cosmos. After what felt like an eternity, that halted figure had traversed another 100 million light-years. At this juncture, Wukong, after careful contemplation, transformed into his Super Saiyan form to execute an instant transmission to catch up with Gohan and the others at their vanished location. This velocity not only accelerated his movement, but also conserved energy to prevent any unforeseen fluctuations that would impede his timely response. Curiously, Wukong sensed only faint remnants of Gohan and Vegeta's presence at that location, alongside a few powerful yet familiar auras he had already recognized. However, without any signs of battle, Gohan and the others' energies abruptly ceased, as if they had vanished into thin air within this universe. Once more, Wukong adjusted his energy and pinpointed the next destination, his form disappearing without pause. Time swiftly passed, and Neil's spacecraft began to decelerate, gliding gently past a colossal planet, its hues an indescribable blend of green and brown. Is this the competition planet? Goten and Trunks pressed against the viewing window, gazing at a planet magnitudes larger than Earth, struggling to believe the reality before their eyes. Indeed, this celestial body is the largest within our inner universe, and it possesses unparalleled resilience in battle. After all, the grand cosmic battles have historically unfolded upon its surface. Neil confirmed. Gohan then inquired, that sudden jolt earlier must have been due to the planet's gravity, right? It seems its density and gravitational pull far exceed that of Earth. The fissures on the planet's surface must be remnants from past battles. I assume many come here to train beyond just the competition, correct? Vegeta interjected, hands on his hips. Neil smiled without answering, seemingly acknowledging the implication. Meanwhile, Zack gazed at the planet, lost in thought, before sighing, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Beside him, Rake had fully recovered yet bore a slight grudge against Gohan, speaking little throughout the journey. However, upon seeing the competition venue, a smile finally graced his face. Which planet do we reside on? How far is it from the coast? Master Roshi eagerly pressed, his sunglasses glinting in the light. Beside him, Satan draped an arm around Master Roshi's shoulder, both displaying an unrefined grin. Well, it's not too far from this planet. We shall arrive in 3 minutes. And the coast is quite close, Neil replied awkwardly, having grown accustomed to the duo's antics. The king, momentarily taken aback by the unusual behavior of the typically imposing Mr. Satan, observed as his attendants held a haughty disdain. The group found no need to engage with the arrogant attendant, knowing full well that while he outwardly looked down upon them, they secretly viewed him as a fool. Xiao Fang, impulsively enraged by his arrogance, restrained herself to maintain a ladylike demeanor, casting a cold glance at the proud individual. Bra, understanding their collusion, could only sigh helplessly and shrug her shoulders. Eula blushed, internally cursing her father's lecherous tendencies. Kiki and Bulma refrained from commenting. Having long since seen through Master Roshi's antics, they chose not to disdain him, recognizing that such individuals were unlikely to change, thus rendering any expressions of disapproval a waste. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, a faint golden glow flickered, and as one gazed closer, they would discern a figure. This figure was none other than Wukong, as he surveyed the impenetrable darkness of the starry sky. Utilizing a protective shield to sustain his oxygen, he found himself momentarily entranced by the scene before him, continuously tracking the energy signatures of Gohan and Vegeta. Wukong was perplexed to discover this void of space devoid of substance, even when he utilized instant transmission to probe the endless cosmos. It wasn't until he reached 1 billion light-years away that he detected any signs of life, indicating that Gohan and the others had indeed lingered here until the very last moment. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Wukong noticed no anomalies. Under duress, he cautiously extended his right hand to unleash a ki blast, aiming to disrupt the mysterious space ahead. However, at that moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. As Wukong's energy blast cut through the vastness, the cosmos began to tremble. Countless meteors and small celestial bodies erupted into chaos, forming an immense, intricate array of light amidst the void, rendering Wukong's probing attack utterly ineffective. What is happening? Goku's expression darkened. In the course of the past 6 months, he had traversed various dimensional universes and had gained knowledge of elements that were absent in this universe. He recalled his previous encounters with sealing demonic entities, realizing that this energy formation was indeed a sealing technique. Could it be that Gohan and the others had ventured into the realm within this formation? Gazing intently at the colossal seal that appeared to rotate slowly yet was actually spinning at the speed of light, Goku's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he released his grip. It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable. Goku momentarily shed his serious demeanor, breaking into a hearty laugh, his carefree nature evident as he rubbed the back of his head. Now that he understood Gohan and his companions were not in peril, the weight on his heart was somewhat alleviated. Chapter 10. Breaking the Great Formation. The Return of Goku, Part 3, Under the Starry Night Sky. With each of Goku's explosive attacks, the formation only flickered upon contact with his ki blasts. All of Goku's efforts were rendered futile. Akin to throwing meat buns at a dog, there was no return. In the vastness of space, despite the colossal explosions, sound could not travel, and Goku found himself helpless as dozens of his ki blasts were absorbed by the faint golden formation, which accelerated with each infusion of power. Upon realizing that his attacks bore no fruit, Goku felt both puzzled and a tinge of apprehension. Faced with such a situation, he resolved to amplify his strength. Observing the formation that momentarily appeared and then vanished, he decided to cease his fruitless efforts and directly unleash a more formidable power to break through the array. Transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, Goku found that the duration of his transformation diminished with each attempt, while the energy wasted also gradually decreased. In mere moments, Goku unleashed the entirety of his power, breaking through successive barriers, electricity crackling around him, and the golden aura intensifying. After a violent tremor in space, he ascended once more to Super Saiyan 4. Upon completing his transformation, Goku sensed a subtle change within himself. His inherent combative nature had become more pronounced with each transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Had it not been for the previous battle with Thor, where he felt a slight suppression from the Dragon Balls, he might have succumbed to a bloodthirsty frenzy by now. This realization left Goku in a state of perplexity. Gazing coldly into the void, Goku flashed a mischievous smile, releasing a surge of energy. At the critical moment of the formation's activation, he unleashed the power he had meticulously gathered. Tenfold Kamehameha. Through his earlier bombardments, Goku had discerned a weakness in the formation. When the seal absorbed external energy, its rotation slowed with the increase of incoming power. In that fleeting instant, a hairline golden fissure appeared at the formation's core, and within it, Goku detected the presence of countless life forms. A crimson beam, as vivid as blood, shot forth from Goku's palm, the tremendous recoil causing his body to tremble slightly. The rapid ki blast collided with the now slowing formation, causing the golden strands to re-emerge, expanding from a hairline crack to a gaping fissure over 100 meters long and wide, yet the sights within remained shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, as the formation was forcefully breached, a powerful golden ki blast erupted from the dark fissure, aimed directly at the intruder, Goku. At the same moment, Gohan and the others disembarked from their spaceship. Since their arrival in this peculiar realm, OOB had felt somewhat dizzy. The instant his foot touched the ground, An invisible force surged from his core, a violent energy that suddenly escalated and then vanished. No one noticed this change, not even OOB, who merely thought he was adjusting to the new environment. As Gohan and Vegeta stood on the ground, they felt the earth tremble slightly, prompting them to look up at the starry sky, where they observed numerous planets vibrating. Is the sky changing? Gohan and the others were taken aback, while Neil's expression shifted dramatically before he smiled knowingly. However, Zek and Lake were bewildered, as it was not only Gohan and the others who sensed the disturbance. Many fighters within this space felt the earth-shaking alterations and used their ki as a means of perception to explore the origins of these events. Gohan and Vegeta's expressions turned grim, but upon witnessing Zek and Lake's reactions, they concluded that the occurrence was beyond their expectations. Thus, they did not suspect any trickery from the others, but the one who could cause such a disturbance was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, as everyone speculated about the perpetrator. An immense seal materialized at the edge of the cosmic expanse. Even from a considerable distance, Gohan could see the colossal red seal, which emanated an aura so potent that it left most fighters breathless. Suddenly, sensing this overwhelming presence, Neil's expression shifted again, while Zek's keen gaze remained fixed ahead. And Lake stood in stunned silence at the sudden surge of power. Yet, amidst their astonishment, Gohan and his companions were struck by a profound shock, an exhilaration that stirred their very souls. For they all felt it, the familiar energy. Grandpa! It's Grandpa! It really is Grandpa! After a moment of stunned silence, it was little Fong who first erupted in joyous exclamation, her shoulders trembling as she screamed, quickly covering her mouth. The tears that had been held back now flowed freely down her rosy cheeks, leaving trails behind. Hearing her words, Zek's expression changed once more, and Lake's face paled in disbelief. He recognized the figure referred to as Grandpa by little Fong. Yet the notion that the missing person had returned, domineering as ever, was beyond comprehension. The initially anxious Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Satan, upon hearing little Fong's enthusiastic shout, finally realized that the cause of this upheaval was none other than Goku. Still, they struggled to believe such a miraculous turn of events and turned their gazes to Gohan, who was equally stunned. Gohan, noticing their stares, felt moisture welling in his eyes and nodded. It truly is Dad. With this affirmation, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her tears, her heart swelling with emotion. After years of being with Goku, the prolonged absence had led her to prepare for the worst, while Gohan and Goten often wore forced smiles. But now, she was told, Goku has returned. Kakarot, have you finally returned? Only our differences remain. Vegeta turned to the side, having come to terms with the terrifyingly formidable aura he recognized as Goku's. However, upon perceiving the overwhelming energy that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan level dragon, Vegeta felt a pang of frustration. After all, during the past 6 months of arduous training, he had built his confidence by surpassing Goku at his initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4, only to have that confidence shattered in an instant by Goku's transformation. Nevertheless, Vegeta no longer aimed to surpass Goku. Instead, he aspired to become the foremost warrior following Goku's ascension. Such aspirations, after all, presented a monumental challenge, embodying the essence of pride and ambition. Outside the formation, Goku had long discerned the hidden mystery of the fissure, which is why he refrained from probing directly upon its emergence. As he observed the oncoming wave of golden light, he awaited the opportune moment to breach the array. With a sudden, powerful swing of his right fist, he unleashed a colossal golden dragon, employing the Dragon Fist technique to obliterate the final defense of the sealing spell. The explosive impact caused the surrounding universe to shudder slightly, not due to Goku's strength being capable of shaking the entire inner cosmos, but because his force reverberated through the sealing spell, causing the stars within to tremble in response. As the Dragon Fist shattered the retaliatory golden energy blast, Goku sensed the presence of Gohan and others through the vast crack. With a devilish grin returning to his face, he instantaneously transported himself into that peculiar realm. The fighters within the starry universe changed countenance upon realizing the array had been forcibly breached. In a flash, after traversing millions of light years in a golden streak, Goku's figure materialized firmly on the planet where Gohan and the others resided. His familiar silhouette adorned with red accents and flowing black hair eliciting joyous smiles from those gathered. Grandpa, is that really you? I'm so happy you're back. Xiao Fang exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed forward with excitement. Momentarily doubting the reality before her, she blinked. Yet the towering figure before her undeniably resembled the beloved one from years past, his essence unchanged. Chi-Chi, too, approached with fervor, embracing Goku tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Goku, you finally returned. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I feared you might never come back. She sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Goku, taken aback by her words, chuckled softly as he recalled how often Chi-Chi had uttered similar sentiments throughout the years. However, it seemed her tendency to be harsh had persisted since Gohan's birth. With a slightly serious demeanor, Goku tilted his head toward Chi-Chi and playfully queried, "Really?" "Yes." She nodded earnestly. At that moment, the others gathered around Goku, even Vegeta, who, while maintaining his pride, acknowledged Goku with a subtle nod, signaling understanding. Goku, with a warm gaze, looked at Xiao Fong and Chi-Chi on either side, gently caressing their hair with his large hands. "Grandpa, how did you return?" "Didn't you?" Xiao Fong began, gazing up at the now fully grown Goku, noticing he had reverted to his adult stature, much to her chagrin. "Well, I'm not entirely sure of the details, but Shenron suggested it would be best for me to return to my original form. I had to pester him for quite some time to make it happen," Goku explained, playfully pinching Xiao Fong's cheek. Aware of the gravity of Shenron's words, but refraining from divulging too much, especially as he spotted Jin and the others nearby. Those who were privy to the circumstances recognized that Goku was withholding certain truths, yet they had no reason to pressure him for answers. "Grandpa, you want to leave us again, right?" Xiao Fong implored, breaking away from Goku's embrace, her eyes filled with urgency as she sought reassurance. "Yes, I want to leave you all again," Goku affirmed after a brief pause, gently patting her head. "Then why didn't you come back sooner?" The warm atmosphere abruptly shifted as Chi-Chi, who had been timid until now, clenched her trembling hands, producing a cracking sound as she unexpectedly struck Goku on the head with surprising force. "Ouch!" Goku winced, rubbing his head in bewilderment. A mix of confusion and hurt reflected in his expression as he gazed at his tempestuous wife. Everyone stood in shock, and Goku quickly wrapped his arms around his head, his eyes shimmering with tears as he complained, "What was that for, Chi-Chi? Humph. What do you think?" Chi-Chi turned her head away, defiantly interrogating. "If Shenron could bring you back so easily, why didn't you return sooner? You made me worry for nothing." "Well, I really had to negotiate with Shenron for a long time to make it happen," Goku replied, still rubbing his head in grievance. Chi-Chi maintained her obstinate demeanor, fully aware of Goku's fib, yet relishing the role she played. The spectacle left everyone feeling uneasy, particularly Vegeta, whose eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the universe's mightiest warrior seemingly cowed by his wife. Goku could only chuckle bitterly, knowing well how this would unfold. Chi-Chi's sweet words were not to be trusted, as evidenced by her promise, which had already been broken within mere minutes. The gathered crowd exchanged knowing smiles, oblivious to the silent figure of Jin observing Goku from a corner. "Uncle Goku, did the Dragon Balls and Shenron come back with you?" Jin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Trunks inquired forward. "No, I am the only one who returned. Before coming back, Shenlong restored my original form," Goku answered truthfully, wishing to keep the integration of the Dragon Balls within him a secret. That's a commendable action. Shenlong has done well. Now Goku is the same age as I am, and I no longer worry about you seeking other women," Chi-Chi playfully remarked. "Ah, ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among everyone, while Chi-Chi blushed and Goku, still puzzled, scratched his head and joined in the merriment. "However, why does he appear so familiar? I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before," the king pondered, observing the jovial Goku. "Your Majesty, how do you know this commoner?" the guard inquired. "No. He truly seems familiar. Who could it be? Let me think. Yes, he resembles the boy who defeated Demon King Piccolo years ago," the king exclaimed excitedly, adjusting his glasses and scrutinizing the sturdy Goku, gradually aligning his current appearance with that of the boy from the past. "Could it be that he is the savior from back then? He doesn't appear particularly powerful," the guard questioned, looking at the king with skepticism. The king fixated on Goku, striving to recall the events of that time. "But he resembles him quite a bit. Let us use time to confirm this. Young master, is it truly him? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan?" Rake's body trembled slightly, still awed by Goku's earlier aura. Zack remained silent, shifting his gaze to Jinri, both awaiting an answer. "It truly is him. I have not erred, his state back then," Jinri replied emphatically, recalling Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form. "However, wasn't the legend supposed to depict the king as a cold-hearted warrior?" Rake struggled to inquire, as this person before him deviated significantly from the descriptions in the tales. "No. You must have seen it, Rake. Saiyans can transform, their power surges in an instant, and their emotions can shift as well. You should be well aware of this from your battle with Gohan. In that state he exhibited earlier, do you still wish to deny it?" Jinri countered Rake's doubts, disregarding the latter's grim expression, his eyes reflecting a fervent zeal, concealing a profound sentiment that went unnoticed by others. Chapter 11. The Gathering of Forces. Winds rise and clouds surge. Goku's return allowed Gohan and others to finally relinquish their guilt over past errors, yet they naturally could not believe Goku's fabrications. Considering their presence in a foreign land where many secrets must remain concealed, Vegeta, more contemplative than Gohan and Trunks, recognized that Goku's previous suggestions before departing Earth were not easily altered by Shenlong, and his years of battle experience instilled a sense of vigilance within him. As time flowed slowly, the group lingered in the control area of the spaceship's landing site, drawn by the familiar figure that brought joy to others while also providing a sense of stability. After a light-hearted exchange, Goku received a few playful slaps from Chi-Chi, who, though slightly exhausted, was filled with delight. Since Goku had reverted to a childlike state, Chi-Chi seemed to reminisce about their youthful days, feeling a bit bashful and adopting a more demure demeanor for a time. However, now that Goku had returned to his adult form, she felt less awkward around her husband and resumed her true nature. Goku, standing nearly 2 meters tall, found it quite easy to playfully tease Chi-Chi, who stood around 1.70 meters, to his mild discomfort. Simultaneously, Goku learned from Master Roshi about Krillin, Launch, and Tien, and he grasped the reasons for Gohan's cosmic journey. Nevertheless, Goku's expression grew serious as the events of these days, particularly concerning the Thunder God, left him perplexed. Moreover, he had encountered a formidable figure from the demon realm yesterday, who completely upended Goku's perceptions of the realm's strength. Now, hearing of the upcoming cosmic tournament, he felt a bit unsettled. Yet, Goku adeptly concealed these secrets, noting Jinri's occasional lingering gaze upon him, allowing him to converse casually without revealing any signs of unease. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Satan momentarily set aside their recreational spirits upon Goku's return, their relationships one of master and disciple. The other of in-laws, coupled with their awareness of Goku's esteemed status among the group, filled them with joy at his reappearance. At that very moment, those who had sensed Goku's overwhelming presence felt a trickle of cold sweat form in their hearts. However, before they could fully recover from the shock, that earth-shattering power vanished in an instant, reigniting their curiosity. From millions of light-years away, figures began probing with their senses, only to discover an unusually mundane aura emanating from the main planet. Could it be him? They pondered, each speculating the answer, with many of those probing being denizens of the inner universe, while others were invited cosmic competitors for the tournament. Thus, as outsiders arrived daily, they remained particularly vigilant. When Vegeta and the others arrived, they were swiftly categorized as participants, yet upon noticing the presence of another seemingly average individual among them, doubts about Goku's identity began to surface. This situation arose partly because Goku's aura underwent significant changes upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Those unfamiliar with him would find it difficult to recognize him in either state. Furthermore, those daring enough to pursue Goku's aura were all formidable individuals themselves, well aware that there exist extraordinary beings capable of manipulating their physical strength at will, often enhancing it in an instant. Goku, too, sensed the swarm of probing auras but chose not to respond, feeling somewhat awkward. He smiled sheepishly, recalling that his earlier actions might have been excessive, stirring a storm upon his arrival, which left him feeling a bit embarrassed. Naturally, those capable of sensing auras were already aware of the chain reactions triggered by this celestial shift. Journalai forced a bitter smile. He had never anticipated that the other party would so brazenly breach the formation's defenses and intrude. If such a scene failed to capture the attention of those present, then those individuals were unworthy of being called battle-crazed fanatics. After regaining his composure, Jack shifted his gaze from Wukong to Gohan, observing the profound bond between the father and son. This prompted him to look up thoughtfully at the heavens before closing his eyes. Although Lake did not possess a deep understanding of sensing the presence of opponents through their aura, he was neither blind nor foolish. The tremors he felt resonated throughout the entire inner universe, a force beyond his simple imagination. However, with a smattering of knowledge, he noted that numerous auras converged upon the main planet, and his mental focus settled on Wukong. Such a scenario left Lake feeling anxious and apprehensive. Chapter 11. Gathering of Forces, A Storm Brews, Part 2. Similarly, under the influence of that day's transformation, several individuals harbored their own thoughts. They refrained from intrusively probing with their auras, instead engaging in solitary meditation. The magnitude of this power was overwhelming, yet, was it truly useful? An elderly man, upon receiving a report, finally comprehended the cause of the earlier cataclysm. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, his deep-set eyes obscuring his true intentions as he sighed and shook his head. Elder Ba, should we alter our plans? Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in the elder's study, respectfully inquiring about the elder's intentions. There's no need. Although the wielder of this power is he, we must make sacrifices for the sake of prudence. The events of yesterday have not been leaked, have they? The elder's eyes sparkled with intensity as his frail hands gently struck the table, signaling his resolve. Understood. Following Elder Ba's orders, I have dealt with those in the know. The burly man spoke of the extermination with a flicker of anguish in his steadfast gaze, though he quickly concealed his emotion, wishing to remain undetected. Ah, if you harbor resentment towards me, it is understandable, given that it involves your brother, Fuse. The elder possessed keen insight. The moment he saw the glimmer in the middle-aged man's eyes, he grasped the latter's thoughts. After a long sigh, he continued, No. My subordinate is aware, considering my brother's involvement. The middle-aged man responded with a hint of panic, not fearing the elder's command for his demise. Knowing the elder lacked the ability to carry it out, he felt compelled to explain, not wanting to create a rift with the elder. For loyalty to a trusted master is paramount, and suspicion would render him utterly ashamed. The middle-aged man articulated the crux of the matter, fully aware that had it not been for his brother's betrayal years ago, he would not be facing this death sentence today. Yet, blood runs thicker than water, after all. The man was his own brother, and ending his life with his own hands would be a profoundly tragic affair. Nevertheless, he chose to abide by the elder's course of action, knowing that the greater good must take precedence. The elder observed the middle-aged man's demeanor and grasped his true sentiments. Nodding in satisfaction, he refrained from issuing a lethal order this time, yet the man proceeded with precision, earning Fuse the elder's utmost trust. Now, prepare accordingly. For the next few days, ensure your presence remains undetected. Once everything is in place, I will contact you. Is that clear? The elder inhaled deeply, enunciating each word with solemnity. Understood. Fuse accepted the command and vanished, as if he had never existed in the room, departing silently. Once again, the spacious study, measuring 100 square meters, was left with the solitary figure of the elderly man, his presence a stark contrast to the fading light, with occasional sighs breaking the silence. At the same moment, on another part of the same planet, a delicate silhouette quietly admired the breathtaking sunrise over the ocean. She understood the nuances of aura detection but refrained from prying. Given her special status, upon sensing Journali in Jack's auras, she naturally recognized that the figures nearby were Saiyans, and the one wielding such earth-shattering power was undoubtedly one of them. She possessed a stunning visage, in her early 20s, but her pallor suggested a touch of illness. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, creating a waterfall effect, untouched by disorder. Clad in a loose nightgown, this partial concealment could not obscure her graceful figure. Her arms, with a healthy hue, cradled her form, accentuating her elegant poise. As she gazed at the magnificent scene before her, a gentle sea breeze tousled her hair, causing strands to fall across her face. She tucked them behind her ear, her melancholic eyes betraying a heart heavy with sorrow. She wished to remain oblivious to what was to come, yet she found herself ensnared by the memories of him and the changes that ensued, bringing her pain, especially concerning him. Have you not yet come to terms with it? You are not at fault, the young woman murmured, memories stirring within her. 2 lines of tears traced her cheeks, her voice choked, yet she stubbornly refrained from crying out. You are not to blame. It is they who are at fault. She sobbed, bending down to embrace her knees, her body trembling in distress. Chapter 11. Gathering of Forces, A Storm Brews, Part 3, in a certain maritime area. Several figures clad in black robes were captivated by the earlier tremors. However, they did not act hastily. Instead, they diminished their power to avoid detection. The leader fixated intently on the direction of Wukong. Even before the initial wave of attacks struck the formation, he sensed an intrusion. What astonished him most was the realization that the intruder possessed the strength to tear open a breach in the formation. Such overwhelming power shook not only the array but the entire inner universe, a display so extravagant that it made his heart race. Moreover, what left him in utter disbelief was a faint familiarity with that aura, reminiscent of a bitter rivalry. Yet, Wukong remained oblivious to his identity. It is him. Without a doubt, it must be. To the lower right of the leader, another figure trembled, not from fear, but from rage directed at an arch-nemesis. Yet, beneath that anger lay a profound fear, for he fully understood the magnitude of the power just displayed. Do not be so tense. That aura may not belong solely to him. After all, when the formation was torn, a tremendous force could have emanated from it. Perhaps that earlier display was merely the formation's own power, a fellow black-clad individual speculated, aware of a secret within the formation, maintaining a relatively optimistic outlook amidst the chaos. However, he failed to notice the leader's particularly grim expression, who remained convinced of his own deductions, choosing not to panic over the adversary's immense strength. The leader cast a scornful glance at the man, unwilling to disturb his delusions. Since his return, he had witnessed on numerous occasions the sheer audacity of this reckless individual. What truly vexed him was how this man postured without possessing any real strength. Now, facing a formation he barely comprehended, understanding 6 out of 7 mysteries while remaining utterly ignorant of the last, he still arrogantly believed himself superior. An incorrigible fool blinded by his own delusions. No, your words are wrong. The man frowned. Lost in recollection of the moment the heavens had shifted, those earth-shattering feats that had shaken his very soul. Even his fear of Wukong's power gripped him. A fervent longing burned within to possess such unparalleled might. To have his conclusion contradicted ignited his fury. Accustomed to deference as one who stood above others, he was unaccustomed to defiance, much less outright skepticism. If he truly wielded such overwhelming power, would he have struggled so pitifully during the evil dragon incident? Can you honestly believe he could have grown so much stronger in just half a year? Yet, if he lacked such strength, how could the seal have been shattered? I urge you to take his true power seriously. The first speaker remained unconvinced, his own temper flaring at the other's dismissive arrogance. The latter, however, bristled with humiliation, his eyes blazing with suppressed rage. Upon hearing the former's words, the leading figure's gaze sharpened, a nod of approval acknowledging his wisdom. But when his eyes fell upon the still delusional fool, a shadow of irritation crossed his face, though he restrained the urge to strike him down. Killing too many worthless fools only proves you are but a step above them. Unlike that short-sighted man, the leader's judgment was never so rash. His understanding of the seal far surpassed that of these 2 juniors, while one had raised a valid point. The counterforce of the formation had been obliterated in an instant, proof enough of the terrifying power they faced. Yet beyond sheer awe, what unsettled him most was why this figure had reappeared. Years of intelligence confirmed that this formidable being had left Earth 9 months prior, vanishing without a trace. Back then, his strength had been less than 1/10 of what it was now. Yet in less than a year, everything had changed, his growth defying all reason, monstrous and unnatural. Can we truly allow this to continue? In that fleeting moment, the robed figure sensed danger. Abandoning contemplation, he swept his aged hand through the air, tearing open a void. Hurriedly, he pulled those around him into the rift just as it sealed shut, mere moments before a devastating energy blast tore through the space they had occupied, arcing harmlessly away into the cosmos. Chapter 11. Gathering Forces, Rising Storms, Part 4. Wukong and his companions had been ushered into the reception hall by their host, the young Prince Nelly. They now stood within the planet's technological stronghold, though Nelly, as royalty, did not reside here. His father, the king, remained in a distant palace, still unseen despite frequent mentions. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your son Goku, correct? I am Nelly, though already aware of Wukong's identity. Nelly waited politely for Gohan's introduction before stepping forward with a courteous smile, extending his hand. Ah, hello. Wukong returned the smile, but the moment their hands met, he sensed the immense power coiled within the prince. His expression flickered briefly before settling into admiration. Unbeknownst to Wukong, Nelly had been probing him as well, only to be stunned by the flawless concealment of his energy. Not a ripple betrayed his strength. The title of the strongest warrior beyond this universe is well-deserved, Mr. Son Goku. Nelly withdrew his hand with a faint smile. Haha. I'm just a fighter who happens to be known. Whether I'm truly the strongest is debatable. There are many rising talents and countless hidden powers across the cosmos. Wukong's tone carried a note of reflection. Countless battles had dragged him back from death's brink, and with each ascent in power, the world revealed itself as vaster still. Those who proclaimed themselves the universe's strongest were often mere warlords ruling over fragments of existence. And compared to the likes of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and each surpassing their predecessors, their starting points were higher, their growth staggering compared to his own at their age. Though spoken casually, Nelly caught the implication. As a prince of the inner universe's ruling lineage, he knew well the depths of the outer realms. Wukong's words stirred memories of events not so distant, histories that should have left traces. Yet in the past year's intelligence, one anomaly stood out. Masking his unease with a chuckle, Nelly dismissed Wukong's modesty before directing attendants to assist Gohan and Vegeta with their belongings, smoothly steering the conversation onward. Who is he, truly? It must be him, but he conceals himself flawlessly. No, there is not even a flicker of energy? For Prince Nelly himself to receive them their status is beyond ordinary. A Saiyan. Was that other one a Saiyan as well? Across the cosmos, countless presences withdrew their probing senses. Those who had observed Wukong's group recoiled upon detecting Nelly's aura. though many were warriors capable of competing in the tournament. Longtime residents of the inner universe knew all too well the prince's standing and his terrifying power. The sight of Nellie personally welcoming these outsiders spurred rampant speculation. Yet some, unfamiliar with Vegeta's temperament, lingered their scrutiny upon him, only to be met with a surge of overwhelming energy, a silent warning that brooked no defiance. Thus, before the tournament even began, whispers of this encounter spread like wildfire, reverberating across half the inner universe. Within an opulent palace, a broad-shouldered man chuckled, his voice rich with amusement. "My friend, your actions were rather flamboyant. You frightened quite a few." His sharp brows framed piercing eyes, his regal bearing undimmed by time. Authority radiated from him, the aura of one who ruled as both king and god. He rose. The moment Nellie's ship had signaled its approach, he had known the Saiyans would arrive. Though tempted to greet them personally, his station had stayed him. For he was the sovereign of this universe, its undisputed ruler. He was King Gelid, Nellie's father. "It is time we met, Saiyans." Grit smiled to himself and then, with a steady gait, proceeded onward. Chapter 12, The Fighting Tournament, The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 1. What just transpired? One member of the ambushed group of black-clad individuals, upon reappearing, asked with a hint of trepidation. This individual was the one who had speculated on Goku's true power. The arrogant man felt a tremor of fear creeping over him. Although he had not sensed the impending energy attack, he had recognized that the force unleashed moments ago was potent enough to obliterate him. "Is it them?" he queried. A shiver of dread coursing through him as he glanced at his leader, his voice laced with profound uncertainty. Upon witnessing the bumbling demeanor of his subordinate, the high-ranking figure felt utterly disillusioned, yet he responded, "It is not their aura, but that power is indeed peculiar. My lord, can you not sense the presence of its master?" The leader did not explode in anger but grew increasingly appreciative of his perceptive subordinate. Noticing the same perplexed expression in the latter's eyes, he understood that they had both grasped something significant, unlike the arrogant fool who panicked. "Indeed. It appears you two have sensed the strangeness of that energy," the black-clad man hazily replied, for he himself found it hard to believe such an occurrence. Yet the previous scene had unfolded with startling clarity. Upon receiving tacit confirmation from his superior, the man's eyes narrowed sharply, affirming his earlier suspicions, though he struggled to accept that such phenomena could exist in the world. As the two engaged in cryptic dialogue, the figure branded as a fool seized the opportunity, his previously languid eyes igniting with a glimmer of insight, suppressing the tremors that coursed through him, unnoticed by others. Beneath his black hood lay an unknown curve, a secret unobserved. The commanding figure turned to the few unremarkable subordinates behind him, waving his sleeve to issue commands. "You may withdraw for now. Await my contact once the tournament commences. There is no need for excessive action in the meantime. Depart." "Understood." The 5 or 6 shadows in black bowed in response before vanishing one by one. "I have received orders to adjust our plans in preparation for the battle. Thus, I must vacate this space, and 2 others will oversee the tournament in my stead. Do you comprehend?" After his lackluster subordinates had retreated, the leader revealed crucial information regarding his 2 subordinates with a sense of concealed disdain, yet he felt compelled to disclose the alterations in strategy. "Understood," the 2 replied in unison. But as their words fell, the leader had already vanished within a 100-mile radius. A prolonged silence ensued, broken only by the sound of rustling wind. "What is your perspective on this matter?" The one feigning foolishness finally spoke, attuned to the formation and realizing that their leader had departed the inner universe, freeing himself from the need to conceal his true self. "The Saiyans are of no concern to us for now, they will serve as fodder." However, the other 2. One of the others responded, knowing that only the individual before him was aware of their decisions. In front of their leader, they had feigned 2 distinct personas, merely to deceive all observers. "Given our standings, it is impossible for us to be subordinate to them. Not even that Qing Luo holds such a right," the man declared with indignation, aware that to survive, he must conceal his ambitions. Yet he understood the value he possessed. A value so formidable that even Qing Luo harbored a degree of trepidation, refraining from overtly eliminating him. Indeed, the individual who had departed earlier was none other than Qing Luo of the Demon Realm. And this group of black-clad individuals represented the new generation of power within the Demon Realm. However, all of this must be measured by strength. "We do not yet possess such power," one reflected, seemingly empathetic to the sentiments of his companion. He sighed, recognizing that in this ruthless world, where the strong prey upon the weak, status and position do not always correlate. Nor is it certain, they appear to regard us as mere pawns. Perhaps this is for the best. Once they make their move, I shall not hesitate to claim their lives. He vented his frustration, clenching his fists tightly. Once proud, he had recently lost dominion over the demon realm and now felt compelled to don a mask of arrogance to secure a chance at survival. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The other agreed, his own gaze reflecting a glint of cold determination. Chapter 12. The Fighting Tournament, The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 2. A solitary figure wandered, his presence eliciting respectful bows from those around him, yet he never opened his eyes to meet their gaze, seemingly wandering aimlessly in search of answers. This cold, aloof individual, aside from Saiyan, had no other companions. He knew that Grit would soon confront the Saiyans, prompting his departure from the reception room. This was not due to a desire to avoid the one who had transformed his life, but rather because he had never been particularly concerned about any matters, save for hers. Everyone possesses their own tale, and Saiyan was no exception. Yet, apart from one individual, all who knew his past had perished, their very souls obliterated a second time. That incident had once sent shockwaves throughout the inner universe. It was this very event that had instilled fear in the hearts of nearly all who beheld Saiyan. Yet, Saiyan understood that beneath their fearful gazes lay a foundation of disdain and deep-seated hatred. He paid no heed to their perceptions, nor did he care to acknowledge their opinions. However, should anyone provoke his ire, he would ensure their swift disappearance from this world. Are you not even slightly interested in the tournament? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears, its presence unmistakable through its aura. Saiyan opened his eyes, gazing upon the figure of Laika positioned in the passage before him, but he merely replied in a disinterested tone, I have no interest. Having endured Saiyan's indifference for many years, Laika felt a surge of anger. He recognized the uniqueness of his own lineage, yet it paled in comparison to that of Saiyan. Nevertheless, he could not tolerate the dismissive gaze cast upon him. As he contemplated another outburst, a warning from Genie echoed in his mind. Never provoke Saiyan. Suppressing his rage, Laika's eyes shimmered with cold light. But Saiyan had already closed his eyes again, continuing his stride and brushing past Laika. This is no longer Earth. I trust you will not question my intentions? Laika queried, watching the cold, proud figure retreat. Proceed as you wish, but do not claim I did not warn you. Should those matters arise again, I shall render you a mere figurehead. Saiyan responded, momentarily pausing his steps, his tone chilling. However, as Laika's expression shifted in alarm, Saiyan's next words struck a painful chord within him, leaving him with nothing but gritted teeth. This time, remember your lesson. I will personally deal with those worthless fools. The words of Saiyan resonated in Lake's mind, igniting a fury within him, yet Saiyan had already distanced himself. Saiyan, one day I shall kill you. Lake dared not shout these words aloud. Instead, he roared within the confines of his mind, his eyes bloodshot, and a fierce aura surging around him. A second mark subtly manifesting upon his forehead. In less than 5 minutes, in a desolate wilderness 1,000 miles away, Saiyan stood amidst the jagged stones, coldly surveying the 4 bodies lying before him, each filled with the utmost fear and regret in their final moments. Yet, Saiyan offered them no chance for remorse, mercilessly dispatching them one by one before his eyes. He glanced at the blood-stained forearm of his right hand, then summoned a faint golden flame that consumed the thick blood, before unleashing a small explosive energy sphere upon the corpses. Following a resounding explosion, the 4 bodies were reduced to nothingness, leaving only charred remnants upon the ground. You exhibited considerable strength, yet you knowingly provoked my limits. Thus, death is your most fitting outcome. Saiyan closed his eyes, sighing softly, remaining utterly still. During these moments of silence, the wilderness resumed its natural rhythm, a small creature alighting upon Saiyan's left shoulder, its tiny orange limbs fluttering, adorned with golden-edged, chestnut wings, occasionally rubbing its beak against his garments. Saiyan's spirit stirred. He turned slightly to regard the charming little being, which gazed back at him with a knowing innocence, both remaining motionless. The bird, undaunted by his presence, softened Saiyan's demeanor, and for the first time, a smile graced his lips. Gently, he caressed the bird's smooth little head, but the creature, refusing to yield, bared its fluffy belly, evading the villain's fingers, retaliating with a peck, and then glaring at Saiyan before taking flight. Amused by the bird's antics, Saiyan felt the sting of the playful peck go unnoticed. And as he gently stroked the bird a few times, memories of a beautiful past flickered in his mind, prompting him to smile for an unprecedented third time. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Tournament, The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 3. The imposing figure seated before them emanated an aura of authority, causing the women present to feel a subtle apprehension towards the youthful middle-aged man. They refrained from excessive chatter, while Bulma and Bra remained unfazed, familiar with this version of Prince Vegeta from their home. Under Nur's introduction, the attendees learned that this middle-aged gentleman was none other than their father, Grit. Consequently, due to the need for discreet discussions, the King of Earth was ushered to a separate resting area. "You must be the proud scions of the universe," Grit remarked. Smiling at the assembly, his gaze primarily resting on Goku and Vegeta, devoid of any regal condescension. Vegeta, steadfast in his role as the protector of Saiyan dignity, stood in stark contrast to Grit, who bore no offense. He possessed knowledge surpassing that of Nur, and was well aware of Vegeta's temperament. He understood that in ancient times, the Saiyans held a certain esteem, with their prince seemingly destined to inherit the mantle of dominion. Even if the Saiyans had lost their former glory, their inherent pride, intertwined with their combat prowess, remained indelibly etched in their spirits. Indeed, we are among the last of the Saiyans. Vegeta and I are pure Saiyans. These individuals represent the hybrid descendants of Saiyans and Earthlings, Goku responded amiably, albeit with an uncharacteristic wariness, oblivious to the underlying reasons for his unease. That makes sense, as the data would not be erroneous, Grit exhaled. Slightly perplexed by Goku's sudden reappearance, though he concealed his true feelings with practiced poise. What significance does this hold? Why does it matter if one is a Saiyan? Vegeta impatiently inquired, his arrogance evident in his agitation, feeling vexed that Grit persistently probed into their affairs. The knowledge that their experiences on Earth were scrutinized from afar left Vegeta feeling both controlled and belittled, fueling his indignation. "It's simple. The identity of a Saiyan cannot be feigned," Grit replied, smiling at Vegeta. Upon hearing this double entendre, Vegeta paused momentarily. While Goku and Gohan exchanged glances of surprise, though none dared to voice their inquiries. There is no need for excessive discourse. Please elucidate the meaning of this so-called Universal Martial Arts Tournament. I believe you can fully address our inquiries regarding it, Vegeta interjected decisively. All eyes turned to Grit, who appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Grit finally spoke with a smile. "Very well, let me clarify matters regarding this Universal Martial Arts Tournament." He took a moment to reflect, then slowly continued. "This tournament is the largest of its kind in the universe, occurring once every 10 million years. A grand assembly of combat that has existed since time immemorial. We are now in its 138th iteration. The precise origins elude me, but I know it has been a legacy passed down through generations of our ancestors, with the historical pendulum marking its occurrence every 10 million years. The purpose of this tournament is to determine the next universal monarch, the ruler of the cosmos." Grit reminisced about the past. The crowd collectively gasped at the influx of information, perhaps overwhelmed by the magnitude of such an event, leaving them momentarily speechless. "A ruler? Do you mean to assert control over the universe?" Gohan, who yearned for freedom and peace, was the first to inquire, his tone having softened since Goku's return, as he seemed to shed the burdens weighing upon him. "No, it merely decides which clan possesses the strongest warriors. Although they will enjoy certain privileges akin to that of a ruler, commanding the fighters of the universe," Grit explained, having noted Gohan's subtle change in demeanor. Though the warmth of his words did little to clarify Gohan's enigmatic inner world. Nur, observing from the side, noted the shifts in Gohan's temperament with concern. "A warrior clan?" Trunks exclaimed, surprised. In past conversations, Vegeta had seldom discussed matters of the universe, leaving Goten, Trunks, and the more naive youths, largely ignorant of cosmic affairs. Yet upon hearing the term, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta listened intently. "Yes, in a sense, it also determines the hierarchy of combatants in the universe," Grit remarked, glancing at the silent a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Ah, what does this mean?" Goten asked, scratching his head in confusion, though I still don't quite understand. "Does it imply that we are to battle to determine the strongest ruler of the universe?" Chapter 12, The Martial Arts Tournament, The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 4, Not exactly. It doesn't necessarily denote a ruler with actual power. The essence lies in the supreme honor. Grit observed Wu Tian, who was as innocent as a child regarding the affairs of the universe, and promptly responded, "So, are you the actual authority of this conference?" Wukong narrowed his gaze, inquiring of the smiling Grit before him. "No, not at all. We will also invite the supreme ruler of the world, the King of Worlds, to witness this cosmic martial arts tournament." "What? The King of Worlds will also attend?" Wufan, Wu Tian, and Trunks were once again astonished. Is this true? Yet, their memories conjured images of the King of Worlds, lacking in charisma, alongside the lecherous old King of Worlds. Indeed, the King of Worlds is the highest ruler of our universe. Only he can bestow upon us the greatest honor. By the way, how do you know everything about our world? What means do you employ? Vegeta, no longer concealing his inquiries, asked in a cold tone. He wished to avoid dwelling on this issue, since coming to understand the true strength of the King of Worlds and others, He realized that their roles in this cosmic tournament were merely symbolic. Yes, well, as you know, we are the people hosting this tournament. So we possess the ability to detect the fluctuations of power throughout the universe. By monitoring these fluctuations, we can discern who is capable of participating in the tournament. Thus we are aware of external affairs. Is it everything? Does it include the history of the universe? Wukong asked, his surprise evident. Almost. But our primary focus is to monitor the combat situations outside, as that is the essence. Grit raised a finger, distinguishing the difference between the two. Why do you need to do this? Wu Tian asked, puzzled. I cannot explain it well, as this task has its roots in ancient times. It is simply our duty. How is it that nothing can be detected from outside, while this space is isolated from the world? Why is that? Wukong inquired, particularly perplexed by the existence of this barrier when facing it. However, he felt it was inappropriate to directly question the origins of this phenomenon. Having learned from Wufan about journalized words, in ancient times, a celestial event occurred, separating the inner and outer universes. It seems this barrier is a remnant from that era. The enormity of the power required for such a formation astonished Wukong. The fact that it had persisted through the ages raised questions about the capabilities of its creator. Indeed, this is the privilege of our people. This space is also immovable. I trust you have heard from Neely about the celestial event that separated the inner and outer universes? Since this is the venue for the tournament, the destruction caused by battles could have a significant impact. And we must remain here to prevent disturbances in other parts of the universe. What differences exist between this space and our world? Wufan posed the question after a moment of contemplation. Here, time is not consistent with that of the outer universe. 1 month in this realm equates to 1 year outside, indicating a time dilation of 12-fold. Grit answered candidly, observing the confusion on Wukong and the others' faces. He merely smiled and remained silent. A time difference of 12 times? Ub awakened from his silence, his sudden query drawing the attention of the group to his earlier odd demeanor. Indeed, Grit replied with a faint smile. Is there anything else unique about this place? For instance, regarding the tournament? Vegeta resumed, curious. Oh, indeed. The defensive capabilities of this space are formidable. Traversing it is no simple task. Clearly, previous tournaments have not completely destroyed it. Everyone understood this. Especially given that Wukong's earlier display of immense power could not easily breach the barrier enveloping the entire inner universe. Is there no rule regarding the participants of this tournament? For instance, do malevolent individuals qualify? Wukong was particularly interested in this aspect, recognizing that the malevolent entities he pursued would not shy away from such a grand combat event. Well, there are no strict rules. Any powerful individual is entitled to participate. However, opponents cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Once an opponent surrenders, they must not be harmed further. That is a fundamental regulation. Is that so? Trunks, Wu Tian, and Ub exchanged silent glances, fully aware that in a battle between powerful adversaries, the time before an opponent declares surrender could still be ample for a lethal strike. Really? Haha, such events are rare. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm, unconcerned, while Vegeta displayed a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, that means we can engage in a glorious battle. Grit looked at Wukong, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yes. Wukong mirrored Grit's enthusiasm, responding subconsciously. Chapter 13, The Saiyans and the Sai Crown People. The Ancient Legend, Part 2, Self-Recommendation. Neither demon, nor god, nor immortal. Miracles are distant. The path to immortality is long, and the blood-soaked pursuit of immortality ultimately leads to solitude and eternal life. The divine war rekindles chaos in the heavens and earth. Heroes rise, gods emerge, and demons return. How will the protagonist embark on the path to ultimate strength? With my life, I defy destiny. With my battle blood, I reshape the heavens. The new book Soul War by Mu Luo promises to deliver a breathtaking tale of cultivations. Your support is greatly appreciated. Main text. Perhaps sensing something, Wukong felt uneasy under Grit's fervent gaze, yet having weathered many storms, he replied with unwavering resolve. More importantly, Wukong's love for battle was profound, though he was not eager to vanquish his foes. A great battle? That is certain. Wukong seemed to sense some underlying issues, responding with a double entendre. However, he remained unaware of why his previously calm emotions stirred with inexplicable anger and hatred in the presence of Grit, attributing these negative feelings solely to the Dragon Balls within him. Nonetheless, Vegeta, Wufan, Wu Tian, Trunks, and even Bra and Xiao Fang shared similar sentiments. But everyone believed it was merely a personal issue, unspoken among them. The participants of this battle are not limited to those present. This event is indeed a grand occasion for the entire inner and outer universe. Grit noticed the sudden glint in Wukong's eyes, seemingly realizing something, and deliberately turned his head to continue speaking. Indeed, such events truly ignite one's passion. I feel invigorated. Wukong suppressed his thoughts, eager for the forthcoming battles. Ah. It seems you Scions remain as combative as ever. Grit chuckled, observing the hidden joy on the faces of those with Saiyan blood, unable to resist laughing aloud. When does the tournament commence? I wish to know straightforwardly, Vegeta impatiently interjected, harboring a subconscious disdain for this mysterious king. Initially indifferent towards Neri, Vegeta found himself unwilling to yield in the presence of this extraordinary individual. The match was to take place in 5 days, commencing with the elimination round. Grit was not a stranger to the subtleties of human emotions. Compared to his royal status, his insight into the imperial psyche was unparalleled. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's disdain, which caused his brows to furrow slightly. Bulma noticed her partner's peculiar behavior and felt perplexed. Vegeta, known for his cold demeanor, usually dismissed unfamiliar figures, yet in this brief exchange, others could sense his rigidity. However, Vegeta remained unconcerned about others' opinions, while Goku, too, was taken aback by Vegeta's unusual demeanor, reflecting on whether his own feelings mirrored Vegeta's inexplicable anger. Indeed, Vegeta was just as bewildered. He was indifferent yet not devoid of emotion, but a sense of loathing was festering within him. Chapter 13, The Science and the Saiyan, Ancient Legends, Part 3, as Grit's words lingered in the air. Each individual present harbored their own thoughts. Goku and Vegeta were naturally eager to engage in battle. Goten and Trunks, in a childlike manner, complained about the scarcity of playtime, while Trunks felt a wave of unease as he hesitantly glanced at his father. The next moment, as if affirming his fears, Trunks appeared disheartened. "Where is the gravity chamber?" Vegeta's voice echoed again. Though he relished combat, he acknowledged Goku's superior dedication to strength, rendering him the elder brother. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded Vegeta with knowing glances. And Goten, upon receiving Vegeta's confirmation, turned pale. After all, Goten felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he slowly turned to Trunks, who was suddenly attempting to embrace him, exclaiming passionately, "I support this. Goten should train with me." Caught off guard by Trunks' sudden advance, Goten glared at him in frustration, mentally cursing his friend's ungratefulness. This was truly a case of sharing both fortune and misfortune. Goten felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as Goku's subsequent remark effectively sealed his fate. Then Goten, Gohan, and OOB should join as well. OOB, who had been silent, merely nodded in astonishment, while Gohan agreed. Mr. Satan and Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two women, Bulma and Chi-Chi, regarded the camaraderie of the two boys with disdain. Haha, you need not rush into training just yet, because you Scions and our kin can directly enter the finals, and Mr. OOB shares this privilege, Grit added with a smile. This pronouncement was as melodious as a divine revelation, prompting Goten and Trunks to instinctively nod in acceptance, only to later grasp the gravity of the information, their expressions turning blank in astonishment. What does this mean? Xiaofang and Bra were the first to voice their questions, and Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Beulah also expressed curiosity. Could this be related to previous events? Gohan shifted his gaze to Neri, inquiring. Yes, Neri affirmed, fully aware that the time for revelation had arrived. This is a privilege. Neri scanned the crowd, ultimately astonished by the unchanging calmness of Goku and Vegeta. How could we possess such a privilege? Trunks was the first to ask, while OOB, bewildered, leaned in to seek clarification, aware that this also pertained to his own circumstances. Because you are Scions, the rulers of this universe. Grit's words resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present, and his next statement startled even Goku and Vegeta. And we are the Saiyan, another royal lineage in the cosmos. Our two races hold this supreme right. Everyone was left speechless in astonishment. Neri continued. The ancient texts referenced by the Liza people pertain to this privilege, and the challenges posed by lack are indeed tests for you. Gohan was not entirely convinced by Neri's response, but found no apparent flaws in it. Meanwhile, Goku pondered deeply, from Xiaofang's endless chatter. He quickly became aware of the happenings over the past 6 months, and he found himself intrigued by the ancient texts mentioned by the Liza people. You claim you are Saiyan. What does that mean? Are we not the rulers of the universe? Vegeta interjected incredulously, his mind racing. Saiyan? Saiyan? The legends of the Super Saiyan are known to me, but is this the basis for claiming to be the rulers of the cosmos? Gohan asked directly, now acutely aware of the shifts in Goku and Vegeta's expressions. This is the essence of the legend. Every time your Saiyan race undergoes a period of transformation, a legendary Super Saiyan emerges. This period coincides with the intergalactic martial arts tournaments, which is why you consistently reach the finals and often emerge victorious, becoming formidable champions. Our kin, though lacking the legendary prowess of Super Saiyans, are still capable of standing against your race. Thus, by the decree of the cosmic entities, we are seed competitors. Possessing the privilege to enter the finals directly, Grit elucidated, raising his voice. The revelation left everyone in shock once more. Yet, I have never heard of such a thing. Especially concerning your kin, Vegeta remarked, astonished yet incisive. Chapter 13, The Saiyans and the Saiyajin, Ancient Legends, Part 4. This is indeed the case. You mentioned that your lineage consists solely of a few individuals. Due to Frisia's actions, your civilization has been all but obliterated, leaving you unaware of these matters. Grit explained. How does he know of Frisia and our grievances? Thought Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, their expressions unchanging yet their minds racing with questions. Is this true? Tion and Trunks asked excitedly, their faces alight with hope, as if they had glimpsed a dawn that could avert disaster. Yes, I speak no falsehood. This is indeed the truth. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta should be well aware of why legends proclaim you as the rulers of the universe. Indeed, it is partly because our Saiyajin lineage is little known across the cosmos, which has forged your reputation as the #1 in the universe. Grit did not respond to Trunks but turned to the contemplative Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. So it is, we possess such a privilege. You assert that our Saiyan race has triumphed repeatedly in the intergalactic martial arts tournaments? Goku grasped the crux of the matter. Sensing Vegeta's earlier mention of the legendary Super Saiyan and asking, is this so? Yes, and the victors of the last 2 tournaments were your ancestors, the Saiyans. Because of this, the modern universe fears your might, and the legendary tale of the strongest race is rooted in the unprecedented power of the Super Saiyan. What? It seems that Vegeta has discerned a hidden meaning in the words, his mind swirling with the memories of Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, his entire being trembling with anger. In that moment, both Goku and Gohan recalled something and suddenly turned their gazes toward Grit. I too surmise that Frisia's desire to eradicate your Saiyan race stems from his fear of your power. Perhaps he is aware from your clan's records that the 10 million year period is drawing near, and soon, a formidable Super Saiyan will emerge among you Saiyans. Fearing that such a being could threaten his dominion, he hastily sought to eliminate your kind. How infuriating. So, the legend that a Super Saiyan is born every 1,000 years was a misconception. It should be that one arises every 10 million years, am I correct? Goku said, lowering his head. Indeed, Grit replied, sighing in truthfulness, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Humph. Vegeta, lost in thought, asked while keeping his head down, where is the gravity room? Oh, I shall summon K to guide you there, Grit responded, signaling for K to approach. Vegeta, Goku called out to the already moving Saiyan prince. I'm fine. I merely wish to train a little more. Vegeta's heart surged with tumult as he finally unearthed the truth behind his clan's near extinction. And how could he not feel anguish at this moment? Yet, he forced a smile and walked away. By the way, Mr. Grit, why do you say I possess such privileges? Wasn't it said to be exclusive to Saiyans and Saiyaman? Ub interjected, intrigued. This privilege was established by our elders through negotiation, and I cannot provide a clear answer at this moment. You will learn everything in due time. Grit evaded the question, suggesting they rest and prepare for the upcoming rematch. However, Goku gazed at Vegeta's sorrowful silhouette, feeling a twinge of unease. Chapter 14, The Racial Legend of the Most Powerful Warrior, Part 1. A solitary figure, marked by a melancholic demeanor, outlined the profound sorrow within this strong individual. Learning from Grit the reasons behind his kin's plight of near extinction, even the typically composed Vegeta could not help but feel despondent. Though he would not fully trust the words of others, even a discerning mind would recognize that Frisia would never permit the awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan. Given the passage of 10 million years, perhaps this era is indeed the time for the fabled Super Saiyan to be born. Nothing could be merely coincidental. Vegeta reflected on the painful years past, his entire being quivering with the humiliation of yesteryears that he could not forget. The Saiyans, once the strongest in the universe, had forsaken their pride to bow before Frisia, only to face the ruthless annihilation of their race. How infuriating it is to realize that the legend was true, yet Frisia, fearing its arrival, exterminated our entire lineage. Even as we surrendered our dignity and lived as he commanded, we remained but targets for his ruthless extermination. That detestable fiend. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within him stir violently. With the arrival of peace, Vegeta had grown fond of Earth's tranquil existence. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals and stories, leading him to abandon his stubborn belief in the supremacy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, now, within the annals of the universe's history, he learned that the legendary Super Saiyan did indeed exist, and the Saiyans once basked in the glory of their supremacy over the cosmos. It is precisely because they once held such brilliance that they feel the pain of decline all the more acutely. Why, my father, were we so weak back then? How hateful. I too was so powerless, kneeling before Frieza, while the one avenging our race was not I, the Saiyan prince, but rather a warrior deemed the lowest of the low, Kaka wrote. Now that the 10-million-year period has once again arrived, the glory of the Saiyans shall return. And I shall not be defeated by anyone, for I am the prince of the Saiyans. I shall become that legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart roared with fervor. Those around him, though unable to discern Vegeta's formidable aura, trembled at the palpable killing intent radiating from him. Those who had experienced battle understood his iron-willed nature. And as Vegeta passed by, they felt a chill of apprehension. Bulma wished to call out to Vegeta, but upon witnessing the somber figure of her beloved, she hesitated and chose silence. After all, over the years, she had uncovered many secrets regarding those times. And the extermination of Vegeta's people was but one shadow cast over his life. Vegeta departed alone, and this scene evoked various thoughts among the onlookers. They all understood the narrative, sensing the unvoiced sorrow of a family torn asunder. Goku, observing Vegeta's retreating form, pondered, is he recalling Frieza's treachery and his own inability? For a brief moment, silence enveloped the group. Mr. Goku, would you be interested in examining our historical records? Grit sighed, yet he had pressing matters to attend to, thus interrupting the somber mood. Well, Goku replied, somewhat awkwardly. What is it? Grit inquired, his gaze flickering with curiosity. I'm just hungry again, huh? Goku laughed heartily, patting his rumbling stomach, masking the rudeness of its growl with joviality. In his eagerness to catch up with Gohan and the others, Goku had eaten very little over the past few days, and having recently exerted significant energy to break through barriers, he was now ravenous. Upon hearing this, the somber expressions of the group transformed into smiles, laughter erupting amongst them. Is that so? Saiyans certainly are amusing, yet we Saiyamen have quite an appetite as well. Grit chuckled, momentarily taken aback by Goku's antics before he quickly recovered with a smile. Chapter 14, The Racial Legend of the Most Powerful Warrior, Part 2. After a hearty feast, with remnants scattered about, Goku rubbed his satisfied belly. Despite Chi-Chi's constant reminders that he should eat only until he was 7/10 full, Goku had devoured nearly 30 times the portion of an average person. Had no one witnessed it, they would hardly believe that such a small stomach could hold so much. Surprisingly, the usually reserved Jenny, under her father's nod, also displayed an extraordinary capacity, with both Saiyamen consuming the equivalent of 20 people's meals. Seeing Goku truly return brightened everyone's spirits, dispelling the shadows that had lingered over them for months as they shared laughter over the meal. Xiaofang intended to converse with Goku, but her grandfather was overwhelmed by the food, leaving her with only fragmented responses, which caused her some annoyance as she contemplated her weight loss. Yet, Goku continued to pile various delicacies before Xiaofang, cheerfully saying, "Eat more to gain strength for your weight loss." His words elicited hearty laughter from many. After the jovial banter, Grit extended an invitation to Goku to view the ancient historical texts. As they walked along the path, the former deliberately slowed his pace and approached Wukong, saying, "Mr. Wukong, I would like to invite you to our archives of historical competitions. I believe you will find the information there quite intriguing." Wukong, observing the approaching Grit, found his words curious and hesitated to respond. However, upon hearing that these ancient documents pertain to the history of the Universal Combat Tournament, a deep yearning for battle surged within him. "Indeed, I would also like to discuss another matter with you," Grit said earnestly, noticing Wukong's interest. Wukong, taken aback by Grit's serious demeanor, hesitated momentarily before replying, "No problem, then." Grit smiled at Wukong, who reciprocated the gesture. In just 3 to 4 minutes, they had distanced themselves from the technological base. Following Grit's lead, they arrived at a vast chamber measuring over 10,000 square feet and standing 10 meters high. Countless crystal spheres, each the size of a fist, floated in the space, their brilliance casting an eternal glow within the chamber. Numerous frames displayed ancient, tattered scrolls of historical documents. "What is this?" Wukong inquired, intrigued by the floating crystal spheres. As he reached out to touch one, it evaded him, shimmering with a pale blue light. He noted that these crystal spheres resembled those in the King Kai's realm, yet he could not discern their differences. These crystal spheres serve as repositories for information, much like the ancient texts. They document the history of our Saiyan lineage, the records of past universal combat tournaments, and significant events in the cosmos, Greed explained with a smile. Oh, what information shall we examine now? Wukong asked, somewhat disheartened at the thought of books. Glancing at the ancient documents with a sense of trepidation. It pertains to the significant events of our two races, the Saiyans and the Sai Crown, Greet replied, halting and turning to look at Wukong with a serious expression. Chapter 14, Racial Legends, The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 3, Demons are not demons. Gods are not gods, immortals are not immortals. Miracles are distant, the path of immortality is long, and the blood-stained pursuit of immortality ultimately leads to solitude. The divine war reignites chaos in the world, heroes rise, divine talents emerge, and the immortal and demonic return. How will the protagonist embark on the path of ultimate strength? With my life, I defy fate. With my battle, I change the heavens. The new book, Soul War, will present a shocking story of cultivation. I seek your support and ask that you recommend it to friends who enjoy tales of cultivation. Thank you. The main text. The history of the Saiyans and the Sai Crown. Wukong furrowed his brow, halting his steps as well. Yes, Greet replied succinctly. He gestured towards a distant crystal sphere, summoning one that emitted a deep blue glow, stopping just a foot away. As Wukong pondered, Greet concentrated golden light within his fingertip and touched the floating crystal sphere, causing it to spin vigorously and release a cloud of white mist, upon which words began to appear. What? Wukong gasped in astonishment as he absorbed the information displayed above. First tournament champion, Sai Byron 2nd place, Tinchi 3rd place, Wahangli 2nd tournament champion, Sai Byron 2nd place, Tinchi 3rd place, Frisia clan. 134th tournament champion, Sai Crown 2nd place, Saiyan 3rd place, Tinchi 135th tournament champion, Sai Crown 2nd place, Saiyan 3rd place, Frisia. The continuously shifting data left Wukong in silence. What do you see? Greed inquired as he withdrew his finger, allowing the crystal sphere to revert to its original state and drift away. If I am not mistaken, many of the top contenders from the past tournaments are from outside the universe. Yet how? Wukong wondered aloud, having heard of various cosmic races and possessing an understanding of their distribution. However, the records before him contrasted sharply with his current assessments. Millions of years ago, the combat prowess of the outer universe was evidently superior to that of the inner universe, yet upon his arrival, Wukong discovered numerous warriors within the inner universe who surpassed those from the outer realm, their strengths vastly different. Even the Frisia clan and the Namekians have significantly declined compared to the current races of the inner universe. Wukong's thoughts deepened. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps the situation mirrors that of your Saiyans, Greed acknowledged, recognizing Wukong's contemplative state and sighing at the unpredictability of the world. And why have the once dominant Sai Byron seemingly vanished from the forefront in recent tournaments? With their might, they should have maintained a leading position, Wukong questioned, emphasizing the importance of this matter beyond previous inquiries. Indeed, this is the crux of the issue, which is why I called you here, Greet replied, slowly closing his eyes and reflecting before answering. What is it? Wukong asked, his face displaying rare seriousness, tinged with urgency. This is a secret, one that involves the Saiyans, the Sai Crown, and the Sai Byron, Greet stated, meeting Wukong's gaze intently after a moment of quiet. A secret? Our secret? What is it? Wukong furrowed his brows, attempting to deduce the meaning. Perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but according to ancient records, our two races share a common ancestry. We are descendants of the same lineage, both hailing from the strongest warrior race, the Sai Byron, Greet continued, undeterred by Wukong's changing expression. In essence, we are all Sai Byron. The Sai Crown are the legitimate descendants, while your Saiyan lineage comprises the illegitimate. In a sense, we are brothers of different races. Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of gravity and incredulity washing over him. Chapter 14, Racial Legends, The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 4. Are we Saiyans and you Sai Crown descendants of the same race? Wukong exclaimed, sweat trickling down his back in shock. After a moment of surprise, he chuckled lightly. Surely, you must be mistaken or jesting. Not at all. We are not so absurd. Grit firmly shook his head, dismissing Wukong's assumptions. It is precisely because we are the legitimate descendants that we are called the Sai Crown, while you are the illegitimate. Hence the name Saiyan. This is an undeniable truth. However, this is utterly unbelievable. You claim to be a Saiyan, which is already astonishing, and yet... It seems you still harbor doubts. Perhaps this will convince you. Grit pulled out something from behind him, an unmistakable emblem. Goku was left speechless, for what he revealed was indeed the distinctive mark of the Saiyans, a tail. A silvery tail emerged from Grit's lower back, writhing in his grasp. What? You have a tail too? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. This should assure you. The tail is our defining characteristic, the symbol of our Saiyan lineage, a testament to our identity as cosmic conquerors. The only difference is that your tails are brown while ours are silver. Grit seemed to sense Goku's lingering skepticism, and with a flash of golden light, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. This transformation was indistinguishable from Goku and his companions, leaving Goku in awe once again. Could this truly be real? But why don't you inform Vegeta? After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, your closest kin. Goku furrowed his brow, expressing his doubts. You must be aware of Vegeta's temperament. If I reveal the truth to him, given his pride, would he even believe it? Grit chuckled softly, reverting to his normal state, though an imperial aura still enveloped him. Indeed, Goku understood the implications, feeling somewhat conflicted. So is there anything else? Goku hesitantly inquired, struggling to bear the weight of this secret. Well, look at this combat power reading. Grit summoned another crystal ball, pointing to display the data for Goku to examine. What? 50 trillion. That's half of Super Vegeta's power. Goku gasped in disbelief. Is it possible? His eyes widened, shimmering with both guilt and astonishment. Yes. This combat power is currently the highest recorded, left by the previous Super Saiyan. Goku's mind raced. So, the last Super Saiyan is now the strongest of them all, correct? After a moment of shock, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Indeed, he is the mightiest warrior in history. Is that so? Goku smiled, clenching his fists, secretly elated at the thought. How wonderful, there exists someone with such incredible strength. I must surpass him. His eyes radiated immense joy. It seems so. Grit observed Goku with a knowing smile, a meaningful expression gracing his features. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta. To those who have followed the saga of the Dragon Ball Emperor up to this point, I believe you have come to appreciate this writing style. Allow me to shamelessly recommend my concurrently serialized work, Soul War. Do not be deceived by its seemingly mundane title. The plot within is sure to captivate you. Now at Chapter 46, it has grown sufficiently rich for all to indulge. A fresh tale of cultivation, where pathways to immortality are opened and divine battles resurface, as the protagonists engage in a breathtaking contest for supremacy. By the way, I must share that on the 26th, my birthday, I faced a failed confession. I mention this not to seek your sympathy, but to assure you that I was truthful. The actions of the other party have left me disheartened, yet I will strive to perfect the story of Dragon Ball Emperor, providing you with a more fulfilling conclusion. Thank you for your support. How could he break through the seal? That wretched monkey. A pair of silver eyes gazed forward, a blend of familiarity and strangeness. His speech marked by astonishment. Sorrow sensed the tremors from the internal universe's formations caused by the forceful assault and rushed to the heart of the demon realm. Witnessing Goku's audacious breach into the inner universe, his wide eyes struggled to accept this reality. It seems his strength remains difficult to gauge. Mero had also appeared, accompanied by 3 others, all of whom were rendered speechless by Goku's audacity. While the others might not grasp the truth behind the celestial upheaval, the 5 present understood the origins of the formation, and anyone capable of forcefully breaking the seal must possess strength exceeding 1,000 units. Mero, what is the meaning of this? I know that this monkey's ascendance owes much to you. Sorrow's eyes glinted coldly, his concealed fury seeping through as he loudly confronted Mero. Since yesterday, Sorrow had been monitoring Goku's growth. While achieving 100 units before the age of 60 does not alone signify unparalleled genius, what truly terrifies Sorrow is the miraculous surge in power over the past year, over 1,000-fold since defeating Baby. Yet, during this growth, Mero remained active in the demon realm, refraining from eliminating or even restraining Goku's ascent. This left Sorrow bewildered and furious, for Goku's strength now surpassed his peak. I owe you no explanations, Mero replied, refusing to budge. As Sorrow's volatile energy surged, Marrow unleashed a fiery aura that effortlessly evaporated Sorrow's icy energy, turning away. How infuriating! Sorrow growled, shocked by Marrow's power, but his anger flared anew at the latter's next words. Mind your own affairs. My authority is not to be challenged, or you shall face the consequences. With that, Marrow vanished, leaving Sorrow's ice dragon to strike nothing but air. Suddenly, a basketball-sized fireball appeared, spinning rapidly and emanating horrifying flames. It struck the ice dragon's head, shattering its assault amid a painful roar, shaking the entire secret space as fiery power triumphed over icy might once more. Marrow! Sorrow screamed, initially intending to ambush Marrow to assert dominance, only to be met with a counterattack of greater ferocity. In this clash, Sorrow found himself at a disadvantage. The impact reopening old wounds as blood spilled from his lips. The three others remained silent, though of exalted status. They felt minuscule in the presence of Sorrow and Marrow's confrontation. They could only endure the tension of this perennial rivalry, yet they were still shaken by the final blow. Their hands shielding their eyes from the storm, sustaining cuts and bruises. Witnessing Sorrow's struggle against Marrow left them gasping in disbelief. For centuries ago, when Meluo forcefully awakened Shaluo, the latter had an overwhelming advantage. Yet now, even if Shaluo restored his full power, he might not be able to triumph over Meluo. The enigmatic identity of Meluo, coupled with his astonishing rate of growth, is indeed remarkable. Chapter 15, The Assault on Vegeta, Part 2. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Since learning the secrets of the Saiyans and the Sai Crown, Goku's expression had grown somber. Although he forced a smile while conversing with Gohan, Xiao Fang, and others, those familiar with him could subtly perceive the shadow of melancholy lurking beneath his cheerful facade, yet no one dared to voice their concerns. That same night, Bulma was deeply worried, as Vegeta had not returned. Had it not been for Trunks reassuring her that Vegeta's energy remained on the planet, she might have become fiercely insistent on sending Goku and the others to search for him. Bulma furrowed her brows, knowing Vegeta's character. She had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. She had never considered that the proud warrior harbored the haunting memories of his clan's annihilation. Now, with that old wound exposed, it became evident that Vegeta had indeed endured a dark chapter in his life. Vegeta, when untroubled, would come to terms with his thoughts. Kiki approached and took Bulma's hands in hers, gently patting them as a gesture of comfort. Bra echoed her sentiments, having only ever seen Vegeta's formidable side. She was naturally unperturbed regarding her father's safety. Bulma snapped back to reality, noticing the concerned glances cast her way, and felt a tinge of embarrassment. She subtly withdrew her hands from Kiki's grasp, picked up a cup of coffee, and pretended to savor it to mask her anxiety. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were oblivious to the underlying tension, while Gohan, who was acquainted with the history of the Saiyan genocide from their time on Namek, felt a wave of sorrow. Empathizing with Vegeta, Goku, too, was troubled by Vegeta's absence, his unease intensifying. Walking along the desolate beach, his nearly 6-foot frame moved with heavy steps, leaving behind distant footprints in the sand. The waves occasionally crashed against the shore, sending small splashes into the air. The refreshing sea, imbued with immense natural power, compacted the fine sand beneath it, while the beach, tinged with a brown hue, reflected the blazing sun above, shimmering with a faint golden glow. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Having spent the night away, he had also endured a sleepless night. He found himself at the seaside, wandering aimlessly, his mind swirling with memories of the past. A glimmering shell-reflecting sunlight caught his eye, jolting him back to reality. He looked up at the sun, realizing it was already the following morning. After a night of contemplation, Vegeta's eyes, devoid of spirit, mirrored his profound fatigue. The dim light in his gaze revealed a certain cloudiness, and his stubble had grown unruly, nearly 2 millimeters long, giving him the appearance of a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. The blinding sunlight prompted him to instinctively blink, feeling an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Rubbing his temples, he shook his head to clear his mind. Vegeta exhaled heavily, taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil. After a night of reflection, he gradually began to emerge from the shadows of his past. A faint smile of self-deprecation crossed his lips as he muttered to himself, for his stomach was beginning to protest after nearly a day without sustenance. His pride as a prince made it unacceptable for him to be seen as one with a ravenous appetite. He preferred to maintain a faade of refinement. Just as he was about to take flight, an important piece of information brushed against his consciousness, shattering his previously tranquil state of mind. A familiar presence sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine, causing his pupils to dilate in shock as he gazed toward the distant ocean, miles away. Is it him? The thought exploded in his mind. leading to a momentary disorientation before arriving at this singular conclusion. His body trembled more violently, his face contorting in disbelief, as an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped him. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 3. It is him. No, it cannot be him. Vegeta's body shook increasingly with intensity. The familiar presence from afar rekindled long-buried memories, dark and humiliating recollections. Yet, as the figure's power continued to rise, Vegeta fought against the impulse, rationally dismissing his tenuous assumptions. He sensed a distinct disparity between them, recognizing that the other's strength far surpassed that of the individual he feared. Damn it, even if it's not that person, it is still undeniably connected. Vegeta shook his head vehemently, but the rekindled hatred for the destruction of his race clawed at his insides. And the long-concealed pain finally found an opportunity to resurface. With a guttural growl, he unleashed the fury that had been simmering beneath the surface. The once restrained aura of brutality erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Propelled by the rebound of the water's surface, Vegeta summoned his full might, unleashing a wave of potent energy that rippled through the air. He soared into the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant. At the same moment, Goku, Gohan, and the others distinctly felt the surge of malevolent power rising into the heavens. Goten, Trunks, and OOB remained unaware of the identity of this force. But Goku and Gohan exchanged worried glances. Under the influence of the aura, they instinctively turned their bodies toward the distant source. However, as they searched for the energy, Goku quickly noticed Vegeta's unusual behavior, his expression darkening. In less than a heartbeat, Gohan, too, recognized Vegeta's anomaly. Just as he was about to speak, Goku responded, Gohan, you all stay here to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I'll check it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku swiftly moved toward the door and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring away. Gohan, understanding the gravity of the situation, sensed the rising power and concluded that something was amiss. This force eclipsed even the strongest state of Broly. What on earth is this aura? Gohan furrowed his brow, attempting to pinpoint the energy's owner, only to grow increasingly bewildered. Xiao Feng, Bra, and Biddy also felt the overwhelming malice, the impending sense of danger wrapping around their hearts like a nightmare, despite the vast distance separating them. On the distant shore, due to the vastness of the planet, miles away in another realm, it was dusk, with a deep crimson sun dipping just above the horizon, casting a warm glow over the tranquil sea. Surrounding the beach were desolate cliffs, and 4 figures cloaked in black robes floated in the air. One individual exuded a purplish-red aura, and as their power surged, an immense concentration of negative energy formed in the skies above, spanning 1,000 miles. Dark, purplish-black clouds swirled towards the vortex at the center, with crimson lightning snaking through the tumultuous clouds, while fierce winds howled and thunder roared. Ah, both of them have arrived, remarked a figure cloaked in black, enveloped in shadows. Upon sensing the presence of Goku and Vegeta, he stepped forward and turned to address another individual lingering behind. Yans, I entrust this to you. Leave the monkey to me for now. The voice was unfamiliar, and upon hearing such audacity, the black-robed figure radiating the purplish-red aura smiled with a hint of amusement, while the pale blue-eyed companion beside him chuckled derisively. Oh, Yans responded, but the other had already vanished 100 miles away. The 2 earlier figures regarded this arrogant individual as if he were a foolish jester, yet they recognized their own positions as mere aids to these 2 self-important beings, indifferent to their potential demise. Indeed, the irony lay in the fact that Yans and Mingjia had pursued the inner universe before Meilu returned to the demon realm, unaware of Goku's audacious breach of their formation. Thus, their understanding of Goku was frozen in time, lingering from over half a year ago. Such a minute discrepancy could lead to a significant miscalculation, culminating in this reckless confrontation. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 4. After Mingjia vanished, Yans began to awaken the latent power within him. Pale blue flames ignited from his skin, and the black robe seemed unable to withstand the intensity, crackling as it was consumed by the scorching fire. Wisps of black energy hissed and danced around him, while a vortex materialized at his chest. When the pale blue whirlpool, resembling an eye, suddenly opened, an unending torrent of flames surged forth, rapidly amplifying his strength. With a sudden lift of his gaze, beneath the billowing hood, a blue visage emerged, revealing a peculiar countenance adorned with a sinister grin. He extended his hand forward, unleashing a blue energy wave that cleaved through the purplish-red negative energy, striking into the void. Fool! Just as the blue energy wave was about to pierce 100 feet ahead, a fleeting shadow appeared. evading the impending danger by swiftly altering its course. Yan scoffed, uttering the word "fool" as he vanished, reappearing 1,000 meters above. With a flicker of blue light from his right hand, a fireball the size of a bowl shot forth, hurtling down towards a figure below. The figure below, taken aback, chose not to evade this time. Instead, it radiated a dazzling golden light, summoning a tempest of energy that extinguished Yan's fireball while simultaneously retaliating with a surge of azure energy. Oh, Yan was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing as he reassessed his opponent. However, he did not regard the counterattack with the respect it warranted. His purplish-red lips parted slightly, revealing a violet-blue tongue that coalesced a point of light at its tip. As the azure energy approached within a yard, a violent burst of violet-blue energy erupted, utterly annihilating the incoming attack and crashing toward his adversary. Seeing this, the assailant bellowed, his golden aura intensifying as he raised his palms forward, summoning an even mightier golden tempest. It obliterated the formidable attack ahead, and upon collision, the surrounding space was torn asunder, resembling a void, while flames erupted violently. Damn it! The figure leaped from the colossal fireball, golden light enveloping him to shield from injury, yet he cursed under his breath. This figure was none other than the pursuing Vegeta. Vegeta's form flickered, appearing atop a cliff, and as he landed, the cacophony of mocking laughter reached his ears. With a furrowed brow, Vegeta realized that his opponent approached the battle with a playful demeanor. The jarring laughter ignited a fire of rage within him, yet he disregarded the arrogant taunts, focusing instead on the black-clad figure radiating purplish-red light, instinctively recognizing him as the most dangerous among the three. This judgment was not based on sheer power, but rather on an instinctual response, a testament to Vegeta's years of combat experience. As if sensing Vegeta's murderous gaze, the individual emanating the purplish-red aura ceased his role as bait and coldly welcomed, "Welcome, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta's expression darkened further upon hearing his title, confirming his suspicions and heightening his agitation. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Goku sensed the fluctuations of battle and felt his own power surge. As he flew, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and with pale blue lightning crackling around him, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, increasing his speed 100-fold. Yet, in that moment, Goku abruptly halted his advance. Scanning his surroundings, he executed a swift, slicing motion with his hand, cleaving through the void ahead. As the golden energy blade rent the air, a dark void materialized, causing the heavens to shatter like a broken mirror. Observing this spectacle, Goku did not rush to depart but instead calmed his breath, honing in on everything around him. Truly worthy of the name Son Goku, a foreign voice echoed as a vertical rift opened in the void, revealing a figure entwined in countless purple lightning. As the black aura dissipated behind him, an overwhelming demonic energy surged forth from the black-robed individual. The Demon Realm. Goku maintained his gaze on the emerging figure, recalling the events of the past few days and categorizing this individual as a denizen of the Demon Realm. Upon identifying his opponent, a glint of cold light flickered in Goku's eyes, and his power in Super Saiyan 2 continued to ascend rapidly. Chapter 16, The Enchanted Fist, Part 1. Since the battle 2 days prior, Goku had become acutely aware of his opponent's spatial sealing techniques, allowing him to discern the solidified energy in the air. Without hesitation, he struck to shatter the opponent's barrier. However, he did not anticipate that this encounter would once again intertwine with the Demon Realm, as the usually discreet realm launched a second offensive in quick succession, hinting at more than a mere skirmish. With a single strike, Goku dismantled the spatial blockade, and upon recognizing the familiar black-robed figure, he immediately launched his assault. Countless afterimages coalesced within 100 feet, transforming into a radiant golden arc that streaked toward the black-robed individual as his claw-like right hand struck forward. Such a thirst for battle, the black-robed figure remarked, but before he could finish his thought, he was startled to find his opponent had already closed the distance, launching another attack just inches away. The figure cloaked in black was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, a cold smile gracing his lips as his body radiated with crackling electricity. A formidable purple lightning bolt surged forth, targeting Goku's position. Goku's eyes narrowed. Having encountered the enigmatic individual who commanded various celestial energies, he was not particularly astonished that this adversary wielded the power of lightning. A halo of golden energy enveloped Goku's right hand, displaying no intention of retreat. He resolutely countered the oncoming lightning, effortlessly shattering the purple energy with a direct strike. Mingjia was acutely aware of Goku's true strength and instinctively sought to impede him, believing he possessed a measure of delay. When Goku effortlessly shattered the spatial barrier on his initial attempt, Ming Jia had underestimated his opponent's might. However, the subsequent display of power truly illustrated Goku's formidable capabilities. Unable to suppress the overwhelming lightning energy coursing through him, Ming Jia realized how egregiously arrogant he had been. Through the aura's lock, he sensed Goku had already appeared behind him. Before he could fully comprehend Goku's attack, he was overpowered by a tremendous gust of force, propelling him beneath the ocean's surface. With a thunderous roar, a towering wave surged to great heights, the impact creating a massive indentation that plunged well below sea level. Eager to conclude the battle, Goku refrained from fully unleashing his lethal potential, merely clearing away the obstacle before him. His years of combat experience led him to conclude that Ming Jia's presence was merely a tactic to buy time. Once liberated from his opponent's grasp, Goku pressed his fingers to his brow, an immense aura swiftly enveloping the entire planet. In a moment of concentration, he drew in his senses to pursue the target he sought. However, Goku furrowed his brows in dismay as he discovered that his opponent had similarly employed spatial barriers to sever Vegeta's energy signature. Releasing his fingers, Goku's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve as the golden aura surrounding him blazed fiercely. Clenching his fists, he vowed to defeat any who stood in his way. With narrowed pupils, a fierce aura erupted from him, creating a tempest that swept outward, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Unbeknownst to Goku, amidst the flickering golden light, two crimson glimmers subtly emerged, rekindling the previously suppressed negative emotions within him. Having re-established his focus on Vegeta's last known position, Goku's energy surged forth, transforming into a radiant golden arc that traversed the heavens, instantly spanning 1,000 miles. Yet, to his surprise, his adversary unleashed a third spatial blockade. A flash of cold light flickered, and Goku summoned his physical might, harnessing the surrounding energies to create a tempest that collided with the void ahead, producing a sound akin to shattering glass as he effortlessly dismantled the barrier. Despite his intent to maintain momentum, Goku found that the fragments of space he had shattered erupted with blinding brilliance, their sharp edges spiraling towards him from all directions. Sensing the tenacity of his opponent, Goku's fury intensified. Slightly slowing his pace, he unleashed an even greater torrent of power. The golden tempest expanded around him, engulfing the shards with a resounding crack. In that brief moment of reprieve, a massive purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, its thunderous roar resonating across the void, as if tearing the fabric of reality itself. The battered figure of Ming Jia emerged amidst the fading thunder. Chapter 16, The Enchanted Fist, Part 2. Goku turned to confront Ming Jia, whose mysterious dark energy brought a stillness to his mind. Echoes of similar past encounters resurfaced in his memory, revealing subtle connections. "I truly underestimated you," he remarked, his voice trailing off as he witnessed Ming Jia's renewed assault. Ming Jia smirked, his pale, ashen face emerging from tattered cloth, extending a similarly hued hand. He sliced through the air, releasing a blue energy blast that absorbed the surrounding energy as it pursued Goku, enveloped in azure lightning. The energy blast pierced through Goku's afterimage, and as the golden aura flickered, Goku swiftly closed the distance between them. His left hand radiated with golden light, effortlessly severing the lightning energy as he countered with a white energy sphere. With a graceful arc, he bypassed Ming Jia's defensive barrier, launching the blast towards him from 10 yards away. Realizing Goku had disrupted his lightning, Ming Jia was taken aback but quickly prepared to defend himself. His left hand swept up to create a barrier of electricity, absorbing Goku's energy sphere, which he then extinguished. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Goku closed the gap once more. Locking eyes with Ming Jia's terrified expression, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he prepared to unleash another energy blast. Sensing something amiss, Goku retracted his energy blast and swept his palm horizontally, shattering the afterimage. Upon looking up, he saw Ming Jia's true form hovering at a height of 100 feet. His finger raised towards the heavens, where the sky darkened as he released a multitude of purple lightning serpents, one of which coalesced into a soccer ball-sized electric orb. Thunderflash. Ming Jia, disregarding his injuries, seized the opportunity to concentrate most of his energy for a devastating strike against the unprepared opponent. The swirling lightning coalesced like a thunder dragon, spiraling towards the electric orb. As Ming Jia launched his energy blast at Goku, the orb spun rapidly, unleashing a vortex of lightning aimed directly at Goku below. Goku was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his opponent had preemptively employed a spatial blockade to restrict his movements while simultaneously unleashing a formidable attack. However, he had underestimated Goku's prowess. Upon recognizing the afterimage, the energy absorbed into Goku's body did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it coalesced into a more potent strike. As the orb neared, Goku smirked, extending his right hand. A flash of golden light erupting as he launched a golden energy sphere that collided with the incoming attack at breakneck speed. With a resounding explosion that echoed through the cosmos, Goku's spinning golden orb merged with the lightning orb, displaying unparalleled power as it unleashed a blinding golden light, obliterating the surrounding lightning energy in mere moments. Seizing the advantage, Goku surged forward amidst the chaos of the explosion, pointing ahead as he detected the lightning dragon barreling towards him. With a burst of golden light forming a circular arc, he unleashed a formidable energy wave that cleaved the 100-meter dragon in two. It was over. The voice of Wukong was cold and resonant. At that moment, Mingjia was already engulfed in profound fear after his two attacks had been effortlessly thwarted. His pallid complexion drained of all color. He stared blankly at Wukong and the golden energy sphere hovering before him. In a cataclysmic explosion, Wukong propelled Mingjia 100 meters away, and as the flame surged, he hesitated little. With his right hand enveloped in golden light, he swung upward, aiming to deliver a lethal strike that would severely injure or even slay his opponent. An insatiable thirst for blood coursed through Wukong's soul. For reasons unknown, one would expect Wukong's emotions to be suppressed after transforming into the golden giant ape. Yet upon witnessing the familiar ominous black aura for the third time, an instinctual wave of hostile rage surged within him, intensifying his murderous intent and rendering him increasingly volatile. Just as he believed he could conclude the battle in one fell swoop, the situation took another turn. Before Wukong's strike could land, a slightly recovered Mingjia managed to brace himself defensively. The black aura he unleashed contracted sharply, warping the space behind him, allowing him to slip away. As the remaining black energy countered Wukong's strike, the fissure closed once more, restoring everything after the shockwave, while Wukong's golden strike dissipated into the void after breaching the flames. Wukong absorbed this sudden change, feeling an unsettling aura as the black energy spread. Upon realizing that his opponent's presence had completely vanished, he unleashed his full strength, transforming into a streak of light as he tore through the air. In the first week of the contract, seeking votes and support. At this moment, Vegeta had regained his composure. Upon entering this realm, he realized that his aura was distinctly severed. In such circumstances, he understood that his earlier actions had been reckless. However, his pride would not allow him to retreat. Instead, he resolved to fight to the end. A massive fireball descended from above, and in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Vegeta immediately summoned his strength, bringing his hands together to unleash a blue energy beam that detonated the fireball at a distance of several meters. Damn it, Vegeta muttered under his breath, sensing the impending threat. He abandoned the cliff beneath him as his surging energy obliterated the rocks below. In a flash of light, he appeared before Yan's, launching an energy blast with his left hand. However, his sweeping attack failed to capture his opponent's body, and the energy blast harmlessly exploded against the barrier of the sealed space, causing little damage, merely a tremor before everything resumed its previous state. A fiery whip danced before Vegeta's eyes, and he instinctively ducked to evade it, the serpentine flames slicing through the air above him. The intense heat not only vaporized the atmosphere, but also instilled a sense of dread within Vegeta, who had witnessed the fiery whip cleave through a massive mountain, leaving unfathomable destruction in its wake. As he deftly dodged the pursuing flaming whip, Vegeta expanded his aura throughout the sealed space, finally pinpointing the exact locations of the three opponents. In an instant, he surged forward, thrusting his palm to deflect the fiery whip before appearing right in front of Yan's, delivering a powerful punch. "Oh," Yan said, slightly surprised by his opponent's tenacity, but he could only barely manage to defend against the assault. He caught Vegeta's furious right punch with his left hand, absorbing the impact and retaliating with a fist of his own. Vegeta was taken aback, never expecting his nearly full-force strike to feel like a mere tap against cotton. Simultaneously, the counterattack from his opponent filled him with a sense of imminent danger. Quickly, he raised his left elbow to shield himself. The colossal force reverberated through the air, creating a storm that rippled outward. Yet the pain radiating from his hand informed him that his left arm's bones had been shattered by the opponent's might. He barely managed to halt his backward flight with his body's energy, the intensity of his aura beginning to wane. One blow had left Vegeta thoroughly wounded. Both warriors were momentarily stunned by the other's formidable physique and sharp reflexes, maintaining a silence that spoke volumes. Ignoring the severe injury to his left hand, Vegeta's expression remained composed as golden light continuously radiated from within him. He discovered that the gathering energy around his almost incapacitated left arm possessed the ability to heal his wounds. Though his heart was shaken, Vegeta's demeanor betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Since the incident with the evil dragons, he had realized that his energy and Gohan's transformations bore a striking similarity to Wukong's. Especially after a long period devoid of intense battles, Vegeta had been unaware that this divergent energy could actually mend his injuries. This newfound ability had once puzzled him. For as a member of the universe's foremost race, the Saiyans, he could elevate his power and transformation yet could not heal previous wounds. Over the years, he had observed many foes who could rapidly recover from their past injuries while increasing their combat prowess. In comparison, the Saiyans' combat advantages seemed diminished. It was only today that he discovered the secret. The mysterious golden aura emanating from his body awakened the Saiyan's self-healing capabilities. Chapter 16, The Enchanted Fist, Part 4. This was the second update of the day, and more chapters are forthcoming. Upon realizing this secret, Vegeta could not afford to express his astonishment or joy, as this was not a moment for sentiment. The pain in his hand served as a stark reminder of his opponent's terrifying power. Yan smirked, observing Vegeta's slightly solemn expression. He slowly extended his right fist, then flicked it, gathering a dazzling flame from his fingertip, simultaneously launching hundreds of fireballs the size of fists. As the barrage of attacks descended, Vegeta's face turned icy. He could only retaliate with his left hand, raising his right palm to unleash a massive beam of energy that obliterated the incoming fireballs from a distance of 100 meters. The explosive force generated a tremendous backlash, allowing Vegeta to retreat 100 meters with the momentum. Yet sensing the encroaching threat, Vegeta's right hand continued to release a blue energy blast, sweeping across the sky as he aimed to strike the ambushing Yans from behind. Not bad, Yan's voice echoed in his mind. However, Vegeta's sweeping attack could not match his opponent's speed, as Yans effortlessly traversed Tinzhong in a single step. To retaliate against Vegeta's fierce tactics, Yan seized Vegeta by the neck, descending from above and crashing him into the ground, shattering the towering mountains beneath them, with debris and dust swirling into the air. The sound of destruction ringing in their ears. A crimson glow burst forth as Yans emerged from the enveloping dust, unleashing a colossal force that shattered the surrounding landscape. Yet, he did not linger to revel in the suffering of the weak. Raising his right hand high, he stirred the fire elements in the space around him, conjuring a towering inferno that ascended into the heavens like an inverted pyramid, reaching heights of 10,000 meters. Although injured, Vegeta retained the ability to move. The golden light soaring skyward illuminated the entirety of the sealed space, as his previously dim energy surged explosively. The shattered mountain range repelled outward under the influence of an energy field, with slightly larger stones suspended in midair. Beneath a sparse view, the bloodied form of Vegeta emerged, his torn clothing revealing numerous wounds seeping with fresh blood. However, just as Vegeta prepared to retaliate, he found himself ensnared within a sea of flames. Following a blinding flash of golden light, a blazing inferno, gathered by Yans, enveloped the ground of the entire space. A towering wall of flame, reaching Tinzhong, cast a shadow of annihilation that left Vegeta aghast. Within that fiery tempest, fire dragons coalesced, relentlessly pursuing Vegeta. With his left hand still not fully healed, he found himself unable to fend off the onslaught of dozens of fire dragons. Even with the aid of his spinning kicks, he could only passively defend, repeatedly shattering the flames around him with his chi. Damn it, what is happening? Can the energies of heaven and earth be wielded in such a manner? Vegeta mused inwardly. He was well aware that some individuals in this universe could harness the energies of the cosmos as their own power. Yet he had never witnessed anyone summon such vast energies before. As Vegeta grappled with his astonishment, Yans completed his lethal strike, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. With a flick of his left hand, the endless sea of flames below rapidly converged, swirling together in a vortex. In mere moments, it took the form of a basketball-sized crimson energy sphere, a manifestation of overwhelming fiery power with temperatures soaring into the thousands. The ground glowed red-hot, and even the air ignited, causing the void to tremble slightly. Realizing the imminent danger, Vegeta's heart sank. It was too late to escape. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the fireball erupt before him, an inexorable force of destruction enveloping him. The ferocity of the flames tore through his body, sending him hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth like a shattered doll, his spirit dimming as his life force waned. Destruction, Yan's proclaimed, gazing upon the weakened Vegeta, finally ready to unleash his final blow. His raised right hand hovered beneath the center of the towering flames, all fire intertwining around his arm, a brilliant golden hue radiating forth. The surging power sent tremors through the entire enclosed space. In the next moment, just as Yan's reveled in his apparent victory, the entire realm quaked, the intensity of the tremors far surpassing the impact of his attack. Feeling an ominous shift, Yan's expression transformed in shock as a sudden force of annihilation surged through the space, an overwhelming power that transcended his own. The cataclysmic energy seemed to tear through the confines of the space, instilling fear in the hearts of the four individuals within. While Vegeta managed a bittersweet smile of resignation, the other three were gripped by sheer terror. The very fabric of the space trembled as the incoming force struck like a cannonball, shattering the glass-like barriers of their environment. A colossal handprint manifested, casting countless afterimages in the void before crashing down upon the towering pillar of flames. In a moment of sheer astonishment, the palm dispersed the flames, and the explosive force was propelled 100 miles away before it fully detonated. Two figures scrambled to escape, their retreat marred by the fierce winds generated by the hand, leaving them in a state of disarray, while Yan suffered grievously. As the gargantuan handprint descended upon him, he became the primary target of this assault. Though he was not blasted 100 miles away, the cataclysmic force surged through his body, fracturing his bones and reducing him to a bloodied shell of himself. He could hardly fathom the scene before him, his eyes widening in terror as he spotted a golden light approaching from hundreds of miles away. For in that moment, he beheld Goku, now ascended to Super Saiyan 3, appearing like a golden comet. At that instant, the vast chasm of power between them became painfully evident. The difference was like that between a predator and a mere insect. Aware that his assassination plot had crumbled, Yan's was consumed by an unyielding fury. Ignoring the vast disparity in strength, he recklessly charged toward Vegeta's position, convinced that from a distance of less than 3 miles, he could eliminate his foe before Goku could intervene. His fist transformed into a torrent of demonic energy, coalescing into a skeletal visage that surged forward. Goku, realizing the implication of this desperate counterattack, narrowed his eyes and instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, launching a ki blast to intercept. However, it deceitfully passed through the skeletal head, detonating behind it and sending Yan's careening like a severed kite, engulfed by a dark aura that engulfed his broken form, vanishing into the void. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the strange skeletal figure would disregard his attack. In a moment of vulnerability, it struck Vegeta's head, causing him to tremble violently. In that instant, Vegeta let out a primal roar, an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupting from within him, spreading like wildfire across the planet. From a distant vantage point, a figure floated in the air, halting his rapid movements, startled by the sudden shift in events. Magic Fist. In the early stages of this cataclysmic battle, Grid had sensed the tumult, and as the dark energy surged skyward, his expression darkened, filled with astonishment. Chapter 17, Dreams and Reality, Part 1. A powerful wave of demonic energy surged from Vegeta's head into his body. While outsiders remained unaware of this transformation, Vegeta felt an overwhelming dark force invading his very essence. Amidst immense agony, he sensed his body undergoing a metamorphosis. The once diminutive golden aura in his spirit flickering with an ominous intensity. Simultaneously, a torrent of malevolent energy released from within him, shaking the very heavens as his form began to crumble. Goku sensed something was amiss. The copious amounts of black energy pouring from Vegeta's orifices alarmed him greatly. The sinister aura that enveloped Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to that of the 3 figures from the demon realm he had encountered before. Yet, upon closer observation, Goku discerned that Vegeta's dark energy was far purer and more formidable than that of his previous adversaries, Yan's and Mingjia. In that moment, Vegeta, seemingly possessed, roared in fury. As the demonic energy consumed him, clouding his mind, his eyes glowed with a blinding black light, and as the dark power surged, the earth trembled violently, affecting nearby star systems. Goku, initially unaware of the impending storm, took several steps back to distance himself from Vegeta. Noticing the absence of any strange resistance in the waning of Vegeta's aura, he felt compelled to strike first. The explosive surge of energy instantly tore through all the dark aura surrounding Vegeta, followed by a devastating punch to his abdomen that rendered him unconscious. Cradling the fallen warrior at his side, Goku's body simultaneously began to emit faint golden radiance, a phenomenon he had discovered 6 months prior. As he leaped away, he continuously used his own energy to dissipate the lingering dark miasma while simultaneously healing Vegeta. In truth, Goku refrained from using instant transmission not out of reluctance, but because he realized that unless the sinister dark energy was completely eradicated, Vegeta's injuries would only worsen. Conventional healing machines were powerless against such forces, leaving him no choice but to steadily purify the darkness with his golden key during their journey back. The battle had long since drawn the attention of warriors across the cosmos. Many paled in fear, shaking their heads with bitter smiles as they recognized the overwhelming power displayed. Others licked their lips in anticipation of the impending universal martial conflict. Countless fighters locked onto the battle with their key senses, some even from distant galaxies. Yet, the more astute among them were unsettled by the inexplicable spatial lockdown earlier, while those privy to certain secrets grew wary of the technique's wielder. The monstrous surge of demonic energy Vegeta unleashed sent shockwaves through the universe. Even those observing from thousands of light years away found their probing senses corroded by the insidious darkness. The black miasma possessed a devouring quality, greedily absorbing the ki of curious onlookers and injuring the slower among them. What truly terrified them, however, was the realization that their opponent's power had escalated to terrifying heights, an ominous sign of impending danger. Grit, Genie, Zykor, and Leek naturally sensed the disturbance. Even the usually unflappable Zykor furrowed his brow in silence before abruptly leaving the command center without so much as a glance at Genie. Genie, long accustomed to the lone wolf's temperament, paid no mind to the slight. What unsettled him was the foreboding sensation emanating from the dark energy. Leek, too, grew visibly uneasy as Vegeta's power surged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Grit, who had been closest to the battlefield, halted his movements, recognizing the use of the demonic illusion fist. He was momentarily stunned by Goku's overwhelming response. Yet, he soon smiled wryly, acknowledging the wisdom in Goku's actions before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 17, Illusion Becomes Reality, Part 1. In the aftermath of the upheaval, Gohan and the others had been closely monitoring the battle. Now gathered in the palace's medical bay, they listened to Goku's account in heavy silence, their expressions grave. Pan, Bra Videl, and even Master Roshi sensed the gravity of the situation, still shaken by the overwhelming demonic aura Vegeta had unleashed. The possibility of his uncontrollable rampage loomed ominously in their minds. Bulma wept quietly, her anxious gaze fixed on the medical bay doors. The news of Vegeta's critical condition had left her distraught. Only the reassurance that his life wasn't in immediate danger kept her from collapsing. Goku, too, was puzzled. Though he hadn't mentioned the recent strange occurrences to Gohan, the convergence of past events and today's battle hinted at a disturbing pattern. Why had the demon realm, once so reclusive, suddenly turned its focus so aggressively on the Saiyans? Unbeknownst to him, the demon realm had actually issued a ceasefire against the Saiyans after Miro's crushing defeat. However, the two mysterious figures had deliberately withheld this information from the arrogant Ilgia and Inchi, leading them to foolishly launch their reckless assault. On the journey back, Goku tirelessly worked to purge the dark energy from Vegeta's body. Yet, traces stubbornly clung to his heart, resisting complete eradication. As his golden light purified the corruption, the Dragon Balls within him stirred imperceptibly, a change even Goku failed to notice. Far away, Shenron shuddered, his ancient eyes clouded with uncertainty. Is this truly happening? But where is he? Damn it! Why did he vanish without a trace? With only fragmented memories passed down, I'm left in the dark. What are you scheming? The Eternal Dragon exhaled a deep sigh, his massive form writhing as unease gnawed at his consciousness. In a void of darkness, 8 figures materialized in the deathly silence. 4 of them exuded the same sinister black energy, their bodies slowly mending under its eerie influence: Ilgia, Inchi, and their cohorts. Damn it, that monkey moved too fast. Caught off guard, we took a heavy hit, grumbled the least injured among them, the same one who had feigned arrogance earlier. Indeed, he's terrifying. A shame we couldn't use him to eliminate either of those two, another replied, coughing up murky energy. The force of Goku's strike had nearly obliterated his internal organs. Only the dark energy's regenerative properties kept him alive. The plan was going smoothly, yet these 2 fools still survived. Seems we'll have to dispose of them ourselves. The first seethed, frustrated that their superiors had escaped death through sheer luck. Their original scheme had been to manipulate Goku into killing Ilgia and Inchi. For now, we wait. The demon realm appears to have severed ties with this place, but I doubt it's that simple. Only at the critical moment will we strike. Otherwise, Shiro and Qing Luo will never let us live. The others nodded grimly, resigned to the situation's deterioration. Still, They took solace in the fact that Ilgia and Inchi had suffered far worse injuries. With a keen sense of intuition, he believed that within the next half-month, the two adversaries would be unable to regain their peak strength, while he and his ally would fully recover in 3 days. At that time, should they take action, their chances of success would exceed 90%. That despicable fellow, Shala, will one day witness my prowess. This old fool has lived for far too long. It is time for his life to come to an end. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Upon hearing the name Shala, anger surged uncontrollably within him, causing his internal energy to swell imperceptibly, hastening his recovery without drawing the attention of Mingjia and his companion. The man did not respond. He too had suffered Shala's humiliation and harbored a hatred as deep as that of his comrade. However, he was more capable of restraint, intending to annihilate their foe in a future counterattack. At that moment, Yan seized the opportunity to open his eyes, his gaze radiating uncontainable fury, his energy escalating dramatically. He bellowed, "Mingjia, you had better explain why you did not inform me of the sudden turn of events." Flames of rage burned in Yan's eyes. He had initially believed that their adversary could be delayed, hence his mocking demeanor towards Baijita during their earlier confrontation. Little did he expect that Sun Wukong would arrive at the scene within half a minute and deliver a devastating blow, leaving him near death. Had it not been for the protective black energy, he would have perished by now. This miscalculation filled him with resentment. Had Mingjia informed him sooner, he could have exterminated the opponent and retreated unscathed. Mingjia did not rush to answer. After a cold laugh, he remarked, "I was also struck down and rendered unconscious. How could I have warned you in advance? Yet you, in half a minute, were unable to defeat your opponent. It seems you despise failure and wish to place the blame on me." Mingjia showed no signs of weakness as Yan exerted his power to pressure him. He retaliated with an equally potent force, though his venomous words made Yan grit his teeth in hatred. Aware that he was in the wrong, Yan suppressed his urge to vent his anger but shot a fierce glare at Mingjia, a chilling aura enveloping him, though devoid of murderous intent. It was still imbued with an oppressive dominance. The remaining four were rendered speechless, feeling the overwhelming energy pressing upon them, causing them to stagger backward, blood seeping from their lips. Meanwhile, the two figures shared a silent amusement, finding the spectacle of mutual animosity between the two laughable. Chapter 17, Dreams Come True. Part 3. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, yet Baijita remained unconscious. His internal and external wounds had healed, but his energy fluctuated, causing concern among those watching. Wukong fell into a deeper silence, discerning through subtle fluctuations in energy that the chaotic black energy within Baijita had ceased its previous turmoil, gradually returning to calm. Yet for reasons unknown, he could not find peace himself. For Baijita's safety, Wukong eradicated over 90% of the black energy, fully aware that this act severed Baijita's chance for a significant power surge. However, Wukong was confident that if Baijita were conscious, he would unhesitatingly forego such an opportunity. After all, his pride would never allow him to enhance his strength in such a manner, for it was a profound humiliation for the Prince of the Saiyans. During this time, Glitter and others visited, inquiring about the situation but ultimately maintaining silence. After offering their well wishes, they departed, though Glitter remained troubled. The emergence of powerful beings does not imply that strength is forever bound to a singular identity. Although Saiyans and Saiyajins are regarded as the pride of the universe, this distinction is relative to individual races. The origin of the demon realm remains a mystery, however. Some former peak warriors speculate that its inhabitants may also belong to various races across the universe, with the demon realm representing a dark world composed of fallen races, a veritable paradise for them. The magical fist, once a forbidden technique of the demon realm, held the power to instill fear throughout the universe in ancient times. Of course, this is merely a fragment of the universe's lore. During the demon realm's zenith, its power was sufficient to contend with the entirety of the universe and even other planes of existence. The so-called forbidden techniques were widely known within the demon realm. Their terrifying aspect lay in their ability to awaken the negative emotions of the wounded, inciting their dark nature. As the growing demonic energy strengthened the afflicted, it simultaneously eroded their body and mind. The consequences could range from death to being transformed into a demon, turning against one's allies and living by slaughter. This is not determined solely by the quantity of black energy. Even a mere trace of the magical fist's energy could subject one to near-fatal trials, necessitating a battle against the possibility of succumbing to madness. This was Baijita's calamity, yet it also represented an opportunity for him to evolve into a powerful warrior. While the external world continued its course, Vegeta's mind was also in turmoil. At the moment when the black energy completely enveloped his consciousness, he felt a powerful white light pierce through, sending him into a momentary daze and plunging him back into unconsciousness. After what seemed like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting instant, Vegeta awoke once more, astonished by the peculiar scene before him, surveying his surroundings. Walking through a familiar yet strange place, he lost track of both time and distance, his brow furrowing deeper as the scenery around him stirred emotions he could scarcely articulate. What is this place? How did I end up here? Vegeta pondered, striking his head in confusion, halting in his tracks. I remember being injured by that person, and at the last moment, Kakarot arrived, but I was struck by a wave of demonic energy. He pieced together fragments of memory, his heart brimming with unyielding resentment. Damn it, he cursed silently. But just as he prepared to flee this land, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. In an instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling as he instinctively opened his eyes wide, slowly turning his head toward the sound. For he distinctly heard someone calling his name, a voice he had not forgotten for decades. In that moment, Vegeta's heart swelled with indescribable emotion, and upon seeing the figures before him, his pupils contracted in disbelief, his expression one of awe. From a distance of 100 paces, 3 shadows approached, 2 adults and 1 child. As they drew near, he could finally discern their features, and Vegeta began to tremble, tears welling in his eyes, for the 3 before him were none other than his father, whom everyone should remember, and mother, a beautiful woman, her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, clad in a pure white gown, along with his younger self. Chapter 17, Dreams Come True. Part 4. This scene left Vegeta in a state of disbelief, his pale face reflecting the overwhelming excitement within. He could not contain his emotions, calling out, "Father! Mother!" However, the sound seemed to have failed to reach the ears of the others, who offered no further response. Vegeta, disregarding this, suddenly appeared before them and lunged forward, attempting to embrace them, but found himself unable to grasp their presence, stumbling forward instead. In that fleeting moment, he regained his composure, fully aware that the reality before him was a mere illusion, unattainable. Yet, the scene struck him as profoundly familiar, stirring a sense of unease within his heart. It was a recollection of the last time he beheld his father and mother. This place was none other than the long-destroyed planet Vegeta. "Father, why have you brought me here? Aren't you supposed to manage the affairs of planet Vegeta? I need to train," the once diminutive Vegeta queried, a hint of defiance in his voice, eager to turn away. "Ah, my dear Vegeta, why not spend a little time playing with your father today?" His mother gently stroked his head, her eyes betraying a sorrowful melancholy. "No, I must grow stronger," young Vegeta protested, tilting his head back, naively gazing at his mother. "Today, let us indulge in some leisure, for tonight, your father and I must embark on a significant mission that will impact our future," she continued, her voice softening, though she soon stifled her emotions, forcing a smile. "And you, too, will have your own tasks to undertake later. We may not see each other for quite some time." "Oh, is that so?" Young Vegeta looked on, oblivious to the subtle shifts in his mother's expression. Meanwhile, the true Vegeta clenched his teeth and balled his fists, tears welling in his eyes as he thought, "How infuriating. After this, I may never see my father and mother again. Vegeta, from this day forth, you must become independent and ever stronger. I hope that one day you will recall today's events to fulfill our shared destiny." King Vegeta finally spoke, exhaling deeply. "Of course, I shall grow powerful enough to surpass King Frieza and become the greatest in the universe," young Vegeta declared, driven by ambition yet lacking understanding. "That's the spirit. Such tenacity is what I, King Vegeta, take pride in within my son," the king said, suppressing his anguish while feeling a sense of comfort from his child's words. "What shall we play today, mother?" Young Vegeta turned to gaze at his beautiful mother, his face radiating innocence. "Let us go hunting and revel in the wild," King Vegeta replied with a hearty laugh. "But be cautious of the fierce beasts that dwell here. They are far more formidable than those on Earth," his mother cautioned, concern etched on her face. "Haha, fear not. I have grown quite powerful," young Vegeta boasted. "But father, you mustn't play tricks this time. Mother, please ensure fairness." "Me? Dishonest?" King Vegeta exclaimed with a finger pointed at himself, incredulity in his tone. However, upon witnessing the mischievous grin of young Vegeta and his wife's laughter, he could only concede in resignation. "Very well, I shall not be deceitful." The 3 shared a laugh, albeit with a hint of helplessness on King Vegeta's part, as they began to retrace their steps. Young Vegeta, enchanted by the memories of yesteryears. Soon realized that they had already drifted far away. He hurriedly pursued them, but it was too late. They gradually faded from his sight. And he found himself in a different environment. Where a father and mother. Young Vegeta craned his neck to survey the surroundings, ultimately inquiring of a guard. Why haven't they arrived? The unaware guard responded truthfully, Your Highness, the king and queen are preparing to embark on their mission, and thus cannot come to see you. Why couldn't they leave a bit later to see me? Young Vegeta's fists tightened in anger. Wasn't it agreed that if a child is to undertake a mission, their parents must come to see them off? The guard was left speechless. Isn't that our adorable little Prince Vegeta? A voice broke through the silence. And a figure approached, his uncle, chilled. Why do you sound so distressed? Am I scared? Absolutely not. Young Vegeta glared at Chilled, indignation flaring. Yet, I hear your parents may not want you anymore. I've heard whispers that they intend to send you to another planet, never to return to planet Vegeta, Chilled teased. Casting a sidelong glance at young Vegeta. What nonsense is this? Young Vegeta recalled the earlier moments, knowing his father would never be so lenient. Anger surged within him as he shouted, You lie. As the Saiyan King, he has no reason to violate the ancestral decree. If he does not personally see the child off, it signifies something grave, and you surely understand that. Upon hearing this, young Vegeta felt as though struck by lightning. Acutely aware of the implications of this agreement, Saiyans were indeed fierce, capable of engaging in life-and-death battles among themselves, yet they cared for their offspring. Such confrontations could never occur before kin. The ancestral decree mandated that parents must be present when their child was appointed to a mission, otherwise, the bloodline would be regarded as null and void, subject to life-and-death battles. No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Young Vegeta repeated internally, secretly pondering. Have father and mother forsaken me? How could they disregard our bloodline's decree? I hate this. I hate this. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nappa interjected, Prince Vegeta, rest assured. The king would never do such a thing. He cares for you deeply, and this time, we are merely traveling to another planet for a mission. We will return soon, and then you will understand everything. Humph. Young Vegeta dismissed Nappa's words, his tender heart having been easily deceived, and he stormed into the spaceship. Nappa sighed resignedly and followed suit. Chilled remained behind, a bittersweet smile on his face as he watched young Vegeta depart. In the distance, King Vegeta and the Queen observed everything from the command room of the palace, both with tears in their eyes, murmuring softly, Forgive us, Vegeta. You will understand everything in time. You must grow strong and become a true Super Saiyan. Prepare for launch. Countdown begins. With the command issued, the spaceship ascended into the cosmos, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 18, Dreams Made Real Part 1 7th Update, with one final update to follow. As Vegeta found herself engulfed in memories of the past, the real world outside erupted in chaos. Goku and the others learned from Grid about the magical fist, and naturally, they anxiously focused on Vegeta's faint aura, which seemed almost non-existent. Bulma, suppressing her tears, sat beside the now-recovered Beck, who lay quietly on the hospital bed. She held Beck's large hand tightly, murmuring softly. Trunks and Bra, too, surrounded her with sorrow. Trunks remained silent while Bra placed her hands on Bulma's shoulders, speaking words of encouragement with palpable emotion. Goku, observing the tranquil slumber of Vegeta, furrowed his brow, for he alone understood the terror of the dark energy that lingered. The magical fist, as revealed by Grit, did not harbor the sinister black energy that typically resided in the heart's pulse. In other words, Vegeta's plight was far worse than that of previous victims. Goten and Up silently stood vigil nearby, while Gohan pondered more deeply. Although he had not learned the full extent of the situation from his father, the familiar aura and past experiences allowed him to infer certain truths. Xiaofang held the hands of Bairi and Chi-Chi, and as women, their sensitivity rendered them more susceptible to sorrow, their brows furrowed and lips pressed together. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Satan, clad in swimwear, had dashed to the nearby beach for leisure. However, upon learning of the sudden turn of events, they returned with a sense of humanity, overshadowed by concern for Becca's safety. Returning to Vegeta's inner world, scenes of the past replayed before her eyes. The moment she first touched the void, she realized the dreamlike reality. The impending destruction of planet Vegeta and the demise of her parents loomed before her. A profound sense of helplessness welled from within, stemming from the weakness of her former self. Was this truly all that had transpired? Thus, Vegeta's planet became a relic of history. Her spirit dimmed as these familiar scenes awakened buried memories she had once sought to forget through violence. Yet now, confronted with them once more, she recognized her Navet, To forget was an impossibility. In the past, she had wished to become a heartless being, shunning all emotions. Believing that only the unfeeling could awaken a Saiyan's true nature, aspiring to become the legendary Super Saiyan. However, her journey on Earth had acquainted her with the warmth of human emotions, rekindling memories of the sentiments she once possessed, leading her to embrace a life of peace. Yet, no one could truly fathom her heart. As the prince of the Saiyans, she harbored deep-seated resentment and bitterness over her race's annihilation, accompanied by an eternal enigma that remained unsolved, despite countless searches for the truth of that fateful day. Suddenly, the realization struck her. The only thought left in her heart was to trace her parents, to uncover the truth of the past. Thus, she resolved to follow her father and witness this so-called mission to alter history. Chapter 18, Dreams Made Real, Part 2. With gratitude for the support from all, Bekida earnestly hoped for votes and pledges, fearing that any delay would lead to wasted opportunities. As this thought flickered in her mind, the scene before her shifted abruptly, placing her in the command center. Familiar figures darted across her vision, their expressions resolute and determined. Report to the king. Everything is prepared as planned. Please issue the command. In Saiyan donned vintage battle attire approached, relaying the situation. Upon hearing these words, the sorrow etched on Bekida's face dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor. She exhaled deeply, gently patting her wife's shoulder, who understood the progress of events and steadied her heartache. Everything is ready. Then let us depart. Bekida proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, should we await Baraku and the others' return? After all, we require their strength, the earlier Saiyan respectfully inquired, recalling something. No. Bekida decisively countered, then slowly explained. While they are indeed our elite warriors, and their strength is essential for this mission, my greater hope is for their survival. Their survival is our future. Hearing her father emphasize the word survive, Bekida felt a pang in her heart. Yet, when she considered the matter of Goku's father, her thoughts began to shift. Sensing an unusual mystery in her father's words and actions, before she could fully comprehend the situation, King Bekida issued the command, prepare everything, and set off immediately to the headquarters to confront the tyrant Frieza. Yes, the Saiyans erupted with fervor upon hearing this powerful declaration. Their spirits ignited as they rallied together, while Chio continued to clench her fists tightly. Fight for survival, fight for freedom, fight for the future, fight for glory. Observing the fervent battle spirit of the assembly, Bekida felt a profound sorrow, mourning this noble endeavor, this passionate pursuit, and this heartfelt sacrifice. During the swift journey aboard the spaceship, Your Majesty, should we storm in directly, or wait until we are close to Frieza before launching a surprise attack? An elderly man inquired, his once dulled eyes now gleaming with a spark of insight, as if glimpsing a future of splendor. I have heard that Frieza has long sought to annihilate our Saiyan race. His summons was likely a prelude to his sinister intentions. Rather than waiting passively, we should strike first, King Bekida rationally assessed, asserting with dignity, furthermore, a sneak attack is a disgrace to us Saiyans. Meanwhile, the queen stood silently at the hatch, her tear-laden gaze sorrowfully fixed on the receding planet Bekida, her expression a tapestry of compassion, rage, grief, and resilience. Bekida maintained a distance from his mother, not due to a lack of desire to draw closer, but rather a learned aloofness that made the proximity uncomfortable. Moreover, instinctively, he sensed an almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. As half an hour passed, the traversing spaceship landed steadily at a launch base. Greetings, esteemed King Bekida. A grinning figure approached with a facade of obsequiousness. However, the response was met with a swift energy beam, resulting in a display of fireworks as King Bekida extinguished the threat. Witnessing this abrupt turn of events, the gathered crowd, unaware of the truth, erupted into cries for help. Yet, the solemn and imposing King Bekida raised his hand, issuing a lethal command, prompting all Saiyans to unleash a fierce offensive as they stormed into the control room. Chapter 18, Dreams Made Real, Part 3. Today, I seek support and votes. I must admit, the sluggish internet at school was the reason I was unable to access the author zone from yesterday afternoon until this noon. Today, after attempting to connect via Wi-Fi, I gained access. As previously mentioned, the main text has been updated 6 times today. Outside, chaos reigned, yet within, a chilling silence prevailed. King Vegeta was acutely aware of the potential ambush that lay in wait. He understood that Frieza had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Yet the oppressive silence from his adversary instilled in him a profound sense of dread, as if his plans were being manipulated. Suppressing his turmoil, King Vegeta steadied his trembling right hand and pressed the door button. With a resounding noise, the door slid open, and the assembled Scions surged inside, taking in the scene before them. Seated prominently was the diminutive Frisia, flanked by Shambo on the left and Dodoria on the right. Both were wearing sinister smiles, with Dodoria mockingly exclaiming, "Ah, so it is the great King Vegeta, drenched in blood. It seems you've been engaged in a fierce battle. What transpired?" The sharpness of Dodoria's voice infuriated King Vegeta further, especially given the audacity of his brother's demeanor. "Spare me your pretense. You've long desired the extermination of the Scions. I know you fear the emergence of a Super Saiyan among us, for such a being would threaten your dominion." Dodoria feigned shock, unable to fathom that Vegeta was aware of so much. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter. "Ha! You pitiful fools believe a Super Saiyan will arise? Don't be absurd. Your battle prowess hovers around a mere 10,000. He pressed a tiny device at his eye, continuing to deride them. "Enough. You will pay for your insolence." A booming voice echoed from behind King Vegeta. It was Kaiatsu, unleashing a blue energy wave. Dodoria remained unfazed, dismissing the attack with a casual wave of his hand, effortlessly dissipating the energy with a flash of pink light. Kaiatsu, filled with rage, propelled himself towards Dodoria, aiming a lethal strike at the back of his neck. But with a cold smile, Dodoria pivoted, effortlessly cleaving Kaiatsu in two. Blood rained down, saturating the ground, the metallic scent filling the air. While Dodoria savored the gruesome spectacle with a sadistic grin, the remaining Scions were paralyzed with shock. Even King Vegeta stood momentarily numb in the face of his brother's demise. Vegeta himself closed his eyes in despair, yearning to alter the grim reality before him. Yet knowing he was powerless to change a single moment, Dodoria, indifferent to the spectacle of Kaiatsu's lifeless body, coldly remarked, "You truly have a death wish. Attacking me first and daring to call me fat." Anger surged within him. "I will slaughter you all." As the scene transformed with the destruction of all surveillance devices, the remaining Scions snapped back to reality, preparing defensively. Yet, to Dodoria, their reactions were sluggish. He approached one Scion, delivering a punch that pierced through the latter's abdomen, then struck another's neck with brutal force, severing his nerves and extinguishing his life. In a swift motion, he turned and sliced through the throat of a third. In mere moments, the scene was drenched in horror. The remaining 5 Scions stood paralyzed, terror-stricken. King Vegeta, consumed by fury, felt his power surge. Yet he remained impotent to influence the unfolding tragedy. He cursed himself for having once so easily vanquished Dodoria. "What's the matter, dear King Vegeta? You appear quite pale." Shambo inquired, arms crossed and smirking. "Is this truly the extent of Dodoria's power?" King Vegeta gasped, trembling in fear. "Indeed, I have stated before us. You are but ants," Dodoria replied, licking the blood from his hands before spitting it out in disgust. Fury ignited within King Vegeta, and he leapt towards Frisia, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Frisia, however, merely flashed a wicked smile, raising a finger to flick Vegeta's forehead. A surge of formidable energy coursed into Vegeta's mind, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from his brow. In that moment, the previously dazed queen regained her senses, only to be struck by the full weight of despair, her anguished screams echoing through the air. King Vegeta collapsed, eyes wide in shock, yet still clinging to life, as he coughed blood. Unable to bear the sight, he closed his eyes, turning his head and clenching his fists in overwhelming rage. Chapter 18. A Dreamlike Reality, Part 4, Second Update. Truly pathetic, Dodoria mocked, proceeding to eliminate 3 more Scions, leaving only the distraught queen. She trembled, her once radiant face now ashen, and upon regaining her composure, she rushed to King Vegeta's side, sobbing as she clutched him tightly. "Ah, what a lovely sight," Shambo remarked with distaste as he observed the tear-streaked queen. "Do you wish to use her as your skincare product?" Dodoria asked, bemused by Shambo's comment. "Indeed, if I could use her life force, it would be the finest," Shambo replied dreamily. Those words ignited an insatiable fury within Vegeta, causing him to tremble violently, blood streaming from his palms as he clenched his fists. What did you say?" King Vegeta roared in rage, barely managing to hold his body upright. "I will kill you." His energy surged fiercely, rendering the queen momentarily speechless. "Truly, you are worthless." Unfazed by the sudden surge of power, Shambo swiftly approached King Vegeta, piercing his back with one hand, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Light flickered and then vanished, enveloping the scene in a momentary silence, before a shrill scream shattered the stillness. As the echoes of Vegeta's tragic wail filled the air, he fell silent, gazing at his wife's anguished cries. Ultimately, a smile graced his lips as he closed his eyes forever. Witnessing her beloved's demise, the queen succumbed to madness, shrieking, "I would rather die than let you torment him." She unleashed a powerful energy blast into her own heart, obliterating herself in a torrent of blood that stained her white attire, before collapsing beside King Vegeta. Grasping his hand tightly, smiling as she slipped into eternal slumber, King Vegeta, heartbroken, howled no, but the reality was that all of this was but a memory of the past. Thus, he wept. This was the second time he cried, shedding tears of hatred. What has transpired, Shambo? Frieza casually inquired, utterly astonished that she would take her own life, thus wasting my precious resources. The blood of the deceased lacks any beautifying properties, Shambo remarked disdainfully, tinged with a hint of frustration. Both Frieza and Dodoria fell into silence, rendered speechless by this aberration. Majesty Frieza, what task shall we undertake now? Dodoria finally broke the silence, bowing respectfully. You are to eliminate the Saiyans currently on planet Cereal. Remember, be swift and efficient. Yes. Dodoria nodded in acknowledgement, hastening towards the launch site to board his spaceship bound for Cereal. My lord, what shall we do with the remains? Shambo asked anxiously, watching the simple-minded Dodoria depart. Let their bodies remain here for the time being. Soon, I intend to take them to planet Vegeta to witness a grand spectacle of fireworks. Frieza licked his lips, grinning wickedly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, fully aware of the impending doom, helplessly awaited the fate that Frieza was about to unleash upon planet Vegeta. As events unfolded, only Barracu managed to escape Dodoria's pursuit, standing alone against Frieza and his minions. Yet, history remained unchanged. Frieza emerged from the chamber, conjuring a colossal energy sphere with a mere flick of his finger, demonstrating his disdain for the myriad of insignificant beings before him. He nonchalantly hurled the massive fireball towards planet Vegeta. In the wake of a tremendous explosion, a blinding golden light illuminated the cosmos as planet Vegeta was utterly dismantled into cosmic dust, taking with it the lifeless bodies of several Saiyans. Among them a tormented Vegeta who closed his eyes in despair. Frieza cackled maniacally, what splendid fireworks! Vegeta, filled with hopelessness, could only relive the events that transpired. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless to aid his kin. He tightly shut his eyes, his emotions swirling between fury and despair, loathing his former weakness. The undeniable truth was that, in this ruthless world, it was his own inadequacy that allowed Frieza to dominate and annihilate his race. He felt hatred, regret, and self-recrimination. Amidst this torment, Vegeta's once bright eyes dimmed, his spirit adrift in the vastness of space. Wandering aimlessly, he reminisced about the past. The weight of despair overwhelming him until he finally collapsed in a desolate spot, resigned to await the ultimate outcome. Chapter 19, The Shattering of Illusions, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 1. In the dim light of the nebulous star cluster, a solitary silhouette was cast against the void, enhancing the melancholic atmosphere. At this moment, Vegeta sat motionless in the emptiness of space, unaware of how much time had slipped away, his spirit crushed, unable to escape the harsh reality. His weakness stemmed from his former inadequacies. Vegeta embraced his knees, obscuring half his face, his downcast eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. In the hollow depths of his gaze, echoes of previous events replayed incessantly, and he found himself ensnared in self-blame. Without power, he could accomplish nothing. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Vegeta finally revealed his weary visage, his exhausted expression and lifeless eyes betraying his thoughts. Father and mother seem truly lost before me. Perhaps I am a failure. I cannot vanquish Frieza. I am no match for Cell. Bu toys with me at will. Baby uses me as a mere vessel. Super 17 disregards me, and the evil dragons leave me in despair. At this juncture, a rare self-deprecating smile graced Vegeta's lips, amplifying the sorrow within. I remain so weak. I am exhausted, truly exhausted. I long to rest forever. Yet, just as Vegeta contemplated surrendering entirely, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within his dim being. His once vacant eyes ignited with a profound darkness. A relentless stream of ominous energy seeping from every pore, pulsating with newfound strength. This transformation startled Vegeta, who found himself bewildered by the overwhelming force swelling within. He struggled to regain control over his body as the dark energy surged uncontrollably. What is happening? He thought, finally awakening to the reality of his situation. He began to harness his golden power to resist the encroaching darkness, memories of his previous despondency flooding his mind, shifting his expression to one of alarm. As fear gripped him, Vegeta summoned every ounce of energy to suppress the relentless dark force, his heart racing with intensity. The rhythmic pounding resonated painfully in his ears, and he gasped for breath as the darkness threatened to envelop him completely. Who are you? Vegeta roared in defiance, unleashing an astonishing aura of energy that created a tempest of power, scattering the dark tendrils that clung to him, yet failing to affect the external world. Leave my body at once. Vegeta finally recognized the anomaly within him, recalling the torment inflicted by Baby, realizing the existence of this terrifying threat. Chapter 19, The Shattering of Illusions, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 2. Faced with a life-threatening crisis, Vegeta cast aside his previous shadows, regaining clarity of mind. With keen insight, he recognized the absurdity of his previous passivity. "Whoever you are, vacate my body immediately. No one shall control me, Vegeta," he bellowed, recalling the humiliation of having his body taken over. Now, confronted with a similar predicament, he could not bear the shame. The amalgamation of old and new emotions propelled Vegeta into a furious rage, the latent power within him yearning to awaken. "Uh-huh, am I not you?" A strange voice echoed within his consciousness, mocking Vegeta's futile struggle, confirming his fears. This dark entity was indeed another being residing within him. However, this answer left Vegeta momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend why the other party would respond in such a manner, especially since he had already discerned their secret. There was no longer any need for deceit. Yet the response he received was profoundly shocking. "Who are you? Why do you lurk within that dark aura?" Vegeta quickly regained his composure, continuously amplifying his strength in an effort to resist the encroaching darkness that assailed his consciousness, resolutely refusing to entertain such a ludicrous notion. I've already told you. I am you, for I am but a fragment split from your very psyche." The malevolent voice echoed within Vegeta's mind, saturated with disdain. As if completely indifferent to his feeble resistance, the relentless dark energy surged toward every part of his body, seeking to usurp the true Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart trembled once more. He finally recognized the familiar voice. It was unmistakably his own. "Don't you feel powerless? I can help you realize your dreams, to become immensely powerful." The mocking tone resurfaced, shattering the silence and ensnaring Vegeta's mind with its seductive allure. It seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of all his innermost thoughts, erupting into raucous laughter as it proclaimed, "For I can grant you supreme power, placing you atop the pinnacle of this world, crushing all beneath your feet. Of course, your body shall henceforth be under my control, and together we shall become unparalleled forces in this realm." Vegeta remained silent. Yet the shift in his will was perceptible to the other. After hearing such words, his resistance against the dark energy began to wane, and his strength diminished correspondingly. "What do you think? This deal is rather enticing, isn't it? From now on, you shall no longer feel helpless due to your weakness, nor fear the might of your foes, nor resign the vow of surpassing Kakarot." The voice continued, "I can enable you to surpass everyone in this world, transforming your body into the most formidable existence, granting you invincible, absolute power, and bestowing upon you everything this world has to offer." As the voice continued its incessant boasting, Vegeta's spirit underwent a sudden transformation, the malevolent laughter igniting a spark of astonishment within him. With a sudden cessation of its taunting, he felt the sensation of his essence being severed from his physical form, leading him to roar in fury, "You pathetic entity! How dare you attempt to sever our shared existence?" Yet, Vegeta chose not to respond, allowing the other to rage like a scorned harpy. The once dormant golden aura surged fiercely, driving the invading darkness from his being, as his formidable willpower severed the connection between them. No. Damn it, you insignificant creature. You cannot do this. For I am the true Vegeta. I have always harbored the desire for ultimate strength. You are the imposter, for your heart has changed, subservient and cowardly, therefore. You are no longer Vegeta." The mental dialogue reverberated through Vegeta's consciousness, as his powerful counterattack forced the dark entity to retreat, stripping it of its previous composure and leaving it to curse in frustration. Chapter 19, The Illusion Shattered, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 3. Vegeta still did not reply, as his ascending power seemed to cause the bottleneck of his latent potential to crack open, relentlessly igniting strength that surpassed all limits. The mysterious golden radiance enveloping him grew ever more potent. In a mere 5 or 6 breaths, his prowess had nearly doubled, reaching a combat level of 7 units. "You cannot do this. I am also Vegeta. This body is mine, and you have no right to expel me." The hidden Vegeta sensed the determination within him. As the opponent's strength surged, reversing their earlier positions and rendering him completely subjugated, instilling a profound sense of fear. In that moment, he cursed Goku's actions, realizing that he was merely a manifestation of Vegeta's negative emotions, and the strength he wielded was dictated by the amount of dark energy within his core. As Goku dispelled the dark energy enveloping Vegeta, he inadvertently weakened the darkness at the heart of his being, leaving him with only a fraction of the power he should have possessed at his awakening. In this reciprocal diminishment, Vegeta's strength had already surpassed his own, thus relinquishing the control of his body to the intruder. As an outsider, he could only flounder in the face of overwhelming power. What truly terrified him was the prospect that, if expelled, his strength would further diminish. You are me? I am not Vegeta? Vegeta felt the burgeoning power swelling within him, and, in a moment of amusement, responded to the other with a mocking tone. For it was the greatest jest he had ever encountered. The other was entirely unaware of the transformation that awaited Vegeta in the next instant, consumed by profound fear. Yet, as Vegeta seized absolute control over his body, he began to establish a connection with the entity's consciousness, only to be astounded by the realization that its claims were not entirely unfounded. For indeed, it was a splinter of his own consciousness. Remember this, I am Vegeta, the true prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself, taunting the other with his words. However, the immense effort required to purify the intruder drained him considerably, leaving him breathless yet resolute, his eyes shining with unwavering conviction. How infuriating! You weakling, with your present strength. You stand no chance against future adversaries. Only my presence can ensure your survival and grant you absolute power. The voice roared in defiance, attempting to retaliate against Vegeta's spirit with a desperate onslaught of dark energy, seeking to wrest control of his body. The tremendous backlash jolted Vegeta, causing blood to spill from his lips as the explosive dark energy inflicted significant harm. His consciousness dimmed, and his strength no longer surged uncontrollably. Instead, it began to stagnate and even recede. Your power? Spare me the laughter. You are merely a remnant born from the influence of that dark energy, not truly me. What you call power is nothing but the essence of that darkness. Vegeta gritted his teeth, suppressing a second mouthful of blood as he laid bare the true nature of this phantasm. Do not presume I am ignorant. I have comprehended everything. This dark energy is a force capable of manipulating the mind. I know not its origins, yet I am astounded by its ability to replicate the memories of its victims, ensnaring them in illusions of the past, fabricating a semblance of a history to deceive me, all in a bid to drag me into despair and allow you to emerge. Perhaps merely to facilitate the growth of that darkness. You are nothing but a hollow existence, a mere fragment of consciousness endowed by that dark energy to disrupt my mind. Vegeta spoke with fervor, unveiling the entire truth, then letting out a bitter laugh as he realized he had succumbed to the encroachment of memory before he could muster a timely resistance, ultimately ensnaring himself within the labyrinth of illusion. Upon awakening from a state of confusion, I shall never fall victim a second time. Instead, I shall retaliate fiercely and obliterate my adversary. Chapter 19, The Shattering of Illusions, The Transformation of Vegeta, Part 4, as I heard Vegeta unveil the entire truth. The shadow born of regret could no longer withstand his relentless assault, following a violent explosion within. It was expelled from his body through a desperate act that risked his own well-being. At a distance of 10 paces away, a fierce black flame coalesced into a humanoid form. After a brief manifestation, the dark aura revealed a visage identical to Vegeta's. In that moment, he too appeared incredibly diminished, having sustained grievous wounds from Vegeta's overwhelming strike. Yet, the real turmoil within him arose from the realization that he was merely a remnant, a pawn manipulated by others. A truth he vehemently refused to accept. You lie. I am the true Vegeta. For many years, I have tirelessly pursued the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, striving to become the mightiest warrior in existence. You have relinquished your former ambitions, now content to dwell on Earth in a life of peace, reduced to the status of an ordinary person. Thus, you are the one who has betrayed the essence of my being. I am the true Vegeta. The shadow, in disbelief, roared defiantly, desperately justifying its existence. I have not abandoned my pursuit of power. I refuse to become a mere puppet in the hands of others. I, Vegeta, no longer require external augmentation. Though I once erred in seeking additional strength, I have awakened to the truth. I need greater power. But I will never forsake my identity as the Prince of the Saiyans. I, Vegeta, shall never abandon myself. Faced with relentless accusations of weakness, Vegeta's fury ignited. He bellowed forth the truths he had long buried, confessing to deceiving Babidi to gain extra power, and resolutely declaring his refusal to submit any longer. Momentarily stunned by his declaration, the shadow trembled. As a manifestation of Vegeta's negative emotions, it inherently bore his pride as the strongest in the universe. It became acutely aware of Vegeta's unwavering resolve to pursue ultimate strength, and as a fragment of him, it began to fear its own entirety. No, that is not true. I do not require the strength of others to be Vegeta. I am weak. My father, mother, and kin have perished, and thus I sought to grow stronger. I am still weak, and that is why I needed other powers. No, I have never desired external power. The shadow rambled incoherently, shaking its head as memories from the past surged forth, trying to deny its own errors, only to find itself devoid of fault, trapped in a cycle of self-deception. No. You are the one lying. You are evading your own weakness. You have lost the heart to pursue strength. I have never changed. I have merely temporarily utilized another's power for vengeance. I will surpass them. I, Vegeta, am the true master. I am the real Vegeta. In a sudden frenzy, the shadow roared, its eyes bloodshot, exuding a formidable pressure as it unleashed several units of raw power in a fit of rage. Feeling the intense pressure, Vegeta summoned his formidable strength. As he repelled the shadow, his own power surged rapidly, a confidence surging within him that eclipsed his previous abilities. With a powerful strike, he shattered the shadow's dark energy, sending it sprawling, grievously injured and bleeding. Yet, the shadow, seemingly impervious to pain, howled in anguish. It coughed up copious amounts of blood, yet grew increasingly frenzied, burning its entire being to extract even greater strength to destroy this insolent figure before it. Vegeta struck again, but his own body bore significant injuries, making it challenging to unleash a more potent assault. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one inflicting injuries and causing the shadow's aura to wane, while his own spirit began to dim as well. Perhaps you were once a part of me, but I am the true Vegeta, he murmured softly, acknowledging that the indomitable spirit of the shadow was indeed a reflection of his own. With a furrowed brow, he summoned immense power, releasing a fierce energy wave that illuminated the void, culminating in a colossal explosion that obliterated the dark essence. As the black mist dissipated entirely, Vegeta grasped a profound truth. Closing his eyes, simultaneously, the cosmos before him began to fade, transforming into a brilliant white light that enveloped his form in an endless radiance. Awakening from this dreamlike state, Vegeta's voice, now imbued with unwavering confidence, resonated through the ethereal white realm, signifying his successful transformation. Chapter 20, The Demon Lord, Parting for 3 Days, Part 1. As a dazzling white light enveloped Vegeta, his true form underwent yet another transformation. His previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of golden light within. His entire being shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, and his once weak aura surged into a formidable force. In the moment Vegeta battled with the darker aspect of himself, the true nature of the magical fist began to erode his essence. Goku, and the others, observing the black mist seeping from Vegeta, were unaware of the dire shift in events. However, those who sensed the malicious energy were struck with dread. Even Goku felt a deep apprehension towards the encroaching darkness. This mysterious scene unfolded for less than half a minute, during which Vegeta, in the midst of his transformation, blinked for the first time. At that moment, a second, more malevolent force emerged within him, radiant golden light clashing against the black mist. Ultimately, Goku and the others were relieved to witness Vegeta successfully expelling the evil energy from his being through sheer determination. As they beheld Vegeta awaken, the tension among the onlookers finally eased, and joy filled their hearts. The former had been unconscious for most of the day, and now it was already evening. However, the dazzling light still stung his eyes, causing him to squint and blink before fully recovering. Vegeta quickly scanned the room, a faint blush of embarrassment flashing across his face as he let out a disgruntled huff. Yet, having resolved his inner turmoil, he now felt waves of warmth from the emotions around him, and even the icy depths of his heart began to thaw. Ever the proud warrior, Vegeta detested appearing vulnerable. He immediately straightened his posture, sitting upright with feigned composure, even closing his eyes in an attempt to mask the flicker of emotion in his gaze. Honestly, this guy? Bulma chuckled, giving Vegeta's arm a playful shove. The tears glistening in her eyes only deepened his embarrassment, making him avert his gaze further. Goku smiled. Seems like you're recovering quickly. Hearing the underlying implication in Goku's words, Vegeta abandoned his act, assessing his current strength. He realized his power had surged dramatically, now capable of reaching approximately 13 units at full capacity. Gohan, the only other person present besides Goku who could gauge Vegeta's true strength, was stunned by this revelation. Vegeta's current power surpassed even that of Super 17, while Gohan himself, despite awakening some latent energy in the previous battle, only measured around 6 units. A shiver of dread ran through Vegeta as he recalled the ordeal he had just endured. He knew all too well that had his pride not been provoked by the malevolent presence, his body would have been completely overtaken, reduced to a mere vessel for another's will. The real visions of the future brought him a strange sense of relief. He understood they were distortions of his subconscious, conjured by the magic fist technique. Yet, the pain of losing his parents lingered, an unspoken agony. As the group chatted and laughed, a series of unceremonious stomach growls brought an abrupt silence. The culprits blushed, hands instinctively resting on their empty stomachs, except for Goku, who simply laughed, scratching the back of his head with crescent moon eyes. masking his own embarrassment. Far away, in a sealed dimension unknown to outsiders, a suffocating aura of malevolence permeated the darkness, one that would strike terror into any warrior capable of sensing energy. A figure shrouded in black flames extended a withered, skeletal hand. The black orb resting in his palm suddenly shattered, dissolving into wisps of dark mist that dissipated into the void. "Oh," a hoarse voice murmured in astonishment. "To think." He broke free from the magic fist. "You don't require the power of darkness after all. It seems this plan has failed." The voice continued its soliloquy, crimson eyes gleaming with cold amusement as he summoned the energy of the surrounding space. Vegeta, you two are an anomaly, but perhaps my decision back then wasn't wrong. Your potential for growth remains vast. I, Nulled, look forward to it." Nulled. The name might have faded into obscurity in the current era, but in ancient times, it was renowned across the multiverse, for he was the creator of the demon realm, the feared and revered demon god. Chapter 20, The Demon God, A Changed Man, Part 2. In another chamber, a lone figure sat, Garlic Jr., swirling a half-filled glass of red wine in his right hand while resting his chin on the other, deep in thought as he observed the vast screen before him. He, too, had sensed Vegeta's transformation. What truly unsettled him was that Vegeta had achieved such heights without absorbing the dark energy of the magic fist, a testament to the Saiyan's terrifying growth rate. Beside him, his son, Ginger, hesitated before speaking. "Father, they've entered the gravity chamber." "But oh, Ginger," Garlic Jr. interrupted, setting his glass down with a knowing smile. "You know the nature of Saiyans. Is there anything else?" "I understand, but is this really wise?" Ginger pressed. "It matters little. If they wish to train. As hosts, we should accommodate them, especially when they're Saiyans." His tone remained indifferent, though a faint smirk played on his lips. Ginger fell silent. "Are you worried, my son?" Garlic Jr. stood, still smiling. "I have my own methods, don't I?" "Very well. I shall take my leave, father." Ginger nodded but paused before exiting. "Father." About Spice's actions, he couldn't bring himself to voice his concerns fully, leaving the decision to his father. Garlic Jr.'s expression darkened slightly at the mention of Spice. "Let Vinegar calm down. You all know Spice's nature. I hope they refrain from further conflict." "Understood." Ginger clenched his fists, frustration evident as he departed. "Prepare for the tournament," Garlic Jr. called after him, his warlike spirit rekindled at the thought of the upcoming battles. Yet, the moment Ginger left, his face hardened once more. Lost in contemplation. Inside the gravity chamber, "Dad, do we really have to go all out right from the start?" Trunks groaned. His face twisted in discomfort as he struggled under the crushing gravity. Despite his father's newfound vigor, moving felt like wading through molasses. Vegeta knew his sudden power surge required rigorous conditioning. Thus, he had resolved to train relentlessly in the gravity chamber for 3 days. Unfortunately for Trunks and Goten, their laziness had sealed their fate, dragged in against their will. To make matters worse, Vegeta forbade transformations, while Ub was instructed to suppress his power. Yet he cranked the gravity up to 100,000 times Earth standard. Goten shot Trunks a resentful glare, as if blaming him for their predicament. Trunks, however, ignored him entirely. Adopting an air of brotherly solidarity, misery loves company. "Humph. There's no time for slacking." Vegeta barked, his tone a mix of mock amusement and intimidation. "Unless you can defeat me in your base form, you're staying here. Challenging you is merely courting trouble. You are the sadist, while I am certainly not the masochist." Trunks pouted, his lips forming a disgruntled line. Upon hearing this, Goten appeared to have found a means to vent his frustration, deliberately raising his voice. "Uncle Vegeta. Trunks is asking whether it's true. He expresses his willingness to give it a try, declaring that one day he shall make you proud." This insinuation caused Trunks' complexion to shift dramatically, and just as he was about to unleash a tirade against Goten's lack of loyalty, the latter interrupted him. "Furthermore, I am not Trunks. Surely there should be some leniency." "Eh? Goten, do you wish to be as lazy as Trunks?" Vegeta clenched his fists, releasing a soft cracking sound. And with a gentle smile, inquired, "Are you two children seeking my opinion on a fistfight?" No. How could that be?" Goten replied hastily, glancing nervously at Trunks. The two boys, sensing the tension, instinctively huddled together against the wall, both feigning ignorance. Chapter 20, The Demon Lord Ha. "I never anticipated that even you, Vegeta, would have a sense of humor." Goku chuckled, stepping forward and tightening his belt. "What? You detestable cockroach." "Do I really?" Vegeta stammered, flustered, his face turning a rare shade of crimson. "All right, let us now assign our training partners, as time is of the essence," Gohan suggested, smiling to ease the atmosphere. Yes. OOB, having been influenced by Goku, nodded vigorously, eager for rigorous training. Then I shall team up with Vegeta and Goten with Trunks. Gohan. You will be paired with OOB. Gohan, you can transform for battle, but refrain from using your full strength, OOB. It would be beneficial for you to restrain your power during training. Goku assessed the group and established the pairings, instructing them, train diligently, and remember, the losing team will go hungry. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief, well aware that their powers were closely matched. It would be a battle to the bitter end. The tension escalated, especially among the Saiyans, and Goten and Trunks, who had been holding hands, quickly released each other, now glaring at one another as if they were sworn enemies. Mom, will Dad and Grandpa become even stronger? Little Fong innocently inquired of Beulah. Beulah smiled, stroking her daughter's hair. Indeed, they will. Your father and grandfather are both formidable warriors. But to what extent will they grow in strength? Fong asked, a hint of indignation in her voice. Exactly. Your grandfather is quite the power-hungry fighter, while the rest are merely simpletons, Chi-Chi chimed in, teasing Goku. Yet he insists on dragging my Gohan and Goten into these battles. Unlike him, the children are not as resilient. Bulma agreed with Chi-Chi's sentiment, laughing lightly. They are simply born warriors, obsessed with fighting, all a bit simple-minded. Goku is wonderfully silly. Their laughter echoed as Goku, wiping his nose, mused aloud, Have I caught a cold? Oh, I just remembered. For well-rounded development, I propose we incorporate sneak attacks. Can we do that? That sounds quite underhanded, Goten questioned, acutely aware that Trunks' cunning surpassed his own. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Trunks voiced his support first, prompting a startled reaction from Goten, who silently cursed his rival's pettiness. Well, this idea does have merit. What could be wrong with enhancing our alertness? It will aid us in life-or-death battles, Vegeta responded thoughtfully. Uncle Vegeta, you cannot say that, Goten complained. Enough. You should focus on being vigilant against your opponent, Vegeta taunted, casting a glance at the fidgeting Trunks. Goten, alarmed, quickly turned to face the now menacing Trunks, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, OOB and Gohan had already readied themselves for combat, their gazes locked in unwavering focus. OOB pondered to himself. Can I truly defeat Mr. Gohan? I recall he possesses immense hidden power. My control over Ki is not yet strong enough. I refuse to lose. Even if my temperament does not match that of a Saiyan, I cannot endure a day of hunger. That is simply unacceptable. What to do? Of course. I have Bu. With his assistance, my chances of victory will increase. OOB felt a surge of joy, knowing that since the battle with Broly 3 months prior, Gohan had significantly improved in power, while he himself had also enhanced his strength through merging with Bu. OOB, lost in thought, repeatedly called out, Hey, Bu. Can you hear me? What's going on? A voice sounded, belonging to Bu, who seemed puzzled. Why did you wake me? You are finally awake. This is wonderful. Bu. You must remember, I need your help with something, OOB replied, unable to hide his excitement, and he proceeded to explain the situation in detail, urging, remember. You are responsible for sensing fluctuations in Ki. Should danger arise, you must take control of my body and react accordingly. Oh, I see. How fun, Bu replied, his childlike innocence shining through as he contemplated. But, can we really do that? Do not worry. We are one entity. Your abilities are mine. And there is nothing wrong with this. It is merely a clever application, OOB declared proudly, a broad smile lighting up his face. All right then, no problem, Bu affirmed. Thus, Gohan silently awaited for several minutes while OOB cleverly organized their strategy. Should Gohan discover the truth, even if he refrained from pursuing OOB, he would surely berate him for being overly cunning. Let the battle commence, Goku suddenly shouted, shattering the stillness of the moment. Everyone was jolted back into battle mode. Having gradually acclimatized to the gravity of the setting, moving with greater freedom, though not entirely unencumbered, Trunks was the first to launch an attack. He dashed forward, leaping into the presence of the heavens, delivering a swift strike with his left hand. Yet, the heavens were prepared, promptly blocking the attack with the right hand and grasping his left. However, this was merely a feint from Trunks. He quickly bent his right knee, aiming a kick toward the heavens' abdomen. The heavens, noticing this, intercepted with the left hand, chuckling, is that all you've got? But Goten had underestimated his opponent. For Trunks' true intent was to deliver a straight punch with his right hand to the heaven's nose. Goten was sent reeling backward, crashing onto the floor due to gravity. Realizing the situation, he sprang back up, but blood was already trickling from his nose, causing him to shake his head in pain. "Oh, it hurts. It really hurts," he exclaimed, wiping away the crimson blood. Seeing the opportunity for a sneak attack, Trunks wasted no time in launching a ki blast at Goten. Unfortunately, the immense gravity hindered the power of his ki, causing it to descend slowly. Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. The ki blast struck the ground, exploding before him, sending him flying. He was left reeling from the impact. Although the room's defenses were formidable, Goten chuckled at the unexpected turn of events. Quickly moving towards Trunks and delivering a swift punch to his face, causing him to stagger back, blood trickling from his mouth. "What?" he shouted in fury. "You little brat, you're really going for it. Watch me fight back." Trunks charged forward, and the two began to exchange blows, resembling two children in a playful brawl, each retaliating with punches and kicks. Unbeknownst to them, their movements grew increasingly rapid and powerful. At the moment of Trunks' ki explosion, Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, engaged in combat with OOB. A gust of energy signaled the start of their battle, with OOB initiating the first strike. Both fighters were unleashing their full potential, their speed far surpassing that of Goten and Trunks. OOB swiftly vanished in a burst of speed within the confines of the room. Gohan, understanding OOB's strategy, closed his eyes, calming himself to sense the fluctuations of energy around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, glancing upward, and unleashed a ki blast in that direction. Indeed, OOB was there. However, as soon as OOB appeared, he rapidly vanished again, evading the attack. "You can't escape," Gohan declared, mirroring OOB's swift movements. He quickly positioned himself behind OOB, raising his hands high, ready to strike from behind. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, OOB skillfully dodged, turning around to deliver a punch. Gohan, startled, swiftly deflected the attack with his hand, but the recoil sent him soaring upwards. In that instant, OOB capitalized on the opportunity, moving beneath Gohan to launch another punch. Gohan, realizing the imminent threat, retaliated with a punch of his own, calculated with precision. Both fighters paused momentarily, descending back to the ground in silence. Gohan pondered. What on earth is happening? OOB's ability to gauge energy has improved dramatically. I must be cautious in this battle. OOB, too, reflected. That was close. Without Bu's assistance, I might not have evaded Gohan's attack. I need to be vigilant and synchronize my efforts with Bu. Understood, Bu playfully replied. As they both entered a state of serious combat, moving and striking with astonishing speed, their punches and kicks were executed with remarkable agility, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows. Meanwhile, on another side, Vegeta turned his gaze from the battle, addressing Goku. "It's time for us to fight, isn't it, Kakarot?" "Indeed, it has been a while since we last battled," Goku replied, his eyes fixed on Vegeta with a grin. "Let us have a proper showdown." Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. Goku remained still, silently observing as time ticked away. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, releasing a ki blast that shot forward. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared before him, and it was Vegeta, who quickly halted, sweat beading on his brow as he turned. Indeed, Goku had positioned himself behind Vegeta, pressing down with his hand, unleashing another ki blast, which inexplicably passed through Vegeta's form. What? A afterimage technique? Goku marveled internally, while Vegeta reappeared before him, merging his hands to unleash a blue ki blast. "Take this, Kakarot." Seeing the ki blast just a foot away, Goku reacted swiftly, pressing down with both hands to suppress it using gravity, then launching upward. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the air. "That was close," Goku exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of fear evident in his voice. "Not done yet," a voice echoed, and another ki blast erupted beneath Goku. Startled, he turned his head, narrowly avoiding the blast, only to find Vegeta charging at him with a punch aimed at his chest. "What?" Recognizing the danger, Goku crossed his arms in an X shape to shield himself from the strike, but was still sent flying backward, landing approximately 10 meters away. "Indeed, Kakarot, your strength has increased significantly," Vegeta remarked, shaking his slightly numbed fist. "Of course, you've improved as well," Goku responded, lowering his arms. "Are we warmed up? Now the real battle begins," Vegeta said with a grin, stepping forward. "Absolutely, so be ready," Goku replied with enthusiasm. And so, the two vanished, instantaneously attacking from the east. Yet before their afterimages could dissipate, they struck from the south, north, and east, creating a continuous wave of energy. As the days passed, 3 days of training elapsed. They emerged from the gravity chamber, their battle suits tattered, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, Their strength has markedly increased, rendering any comparison with their current selves futile. It is truly a case of a scholar's absence for 3 days, prompting a renewed perspective. Chapter 21. The Divine Premonition Tiandi's Worry, Part 1. The scene shifts to a realm we are all too familiar with, our very own Earth. Beneath the azure sky, wisps of white clouds drift lazily, while verdant mountains and babbling brooks breathe life into the landscape. Humanity continues to live in tranquility, albeit with a more subdued demeanor following the catastrophic devastation wrought by the evil dragon incident. People have become more disciplined, diligently working to restore the environment to its former glory. Yet, as shadows coexist with light, the seeds of turmoil are being sown even in these peaceful days. In the celestial realm, Tiandi stands silently at the edge, his green-hued figure poised with his staff held firmly before him, observing the mortals below. His countenance, ostensibly satisfied, belies a subtle anxiety, his brows furrowed and a frown etched upon his forehead. Will these days endure? Tiandi muses softly, gazing up at the pale blue expanse above him. Perhaps I am still unable to fulfill my divine responsibilities, he self-deprecatingly reflects, when suddenly, an urgent voice disrupts his reverie, darkening his expression to one of despair. Something's amiss. Something's terribly wrong. A familiar voice calls out as Mr. Bobo rushes towards him, garbed in traditional Sudanese attire, clutching a document in hand. Upon seeing the document in Mr. Bobo's grasp, Tiandi's expression transforms, his eyes widening in panic, for he understands the implications of this revelation. Alas, Divine One, the analysis report has been released, and it corroborates your fears. Their target is indeed Earth. Mr. Bobo exclaims, his tone tinged with urgency and fear, the weight of the document weighing heavily upon him. Tiandi, crushed by the final remnants of hope, feels his pupils contract in overwhelming dread. Trembling, he asks, "Is this truly the case? Mr. Bobo, are you certain the data is accurate?" He is reluctant to confront such a dire reality. Even a nightmare would be preferable to this undeniable truth, for dreams may fade, but reality is an immutable force that shapes the future. No, Divine One. The data is flawless. I have verified it multiple times. The results are consistent. They are indeed coming to Earth, Mr. Bobo replies, his voice dwindling with fear. Confronted with this unequivocal truth, Tiandi does not succumb to despair but rather, in the depths of his terror, finds a flicker of resolve. He closes his eyes, exhales deeply, and murmurs, "The calamity has indeed arrived. I remain so powerless as the deity of Earth, unable to contribute in any meaningful way." A bitter smile graces his youthful visage. Mr. Bobo perceives the gravity of the situation, observing Tiandi's desolation in silence. He calls out the divine title in a hushed tone, seeking to inspire Tiandi, yet struggles to find the right words. Can we abandon hope? Can we truly abandon hope? Tiandi opens his sorrowful eyes, and after a brief silence, a resolute light ignites within them. With unwavering conviction, he declares, "Even if Gohan and the others depart, I will endure. As the deity of Earth, I shall protect our planet." With that, he clenches his hands, the pale nails piercing his palms, crimson droplets of blood falling to the ground. But can I truly alter this fate? Reminded of the harsh reality, Tiandi's newfound resolve is once again shattered, leaving him adrift in confusion and uncertainty. Divine One. Mr. Bobo suddenly recalls something, calling out to the distracted Tiandi. Approaching him, he gently pats Tiandi's shoulder and gestures towards the temple behind them. Divine One, we still have a chance. In a moment of clarity, Tiandi turns to look at Mr. Bobo, then follows his gaze. After a brief pause of contemplation, hope ignites in his eyes as he exclaims, "Yes, we still have hope. This is wonderful. Mr. Bobo, we have the time chamber. We still have hope." Indeed, Mr. Bobo nods in agreement, recognizing the glimmer of victory reflected in Tiandi's hopeful gaze. Chapter 21. The Divine Premonition Tiandi's Worry, Part 2. Meanwhile, in another familiar location, the very setting introduced in the first volume of the Dragon Ball saga, in a vast expanse of yellow sand, the sun blazes overhead, and the only visible elements are the blue sky and white clouds. In this sparsely populated wasteland, occasional gentle breezes stir up waves of heat, interspersed with a hint of coolness. Not far away stands a small hill, about 5 or 6 meters high, featuring 2 entrances, adorned with the bold inscription tempered by trials. Below, a figure is seen repairing a vehicle, with braided hair cascading down his back, sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his muscular frame. "Mr. Yamcha." A hurried voice calls out as a fluffy creature resembling a raccoon darts from one of the openings, its blue fur contrasting with its light gray underbelly. "This is Yule." Upon hearing the call, the man turns, wiping the perspiration from his brow with his forearm. A noticeable scar crosses his face. It is none other than the long-lost Yamcha. who lazily inquires, "What is it, Yule?" "Ah, yes, Mr. Yamcha. I just saw that the bank robbers who have been plaguing the area for the past 2 weeks are headed in that direction, approximately 3 kilometers from here." Yule excitedly points southeast with an old-fashioned telescope that seems disproportionate to his petite frame. "Oh, really? What a group of fools, walking right into their own trap," Yamcha chuckles, wiping his hands clean and smiling brightly. "Let us go." "Yes, Mr. Yamcha. Haha, those cops are truly dim-witted. They made it too easy for us to snatch 100 billion. A burly man bellows with laughter, tossing aside his empty bottle. "Of course, big brother. You are a true expert. Even Mr. Satan would be no match for you. Who in this world would dare oppose you?" A diminutive, beady-eyed middle-aged man flatters. "Indeed. That old man is past his prime." They all laugh heartily, a total of 13. Yet, as is often the case, joy can swiftly turn to despair. Amidst their raucous laughter, a chilling voice cuts through the air, causing the band of outlaws to stiffen, their faces paling as they scramble for their weapons. "What are you laughing about?" The sudden inquiry sends a jolt of fear through them. To their astonishment, an individual hovers before them, obscured by the sunlight behind him, rendering his features indistinct, with a small object levitating beside him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, one voice shrieks, "A ghost!" A cowardly member of the group collapses in terror. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see he is a solid figure?" The burly man, known as Big Brother, suppressed his shock and feigned intimidation as he questioned, "Who are you, kid? Are you tired of living? You think you can walk away? I came to deal with you." The man responded calmly, and accompanying voices echoed in agreement. Yes, they were Luping and Wu Er. "You think you can take us down? Ha ha ha. How absurd." The burly man, furious yet mocking, looked at his companions as if ridiculing the fool before him, prompting others to laugh along. "Well then, I'll play with you." With that, the self-proclaimed Big Brother lunged forward, attempting to land a punch on Luping. However, Luping vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the burly man, and with a mere poke, sent him flying several meters away. "Big Brother, this guy is insufferable." The remaining 12 individuals roared as they charged at Luping. Yet, he effortlessly dodged their attacks with a tilt of his head and a swift movement of his body, smiling as he tightened his fists and knocked each of them out with a single blow. What are you? Who are you?" The burly man, realizing he had encountered an immovable force, slowly rose, trembling as he inquired, "Oh, you haven't passed out yet? Impressive." Luping regarded him with surprise. Seizing the moment of the man's daze, the burly man produced a capsule from his person, quickly pressing it to transform it into a rocket launcher. Aiming it at Luping, he bellowed, "You shall perish," and activated it, sending a homing missile towards Luping. "Is that so?" Luping chuckled, not bothering to evade, standing firm against the oncoming attack. The explosion erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, a fireball extending outward, as the burly man was blasted away dozens of meters, while others were thrown back over 20 meters, spared from the blast, but engulfed by the heat wave. "Young Master Luping," Wu Er cried out in panic, for Luping had not bolstered his defenses and seemed unaware if he could withstand such an assault. "Ha ha ha, finally got you, kid," the burly man exclaimed triumphantly, watching the flames dance wildly, laughing maniacally. "Is that what you think? That you can take me down?" A voice emerged from within the fireball. It was Luping's voice. In an instant, he amplified his energy, suppressing the flames until they were extinguished. "What? You mean to say a rocket launcher is ineffective?" The burly man could hardly believe his eyes, retreating in terror. "Even a force capable of destroying the earth might not defeat me," Luping thought to himself. He then approached the burly man and said, "So, you truly wish to sleep now?" With a gentle strike to his neck, the man fell unconscious. "All right, finally done. Wu Er, go notify the police to come here. This ill-gotten gain should be handed over to them," Luping declared, retrieving rope to bind the unconscious men together. Then leaning closer to them, he added, "However, their money should rightfully belong to me." As he spoke, Luping wore a sly smile, exuding an air of mischief. "For I am a righteous bandit." His backdrop transformed into a bold proclamation, reading "The Righteous Lone Bandit," as a gentle breeze added a whimsical touch to the atmosphere. "Ha ha." He chuckled softly, reveling in his own delight. "All right, let us go." Luping snapped back to reality, about to turn away when he was suddenly taken aback and spun around in astonishment as a familiar figure appeared before him. "Hello, Luping. Long time no see." The person smiled faintly. Chapter 21. The Divine Intuition of Tian-Di's Concerns, Part 3. "Ah, Lord Tian-Di, it has indeed been a while," Luping respectfully acknowledged. momentarily surprised, before asking, "What brings you to seek me, Divine One?" He discerned the concern in Tian Di's expression. "Yes, I do have a matter to discuss and seek your assistance with," Tian Di replied with difficulty. "I need you to fight once more to protect our Earth." "Is there trouble brewing on Earth again?" Lu Ping furrowed his brows, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Indeed, the calamity we face is substantial. You must have sensed it. Gohan and the others have already departed from Earth, leaving only a handful of us behind. I am not a warrior and lack the strength. Thus I implore you to fight." Tian Di's expression reflected his hesitance. Lu Ping nodded in understanding, but did not respond immediately. Wu Er observed Lu Ping's silence, clearly wishing to shield him from the dangers of battle, her eyes pleading with him not to agree. Lu Ping glanced at the despondent Wu Er, and after a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and said, "Very well, I will fight, for I am a Dragon Ball warrior, and I must defend the Earth." Lu Ping masked his inner turmoil with a smile, lowering his gaze, silently apologizing to Wu Er. "Forgive me, but I must fight to protect you, everyone, and the Earth." "Is that so? Young Master Lu Ping, you will go to battle?" Wu Er asked tremulously. "I will follow you, young Master Lu Ping." Tears glistened in her eyes as she flew to him. "Yes." Lu Ping embraced Wu Er, smiling gently. Tian Di watched this scene, feeling a pang of guilt, reflecting, "It is my incompetence that has disrupted their peaceful lives and failed to protect this beautiful planet." He gazed at the azure sky, adorned with drifting white clouds and fresh air, lost in thought. "Divine One, Divine One?" Lu Ping approached, shaking Tian Di's shoulder and asking, "What about everyone else?" "Ah, yes," Tian Di snapped back to attention. "I will explain everything to everyone. Now, I need to ask you to go to Kame House to find Infinite and Android 18, and take them with you to the Divine Temple. I will seek out Tian Shinhan, and upon reaching the temple, I will explain everything to everyone." "Very well, I shall go now," Lu Ping replied. Then turned to Wu Er. "Wu Er, please proceed directly to the Divine Temple and wait for me there. I will arrive shortly." "Understood, young Master Lu Ping. I will go ahead." With that, Lu Ping activated his flight technique, soaring towards the familiar yet humble Kame House. Watching Lu Ping depart, Wu Er felt a complex mix of emotions as a swift breeze swept by. "Wu Er, you should make your way to the Divine Temple. There, Mr. Popo will clarify everything for you, while I search for Tian Shinhan." Tian Di glanced at Wu Er, affirming her path. "Yes, Divine One. I will depart now. Please take care." Tian Di expressed a hint of regret before also activating his flight technique, heading towards his destination. "Kame House, Daddy Mommy, are you not tired? You've been fighting for such a long time." Marin observed Krillin and Android 18 engaged in battle, while the old turtle had long since curled up in a corner, shaking in fear. "Ah, is that so?" Krillin and Android 18 paused their rapid movements. "Let us take a break for a while," Krillin suggested with a smile. "I will fetch you some drinks," Marin said, understandingly walking into Kame House. "Make sure to grab an extra bottle," Krillin called out with a chuckle. Yes, all right." Marlin pondered and then stepped inside. Ha, this little one is so concerned about us. She must have a request," Klin remarked with a wry smile. "You've spoiled her. You indulge her in everything," Number 18 responded with a chuckle. Hee, you're just the same," she continued. "Do you feel that? Someone is approaching us. Is it him?" "It has been a long time since we last met," Klin said, his smile unable to conceal the somberness brought by the relentless passage of time. "It has indeed been quite a while since I last saw him." Chapter 21, The Divine Intuition of Tianxi's Worry, Part 4. "Yes," Number 18 nodded with a smile. As her words faded, a voice echoed in the air. Whoosh! A figure swiftly soared across the sky, stirring up 2 rows of towering waves on the sea before finally landing on Turtle Island. "Hello, everyone," Lepin greeted with a smile. "I hope everyone is in good health." "Ah, so it is truly you, Lepin. Hello, we haven't seen each other in ages," Clint exclaimed with excitement, recalling their past training together. At that moment, Marlin stepped out and, upon seeing Lepin, expressed mild surprise but politely said, "Hello, Uncle Lepin." She then handed out the drink she held, having understood her parents' earlier remarks. The old turtle, hearing familiar yet strange words, poked his head out and, upon seeing Lepin, felt a surge of joy. "Everyone's spirits are high," Lepin remarked. "With your arrival, I presume there is something important you wish to discuss?" Clint inquired. Lepin's expression turned serious as he replied, "Indeed, I have come at the behest of the Divine, to seek you all and head to the temple together." "Is it Tianchi? What does he want with us?" Number 18 asked, intrigued. Yes, I don't know the specifics, but he mentioned that our Earth is facing calamity again, and he wishes for us Z warriors to defend it. Tianjin Fan and the others will also be joining us. Lepin stated plainly, is something about to happen again? The old turtle, who had been quietly observing from the side, stepped forward to inquire. Yes, it seems to be a great disaster. Lepin replied with concern. Is that so? Another calamity? Then let us set off, Clint said, turning to his daughter. Marlin, you should come to the temple as well. Oh, really? But it sounds so boring there, Marlin pouted, feigning a distressed expression. Don't be like that. It is for your safety, number 18 said, fully aware of her daughter's feelings. In the temple, your safety will be better assured. Trust me, just go there. All right. I understand, Marlin conceded, seeing her mother's support. Then let us depart, Clint announced, but suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, old turtle, what will you do? I will remain here. After all, it has been so many years, the old turtle replied, and I shall help Master Wutian keep watch over the home. Is that so? Then we shall meet again later. Take care of yourself, Clint nodded in agreement. Goodbye. Then, he concluded, soaring into the sky, cutting through the air with great clarity against the clear blue sky. Number 18, Lepin, and Marlin followed suit, all heading toward the temple in the clouds. Upon reaching the temple, the sky above was always a deep blue, adorned only by scattered white clouds. Oh, everyone is nearly here, Tianchi said, turning around with a smile as he awaited their arrival. Indeed, moments later, 4 figures landed swiftly at the temple. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also turned their heads, feeling the presence of their friends, their faces lighting up with joy as they asked, how is everyone? Clint, Lepin, number 18 Marlin, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Clint recognized their voices, gazing at the burly man with 3 eyes and the floating white-faced child beside him, who were his long-lost comrades. The reunion was warm, and tears of excitement sparkled in the eyes of Lepin, Jiaozi, Clint, and Tianjin Fan, as the Z warriors finally reunited, excluding Wukong and Lanqi, who chose to wait at Tianjin Fan's home. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Tianchi felt a surge of emotion. He initially smiled, but soon his expression shifted to one of gravity as Mr. Bobo shouted, Indeed, Tianchi. Everyone paused, watching Mr. Bobo dash over. Holding a glaring white paper, Tianchi glanced at the paper Bobo handed over, and his demeanor immediately grew serious, prompting everyone to realize the gravity of the situation. Concerned, they asked, Lord Tianchi, what is the matter? Tianchi surveyed them all, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. According to this data, a spacecraft will land on Earth in approximately 15 days. I have a foreboding feeling that these individuals possess tremendous power, with at least 3 of them having combat abilities exceeding 50 billion. Whether they are friends or foes remains uncertain. But one thing is clear. They appeared at the moment Gohan and the others vanished from the universe, coinciding with their journey to another dimension. This is merely my personal speculation, unaware of the world concerning the Saiyans. This implies they have intentionally followed Gohan's path to Earth, indicating ill intentions. What? Could it be those individuals again? Clint asked, recalling the Universal Fighting Tournament. It is unclear, but I harbor a sense of unease. Earth is about to be caught in battle again. Tianchi trembled as he spoke. This will be our greatest challenge yet. A wave of fear and anxiety swept over everyone, their brows furrowed and eyes fixed, fully aware of their insignificance. Was it despairing fear? They all closed their eyes, while the beautiful sky starkly contrasted the looming darkness of the future. Chapter 22. The Calm Before the Battle, Part 1. As the gravity chamber door swung open, releasing an intense aura, 2 figures dashed down the long corridor, startling the patrolling personnel. Although unable to discern their features, the guards were nonetheless intimidated by the aura emanating from the duo. Little did they know that the sluggishness of the 2 was due to hunger, which would make their expressions even more amusing. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and smiled, while Gohan and OOB stood awkwardly nearby. However, as their stomachs protested, they could only affirm the actions of Goten and Trunks, who were the very shadows they had just seen. Perhaps to motivate Goten and Trunks, Goku and Vegeta had insisted they skip breakfast that morning and could only leave the gravity chamber after engaging in a battle to determine the victor, meaning they would finish training around noon on the 4th day. This rigorous regimen left a lasting impression on Goten and Trunks, as Vegeta even increased the gravity to a staggering 50,000 times that of Earth. As they raced forward, Goten and Trunks traversed several kilometers in mere seconds, suddenly bursting through the door ahead. Their eyes gleamed with an eerie green light as they lunged toward the dining table, ravenously devouring the food laid before them. When the onlookers witnessed two disheveled figures charge in, despite their high standards of decorum, they expressed shock and mild reproach. However, upon recognizing that the ragged individuals were Goten and Trunks, relief washed over them, replaced by curiosity about their experiences. Those adept at sensing energy were particularly astonished by the rapid growth in their power. "Is that really Goten?" Kiki exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the sight of her son, who bore a foul odor and appeared disheveled, with the child she knew. Later, there will be the 6th update. I recommend Soul Battle to everyone. Thank you all for your support for Moluo. I hope we can surpass 59,000 views today, and let us aim for 60,000 tomorrow. Bulma was also taken aback by Trunks' disheveled appearance, but remained silent, furrowing her brow, as she was aware that Vegeta often had similar experiences. Meanwhile, Xiao Fong and Bai Air paused mid-bite, their chopsticks suspended in disbelief as they observed the two boys devouring food like ravenous beasts. Goten, seemingly unfazed, continued to munch on a chicken leg while downing a bottle of red wine as if it were mere water. Kiki was struck dumb by Goten's response, and even Master Roshi and Satan appeared flabbergasted. Even the King of Earth was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Trunks and Goten, while a short-sighted guard assumed a defensive posture against a potential sudden attack. "Haha, slow down, and then you can have a proper rest." A familiar laugh echoed from outside the dining room, and everyone recognized the source as Goku. After a brief moment, he entered, tousling his hair and nodding to those inside. However, he was surprised to see the presence of the Supreme Kai. Vegeta strode in alongside Goku, followed by Gohan and Ub, all of whom acknowledged the Supreme Kai with smiles and nods, which eased the latter's discomfort after being ignored by Goten and Trunks, even if they had not realized it. At Goku's gesture, the two boys finally became aware of their lack of decorum. However, having matured beyond their years, they merely grinned foolishly at the Supreme Kai before returning to their meal. Although Goku and the others felt a bit awkward, Goten and Trunks were even more frustrated, as they struggled to articulate their feelings. Eventually, after explaining themselves, the awkward atmosphere transformed into hearty laughter. It turned out that Goten and Trunks' powers were closely matched, and each was well aware of the other's capabilities. Consequently, during their training over the past 3.5 days, their victories were evenly split, leaving them both starved for sustenance when they entered the battlefield, reminiscent of valiant warriors embarking on a noble quest. As they shared laughter, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Ub voraciously devoured their food, consuming the equivalent of meals meant for hundreds in mere moments, and alarmingly, their pace showed no signs of slowing. After a brief mental exchange with Goku, the Supreme Kai fell into silence, seemingly lost in reflections of the past. Chapter 22, The Calm Before the Battle, Part 2. With a loud laugh, a figure leaped into the air, creating a splash of water that soared sky-high. A silhouette leaped across several meters, diving into the sea, as the sparkling spray glimmered like crystal under the sun, revealing a fleeting rainbow. "I have arrived, dear ocean." Following this exuberant proclamation, another voice called out, and a dark-skinned Ub, clad in swim trunks, leaped into the water, creating waves that sent the first jumper's head underwater, sparking a playful life-or-death struggle. "Trunks, is that not enough of a beating for you?" Goten didn't exert any power, merely using his palms to push the waves and surprise Trunks, who lost his balance but quickly retaliated like a fish darting through water, sending a wave back at Goten, causing him to sputter. "Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you sneak attack me?" Trunks laughed heartily as they wrestled in the shallow sea, their childish antics eliciting bewildered stares from onlookers who questioned whether they were witnessing the legendary back-to-back mountain. "Oh my god, Bra, in a striking swimsuit," watched her brother's childish behavior from a distance, lightly tapping her forehead in exasperation. As Bra sighed, Goten and Trunks continued their playful scuffle. Another shout rang out. "Oh ocean, how I adore you." Ub, with his tan skin and muscular physique, leaped several meters into the air, arms spread wide like a star against the sky, crashing down onto the water and sending a larger wave toward Goten and Trunks, prompting them to shift their focus from their playful rivalry to glaring at Ub. Unaware of the tension he had incited, Ub was simply seeking to unwind, reclining in the water with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. Basking in the warmth of the morning sun, oblivious to the impending chaos. Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. In an instant, Trunks vanished from sight, while Goten leaped behind Ub, suddenly locking his arms around Ub's, eliciting a startled expression as Ub opened his eyes to find Trunks grinning mischievously. In one hand, Trunks held a small crab, while the other grasped the waistband of his swim trunks. Ub's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to escape, but struggled to muster his strength, realizing he was on the brink of calamity. Just as panic set in, Bra's voice rang out like a heavenly melody, stirring Ub's spirit. "Idiot! Is there anything more rude?" Trunks' movements paused mid-air as he turned to glance at his sister several meters away, a rare blush creeping onto his face. He hastily withdrew his hand from the waistband of OOB's pants and casually tossed the crab in his other hand behind him, where it vanished into a distant point of light in the sky. Goten, equally flustered, released his grip on OOB and submerged himself beneath the water, attempting to escape the awkward situation before Bra. Observing Goten's clever retreat, Trunks too descended into the depths. "No, this is not my concern." OOB floated atop the ocean, his dark complexion tinged with a hint of red. He dared not meet Bra's captivating gaze, and with a flutter of his eyes, he too resorted to submerging himself to evade the embarrassing predicament. Bra was indeed infuriated. Her arms crossed over her chest as she glared at the trio who had scurried 100 meters away. She had to concede that one of them was her elder brother. Meanwhile, the mischievous Xiao Fong and Bai Er shared a secretive laugh, with Xiao Fong, clad in a miniature swimsuit, dramatically cradling her stomach. At that moment, a pair of lustful eyes were fixated on the scene from a distance, the diving goggles glimmering under the sunlight, revealing the lecherous expression of Master Rashi. He gazed at the three figures with alluring physiques. Well, it should be two. As Xiao Fong was still too young, he mused, nodding in agreement with his own assessment. Yet, in that instant, a chilling sensation pierced through him, rendering him drenched in sweat and leaving him breathless as he instinctively turned to the source of the icy glare. In the next moment, the old turtle fled across the ocean's surface with a speed comparable to flight, sending waves crashing in his wake as he sprinted away. Having identified the owner of that piercing gaze, Vegeta, cursing himself, he muttered prayers for divine protection, recalling that Vegeta typically disregarded others. He feared a sudden energy blast directed at him and realized he had no choice but to employ the highest cunning of the 36 stratagems. However, the reality proved his apprehensions unfounded, though he remained thoroughly frightened, panting as he recited prayers for protection. Chapter 22. The Calm Before Battle, Part 3. Tomorrow, the 26th, is Muro's birthday and the day he confesses to the girl he has secretly adored for 3 years. Additionally, the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor is stationed on April 26th. It was only last Thursday that he signed with Wukong. So it was only this week that he received the website's recommendation, and he did not expect such favorable results. Therefore, today marks the last day for the legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor to thrive on the new book potential list. At this point, I hope many readers will support Muro on this final day on the new book list, giving him the confidence to declare to my goddess that Muro is indeed a writer with numerous friends. A gentle click to collect and a recommendation vote would be the greatest support for Muro, and I sincerely thank you all. Familiar with Master Rashi's character, everyone merely chuckled, well aware that this lecherous old man always followed the adage of not dining on what one does not know. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had already distanced himself from the main group and was now confidently showcasing his muscles in a ring, striking various poses to elicit cheers from the girls, all while casting a cold, deep gaze around him, boasting ostentatiously. Gohan could only smile wryly at his father-in-law, begrudgingly admiring his remarkable ability to disguise himself. Having glued on a wig and exaggeratedly styled his chest hair, the King of Earth was not there to relax. Adhering to safety principles, he remained in the palace, resting. Vegeta, having successfully intimidated Master Rashi, began to bask in the sun, reclining on the beach to harmonize his internal energy, allowing himself to adjust to his newfound strength. Beside him, Chi-Chi and Bulma sat under a sunshade, having long lost the youthful spirit of fun, now engaging in casual conversation punctuated by laughter. For Gohan, this rare moment of relaxation meant he was free from academic pressures and the constant vigilance required by the presence of foes. After waving to Bai Er and Xiao Fong, he nodded to himself, rising gracefully to stroll along the shallows, reveling in the warmth of the day amid the joyful atmosphere created by hundreds around him. It is now Friday, and tomorrow, Saturday, will bring 6 updates. If you have votes, please support Muro, as his collection numbers are rather disheartening. Hee. Goku naturally noticed the antics of Goten and the others, chuckling to himself. However, he soon turned serious, addressing the Supreme Kai beside him, initiating a mental conversation. Supreme Kai, how much do you know about the Saiyans and the Saiyans champions? Suddenly hearing Goku's inquiry, the Supreme Kai feigned a smile, his brow furrowing with concern as he replied. I recall all past events, yet I cannot find pertinent information. My tenure as Supreme Kai has only spanned a mere 500 million years. Compared to the Grand Supreme Kai's long reign, I am still quite inexperienced, hence my limited understanding of this cosmic martial arts tournament, apart from some ancient texts. Is it true that the cosmic martial arts tournament occurs once every 10 million years? Does such a competition truly exist? Although Goku was somewhat simple-minded, he was not entirely naive. Having endured numerous trials and tribulations, he had developed a keen sensitivity to certain matters. The dragon's murmurs led him to speculate if a cosmic calamity might unfold during the tournament, and the origins of the Saiyans perplexed him. Even without discussions between Vegeta and Gohan, Goku sensed their shared concern about the decline of the Saiyan race, just as Grit had advised. It was best to keep the secrets surrounding the Saiyans and the Saiyan champions from Vegeta for the time being. Goku understood Vegeta's temperament and refrained from discussing this matter with others. Before I came here, I inquired with my ancestors about the tournament, but unfortunately, they informed me they were sealed at that time, leaving them unclear about the situation of this martial arts event. The Supreme Kai's expression was somber. Being the youngest Supreme Kai, he felt inadequate given the vast time span, and the Grand Supreme Kai had long since passed, leaving him unable to ascertain the accuracy of events. While Goku found this vague answer frustrating, the Supreme Kai seemed to recall something, his face displaying shock as he said, Long ago, I visited the Grand Kai's planet and unexpectedly learned of an incident. Over 4 million years ago, a group from beyond the universe secretly invaded the underworld, devastating 1/5 of it in less than a day. However, they were ultimately thwarted by a powerful force while attempting to assault the heavens and subsequently vanished from the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately recalled recent shadows, his expression grave as he asked, was it from the demon realm? What could have caused such devastation? Supreme Kai, is there no record of this? Goku's inquiry was not a challenge to the Supreme Kai's capabilities, as the previous night's conversation had already revealed some ancient lore. In the cosmos, there have been several cataclysms, and the majority of historical records have been obliterated. Even the realm of the Supreme Kai has not escaped this fate. And currently, no one among the divine ranks has lived for over 10 million years, thus rendering them incapable of grasping the secrets within. Goku's initial thoughts point towards the demon realm, merely associating it with recent unforeseen events. After all, from the various signs observed, even if the demon realm had indeed experienced a period of decline, it was but a fleeting moment in time. Now, the demon realm has shed its previously silent demeanor and presents itself with brazen audacity, thus becoming the primary suspect. Chapter 22, The Calm Before Battle, Part 4, the second update. I seek your continued support and recommendations. The demon realm? The Supreme Kai was somewhat startled. As the highest authority in the universe, he was well aware of the recent stirrings within the demon realm. Yet, he had not anticipated that Goku would directly confront a figure of such prominence in the demon realm, causing him to gaze at Goku with a hint of bewilderment. Goku, sensing the confusion in the Supreme Kai's eyes, decided to succinctly relay the enigmatic encounters he had experienced in recent days. Upon hearing Goku's account, the Supreme Kai's expression darkened, plunging him into deep contemplation. For the Supreme Kai, the information he gleaned from Goku was far more grave than what he had previously understood. The demon realm had commenced its offensive against the universe. Could it be the fabled 7 killers? Yet, according to ancient records, was their power truly so formidable? There were discrepancies, and thus he pondered the matter further. When Goku mentioned a demon realm figure capable of manipulating the energies of heaven and earth and sealing space, Muro, the Supreme Kai swiftly recalled a page from an ancient manuscript he had once perused, his complexion paling to that of parchment, as an indescribable dread enveloped his heart. Consequently, the Supreme Kai shared the information he possessed with Goku. As their identities began to converge, Goku discovered that Miro's existence differed somewhat from the records in the ancient texts. Nonetheless, this information indubitably etched the name of the 7 killers into Goku's memory. The 7 killers of the demon realm? What were their identities? Wasn't the demon realm ruled by a demon king? Dubra was supposed to be the reigning monarch of the demon realm. Goku recalled Dubra from years past. It was precisely due to his existence that Goku and his companions had always believed the demon realm posed no significant threat. However, in light of current circumstances, the mere tip of the iceberg of the demon realm's power was sufficient to instill fear in Goku, a chilling revelation. Goku knew well that since Shinran restored his body and unleashed his previously concealed powers, coupled with the Dragon Balls, his strength was sufficient to vanquish a Super One-Star Dragon. However, Goku, the title of Demon King, is merely a relic of the past million years. In the primordial and ancient eras, ancient texts depict the highest authority in the demon realm as the Demon Lord, beneath whom various overlords resided, with the 7 killers being among the 7 most fearsome entities. Yet, this too seemed incorrect. If they were indeed the 7 killers, how could they have survived from the primordial era to the present day? Goku interrupted the Supreme Kai, directing the conversation towards the crux of the issue, fully aware that even the Supreme Kai could only exist for approximately 100 million years, while the current Supreme Kai was merely one who began wielding power in ancient times. Here, I classify the eras as primordial, ancient, archaic, and distant. Yet now, it was suggested that the 7 killers might be demons from the ancient or primordial era. As if anticipating Goku's skepticism, the Supreme Kai's brows twitched. And after a glance at Goku, he shook his head and added, "Goku, the situation is not as you perceive. If the entities of the demon realm do not leave their domain, their lives are not governed by the underworld of the universe. This means their lifespan cannot be compared to ours. Furthermore, upon attaining a certain level of power, some demons can manifest their souls into physical forms. Thus, as long as they seize another body, they can continue to be reborn, and the 7 killers are such beings." Upon hearing this revelation, even Goku, despite his mental fortitude, was momentarily shaken, for these were truths he had never comprehended. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's insights into the ancient manuscripts, he might have traversed his entire life unaware of such secrets held by the demon realm. Nevertheless, the uncertainties were abundant. Just as Goku was about to pose another question, the Supreme Kai seemed to fathom Goku's thoughts and directly provided the forthcoming answer. The demon star you encountered was indeed a planet within the demon realm. And if the records are accurate, it is the home planet of one of the 7 killers. The demons residing on that celestial body possess powers far exceeding those of Dubra from back then, and their presence could unleash a calamity upon the universe. Goku inhaled sharply, recalling that if the demon star were to truly descend upon Earth, with their then feeble strength, any single demon could obliterate the entire planet. From Goku's drastically changing expression, the Supreme Kai discerned Goku's thoughts and, with a teasing tone of relief, remarked, "However, according to the records, the demon star is secured by powerful seals. Since its departure from the demon realm, the demons within cannot escape the planet nor unleash their full energy, thus preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the universe, which is a minor concern." Goku remained unconvinced, rapidly revisiting the events of the past few days in his mind, attempting to uncover more secrets within the minutiae. Yet, as the enigmatic dark energy flashed through his thoughts, Goku's expression shifted drastically, a profound shock etched upon his visage. Could it be? Goku furrowed his brows, his oceanic eyes sparkling with a profound intensity, while his heart surged with excitement. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman, Drolfin, Part 1, Third Update. In a distant celestial body, it seemed as though a brutal massacre had recently transpired. The crimson sky appeared translucent like blood, emanating an immense sense of oppression. The dark brown earth lay pockmarked and desolate, tainted with the stench of blood that mingled in the air, inducing a nauseating impulse. A series of figures flickered into view like phantoms. Among them, a robust man appeared as if he were a specter of blood. His scarlet visage adorned with a grotesque grin, intermittently licking the blood from his lips with his elongated, pointed tongue, relishing the visceral thrill of the carnage. Fully aware that the blood staining his body was merely the result of slaying his foes. Not less than 1,000, perhaps 800? Another figure. A middle-aged man of immaculate appearance, devoid of any blemish, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eagle-like eyes, crinkled his nose upon catching a whiff of the faint scent of blood, displaying a frown indicative of his distaste. Yet, those present recognized that this seemingly gentle individual harbored the most lethal intent. The last of the trio, a youth clad in battle attire stained crimson with blood, wore an expression devoid of emotion, concealing an overwhelming thirst for slaughter. At this moment, he held aloft a head still dripping with blood, his raven hair disheveled as his claw-like fingers gripped it. The lifeless visage belonged to a woman of exquisite beauty. Her wide, terrified eyes and contorted features suggesting that the youth had tormented her psyche before delivering her demise. The young man coldly gazed at the imposing figure before him, akin to a demon, and casually tossed the severed head he held towards the giant. His expression remained utterly unperturbed. The moment the giant recognized that the head belonged to a beautiful woman, an unsettling thrill gripped his mind, and upon receiving the head, a euphoric smile spread across his face as he eagerly embraced the bloodied trophy, captivated by its exquisite features. This individual harbored a perverse obsession, collecting the heads of striking men and women as macabre trophies for his admiration. A middle-aged man scoffed at this display, his usual fastidious nature repulsed by such grotesque behavior. He intended to inquire about the urgency that had summoned them together from the burly man beside him. However, upon witnessing the latter's grave expression mingled with an unfathomable rage, he wisely kept his silence. The other two, the youth and the giant, also sensed the tension in the air, exchanging silent glances as they awaited their leader's words. "Second brother, what has transpired?" After a prolonged silence, the giant, who preferred bluntness over subtlety, boldly broke the stillness. The man, referred to as second brother, took a deep breath to mask his fury and sorrow, his eyes now reflecting a profound grief. Slowly reopening his eyes, he dropped a bombshell. "Third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother have all perished at the hands of Saiyan." The shocking revelation struck the remaining three like a thunderclap, especially the youth, whose initial shock quickly morphed into a blazing fury, a fierce desire for vengeance igniting within him. This was because his own elder brother was the so-called fourth brother, the youngest among their sworn 12 brothers, who were collectively known as the 12 Assassins, each commanding a legion of 10,000 members. Present were 4 of them, representing February, June, October the giant, and December. "Stop." Anticipating the youth's impending outburst, February's voice thundered, resonating across the landscape and momentarily freezing the youth in place. A forceful aura compelled him to halt, and in that instant, February and the others rushed to his side, urging him to remain calm. The fierce intensity of their gazes forced the youth to relent, though his body trembled with indignation. "Brother, must we remain silent? Not only has my elder brother fallen, but third brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother will also rest uneasily. I refuse to accept this." The youth's indignation surged, transforming his previously composed demeanor into one of rage and agony, his very essence radiating a vow of retribution. He attempted to break free from February's restraining aura, yearning to flee, but was met with a powerful gust that forced him back, as February bellowed, "This is the command of our elder brother. He has decreed that we must not provoke Saiyan, nor her." Interrupted by February's powerful retort, the youth's raging fury was tempered. Yet his expression remained one of profound sorrow, particularly as he absorbed his elder brother's obstructive command. In the ensuing silence, the handsome middle-aged man, June, quickly grasped the situation. Though he mourned the loss of their comrades, his steady demeanor allowed him to see the larger picture in the face of overwhelming power. He too chose to follow his elder brother's lead. However, the rugged October disagreed with such a timid approach. He, who shared a close bond with December, empathetically inquired, "Why must we submit to this? We, the 12 brothers, should face challenges together. Must we cower before Saiyan? With Lord Lake and Prince Genelai above us, we possess the right to eliminate traitors. Now that Saiyan has violated our authority, we should confront her. No, you cannot fathom the terror that Saiyan embodies. You are outsiders, unaware of the profound implications of the past." February vehemently shook his head, recalling the harrowing battles of yore, still haunted by their memories. For any peer among the Saiyan people would never forget the sheer terror wrought by Saiyan's formidable power. Among the 12 assassins, several members were not of Saiyan descent, including October, December, and their elder brother. Thus, they naturally harbored doubts about Saiyan's overwhelming capability, having only heard rumors. June, who had remained silent, was not a member of the Saiyan clan either, yet his meticulous nature instilled in him a firm belief in the accounts of Saiyan's terrifying prowess. He understood that only by acknowledging an enemy's strength could one stand resolutely against their hidden strategies. Yet, witnessing February's involuntary tremors as he reminisced about the past sent a chill down June's spine, prompting him to reevaluate the information he had gathered about Saiyan's might. "I implore you to remain rational. Our elder brother will relay this matter to Prince Genelai or even King Grit, should the opportunity for vengeance arise. The remaining 8 brothers shall ensure that Saiyan deeply regrets her actions, even at the cost of our lives." February sought to temper the fervor of his companions. adopting a procedural tone to dissuade them from immediate retaliation, fully aware of the improbability of such an endeavor. After all, 2 days had passed since the incident. Yet no orders had been issued to confront Sai Crown, indicating that none dared to challenge her. Imagining scenarios is always idealistic, yet reality is often harsh. February believed he could deceive his companions, but they were not so easily fooled. December concealed his true feelings, returning to his usual calm demeanor with a nod. The formidable October, too, chose silence, recognizing the shift in February's demeanor, opting instead to wait and observe. Seeing his two companions momentarily calm, February breathed a sigh of relief and declared, "Elder brother has commanded us to depart immediately, leaving the remaining tasks to our subordinates. Do you have any objections?" None. They all nodded in agreement, yet each harbored their own thoughts, plunging the atmosphere back into a brief silence. In the midst of this stillness, the youth suddenly broke into a knowing smile, the curve of his lips signifying an impending victory. This was due to a previous moment when October had conveyed to him telepathically, "Upon our return, I shall assist you in dealing with her, transforming her head into my most exquisite masterpiece, driving Sai Crown to the brink of madness." Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman. Derofin, Part 3, a solitary figure darted along the coastline, where to the left loomed a sheer cliff. Under the relentless shaping of nature, gentle waters caressed the hard rocks, gradually accumulating delicate white sands along the shore, adorned with mottled, colorful shells that sparkled under the sun's rays. A light sea breeze brushed against his face, and Gohan relished the refreshing coolness of summer. In this desolate expanse, his soul basked in tranquil solitude, for he had cherished peace since childhood. In moments of solitude, the world embodied perfect harmony. Reflecting on this realization, Gohan smiled wryly, his thoughts entwined with the complexities of the past. Was it confusion, liberation, or perhaps a fade? Prior to the evil dragon incident, Gohan had devoted himself to strengthening his abilities with the intent of safeguarding Earth, yet he alone understood that. In the 2 decades following the Buu saga, his power had been far surpassed by his father. It was not that he aspired to claim the title of the world's strongest. He was acutely aware that such ambitions had never crossed his mind. However, on the fateful day when Baby launched his attack, Gohan's long quiet heart surged anew, filled more with self-reproach than anything else. Once upon a time, his strength had eclipsed that of his father, yet during the 7 years preceding the Buu conflict, Goku had diligently trained day and night, ultimately surpassing Gohan in his Super Saiyan 3 form. In that same year, Gohan had relinquished the primary responsibility of protecting Earth. Although he had made significant progress over the past 20 years, the moment he faced Baby, he realized his father had left him in the dust. And even Vegeta outclassed him considerably. Perhaps it was ironic that Gohan, blessed with exceptional talent, also possessed a yearning for peace that repelled the notion of war. In the midst of this internal conflict, he found it impossible to commit to rigorous training, shunning the arrival of conflict, which in turn stifled his pursuit of power. Yet, this mindset was profoundly shaken during the evil dragon incident. Even if one craved a smidgen of peace, the world would not permit such selfish desires. He remained painfully vulnerable, relying on his father's strength to shoulder the burden of battles. In silence, Gohan had lost faith in Goku. It was not that he wished for his father to claim the title of the universe's strongest, rather, he could not accept the idea of being perpetually the one in need of protection. But it was too late. The evil dragon was vanquished. Yet the Dragon Balls were destined to vanish from the world forever, taking his father along with them. Gohan endured the most profound sorrow, for his father's ultimate demise stemmed from his own failings. Had it not been for the old Kaishin sacrificing his life to resurrect Goku, this guilt would have haunted him eternally. Although it was said that only Goku could withstand the evil dragon's might, who could deny that had Gohan truly matured? Even without surpassing Goku, he would have undoubtedly been a formidable ally, perhaps even preventing Goku's demise. No one blamed Gohan, yet he was different from Goten and Trunks, who seemed carefree. Gohan understood far more. Though Goten and Trunks possessed remarkable gifts, they paled in comparison to his own. Despite their long periods of idleness, was his responsibility not the greatest of all? Gohan affirmed this truth with a smile. He bore an inescapable duty. Thus, for the past 6 months, no one knew of the efforts he had exerted, training his body with even more fervor than Vegeta. Yet, due to his prolonged physical weakness, his growth, though notable, was not as substantial as he had hoped. From the Baby incident to the evil dragon event, his strength had risen 2 notches through relentless battles. And in the preceding 6 months of frenzied training, he had elevated his power by another tier, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. This sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon Gohan, concealing his inner turmoil beneath a facade of humor, even offering counsel to Dent. Yet, in solitude, he relentlessly chastised himself, striving for greater strength to take up the mantle of guardian for Earth. During this period, Gohan recognized that he had changed, importantly. His once steadfast devotion to peace had begun to fracture and waver. Little did he anticipate that his father would suddenly reappear in the world. Driven by instinct, Gohan's mindset shifted once more, subconsciously shedding the heavy burden of responsibility and transferring the duty of protecting Earth back to his father. In that moment, Gohan too was shaken, grappling not only with his faith in peace but also with a burgeoning disdain for his own perceived weakness. Yet, he found himself instinctively repulsed by the pursuit of power, desiring only to care for those close to him. The role of savior was not one he sought to assume, for he had neither the desire nor the necessity to do so. Moreover, he was acutely aware that such a path could invite calamity, and humans were inherently selfish. Gohan believed he was no exception to this rule. With a shifting heart, Gohan's internal world grew increasingly conflicted, yet he continued to conceal all beneath a veneer of smiles. However, as Gohan lingered in introspection, a melodious voice, akin to a celestial melody, stirred his senses. "May I sit beside you?" Startled, Gohan snapped back to reality, his gaze drawn to a breathtaking beauty before him. Her skin, luminous and pearly, complemented her slender silhouette clad in a soft azure gown. As the sea breeze tousled her raven locks, her sweet smile captivated all who beheld it. In that moment, even Gohan was rendered speechless, yet, true to Goku's lineage, he harbored no lustful intentions. He was simply entranced by the ethereal grace of her presence, for it was his first encounter with such exquisite beauty. Gohan stood entranced, his very breath suspended in the air. Had he been ambushed by another, he would have found himself in the most precarious of positions. The stunning smile remained, as she brushed aside her flowing hair and adjusted her gently swaying lace gown, a blush of modesty gracing her exquisite features, accentuating her porcelain complexion. The slender, arched eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing captivating eyes that sparkled like stars beneath them. Her delicate nose was well-defined, and her cherry lips parted just a fraction. She was the enigmatic woman who had previously appeared, the one who wept in anguish while reminiscing about the past at dawn. As Gohan finally gathered his thoughts, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, his words coming forth hesitantly. Upon hearing Gohan's response, the mysterious woman smiled once more, settling gracefully beside him. Just half a meter away, her luminous eyes fixed intently on the azure sea. Gohan quickly adjusted his mindset, though he was enveloped in a fragrance as subtle as orchids. His heart remained undisturbed. Instead, he sensed a divine radiance emanating from her presence, which alleviated any apprehension regarding her ambiguous origins. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Gohan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if she were an enemy, he could have been struck down without a moment's notice. Fortunately, she exhibited no trace of hostility. Though not an enemy, they could hardly be called friends. Gohan felt no inclination to interrogate her directly, yet he understood that her visit was undoubtedly significant. "Mr. Gohan, is it?" the mysterious woman inquired, her autumn-hued gaze shifting towards him as she smiled lightly. Gohan was taken aback momentarily, but recalling her unexpected arrival, he regarded it with newfound understanding and nodded in affirmation. "Hiki, I am called Drofin, a member of the Saiyan race. I welcome you, Saiyans, to the inner universe." She introduced herself, her joyous laughter intertwining with the refreshing sea breeze, which he inhaled deeply, reveling in its coolness. Gohan felt little surprise, for he sensed a formidable aura emanating from her, and being on a planet inhabited by Saiyans, encountering one was entirely normal. His curiosity piqued, he directly queried, "May I ask what brings you here, Miss Drofin?" "Oh, nothing particularly urgent, merely a desire to see you," she replied. Yet a shadow of sorrow flickered across her features as she continued, "After all, you bear a striking resemblance to him." "Him?" Gohan's interest was piqued, having detected the change in her expression. However, Drofin chose to divert the topic, saying, "I hope you can become friends." Noticing Gohan's helpless expression, she chuckled lightly, adding, "You must have noticed the grand array that separates the inner and outer universes, right? I am unaware of its purpose. I have been curious about it since childhood. Yet I cannot find any information. What is your perspective on the world beyond?" Her words struck Gohan like a bolt from the blue, although his expression remained impassive. His heart surged with tumultuous waves at the implications of her statement. Grid had not elaborated on the nature of the sealing array. Yet this mysterious woman openly admitted her ignorance of its origin, suggesting that even those within the inner universe were oblivious to its purpose. This revelation was laden with implications. Drofin, sensing Gohan's understanding, smiled and continued, I yearn to explore the world outside. Alas, I have never had the opportunity. Would you enlighten me about it? Hee. Please forgive my curiosity. Both our races are hailed as the mightiest warrior tribes of the inner and outer universes. I wonder which side will triumph in the upcoming war. And if our two races have ever determined a victor? Before Gohan could respond to her first inquiry, her subsequent questions struck him like heavy bombs, causing his heart to race. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a smile, I only recently learned of the existence of the inner universe. I am equally uninformed about the array. After all, Earth, where I reside, is quite distant from here. It is a beautiful place with gravity akin to this realm. Though its size is considerably smaller, yet it shares the same blue skies and white clouds. Moreover, history has already provided the answer. Our races are the premier tribes of our respective universes. Never had the chance to venture into the outer universe? And the outer universe only discovered the inner universe's existence this past year. Why did those from the inner universe not make an appearance a year ago? The two races, both celebrated as the greatest warrior tribes, have yet to ascertain which is truly the strongest. Surely, there must be some underlying intrigue. Oh, I expected there to be greater differences. Drofin feigned disappointment, her genuine expression tightening Gohan's gaze, compelling him to seek deeper insights. Not entirely. For instance, there exists a planet where the sky is green, the clouds tinged with a bluish hue, and the flora is distinctly azure. There is another planet devoid of sunlight, its surface composed entirely of rock, yet it sparkles like countless stars, rendering the entire planet resplendent. Gohan engaged in lively conversation with Drofin, momentarily bridging the gap of friendship with laughter, though both were acutely aware of the unspoken truths between them. Chapter 24. The Battle Commences, Part 1. Despite their outward joviality, Gohan gleaned much from Drofin's subtle hints, and he remained skeptical of her claims, curious as to why she spoke in such an oblique manner. This sudden appearance of a mysterious woman left no room for complacency. Though he questioned her identity, he felt no need to pry further. For some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Her melodious laughter, though not as thunderous as the waves crashing upon the shore, was far more soothing. As Gohan recounted his experiences in outer space, the amusing, perilous, and even embarrassing moments elicited inexplicable laughter from her, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Amid their conversation, Drofin's mind wandered to a figure that flashed before her, a presence that was strikingly similar, yet felt worlds apart. Though he and Gohan differed in character and upbringing, their life beginnings bore a striking resemblance, yet the disparities in their environments rendered their current paths vastly different. Sensing the melancholy that enveloped her, Gohan tactfully maintained silence. However, in that fleeting moment, calamity struck. Instinctively sensing the shift in atmosphere, Gohan unleashed a fierce aura, swiftly lifting Drofin into his arms as he soared skyward, halting at a height of 1,000 meters. His instincts proved correct as the once tranquil sea began to surge ominously. An enormous dragon of blue light erupted from beneath the surface, crashing towards the spot where Gohan and Drofin had been seated. Recognizing the threat had not yet subsided, Gohan released Drofin, pivoting his body, and unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a tremendous wave of energy that obliterated the stone dragon coalescing from the cliffs below. At this moment, Drofin realized the impending crisis. Despite possessing considerable power, she felt pitifully weak in comparison to the combat level before her. She recognized Gohan's signaling gaze as she hovered beside him, yet the sudden turn of events sent a shock through her mind, draining the color from her jade-like skin. And a flicker of panic and regret flashed in her beautiful eyes. She understood that the current attack had already reached her, meaning that those responsible for her safety must have perished. The adversaries were intent on eliminating her. Gohan's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the two unfamiliar figures that appeared before him. After the battle with Krillin, he had come to comprehend that some individuals possessed the ability to manipulate the elemental forces of nature. Yet encountering two such opponents today made him realize that the situation was far from simple. Without exchanging superfluous words, Gohan advanced slightly, electricity coursing through his body. As golden light surged forth, beneath the thick golden flames, his hair stood on end, and his emerald green eyes radiated a chilling intensity. He directly transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first level. Say what you will, but you two should vacate this place immediately. The two intruders, upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, suppressed their initial fear, with the burly man defiantly shouting out. They were none other than the members of the Kill Guard, October and December. The young man did not share the same reckless bravado as his companion, Upon observing the surrounding energies being affected by Gohan's transformation, he realized that their opponent was extraordinary. Even without sensing his power through ki, his sharp instincts warned him that this prey possessed the capability to counterattack. Suddenly hearing their words, Gohan furrowed his brow, confirming that their intentions were not directed at him, but such behavior piqued his interest in the identity of the mysterious woman, while also instilling a greater caution regarding the underlying truth of the situation. Mr. Gohan, Drofeng said, pursing her thin red lips, aware of the dire consequences of this event. She intended to explain immediately, but Gohan interrupted her. I understand. It's all right. As soon as he spoke, everyone recognized that battle was inevitable. Unable to contain his fiery temper, October summoned a flickering brown light from his right arm, shattering the cliffs below, and an endless array of rocks converged upon his arm. In less than a breath, a massive stone fist, 10 zhong in size, hurled towards Gohan. Gohan had indeed chosen an appropriate battlefield, positioned high above. He significantly reduced the efficacy of their water-based powers. As the heavy fist approached, he unleashed an astonishing aura, extending his right hand to emit a golden beam of light that shattered his opponent's fist upon impact. However, October sneered, and simultaneously December retaliated with a ki blast. As Gohan extinguished the attack with his left hand, October's shattered right hand reformed and struck Gohan unexpectedly with greater speed. In the chaos of battling December, October seized the opportunity provided by the obscured vision to launch his attack. Gohan, taken aback, realized that the subtle energy emitted by October was nearly negligible due to his mastery of stone power. Just then, a colossal stone fist broke through the flames, crashing towards him. With a thunderous impact, Gohan crossed his arms in defense, yet the immense force still sent him staggering backward. Although Drofeng was also affected by the resulting shockwave, she sustained minimal harm as Gohan absorbed most of the impact. After retreating 100 zhong, Gohan dispersed the residual energy around him, suddenly unleashing several ki blasts that cut through the air in pursuit of his opponents. Taken aback by Gohan's counterattack, October and December hurriedly defended themselves, but still found themselves sent back 1,000 meters by 3 ki blasts. The young man coughed up blood, yet his eyes burned with fervor. October was equally alarmed. His right arm had become the primary target of the onslaught, and at this moment, it had completely crumbled. Had he not possessed a physique superior to others of his kind, he would have been reduced to a bloody mess. A powerful strike was sufficient to subdue the enemy. Gohan's display of strength overwhelmed the combined efforts of the two, yet they showed no signs of surrender, driven by their intent to eliminate Drofeng. Even as they risked drawing further attention, "Damn it!" they both shouted, as the young man wiped the blood from his lips, his entire being radiating a deep blue light. He summoned the surrounding elemental energy, unleashing a torrent of water power that coalesced into several massive blue dragons, ferociously lunging towards Gohan. Simultaneously, October's body glowed with a brilliant brown light, absorbing nearby rocks, and in a single breath, he had amassed an immense amount of stone around his outer layer. As the water dragons surged forward, the burly man advanced, his size comparable to that of 100 zhong, charging through the air to join forces with October, unleashing a formidable 7-pronged assault upon the solitary Gohan. In the face of such a pincer attack, Gohan merely scoffed, first creating a protective barrier to ensure Drofeng's safety, then leaping beyond its confines. He struck the giant's fist head-on, unleashing a blinding golden light that shattered October's seemingly indomitable defense, sending him flying like a broken kite, his body cracking and bleeding profusely, his expression one of sheer terror. Ignoring the onslaught of the 6 blue dragons, Gohan's overwhelming golden radiance possessed immense impact, effortlessly obliterating the aggressive water dragons and showering the area with torrents of rain. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan pointed skyward, summoning a beam of light to cleave through the air in an attempt to eliminate his foes. In the face of such overwhelming force, the young man had become numb. His blood drained as he instinctively sought to evade. However, his speed could not match the slicing keyblade, and with a chilling scream, he lost his left arm at the shoulder. Crimson blood gushed forth, and the excruciating pain jolted him back to his senses. Yet, the agonizing torment made him tremble uncontrollably, his face contorting in spasms, gasping for breath as he stumbled backward in a frenzy. Gohan showed no mercy. He had discerned from the aura that his opponent was a violent killer, and the thick scent of blood clearly indicated that they had recently been engaged in slaughter. Faced with such a murderous entity, he could only respond in kind. However, just as Gohan moved to eradicate his adversary, the air within 100 li suddenly imploded, and a powerful presence descended upon the battlefield. A colossal gust of wind surged toward Gohan from behind. Startled, Gohan quickly turned, channeling his gathered energy into a massive golden palm strike to collide with the incoming force. Boom! A tremendous explosion unleashed an unfathomable force of destruction, scattering the smoke and haze over a 100-mile radius. The tumultuous winds uprooted the flora within a 10-mile expanse, while the ocean beneath surged skyward, creating towering waves. In that moment, the inhabitants of the planet beheld the celestial bodies, the stars, the moon, and the sun, swaying violently above them, accompanied by a resounding tremor beneath their feet. Gohan was caught off guard. Although he sustained no injuries, he found himself momentarily disoriented, losing the ability to sense the energy signatures of his previous adversaries, who had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. At the instant the void shattered, Goku and Vegeta became aware of Gohan's altered energy, their expressions instantly shifting. However, upon sensing Gohan relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, they fell into a contemplative silence. After exchanging nods with Goten and Trunks, Goku and Vegeta hastily pursued the site of the confrontation. As Gohan sensed the true disappearance of his opponents, he began to relax, the layers of golden light dissipating to reveal his dark hair once more. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why his adversaries had chosen to attack him instead of directly eliminating Drolfin. Consequently, he instinctively grew wary of the enigmatic woman before him. When she kindly urged him to depart, he made no effort to retain her, watching as her exquisite, pale blue silhouette vanished into the distance. In less than 3 seconds after Drolfin's departure, Goku and Vegeta traversed the vast distance, finally exhaling in relief upon realizing Gohan had suffered no harm. However, as they began to converse with him, both Goku and Vegeta found themselves puzzled by the mysterious identity of Drolfin. Each of their minds echoed with a singular question: what manner of being was she? Chapter 24. The Battle Commences, The War of the Lords, Part 3, 5th Update. Return to Earth. The gravity of the situation cast a chilling pall over the atmosphere, leaving everyone in the realm of the gods speechless, their hearts heavy with despair, so much so that even the fearless android 18 truly comprehended the essence of fear. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Tianjin Han was the first to break the silence, his tone deceptively calm, yet his heart was steeped in a sense of hopelessness. After a moment of struggle, he declared with indignation, "We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action." His clenched fists signified his determination. "We have no reason to flee. We are Dragon Ball warriors." Yamcha echoed, though he hesitated when mentioning Goku, inwardly questioning, "Can we still rely on Goku?" His voice trailed off, growing increasingly faint. The group fell into contemplation, acutely aware that their reliance on Goku had vanished. Note: they remain unaware that Goku has returned. No. Sensing the forced bravado of his companions, Tien pressed on, rallying his friends with fervor. "We still have a chance." His resolute conviction rekindled a sense of normalcy amidst the oppressive silence. Yet, Tien's unwavering confidence piqued the curiosity of all present, save for Mr. Popo, as they wondered what inspired such faith. "We still have hope, albeit faint, but we must endeavor." Mr. Popo chimed in, his words sparking surprise among the group, who felt a mix of excitement and underlying pessimism. "Is that true, Tien? What can we do?" Krillin inquired, his eyes brimming with desire and hope. "Indeed, we have a course of action. We can enter the hyperbolic time chamber," Tien declared, gesturing towards the temple behind him with emphasis. The hyperbolic time chamber. Apart from Mr. Popo, the others gasped in astonishment, their expressions revealing a flicker of optimism. "But is it truly feasible?" Android 18, maintaining her rationality, questioned. "Can we really enhance our strength to another level in such a brief window?" Though reluctant to dampen the spirits of her comrades, 18 posed the question, her eyes gently closing as she pondered. "Well, is it possible for us to significantly boost our combat prowess in just 2 days? Time is limited," Krillin lamented, his optimism waning. "However, it's not entirely implausible. This time, we each have 5 days." Tien's revelation struck like a clarion call, invigorating the group. Recalling past events, he continued. Due to the previous destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber by Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, Mr. Piccolo also demolished the entrance. "I negotiated with the deity of that dimension to grant us the right to remain there for 5 years, and he consented. Thus, we each have 5 days within the chamber, allowing for greater enhancement of our powers." The weight of Tien's announcement sent ripples of exhilaration throughout the group, with Din soaring into the air in jubilant acrobatics. "Really? Haha, that's fantastic. Thank you, Lord Kami." The joy was palpable as they finally glimpsed a beacon of hope, yearning to witness the sun rise in 16 days. Meanwhile, the sun shone ever more brilliantly. At that very moment, on the planet of the Saiyans, A formidable figure stood on the balcony, gazing contemplatively at the moonlit sky, its satellite larger than the moon of Earth. His thoughts were interrupted as he was roused from reverie. "Father, do you have any commands?" Jinri, unable to meet the gaze of his imposing father, felt a twinge of trepidation at his father's iron-fisted reputation. Noticing the dark expression on his father's face, he instinctively understood that the events of the day had not gone unnoticed. "Jinri, I expect you to keep a close watch on Crack. He is loyal to you, and while I do not wish to intervene directly in your affairs, I do not want to witness a repeat of past events." Grit's voice resonated with an unspoken authority, causing Jinri to break into a cold sweat. He could only instinctively reply, "Yes. I am aware of the matter regarding Crack and the villainous Zack. Unless I command it, you should not treat Zack with suspicion. Have you already forgotten the chaos of years past?" The mention of Zack's tumultuous history sent a wave of dread through Jinri. "If Crack truly wishes to confront Zack, I implore you to steer clear. Zack is a vital subordinate. I cannot afford to see him harmed, even if you cannot inflict a scratch upon him. Furthermore, I expect you to keep the matter regarding Crack concealed. Do not let the Saiyans perceive us as adversaries. Our current foes do not reside among them." Jinri understood the gravity of Grit's thunderous admonition and recognized the potential fallout from this unexpected incursion. It was his first time witnessing such fury from his father. "Yes." Jinri responded respectfully, yet after a moment of contemplation, he added, "Father, our scans indicate that Goku and Vegeta's powers have significantly increased. I am aware. I did not anticipate such rapid progress within 3 days. Truly, they embody the essence of science," Grit remarked, regaining his composure. "But can such growth be permitted? Particularly with Goku, his strength remains an enigma. There is nothing to worry about. Everything remains within my thoughts, so do not overthink it. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Grand Assembly, and we must remain vigilant against them." "The assailants who previously attacked Vegeta?" "Yes. They are indeed the key figures to be wary of, and I hope they do not disrupt the proceedings of the conference. By the way, what has become of the others?" Grit turned the conversation, posing a peculiar question. "There has been no significant movement. The council remains unchanged, yet Nilri has refrained from elaborating, having sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Is there still no news of Ing? Has the executioner found no trace of them? It cannot be confirmed, but various indications suggest that Ing may have departed the inner universe." "Oh, really? Could it be that they have gone to Earth?" Grit's eyes sparkled with profound light as he chuckled. "Earth? What shall we do?" Nilri inquired anxiously. "There is nothing of great concern. It is already night. You should retire and rest for now." "Yes, I shall take my leave." Nilri bowed and strode out of the room. Grit then turned his gaze back to the solitary. Cold Moon. Chapter 24. The battle commences, the feudal lords contest, Part 4. Time flowed relentlessly, and suddenly the sky brightened as the red sun replaced the radiant moon, casting its crimson glow in the eastern horizon. Goku and the others had completed their preparations and awaited departure, for today marked the beginning of the grand tournament. Most competitors residing here gathered to embark towards the vast celestial body, where a spectacular battle awaited. "Goku, we cannot be present at the venue. The gravitational force of the competition planet is immense, beyond our capacity, so do take care of your health. You must look after Goten and Gohan," Kiki gently admonished, holding Goku's hand. However, the onlookers discerned the truth behind Kiki's fierce gaze. She was genuinely concerned for Goten and Gohan's safety. Her loving and tender eyes served as a warning to Goku. "Should anything happen to our sons, you know what must be done. Right?" A blatant protective threat. This was the consensus among the crowd regarding Kiki's intentions. "There is nothing to worry about. We will only be there for 8 days. The preliminary rounds last 5 days to select the top 64, followed by 3 days of the final competition. After 8 days, we shall reunite." Goku chuckled, scratching his head. "Although you cannot be there, you can still watch our matches via the live broadcast indeed. There is a device that transmits the event via satellite, allowing all planets in this space to simultaneously witness the competition. That said, you must still exercise caution," Bulma advised. Exchanging glances with Vegeta and Trunks, echoing the same sentiment. "It's merely a competition. What could possibly go wrong?" Vegeta responded coolly, crossing his arms dismissively. "Yes, Mom. It's just a tournament. It might even be quite enjoyable," Trunks chimed in. "Dad and brother will be just fine. Don't worry, Mom," Bra reassured. "Grandpa, you must win that championship and become the greatest in the inner and outer universes." Xiao Fang gazed at Goku with hopeful eyes, her delicate hands clasped in anticipation. "Very well. I shall strive for it," Goku replied, clenching his fists and smiling with determination. "Now then, let us set forth." The turtle hermit spoke earnestly for the first time. May we all return victoriously. With spirits high, they boarded the spacecraft. And the doors slowly closed as the vessel surged forth towards the sacred arena of the universe martial arts tournament. What kind of battles await? Goku's warrior spirit ignited once more, trembling with excitement. His eager expression reflected his anticipation for the competition and formidable adversaries. Who might those powerful challengers be? Father. We are Saiyans, universally acknowledged as the rulers. Few can surpass us in this cosmos, Goten asserted, brimming with confidence, evidently pleased with their training results. No, Goten, be cautious. There were those who could easily defeat me before. I suspect there are still such individuals lurking. Vegeta refuted Goten's claim, his fist clenched resolutely. I will not lose to them again, but I too am eager to discover what other strong warriors exist in the universe. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta. Goten believed he had touched a sensitive topic, responding softly. In any case, we must remain vigilant. Right, Mr. Gohan? Having endured enough bullying from Goten and Trunks, displayed signs of evasion, while the impoverished naturally more mature, preferred conversing with Gohan. Yes, we ought to exercise caution, Gohan replied calmly. Yet he refrained from mentioning the existence of Dorephin to Goku and Vegeta, not wanting to distract them from potential shifts in the competition's dynamics. Just then, the spacecraft jolted violently as it neared the planet, the immense gravity causing the vessel to sway. Ultimately, it landed safely on the surface, regaining its previous stability. Is the gravity truly this intense? Trunks remarked, his expression darkening as he assessed the situation. It feels similar to our training. Gohan had already anticipated this, displaying little surprise. Goku and Vegeta, unfazed, opened the door to behold the rocky, far harder than diamond, planet, adorned with verdant waters, mountains, and a blue sky, yet devoid of charming birds. They emerged, observing the figures before them, each moving with remarkable speed, exuding a calm demeanor interlaced with an aura of menace. Goten and Trunks stood speechless, finally grasping the vastness of the universe, realizing that many hidden talents lay in wait. Having embraced Goku's teachings, felt a rush of adrenaline. Yet as he yearned for the forthcoming battle, a sudden shift in his spirit occurred. At that moment, a voice shattered the silence. Please, all competitors, proceed to the arena. The competition will commence in 10 minutes. The crowd turned their gaze toward the colossal structure ahead, resembling the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, yet spanning a staggering 10,000 square meters. Their hearts filled with reverence as their combative blood surged. Within this edifice, a grand contest would unfold, determining the universe's number one. A victor destined to shape the future for the next million years. In this era, who shall reign supreme? Chapter 25, The Battle Commences, The Feudal Lords Contest, Part 5, The clear chime of a bell resonated. Ding ding ding. After a million years, the clarion call of battle echoed once more. All eyes were fixated on the colossal pendulum above, as the wheel of history aligned once more at this moment, igniting the fervent bloodlust for combat. A million years of passage, within the torrents of history, how many truths have been sealed and buried? What legacies did the once mighty leave behind? Nothing at all. Despite the reign of a million years, no one can endure through eternity. Even if one secures the title of the universe's greatest, time will relentlessly cast aside your future. This is a relative irony, for no matter how powerful one may be, they remain mere puppets of fate or history. The demon realm, distinct from the strange worlds of other dimensions, is not governed by the underworld of every interface. Oddly enough, in history, genuine strong beings from the demon realm have seldom graced the cosmic fighting tournaments, and they have never achieved the glorious accolade of a top 3 finish. This remains a mystery, with the so-called truth buried in the river of time's passage. Presently, the incessant chimes grow louder and more distant, seemingly heralding the triumph of justice, yet lamenting the victory of evil. After all, the future of the universe hangs in uncertainty. Who will be its sovereign? Let us proceed, Goku stated, his body suddenly trembling. Feeling a surge of fervor within, he turned with a gentle smile to the others, then strolled toward the grand entrance. Indeed, they all replied in unison, following closely behind Goku. As they advanced, an oppressive aura loomed ahead, serving as a trial for the strong. Only those who truly endure will step onto the competition stage. Upon entering, Goku and his companions maintained their composure despite the abrupt surge of repulsive force. However, Goten and Trunks understood they had reached a critical threshold and were inwardly astonished by the combat level of the tournament. The sight before them was astonishing. A stage stretching hundreds of meters lay ahead, surrounded by multiple tiers of spectator seating. Viewed from above, this grand structure bore resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, instilling within one a fervent urge for battle, alongside a solemn sense of gravity. The erudite Trunks was the first to notice the transparent competition arena. Instinctively, he approached and knocked against it with force, his face lighting up with excitement, exclaiming in awe, "Indeed, it is truly the hardest diamond in the universe." Apologies. But I must verify something, Mullo stated, if readers truly enjoy this Dragon Ball story. Please log in and bookmark this book while leaving a comment within the next 3 days. Currently, this novel has surpassed 100,000 views. Yet the number of bookmarks stands at only 50. I find this rather abnormal and seek to confirm the matter. Previous TL friends should refrain from artificially inflating the data or commenting for now, as I require genuine statistics. Should you believe I am deceiving you? Feel free to remove this book from your shelves on Monday. For the next 3 days, I wish to ascertain the authentic data of this book and to explore a troubling suspicion of mine. Thank you, everyone. Upon hearing the word diamond, Goten instinctively recalled its connotation. Rushing over with a glimmer of desire in his eyes, muttering to himself, if I could possess such a large piece. Meanwhile, Gohan was equally astonished. He understood the immense hardness of diamonds and did not believe this colossal arena could be as ordinary as those on Earth. In stark contrast, Goku, Vegeta, and Cell were perplexed, their ignorance leading them to ponder why such a stone warranted such excitement. Goku himself had once used a hefty diamond to pay for lunch, not perceiving its value. Ha ha ha, as expected of Trunks, to recognize it as diamond. However, this is not akin to the diamonds found on Earth, given the differing celestial origins. Suddenly, laughter echoed from behind, and they turned to see Neri approaching with a charming smile, to which they all nodded in acknowledgement. Following the attack 2 days prior, Drafen was unaware that the assailant was a killer, and thus Gohan remained distant from Neri, a sentiment echoed by Vegeta and Goku, though they still offered polite nods. Neri, perceptive of the group's sentiments, offered a slight smile before continuing, "This planet possesses immense gravity, arguably the most dense celestial body in the inner and outer universe. Thus the hardness of materials here far exceeds that of other planets. In other words, this diamond is the hardest substance in the cosmos." Oh, truly? Goku, though somewhat familiar with the basics of diamonds, could not resist his instinctive inquiry. What level of damage has prior tournaments inflicted upon it? As you can see, this is the new arena, as the old one has been completely destroyed. To my knowledge, only the last tournament managed to entirely obliterate it. Neri gestured toward the massive stage before them. Chapter 25, The Battle Begins, The Lord's Contest, 7, Chapter 3. "Ah, so it is," Trunks responded while stroking his chin. And the others gradually comprehended the significance of Neri's explanation. As they conversed, a seemingly authoritative figure approached Neri, stating, "Young master, all preparations are complete, and the king has arrived at the command platform. The competition is about to commence." Neri looked at the robust youth before him and replied, "Is that so? Everything is ready. Dike, allow me to introduce these esteemed guests, the Saiyans. Please provide them with a thorough explanation of this tournament. I shall now seek my father. The matter is entrusted to you." "Of course, your highness." The youth, referred to as Dike, bowed respectfully as Neri departed, then turned to Goku and his companions. "Feel free to ask me anything. I will share all that I know." "You are a fighter as well?" Trunks inquired first, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the amiable youth. "Indeed, though I am not particularly skilled in combat, I lack the prominence of you Saiyans," Dike replied with a smile. "Ha ha, strength is not always so clearly defined," Goku remarked casually, but upon noticing Dike's slight embarrassment, he shifted to a more serious tone. "You must have the details of the competitors in this tournament?" "Indeed, but we cannot disclose specific details about the contestants to outsiders. We can only provide a brief introduction before the match." "Such a necessity is indeed warranted," Gohan concurred, resting his chin thoughtfully. "How many contestants are participating in this tournament?" Vegeta, with a wry smile at Goku's forthrightness, opted for a more subtle approach. "Ah, there are 896 participants, 332 from the inner universe and 564 from the outer universe. However, thousands have gathered at the venue, and the preliminary rounds aim to select 56 for the semifinals, including you few and the king and young master, who will directly advance to the semifinals." Gohan fell silent upon hearing this, as he unexpectedly did not hear any mention of ZYK, and he was acutely aware of the pressure ZYK exerted, which surpassed even Neri. "Does each galaxy, for in total, have 141 warriors?" After a brief calculation, Goten inquired. "No, it's not like that. We select based on their combat power. The Eastern Galaxy has 176 individuals, the Western has 192, the Southern has 180, while the Northern only has 84, and the Demon Realm has 12. Only 84 in the Northern Galaxy?" Trunks and Goten questioned, knowing Earth belongs to the northern galaxy. Indeed, the situation is as such, for the level of combat there is not very high. However, your power is different. Saiyans are extraordinary. Dick did not underestimate the familiar faces before him. After all, the data he possessed indicated they all had considerable combat strength. Many attributed the recent celestial disturbances to Goku. A suspicion Dick held with near certainty. Are figures from the demon realm coming to battle as well? It seems the situation is rather grim. Goku recalled the repeated provocations from the demon realm, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Gohan and the others had also learned of the demon realm's exploits from Goku and harbored reservations about the 12 mentioned. Vegeta felt a surge of genuine fury. Having suffered a crushing defeat in the past, now possessing the strength to fight back, compounded by the bitter memory of being deceived by the magical fist. Yes, that's the case. The demon realm has always participated in this grand competition, though they dare not act recklessly. Vegeta remarked, hands on his hips, his tone icy. Meanwhile, Ub remained silent, standing there. What is it, Bu? What is troubling you? Why are you acting so strangely? Ub inwardly questioned Fat Bu. I don't know. It's just that since I arrived here, it feels as though I've been here before, and that was a long time ago. Now, I sense an invisible pressure. Is that so? What should we do? We are one entity, Ub replied, filled with anxiety, and asked, will it affect the competition? I'm not sure, came the muted response. After a while, all arrangements were completed. The competitors and spectators, those with sufficient capability to be present, took their seats in the resting area. The competition officially begins. Chapter 25, The Battle Commences, The Feudal Lords Contest, Part 8. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. The speaker was the Kaioshin. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in cheers, only to quiet down just as swiftly. All warriors swiftly occupied their seats in the stands, their speed rivaling that of Goten. A massive screen to the north flickered to life, displaying a sophisticated intelligent computer. The digits and faces within continuously rotated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of all present. Here they are. Indeed, the screen finally halted, revealing two figures, the god of the North Galaxy X, Star, versus the warrior of the South Galaxy N, Sutton. As the subtitles appeared, the two figures materialized on the arena, one clad in divine attire, tall and imposing, while the other, bare-chested with yellow hair, boasted a robust physique. Begin. In an instant, both vanished without a trace, yet the spectators were unfazed. Observing the battle, Goku exclaimed, incredible! Even under such immense gravity, their speed remains astonishing. The warriors of the universe are truly unfathomable. Ub, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality, watching the ongoing battle. Waves of shockwaves rippled through the arena, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. Suddenly, the speeds of both combatants decreased, revealing Sutton pursuing Star. With a rapid acceleration, Sutton aimed to land a heavy blow on Star, who, unfazed, quickly unleashed a ki blast to preemptively strike Sutton. With no other choice, Sutton countered with a ki blast of his own, which shot out of the venue. Due to the immense gravity, the blast detonated upon striking the ground, creating a blinding light and fierce winds, yet the damage was minimal, merely singeing the surface. Both warriors halted, standing on the arena. The warm-up is over. It's time to fight. I haven't even unleashed the full potential of the World Tree family, Sutton remarked. Indeed, I never expected your speed to be this remarkable, Star replied, but I will not be defeated by you. Is that so? We shall see, Sutton retorted before vanishing again, his speed now several times faster than before. Star merely smiled and leaped backward, just as Sutton's ki blast struck the spot where he had been standing. Upon landing, Star utilized the recoil to leap forward, aiming a kick at Sutton. Given the urgency, Sutton raised his left hand to block Star's right leg while simultaneously attempting to strike Star with his right fist. What? Star sensed danger and swiftly raised both hands to defend against the incoming attack, yet the impact forced both fighters apart. Sutton quickly regained his composure and pursued Star, who turned to face him, tightening his fist to gather energy and activate his protective shield. The force of the collision sent Sutton reeling. This is your strength, Sutton gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yes, this is my power. Come on, I believe you're not giving it your all either. You noticed, huh? I initially thought I wouldn't need to exert my full strength in the first match, but that has changed. Sutton also suddenly amplified his power, though confusion lingered in his heart. The outcome was becoming apparent. Vegeta observed the match intently, and as both opponents revealed their true capabilities, he discerned the outcome through their key signatures, declaring that God is destined to win. He hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet and is already superior to his opponent. Others nodded in agreement with Vegeta's assessment, yet Dick beside them remained silent, his expression tense. Star initiated the attack, swiftly moving behind Sutton and delivering a punch to his back. Sutton, unwilling to back down, turned to retaliate but was thwarted. He unleashed a series of ki blasts. Yet Star elevated his ki, neutralizing them all. Sutton vanished, suddenly appearing beneath Star, leaping upward to strike at Star's chin. However, Star had already disappeared. Crouching beneath Sutton and delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, a single explosive assault rendered Sutton unconscious. The victor is Star. A voice resonated throughout the venue, followed by a wave of astonishment from the audience, comprising numerous non-competitors. The applause and cheers echoed continuously. What a splendid battle. The level of combat is remarkably high. Wukong gazed at the still enigmatic Stada, while he himself scanned the energy fields of those present, discovering numerous hidden talents among them. Goten and Trunks fell silent, utterly astonished by the intensity of the competition, which far exceeded their expectations. Upon learning the results of the first match, the audience erupted into jubilant cheers, igniting a fervor across the entire inner universe. At that moment, the Cosmic Fighting Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 26, The Brave Guardian Pakkas, Part 1, The Tale of Dragon Ball, The Legend of the Emperor emphasizes the intricate plot and the exhilarating depiction of battles. Thus it may not align perfectly with the traditional narrative style. However, Moluo envisions transforming this story into a manga for posterity, without infringing copyright. Hence the writing follows the format of manga animation for future convenience. Moluo believes that many Dragon Ball enthusiasts still cherish the fervent battles, and the captivating storyline will undoubtedly satiate their desires. Please support Moluo. Thank you. The victor is Stada. The announcer's voice, enhanced by special effects, resonated throughout the inner universe, and the cheers of billions surged forth, many chanting Stada's name. As the waves of battle roared, the once-in-a-million-year fighting tournament unfolded once more, gathering the pinnacle warriors of the universe. This duel would encapsulate the splendor of the era. Indeed, it is truly deserving of the title of the universe's greatest fighting tournament. The caliber of combat is astonishing. The Supreme Kai, astounded, contemplated the terrifying gravitational forces at play in this arena. Drawing in a sharp breath, he remarked, "It appears the mightiest in the universe are indeed concealed from view. I have been rather short-sighted. However, this is merely the preliminary round, dear Supreme Kai. Just wait until the finals. The intensity of the battles will be unimaginable," replied Grit, seated beside him. "Indeed. The clashes between the Saiyans and the champions will be even more spectacular," the Supreme Kai mused, suddenly filled with anticipation. At that moment, all eyes fixated on the solitary figure standing proudly on the arena stage, radiating an overwhelming aura that left many warriors both awestruck and entranced by his handsome visage. This individual was Stada, whose cold, piercing gaze scrutinized the figures clad in black before he abruptly vanished from his previous position, slowly closing his eyes. As the victor descended from the stage, the announcer paused briefly before continuing to orchestrate the subsequent battle. "Now, let us proceed to the second match." Meanwhile, the massive screen once again displayed the contestants' identities. After a brief flicker, it confirmed Warrior Kara from the Western Galaxy IU planet versus Warrior Ted from the Western Galaxy HZ planet. In this tense moment, the audience erupted in fervent shouts, each side rallying support for their champions. Simultaneously, two figures appeared on the arena, locking eyes. Kara, a strikingly handsome warrior with long blue hair, adorned in what appeared to be combat attire, greeted, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kara, hailing from the distant Western Galaxy, and my goal here is to challenge and surpass all opponents to claim the title of the universe's strongest." "Oh, is that so? Well, I too have come for that very purpose. Let us give it our all and revel in the thrill of battle," Ted replied with a hearty laugh and a polite demeanor. "Then let the fight commence." The announcer nodded lightly, signaling the commencement of the second match. Upon hearing the signal, both combatants shifted their gazes, adopting their fighting stances, arms poised in a defensive bow. In a fleeting moment, Ted's left hand twitched slightly, and Kara recognized it as the cue to attack. With an explosive surge of energy, he propelled himself forward, launching a swift horizontal strike toward Ted. Ted's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed the incoming threat, but he realized he had no time to evade. He quickly leaned back, attempting to create distance for a counterattack. Ultimately, Ted narrowly avoided Kara's punch, yet Kara relentlessly pursued him. Just as he was about to close the gap, Ted seized the opportunity to retaliate, flipping onto his hands and kicking off the ground. Kara sensed the danger and attempted to slow down, but inertia was against him. In a split second, he released a ki blast towards the ground. Though its power was modest, the gust it generated lifted him just enough to evade Ted's attack. However, at that very moment, Ted had already soared above Kara, aiming to strike him from behind. Kara, startled, swiftly turned around, realizing his opponent was nearly upon him. With time running out, he crossed his arms in a defensive cross to withstand the brutal blow. Yet, the force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground, his hands bracing against the arena as the entire venue quaked from the shockwave. Remarkably, the arena itself remained unscathed, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. In this fierce contest, Ted did not afford Kara a moment's respite, continuing his assault from above with relentless vigor. Sensing impending doom, Kara gripped the ground tightly, spinning around in a full 360-degree maneuver to evade Ted's strike. As he landed, he harnessed the recoil to launch an aggressive counterattack, his fist aimed squarely at Ted's chest. Chapter 26, The Brave Guardian Pacas, Part 2. Wait, what? Ted suddenly sensed the danger, hastily bringing his palms together to block Kara's punch. However, the force behind this strike was overwhelming, creating rippling shockwaves as it propelled Ted several yards away, while Kara deftly controlled his landing. The two warriors locked eyes, silently contemplating the next phase of their battle. It seems you possess considerable strength, young man. Your power is impressive. Yet, you ought to strive harder. I estimate your strength and speed could be enhanced by threefold. Otherwise, you may find yourself defeated by my hand, Ted remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? We'll discover the truth only through combat, Kara responded with a smirk, his form blurring as he accelerated, his attack speed significantly increasing. Yet, Ted remained composed, standing firm. In an instant, Kara leaped into the air, the ground beneath him erupting in a violent explosion of energy. Futile, came a voice belonging to the striking Kara, who suddenly appeared at Ted's right side, aiming for a decisive strike. Yet, reality played a cruel trick, revealing only a phantom. Ted, now poised above the arena, unleashed a ki blast that was perilously close to landing on Kara. In a frantic response, Kara unleashed a ki blast of his own, the two energies clashing mid-air, resulting in a spectacular explosion of flames. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light, Kara relinquished his observational stance, only to find Ted hovering above him, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. The overwhelming force surged through the body, tearing the combat suit and creating a gaping hole, sending Kara crashing onto the arena with a thunderous impact. Kara, regaining consciousness, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced up at Ted, whose expression was calm yet silent. Oh, you are indeed tenacious, he thought. Despite sustaining such a severe blow, you appear relatively unscathed. Do you intend to conserve your strength? However, next time, I shall exert my utmost. Ted was equally astonished. Oh, really? But I have no desire to be defeated by you, Kara muttered to himself, clenching his fists, revealing his distaste for that particular combat state. Will you transform into that combat state again? Ted asked, astonished and bewildered. Yes, Kara replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he concentrated fiercely. The air around him erupted, and the explosive energy surged wildly in all directions. Amidst the sudden surge of energy, his physique transformed dramatically. His once slender frame grew robust, increasing in height by over 30 centimeters, though his appearance remained unchanged. What? This is your combat state? Ted gasped, sensing the immense energy radiating from Kara, his expression shifting to one of horror. I am not particularly fond of this muscular form. It is rather unsightly, Kara remarked, touching his brawny arms, which rivaled even that of the mighty Beau. Ted's face blanched, an oppressive sensation unsettling him. Then let us engage in battle, Kara declared with a smile. This is overwhelmingly powerful. I can only imagine that his strength has increased several dozenfold. Indeed, he is quite formidable. His combat power exceeds trillions. And he has yet to unleash his full potential, Vegeta mused, arms crossed, as he speculated about his opponent's strength. The universe is truly vast, concealing many powerful beings, Gohan added thoughtfully. Dick observed the exchanges among the group in silence. In an instant, Kara vanished from the arena, appearing suddenly before Ted, delivering a crushing blow that struck his opponent's abdomen. Ted's eyes widened in pain, and he spat out bile as his body was sent flying. However, in a fit of rage, Ted halted his descent, raised his head, and unexpectedly unleashed an energy blast towards Kara, who deftly sidestepped the attack. What? Ted exclaimed as he frantically launched a barrage of energy blasts at Kara. Yet, Kara remained unfazed, effortlessly evading the relentless onslaught. The collisions of energy bursts resulted in fiery explosions, smoke, and fluctuating air pressure, intensifying the atmosphere. As the energy attacks ceased, Ted, panting and smiling, was taken aback when the smoke cleared. Before him stood Kara, unscathed, his protective shield intact and his combat suit undamaged. Too strong, Ted marveled, his astonishment overshadowed by a growing smile. But I shall not surrender. In a blink, Kara reappeared behind him, delivering a swift blow with his shoulder. Ted, caught off guard, could not react in time as Kara launched another assault, ripping through the air and catching up with the staggering Ted. With a knee strike between Ted's shoulder and neck, he vanished again, reappearing on the arena, his right hand poised to catch the falling Ted, knocking him unconscious with a single strike. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the atmosphere was filled with excitement. Chapter 26, The Brave Guardian of Pakkas, Part 3, as the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament raged on, in another familiar realm. Thick golden clouds loomed overhead, beneath which floated a small palace. Within the hall, a colossal figure resembling a bull demon, adorned with a purple-blue cap emblazoned with the character Yama, stood none other than the King of Hell, Yama. Suddenly, a blue-faced imp rushed in, breaking the silence of the grand hall with a shrill voice. "Oh, what brings such urgency?" Yama inquired, his fierce gaze fixed upon the newcomer as he rose from his seat. "Lord Yama," the imp stammered, "Frisia, Cell, Baby, and Super 17 have requested permission to attend the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament. They are currently wreaking havoc in Hell. Please, my lord, issue your command." The imp quivered under Yama's intense gaze, yet he respectfully relayed the information. "Oh, is that so? A troublesome bunch indeed. Very well. I am curious to witness the battles myself. Gather them here at once," Yama replied, his anger dissipating as he stroked his beard. After a series of actions, several light trails appeared, and the exterior flames descended before the king's palace, causing a stir outside. "He, Lord Yama, you finally deigned to meet us?" Frisia announced as he entered, his massive lizard tail swaying behind him. "Indeed, it should have been this way," Cell replied, crossing his arms as he followed, accompanied by Baby and 17. "Oh, Frisia, what was that you just said?" Yama asked, his countenance darkening at the sharp remarks, yet he feigned a smile in response. "Do you wish to enjoy that place? I hear they offer quite a delightful welcome." "And no, that's not it. We were merely joking, Lord Yama. After all, you enjoy jokes, don't you?" Frisia quickly backpedaled, attempting to flatter. Cell, however, regarded him with a puzzled look. "So, you truly wish to attend the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament?" Yama inquired, intrigued. "Yes, we are here solely for that purpose. We want to witness the strongest fighters in the universe," 17 added. "But how did you learn of this tournament?" Yama's expression shifted, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Oh, can't my memory encompass such events?" Baby chuckled, tapping his temple. Yama chose not to press further, understanding Baby's origins. After all, the Saiyans had coexisted with the Z fighters, so the existence of the tournament was not entirely surprising. "Then follow me. I shall take you to a chamber where you can observe the happenings in that world," Yama concluded after a brief contemplation. "Thank you, Lord Yama," Baby replied with a smirk. "Oh, such an amusing affair. How could I not be included?" A sudden voice boomed from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the assembly. Shocked, they turned to see the formidable Super Shinran. The group's expression shifted from alarm to relief, and after sharing a brief smile, they followed Yama into the depths of the palace. Returning to the battle scene after an arduous struggle, Kara had triumphed over Ted and returned to his previous seat, leisurely closing his eyes. At that moment, a figure clad in black, bearing the character demon on his chest, approached Stard, tauntingly saying, "Stard, is this truly your strength? It took you considerable effort to defeat that insignificant insect. Unlike me, watch closely. For our demon world shall claim victory in this tournament, and the universe will be under our control." Stard remained unfazed, not even lifting his gaze, his eyes still shut in disregard of the taunts. "How dare you underestimate us?" The figure seethed, growing increasingly incensed. Yet, maintaining his composure, he mockingly concluded, "Defying our demon world is your gravest mistake." In the distance, a figure observed the scene, clad in a divine garment. As if sensing something, the character named Star opened his eyes, only to find that the earlier individual had already averted his gaze. The third match was about to commence, featuring the deity Pakkas from the A-star system of the southern galaxy against the warrior Gore from the demon realm. "Ah, has it finally begun? How swift," remarked the man in black. "Is it yet another so-called deity? Ha ha ha, prepare yourself." Gore, the warrior in black robes, burst into laughter as he materialized in the center of the arena. To everyone's surprise, the previously mentioned deity appeared as well, an individual with a strikingly handsome yet resolute visage. His long black hair cascading like that of Super 17. On the battlefield, Gore taunted, "You truly are unfortunate, Pacus. Today, I shall end your life." "Oh, wait. I won't kill you just yet. I intend to relish in your torment. Ha ha ha. I detest self-righteous deities like you who constantly oppose us from the demon realm." "Is that so? Yet, my heart yearns for peace. Ultimately, a battle is unavoidable," Pacus replied, his eyes serene as he nodded gently after Gore's lengthy tirade. A powerful aura emanating from him. "Have you forgotten the past? Had that incident not occurred, the universe would have been under the dominion of our demon realm," Gore retorted, his anger morphing into a mocking laugh. "I disagree. The universe must always strive for peace, and I shall exert every effort to protect all that is around me," Pacus declared, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds. The words were spoken without intent, yet they resonated deeply with Star, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon locking gazes with Pacus, a smile crept upon his face. After all, their ideals were aligned. "Heh, how foolish. I shall shatter your dreams," Gore bellowed, launching a simultaneous energy attack with both hands. However, Pacus showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he slowly extended a hand from within his divine garb and swiftly waved it, sending a wave of pressure that deflected Gore's attacks. The energy blast soared away, wreaking havoc on the arena, causing the ground to deform and a cloud of dust to rise. As the arena trembled from the immense force, both Gore and Pacus vanished from sight, leaving only the echoing roars of battle. With a resounding crash, the venue quaked, and two figures reappeared on the stage. "I see now. I underestimated your strength," Gore growled. "I look forward to seeing how long you can withstand my might before I tear you apart." "Oh, are you about to transform, Gore of the Beast Realm?" Pacus inquired, his tone devoid of concern. "Humph, you know my identity. How delightful. You must be aware that I am the third strongest in the new generation of the demon realm." Gore cackled, his form grotesquely contorting as he transformed into a monstrous entity, his skin shifting to a deep crimson. A single horn sprouted from his head, and his muscles bulged, veins protruding, his physique rivaling that of Broly. "Is this your true form?" Pacus remarked, his expression unflinching. "Your power is indeed formidable. Yet I suspect your speed may falter." After a brief silence, Gore sneered, "Your attacks will have no effect on me. You, who only knows how to evade, shall ultimately fall before me." "Ah, is that so? Then watch closely," Pacus stated, noticeably increasing his speed. Gore, in a state of panic, failed to perceive his movements, scanning frantically in all directions as the crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Goten and Trunks were taken aback, unable to track Pacus's swift motions, while Gohan struggled to keep pace. "Fool, he is right in front of you," Vegeta interjected disdainfully, recognizing Gore as a figure from the demon realm, unimpressed by the so-called third strongest. In an instant, Pacus appeared before Gore, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, his fist penetrating deeply. Gore was sent flying, spitting blue blood, his eyes wide with shock. As he came to a halt, he wiped the blood from his lips and gasped, "You brat." With a furious glare, Gore unleashed beams of energy from his eyes. But Pacus deftly evaded, leaving behind scorched remnants of the arena. Gore continued to fire energy blasts, yet Pacus remained composed, effortlessly dodging his attacks, much to the audience's alarm. "Time to end this swiftly," Pacus resolved, accelerating once more, leaving Gore in disarray. He then executed a rapid 360-degree spinning attack, creating a cyclone of destructive energy beams. "Ha! Bring it on," Gore roared, delirious with laughter. "Fall before me." But a furious voice abruptly interrupted Gore's maniacal laughter as Pacus descended from above, delivering a devastating blow to Gore's head. The sheer force reverberated throughout the venue, causing the arena to buckle under the pressure. Caught off guard by the fierce strike, Gore let out a piercing scream, his body trembling before he collapsed, unconscious. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating Pacus's victory in this god versus demon battle. Chapter 27, Conspiracy in Battle. Evil spreads at this moment, for similarly cloaked figures rose, gazing pensively at the fallen Gore. "Foolish waste, how dare he boast of being the third strongest in the demon realm," one voice echoed, belonging to the individual deemed a failure by Qing Luo. "Indeed. He serves no purpose. It seems we can eliminate him first," another voice communicated telepathically. "He is nothing but a loyal dog to Sharo, unworthy of prolonged existence. He disgraces the Gore lineage," a third figure sneered, recalling the illustrious ancestors who once held prominence in the demon realm. His ancestors were formidable figures in their time. The fourth voice acknowledged, a hint of trepidation evident. After all, in that era, he was the foremost under the seven killers, wielding power and status far surpassing those of Yanxi and Mingjia. Perhaps Shero only seeks to consolidate power within the demon realm. With Shero and Moreau standing at odds, and Qing Luo remaining neutral, it appears the demon realm is not as tranquil as it seems, the contemplative figure concluded. I understand. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to suppress me. Thankfully, my father is a true failure, allowing me to survive under their misperceptions of me as a worthless being. But I swear, one day I shall make him regret his arrogance. The previously enraged figure spoke with indignation, subtly nodding to a third individual beside him, signaling for the latter to eliminate Gory. The latter complied and vanished without a trace. Is the action being taken so swiftly? It risks alarming the serpent. Another voice expressed doubt, its naturally melodic tone revealing its male origin. There is no trouble. Yanxi and Mingjia are still gravely injured. But the two of us have fully recovered. If we eliminate that waste now, it will provoke our friends into opposition, providing us an opportunity to escape Shala's control and enhance our own strength by defeating those two later. Upon hearing the term friends, the man offered a knowing smile. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As the two reveled in their scheming, a cloaked figure nearby interjected, "My lord, how shall we proceed in this situation?" His palm pressed against his chest, he bowed respectfully. "Oh, is that Gisto? It's nothing significant, merely a slight deviation from our expectations." The man with the melodic voice replied, eyes closed. "What about Lord Meilu?" Gisto inquired, his gaze lowered. "It's trivial. There is no need to report this to Lord Meilu. By the way, how are the injuries of those two?" The melodic man questioned again, fully aware of Gisto's loyalty. "They have healed about 70 to 80%, but in terms of power, my subordinates estimated to be merely 30%. "Oh, those two have recovered so swiftly?" Another cloaked figure expressed surprise, his thoughts growing heavier. "Yes, my lord," Gisto replied respectfully, revealing the identity of the melodic man for the first time, the current demon king. Upon hearing Gisto's report, the melodic man was momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances with the demon king, and they formulated the optimal battle strategy, their eyes shimmering with intelligence. Then, Gisto, prepare for your match and inform Teva to refrain from eliminating Gory for the time being. The demon king's gaze narrowed, his eyes cold and piercing like an eagle's. Understood. Gisto vanished in an instant, leaving an empty space behind. The melodic figure turned his head to observe the observation room, his gaze filled with intrigue as he spotted a familiar silhouette. Sun Wukong. A sudden surge of chilling killing intent focused on him, causing Wukong to abruptly lift his head. His previously excited expression shifted to one of seriousness, for he too recognized the familiar, indifferent gaze. Chapter 27, Conspiracy Amidst Battle, Evil Spreads, Part 2. The twin pupils before him mirrored his own. But this individual was none other than Frisia from Hell. Who would have thought that the combat level of this so-called cosmic fighting tournament would be so lackluster? Frisia jested, rubbing his nose and spreading his hands mockingly. Yet, none present dared to engage him. Shilu, Baby, Super 17, and Super One-Star Dragon gazed silently at the massive crystal sphere that allowed them to glimpse the world beyond. What on earth is happening? The laughter abruptly ceased as Frisia sensed the peculiar atmosphere, his confusion mounting as he observed the expressions of those around him. Fool, Shilu remarked impatiently, casting a disdainful glance at Frisia, and mockingly questioned, Haven't you figured it out yet? Frisia, incensed by the insult, felt his veins throb. But as he recalled the earlier battle, his eyes widened in realization, stammering, could it be? Oh, you finally noticed. They are indeed battling on a planet with immense gravity. In other words, their true power far exceeds what we see, Baby interjected dismissively, glancing at Frisia. Frisia was struck dumb, his eyes filled with terror. Super One-Star Dragon's gaze lingered on Pakaz, his alluring red eyes glimmering with intrigue, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in another location, what? North Kai, you dare claim that your Goku is the #1 in the universe? Don't you know how to be modest? A small figure approached, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Are you blind? My Goku defeated even One-Star Dragon. Do you know who One-Star Dragon is? The adorable little North Kai retorted, leaning closer. Humph, what nonsense. If it weren't for the power of the entire universe, could Goku possibly defeat One-Star Dragon? Regardless, my Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4, and he is the strongest. North Kai replied, his mind racing, puffing up with pride, causing the little West Kai to lose balance and tumble to the ground. What? West Kai exclaimed, propping himself up, shouting, then my, at that moment. A resonant voice interrupted West Kai, commanding attention. Everyone, please focus on the martial arts tournament stage. The Grand Kai has an important announcement to make. Please hurry. Oh. The sudden voice brought all the corporeal souls on this planet to a halt, including the North and West Kai, who paused their bickering and pondered before soaring in the same direction. In less than half a minute, they gathered at the fighting arena, bowing dutifully towards the grand stage. An elderly figure emerged from behind the curtain, comfortably seated on the throne, stroking his long white beard while donning stylish sunglasses. As the crowd gazed upon the fashionable elder, they collectively expressed, "We honor the arrival of the Grand Kai." Ho ho, splendid, splendid. Please take your seats. The purpose of this gathering is to showcase a grand event known as the Cosmic Fighting Tournament, the Grand Kai announced with a smile, pressing a remote that opened a portal in the arena, revealing a large crystal cube. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the sight. What is this Cosmic Fighting Tournament? West Kai queried, bouncing forward with curiosity. Hee, you're unaware of the Cosmic Fighting Tournament? Truly a simpleton from the mountains, North Kai chuckled, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. What? West Kai exploded in anger, leaping up in fury. Chapter 27, Conspiracy Amidst Battle. Evil Spreads, Part 3, Enough with the bickering, you two Kai. The Grand Kai observed their antics and addressed them. Allow me to explain this tournament. The Cosmic Fighting Tournament is a combat event held in another dimension of the universe, gathering powerful warriors from across the cosmos. The ultimate victor will be recognized as the strongest warrior, comparable to my status. Furthermore, the champion may reign over the entire universe. And this tournament occurs once every 10 million years, representing the mightiest warriors from the realms of the underworld, humans, gods, and demons. The audience gasped in astonishment, a sense of disbelief washing over them. Is it truly so, Grand Kai? West Kai inquired hesitantly, taking small steps closer. Indeed, this should be true. However, I have only held the position of the Grand Kai for a mere 400 million years, and the specifics of the situation remain elusive to me. I have heard from the previous Grand Kai that the last martial arts tournament was exceptionally powerful, even affecting the divine realm. Unfortunately, the recorded archives from 750 million years ago have mysteriously vanished. At this point, the North Kai turned to the West Kai and inquired, "What of the Supreme Kai situation?" The two Supreme Kais were equally unaware of the particulars, having previously sought my insight regarding the tournament. Curiously, their archived records also disappeared around the same time, leaving only scant references in ancient texts. As I continued, stroking my long white beard, I stated, however, "The tournament has commenced, and the Supreme Kai is presiding over it, so there should be no uncertainties." In unison, the four Kais responded affirmatively. At that moment, a large crystal cube displayed the backdrop of the tournament venue, where fierce battles were still raging. For formidable warriors, time in battle often feels interminable. Even if only a few fleeting minutes have passed. 3 matches had already transpired, and standing atop the arena was a warrior from the demon realm, referred to as Gister. His opponent was Puda, a fighter from the UF planet in the southern galaxy. You are quite tenacious, aren't you, Puda? I never expected you to withstand so many of my attacks without falling, Gister remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth after being struck back by Puda. A sinister smile revealed his bloodthirsty madness. Meanwhile, Puda was gasping for breath, his expression darkening. What to do? The opponent is exceptionally strong. I have given my all. Yet it feels as though he is merely toying with me. This demon is far too powerful. As blood flowed profusely from his wounds, Puda's eyes began to dim, and his consciousness started to wane. Trunks watched the battle in silence, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he thought. This Gister is overwhelmingly strong, far surpassing the previous Gory. Even I can barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. His speed exceeds mine. Goten, whose strength was on par with Trunks, shared a similar sentiment of dread towards Gister's prowess. He's vanished, Goten exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he observed the arena below. Indeed, Gister had seemingly disappeared, but almost instantaneously, Puda was sent flying. Gister had struck from directly in front of him. Puda clutched his slightly concaved face, struggling in pain, but soon released his grip, only to see Gister approaching like a specter. His eyes widened in terror. Yet he could not react in time as Gister delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. Swiftly, Gister followed up with an upward strike, smashing into Puda's chin, shattering his jawbone and distorting his features, blood gushing forth as his body was launched into the air. As Puda ascended, he coughed up blood, the internal damage from the gut punch wreaking havoc on his organs. Gister's assaults were so rapid that before Puda could regain his composure, he was struck again, leaving him in unbearable agony. Chapter 27. Conspiracy in Battle. Evil spreads. 4. Buddha extended his arms, and the defensive aura around him shattered in the air, drawing upon every last ounce of strength. He attempted to retaliate against Gister, yet Gister showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he too spread his arms and activated a protective shield. The dark purple barrier absorbed all of Buddha's energy attacks silently, as if pebbles falling into water. The tremendous impact shattered the ground in a 2-meter radius, causing the arena to tremble. After a relentless minute of bombardment, Buddha, drained of energy, finally ceased his assault, panting heavily as he collapsed to the ground, his body weak and unable to rise again. This is truly dire. I have exhausted nearly all my strength. I lack even the energy to use my flight technique, Buddha lamented, his hands bracing against the arena as blood mingled with sweat, fatigue overwhelming him. Seeing Buddha's attack falter, Gister lowered his shield, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You have failed." I surrender," Buddha stammered, but before he could finish his words, a flash of dark purple light rendered it too late. A streak of brilliance crossed the distance between them as Gister grasped Buddha by the neck, leaning in close to whisper, "You wish to surrender so soon? But I haven't had my fill of fun yet, you know?" As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Buddha, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed helplessly at the demonic figure before him. With a sudden flash, Gister's fist struck violently into Buddha's abdomen. Buddha expelled a mouthful of blood, unable to utter a single word as despair filled his fearful gaze. "Is it painful? This is the consequence of battling against our demon kin. Do not overestimate yourself." Gister's voice echoed in Buddha's mind as he relentlessly assaulted his chest and abdomen. As if striking a mere puppet, Buddha coughed up blood, emitting only a hoarse sound, while Gister laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let you experience a fate worse than death." The spectators at the tournament were taken aback by the brutality of the clash, while many watching the gruesome scene through broadcast turned away in tears. Some were incensed by Gister's actions, openly condemning the demon. "How cruel," the Supreme Kai remarked, trembling at the sight of such carnage, leaning slightly forward. However, his companion, Grit, restrained him, shaking his head and saying, "Supreme Kai, please calm your anger. The rules of the tournament prevent anyone from halting the match." The Supreme Kai, witnessing the slaughter, closed his eyes in resignation. Goku and his companions could only watch helplessly, bound by the tournament's regulations, as the defeated could not utter the word surrender. "Haha. You truly are a bore, a weak existence akin to an ant," Gister scoffed, releasing Buddha. "This tournament forbids the indiscriminate killing of opponents. So I shall let you off this time. After all, I have had my fun." As he passed by Buddha, he muttered, "But you will die eventually, heh. Our plan has already begun. Our era is fast approaching, ha 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 ha." After whispering the demon realm scheme, Gister unleashed his final blow. A tremendous surge of psychic energy that shattered Buddha's consciousness. Though he would not perish from this assault, he would remain as nothing more than a living corpse. As Buddha absorbed this grim fate, fear coursed through his body, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment before he lost all awareness, he realized evil was beginning to spread, and the hands of demons were finally reaching out to the universe. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power. The son of Frisia, Lily, time had flown by, and the battles had continued for 4 days. Tomorrow marked the final stage of the preliminaries, a day that would determine the competitors for the subsequent rounds. To witness this grand event, the gathering of spectators at the competition venue reached an unprecedented peak, with thousands of fighters captivated by the fervor of the tournament. After observing the matches for several days, Goten and Trunks came to realize the vastness of the universe, where an array of super warriors congregated, many of whom were even more formidable than themselves, leaving the two feeling somewhat disheartened. "Father, the level of combat has significantly escalated today. The opponents are far too powerful," Goten remarked, his brows furrowed. "Indeed, among them, 46 possess formidable strength, with 34 hailing from the inner universe and 3 from the demon realm," Goku replied, sharing in his son's lament as he reflected on such stark disparities in strength. Trunks turned to his father, only to find Vegeta lost in contemplation, his eyes closed and leaning against the wall. There were 12 individuals identified as Super Saiyans, and judging by this distribution of strength, it was evident that the power of the inner universe far surpassed that of the outer universe. "It seems our world is still quite weak," Trunks sighed. "Moreover, I sense those Super Saiyans are not exerting themselves. Their energy remains stable at a certain level," OOB added, voicing his observations. "That is indeed true. The participants have not shown their full potential. Perhaps the true battle will unfold during the rematch," Goku pondered. aware of more than those present and hesitating to disclose the identity of the Super Saiyans. After all, he understood that as relatives of the Saiyan lineage, the abilities of the Super Saiyans should be comparable to his own, making their ascension to Super Saiyan form quite plausible. However, it was peculiar that although 12 participants from the demon realm were supposed to compete, only 8 had taken the stage. Father, could this be related to the previous incident? Gohan inquired. Indeed, Goku nodded, curious about the situation. He was well aware that, given the nature of their injuries, even without healing machines, they would recover in 5 to 6 days, and such beings would not require prolonged recuperation. Indeed, the demon who attacked me was not present. But the other 2 observers are now among the 3, Vegeta interjected, sharing Goku's confusion. Are those 2 the ones known as the Demon King and the Sorcerer? Goten recalled the fierce battles they had witnessed recently, feeling a chill as he surmised that their strength appeared comparable to that of Baby the Giant Ape. Vegeta slightly nodded, acknowledging that had he not achieved an earlier boost in power, he would not stand a chance against them. With Vegeta's confirmation, Goten and Trunks felt a mix of emotions. Today's first update. Please support us with recommendations and collections. They had trained relentlessly over the past few days, yet their power was merely around 50 trillion, rendering them utterly defenseless against such opponents. Goku nodded in agreement. Throughout these days of combat, I've sensed a connection between that sorcerer and Frieza, but I cannot ascertain his identity. But Frieza's race, Shun-Ti, belonged to the demon realm, right? Gohan questioned. Correct. It's merely a feeling, Goku replied. Leaning against the wall, his gaze distant and contemplative, the atmosphere fell into silence once more, until a sudden sound of a door opening caused everyone present to glance toward the familiar figure that had just arrived. Striding in with an agile gait was a deity from the outer universe, Pakas. He seemed aware of the confusion among the attendees and smiled, stating, "Perhaps I can clarify some matters regarding the sorcerer and the demon realm." His words took everyone by surprise, and Goku and the others exchanged wary glances. With Vegeta instinctively preparing for defense, they were well aware that some individuals in the universe possessed the ability to read minds, allowing them to delve into the thoughts of their opponents. It seems I may have been presumptuous. For that, I sincerely apologize. I have some important matters to discuss with you all, so please forgive me for reading your thoughts. Pakas acknowledged his abruptness, adjusting his demeanor to convey sincerity. You truly understand these matters? Goku regarded Pakas skeptically, noting the absence of any malevolent aura from him. Yes, I possess greater insight into the demon realm than even Lord Kaioshin, Pakas declared, his assertion resonating like a thunderclap. No one dared to interject, recognizing that Pakas was poised to provide crucial explanations. Indeed, the Frieza race does not belong to the demon realm. However, one must understand that if a person sells their soul to the devil, they can become part of the demon realm. That individual clad in black is such a person. However, there is one issue. I cannot ascertain the identity of this black-clad individual, and above the sorcerer and demon king, there exist 2 other figures, he added. Vegeta noticed Pakas's gaze linger on him and quickly grasped the nature of the inquiry, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, the 2 who attacked you earlier are indeed 2 of the 12 esteemed rulers of the demon realm, namely the sorcerer Minky and the demon king Yanzis. While the Frieza race member you encountered is merely a newly appointed sorcerer. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power. Frieza's son, Kuririn 2, 12 sorcerers. The group was taken aback. Having learned from Goku about the existence of 7 major demon beasts in the demon realm, but now they were confronted with the concept of 12 sorcerers. What hierarchy exists within the demon realm? What about the 7 killer demons? OOB was the first to inquire, as among those present, he was second only to Goku in sensing energy. On the day of Goku's return, OOB had sensed an overwhelming demonic presence not far from his location. However, shortly thereafter, that presence vanished, replaced by 2 slightly weaker demonic beasts, who were now confirmed to be 12 sorcerers. This prompted OOB to recall the existence of that formidable demon and bring up the 7 killer demons. 7 killer demons? It appears Lord Kaioshin has shared some insights with you. Pakas, initially surprised, quickly regained his composure and continued. The 12 sorcerers rank below the 7 killer demons. In ancient times, the 7 killer demons ruled the entire demon realm after the demon lord, but following the relentless battles between the demon realm and the outer world, both the 7 killer demons and the 12 sorcerers retreated. Thus, is the leadership now in the hands of the demon realm king? Goku inquired about Dubra. Oh, so you are acquainted with Dubra? Yes, he was indeed the demon realm king, but that was a millennium ago. He was controlled by a demon sorcerer named Babidi and became his subordinate. It is said that over 20 years ago, he was killed by a demon named Bu. At the mention of the demon Bu, the expressions of the group subtly shifted, while Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing glances at OOB, who seemed somewhat restless. The current Demon Realm King is likely that black-clad individual, but do not underestimate them. Their power far surpasses that of Dubra. Pakaz was unaware of the underlying intricacies as he solemnly introduced the existence of the Demon King. We are all familiar with this, as the event transpired on our Earth, where we triumphed over Bu, Trunks remarked with a hint of amusement. The speaker's casual tone struck a chord with Trunks, causing Pakaz to tremble in astonishment, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the figures before him. Could it be that you were the legendary Saiyans? Pakaz finally grasped the situation, his surprise evident. Indeed. We are Saiyans, Goten responded with a smile. Pakaz shifted his gaze, noticing Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan nodding in affirmation. At that moment, Pakaz felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he assessed the individuals before him. Observing Goku's casually swaying tail, he took a deep breath and, after a brief silence, remarked, "Ah, is that so? Then the matter can be settled easily. I can divulge everything to you." What does everything refer to? Goku inquired. Pakaz looked at Goku and stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the deity of the Egg Galaxy in the Southern Galaxy, as you all are already aware. And my domain includes the entrance to the Demon Realm. There are 3 such locations, one of which is guarded by the deity Starred. And the last one is the god defeated by that cloaked figure today." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, their expressions turning pale. Even Vegeta's eyes widened with a glimmer of sharp insight. After closing his eyes for a moment, Pakaz continued, "Our mission is to oversee the activities of the Demon Realm and to safeguard its entrances and exits, preventing any chaos from spilling over. We heed no one but the Kais, and due to our duty to protect our territory, we were unable to eliminate Butte during that battle. We could only rely on you to fight." "Then why is the Demon Realm allowed to participate in this tournament?" Vegeta asked. "This tournament is universal in nature. Even the Demon Realm possesses such rights. Furthermore, there is a peculiar phenomenon. As the tournament approaches, the defenses at the Demon Realm entrance weaken, allowing powerful figures from the Demon Realm to escape and join the competition." "What do you mean by the weakening of defenses?" Goku queried, his expression one of skepticism. "Indeed. The defense power can be described as a sealing barrier, one that has existed since ancient times, said to be sealed by the Super Saiyans. We merely need to channel our energy annually to maintain its existence." "A barrier? Super Saiyans?" The group gasped collectively. "Yes, however, the current situation is somewhat unusual. The demonic powers have significantly increased overnight. You have sensed Gister's power, have you not? His original strength was a mere 50 trillion. Yet now what? His strength surged to such an extent? What is going on?" Goten pressed on, intrigued. "I am uncertain, but I can feel an immensely powerful dark force emanating from a distant realm, growing exponentially. I believe this dark power resonates with the demons, resulting in their enhanced strength. What is this powerful dark force, and why have I not sensed it?" Goku realized the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired. "The dispersion of that power is gradual, so you may not perceive its spread quickly, while we are tasked with monitoring the demon realm, making our sensitivity to power the most acute in the universe." Silence enveloped the group as they contemplated the unknown adversary with trepidation. "The cloaked figure you mentioned was the first to enter the demon realm after the barrier weakened, and we discovered that he soon became the ruler of that realm. He is a formidable foe." After a brief pause, he closed his eyes again and sighed. "These are all the insights I possess, and I sincerely hope that you Saiyans can lend us your strength to vanquish the demon realm." "Yes, we will prevail," Trunks asserted, clenching his fist. However, Gohan was deep in thought, remaining silent. Noticing Gohan's demeanor, Pakaz stepped closer and said, "Mr. Gohan, would you accompany me for a moment outside?" "Huh." The unexpected request caught everyone off guard. All eyes turned to Gohan, who hesitated before responding, "Sure." As they walked, Pakaz paused to gaze at the luminous full moon, which also existed here, and remarked, "Ah, it's a full moon again. By the way, I've heard that during a full moon, you Saiyans gain strength and transform into gigantic apes. Is that correct?" Gohan, following closely behind, stopped to admire the moon and replied, "Yes, but only Saiyans with tails can transform." "Oh, is that so? I've heard that your Saiyan nature is combative and somewhat ruthless. Is that accurate?" "It can be somewhat violent," Gohan admitted, unaware of Pakaz's intentions. But your heart is kind. I can see that your aspirations lean towards peace. In your world, you do not wish to fight because you fear losing something precious. Am I right? Pakaz turned to Gohan with a smile. Realizing that his thoughts had been discerned so directly, Gohan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Pakaz continued, however, Gohan, you must understand that what is lost in battle is often less than what is gained. Why? Because if we do not fight, what we lose can never be reclaimed. Yet if you fight and emerge victorious, a future of peace awaits, bringing the greatest happiness to all, for the future must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Gohan was taken aback, staring blankly at Pakaz, for it was the first time he had heard someone speak of battle as the beginning of happiness. Gohan, open your heart. You must awaken your slumbering power. A peaceful future requires your strength. Pakaz empathized, taking a deep breath and placing his right hand on Gohan's shoulder, smiling warmly as he said, you must do your utmost to protect everything around you. Moreover, the burden of the future does not rest solely on your shoulders. Others also depend on your strength, do you understand? In that moment, a ray of warmth pierced Gohan's heart, igniting his spirit and opening a pathway to a different world. Yes, Gohan replied, his smile reflecting newfound clarity. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power. The Son of Frisia, Lily, 3. In another chamber, my lord. What are your thoughts on tomorrow's battle? The Demon Realm warrior Gister knelt, one hand pressed to the ground. Oh, you are already aware? The cloaked figure relaxed his grip, letting the papers fall to the ground, settling into his seat. Yes. However, my lord, this opponent is no ordinary foe. His power far surpasses that of today's deity, Gister said, a hint of concern in his voice. Please allow me to confront him first and defeat him. No, there is no need for that. In my view, you cannot win against him. He is indeed a formidable opponent, and I do not wish for you to jeopardize our plans with recklessness. But, my lord, although Gist responded in such a manner, he clenched his fists in discontent. Gist, you must comprehend that our master has decreed that there must be at least 2 individuals from our realm to advance to the finals. I and the Demon King can largely secure this opportunity, yet you must also be vigilant regarding Mingjia and Yinsi, for they too wish to stir up trouble. Therefore, I cannot permit any further errors on your part. Only then will our plans proceed as intended. The cloaked figure understood the sentiments of his subordinate, but continued to analyze the situation candidly. Indeed, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall take my leave now, my lord. Gist stood and exited the room. In that instant, the chamber fell into silence, the atmosphere growing ominous. The cloaked figure remaining within finally removed his mask, yet the moonlight obscured his features. However, it was evident that he was smiling, his piercing gaze fixated on the document strewn on the floor, which clearly contained information about Pakaz. As time swiftly passed, the final day of the preliminaries arrived, and half of the matches had already concluded. The advancing contenders included SDA and Gist, while the current battle on the arena was between the cloaked figure and Pakaz. After a rapid and intense exchange, the combat arena had been significantly ravaged. The 2 combatants stood 20 meters apart, locked in a silent gaze. Pakaz felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him and attempted to inquire, who are you, and why have you succumbed to the demon race, becoming the Demon Realm's sorcerer? The cloaked figure chuckled softly, playfully tapping his nose, and retorted, is it truly necessary to divulge that to you? Pakaz's brow furrowed, recognizing the vaguely familiar voice echoing in his ears, yet both remained silent, their eyes fixed on one another, seeking the opportune moment to strike. In an instant, both vanished from sight, leaving only the debris at their previous positions swirling towards the center of the arena. Suddenly, they reappeared in the middle, their elbows colliding with tremendous force. The impact generated a colossal shockwave, compressing the arena and forming a 2-meter-wide crater, causing tremors in the vicinity. The 2 then engaged in close combat, their attacks and defenses unleashing waves of energy, echoing throughout the arena. In a fleeting moment of oversight from the cloaked figure, Pakaz launched an energy blast towards him, but the cloaked figure swiftly evaded the attack, propelling himself away from Pakaz. Seeing the cloaked figure accelerating, Pakaz quickened his own offensive, unleashing energy blasts from both hands. Just as the cloaked figure ceased his retreat, he found himself confronted by 2 energy blasts, which he caught with both hands. With a forceful grip, he neutralized the blasts, looking up at Pakaz with a wicked grin. The onlookers were astounded, Pakaz included. But he quickly regained his composure and relentlessly fired energy blasts at the cloaked figure, who chose not to evade but instead countered with swift hand movements, dissipating each blast in a cloud of dust that enveloped him. Realizing the moment had arrived, Pakaz darted towards the cloaked figure, plunging into the dust and raising his fist to strike. Yet, he miscalculated. The cloaked figure executed a powerful kick, catching Pakaz off guard and striking him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the arena floor, which yielded to the impact and cracked under the force. The shockwave reverberated through the venue, causing it to tremble as if in an earthquake. Pakaz quickly leapt from the crater, only to immediately bend down to evade another attack, as the cloaked figure was right behind him, his right fist already unleashed. In dodging the blow, Pakaz retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at the cloaked figure's abdomen. But the cloaked figure swiftly parried the attack with his left hand, though the sheer force caused him to stagger back, his expression darkening. At the same time, the cloaked figure extended a finger towards Pakaz, and in an instant, a blinding flash erupted, moving at a speed far surpassing that of Pakaz's energy blasts. Realizing the imminent danger, Pakaz hastily attempted to evade with a somersault, but the cloaked figure seized the opportunity to amplify his attack, unleashing a barrage of lightspeed strikes while Pakaz continued to flip and dodge. Watching from the sidelines, Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta widened their eyes in astonishment, with Vegeta trembling in fury, stuttering, it's him, it's Frieza's technique. Indeed, the speed of this energy attack surpassed that of others, reminiscent of Frieza's techniques used on Namek. Gohan discerned the details and, slightly bewildered, spoke up. Goten observed Gohan and Vegeta with a sense of helplessness, but soon turned to the arena, exclaiming loudly, "Look!" Indeed, the battle on the arena escalated, their speeds reaching new heights, to the extent that even Goten and Trunks could only vaguely perceive their strikes. In a moment, Pakaz leaped high, completely evading the cloaked figure's energy attack. The cloaked figure halted his assault, then vanished, reappearing beside Pakaz, and they resumed their close-quarters combat. However, Pakaz had significantly enhanced his power, thus outpacing the cloaked figure. His punch landed squarely on the cloaked figure's mask, shattering it, and sending him tumbling off the arena, his back turned to Pakaz. Seizing the opportunity presented by the cloaked figure's momentary vulnerability, Pakaz dove towards him. Yet, the cloaked figure remained eerily still, merely aligning his index and middle fingers, a yellow glow emanating from their tips, while his left foot subtly pivoted to the right. Goku, recognizing the cloaked figure's stance, felt a surge of dread. Pakaz, momentarily stunned, sensed danger and attempted to react, but was already a moment too late. The cloaked figure's body spun violently, his right hand slicing upward, releasing a golden arc of energy that arced towards Pakaz. "What is that?" Pakaz gasped, turning to see behind him. In his frantic attempt to evade, he merely sustained a superficial cut to his face, but the aftermath was catastrophic. Several planets erupted simultaneously in brilliant explosions. The blinding light eclipsed the sun, engulfing the arena, which suffered severe damage as the audience stands were torn apart, and the diamond arena itself was cleaved, leaving smooth, elongated fissures that instilled terror. Boom. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar shook the entire competition venue, as the severed section collapsed to the ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air, causing the earth itself to tremble alarmingly. Ha ha ha, what a splendid display of fireworks. Are you frightened, so-called deity? Ha ha ha, yet I have not even exerted myself fully. The cloaked figure mocked, gazing at the dazed Pakaz with cruel delight. What kind of technique is that? The power is limited, yet the destructive capability and speed are astounding. Gohan was taken aback. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, while Goten, Trunks, and OOB felt their hearts race in trepidation. It must be Frieza's technique. Goku also detected the anomaly. Frieza again? Vegeta's anger intensified. Indeed, during my battle with him, he had once employed this technique to effortlessly cleave planet Namek in twain. Goku, too, felt a pang of fear. Cursed demon, how dare you wreak such havoc? I shall bring you down. Pakaz, with fists clenched in fury, drew blood from his hands. Crimson droplets dripping onto the arena, as if heralding an ominous portent. But you must possess the strength to defeat me. Before your downfall. Allow me to reveal my true form, for it is time to declare war upon someone. Ha ha. The figure cloaked in black chuckled softly, gradually removing his dark garb to unveil a body of purple and blue hues, discarding the tattered half of his mask, which landed on the arena with a dull thud. At the moment the mask hit the ground, Goku, Gohan and Vegeta inhaled sharply, a cold sweat breaking out over them. For what stood before them was none other than Frieza, a being whose stature eclipsed Frieza's, possessing power that surpassed him by far. The figure chuckled darkly, his laughter echoing ominously as he declared, "Indeed, I am Frieza's son, and my name is Lily. The beautiful universe, we have returned. Ha ha." After a fit of mad laughter that stirred the very forces of nature, he turned to face Goku, declaring with grandiosity, "Our era shall soon dawn again, Son Goku." Chapter 29, The Revenge Plan, The Shadowy Manipulator, Part 1. In the gloomy underworld, a nauseating laughter resonated, all too familiar. Who else but Frieza could it belong to? He beamed with pride, watching his son effortlessly vanquish some of the most formidable deities in the universe, a clear testament to the supremacy of the Frieza lineage. Hee. I never expected it to truly be Lily. With such combat prowess, you shall easily defeat those detestable Saiyan monkeys. Frieza exclaimed, clenching his fists, his eyes narrowing with malice. Beside him, Cell observed Frieza's rudeness but chose silence, turning his attention to the flickering screen above, pondering, is this truly the son of Frieza, Lily? But how can his power be so immense? This is 100-fold stronger than what Frieza claimed. No, it seems even beyond that. What could have transpired to cause this? The azure-skinned baby watched the recent battle with a shiver, having realized that Lily's power now eclipsed his own. And he sensed that the strength had yet to be fully revealed. The long-haired Super 17 crossed his arms, expression unmoving as he gazed at the screen. Upon hearing Frieza's self-satisfied remarks, he furrowed his brow and remarked coldly, truly, like father, like son, Mr. Frieza. What? Though Frieza was naive, he was no fool. He was clearly enraged by Super 17's mockery, yet could only spit out a furious retort, indignantly expressing his discontent. After all, he was acutely aware that he was no match for 17. Despite his rage causing veins to bulge, he clenched his fists and glared, gritting his teeth. 17. Disinclined to engage, replied calmly, indeed, your son possesses tremendous power, but you must also understand that the monkey's strength is not to be underestimated. For he is still not yet a mere opponent in his Super Saiyan 4 state. He gestured with his thumb toward the Super Saiyan 1 Goku, subtly indicating the latter's formidable might. With Goku's triumphant return, the world could not harbor secrets, and many in the underworld were now aware of the warrior's resurgence. Particularly those former adversaries who were keenly attuned to any news regarding Goku. Thus, in this moment, Frieza grasped 17's implication, his fury gradually subsiding. Yet, he turned away, eyes still glinting with confusion. Is this truly Lily now? It cannot be mistaken. But how can his power be at such a level? According to previous comparisons, he should not be this strong. What in the outside world has transpired? Cursed this damned hell. As Frieza contemplated, he cast a sidelong glance at the imposing figure of King Yama, who held dominion over life and death, yet lacked any power of his own. Listening to their exchange, King Yama propped his chin on his hand, sighing inwardly. These individuals are truly bothersome. Always discussing battle situations. Why can't they simply observe like the Super One Dragon? Such a nuisance. Could the power I sensed merely be an illusion? Indeed, no one paid much heed to the Super One Dragon, who remained as still as a statue, replaying Lily's previous battle in his mind, contemplating deeply. Transition to the Divine Realm. Witnessing the recent heated battle, the onlookers erupted with cheers, even the Grand Kai bellowing encouragement for Pakas. However, feeling the skeptical gazes upon him, he flushed and straightened his posture, clearing his throat to disguise his embarrassment. Yet, another individual bore a different sentiment, trembling slightly, for he had heard Lily's words. This individual was the North Kai. At this moment, the North Kai's body quivered instinctively, his expression grave as he recalled events from years past. Is this truly Lily? How has he returned? I remember he vanished from the North Galaxy after the Cellar incident, and his power has increased tremendously. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Oh, the South Kai, noticing the North Kai's trembling form, inquired with a sly grin, North Kai, what troubles you? Do you know this fellow named Lily? To be so frightened, how dramatic. Interrupted by the question, the North Kai gathered his thoughts, hearing the mockery, yet refraining from the usual retort. He lowered his head slightly and murmured, yes, I know Lily. He is of the Frieza lineage, the very son of the Demon King Frieza. Initially expecting a formidable opponent, the South Kai scoffed upon realizing Lily was merely a descendant of Frieza, his disdain growing. Nevertheless, he feigned interest, saying, oh, so that's how it is. He is a descendant of Frieza? No wonder he is so powerful. The South Kai emphasized the word powerful. pretending to ponder while stroking his chin and glancing at the side dish of rib rice. He added, however, his strength pales in comparison to rib rice. Given his speed, what? Before the South Kai could boast further, rib rice, having overheard the conversation, was taken aback, feeling a surge of shame as he stammered, "No, my lord, it is not like that. The two fighters in the match, their power far exceeds mine. South Kai, you must realize that the gravity of their arena is 1,000 times that of here." As if struck by Lily's battle prowess, rib rice now broke into a cold sweat. "Oh, just 1,000 times," exclaimed the South Kai. "What madness! 11,000 times." The South Supreme Kai, terrified, gaped in shock, nearly toppling from his seat. Chapter 29. The Revenge Plan and the Puppet Master Behind the Scenes. Part 2. I apologize, but I must verify something. Dear readers, if you genuinely enjoy this Dragon Ball narrative, please log into your account and bookmark this book, leaving a comment within the next 3 days. The current view count of this novel has surpassed 100,000, yet the number of bookmarks remains a mere 50. This discrepancy strikes me as unusual, and thus I seek to confirm its authenticity. Previous TL friends are kindly asked not to manipulate the data or comment for the time being, as I require genuine statistics. Should you perceive me as deceiving you, feel free to remove this book from your shelves come Monday. I wish to ascertain the true metrics of this story over the next 3 days and dispel a troubling suspicion that lingers in my mind. Thank you all. The North Supreme Kai, consumed by his thoughts, recalled fragments of Lily's past, his expression darkening as he spoke. Lily's power far surpasses that of Frisia in his prime. Upon his birth, his combat power was already at 1 million. By the age of 10, he had eclipsed his father's strength. Boasting a staggering 600 million in battle power, Frisia was merely 500 million. However, after his father's defeat, he intended to seek vengeance on Earth, only to discover through the Cell Games that Goku and his allies had long surpassed him, with Gohan already attaining the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Realizing he could not conquer Gohan at that time, he vanished without a trace from the North Galaxy, leaving no further information behind. The South Supreme Kai listened intently. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, yet a hint of doubt lingered in his expression. At this juncture, as the North Supreme Kai grappled with the whims of fate, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He gazed skyward, contemplating, but who would have imagined he would return as a formidable avenger? What will Goku do now? Ah, there is no need for your concern, North Kai. A voice, both aged and commanding, resonated within the North Supreme Kai's mind, jolting him to attention. He immediately turned to gaze at the immovable Grand Kai, bewildered. You've heard about Goku, haven't you? He has managed to breach the barriers of both internal and external universes with sheer force. It is evident that Goku's strength has reached unprecedented heights, in my estimation. He has surpassed the one-star dragon. What? The North Supreme Kai, initially startled by such a proclamation, felt a surge of excitement overcome his skepticism. Goku's power has truly reached such heights? He has surpassed the Super One-Star Dragon? Indeed, he is significantly stronger. The Saiyans are truly remarkable. The Grand Kai continued to observe the match, furrowing his brow as he noted Pakka's was at a disadvantage. Let us entrust the battle to Goku. We should relish this grand duel that has unfolded over millennia. Yes, the North Supreme Kai subdued his overwhelming joy, responding with a sense of deference. Returning to the battlefield, haha, what troubles you, esteemed god? Lily's eyes narrowed as she cast a sidelong glance at Pakka's, her cold gaze sending shivers down his spine. How infuriating. Pakka's, filled with rage, stood on the arena, shaking with fury, and abruptly raised his head. His eyes wide with anger as he directed his fierce gaze at Lily, unleashing an overwhelming force that swept across the arena. Lily, unfazed, exhaled softly, forming a counterstorm that completely neutralized Pakka's attack. What's wrong? Is your only means of retaliation this anger? Your current strength pales in comparison to mine. You would do well to exert yourself. Otherwise, you shall face utter defeat, for I will not show you any mercy. Witnessing his own might being so easily dismissed, Pakka's complexion turned slightly pale, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to make a decisive move. Is that so? If that is the case, then let it be as you wish. Pakka's clenched his fists tightly, positioning them in front of his head, his gaze fixated on Lily. An astonishing aura began to envelop him, manifesting as a misty radiance that flickered and coalesced, a faint golden flame erupting from his being. With a downward sweep of his hands, that flame surged outward, causing the arena to tremble violently, cracking as if multiple demonic hands reached out in all directions, embodying a sense of destruction. What? Goten. Witnessing Pakka's seemingly engulfed in flames, was shaken by the waves of force, his expression one of shock. Such immense power. Trunks, equally taken aback, found it hard to believe the reality before him, mumbling, his power is nearly half that of Super Saiyan 4, 100 trillion. Even Gohan and Vegeta fell silent. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, finally grasping the true magnitude of the universe beyond their own. Yet Goku remained largely unfazed, his focus unwaveringly locked onto Lily. A subtle unease stirring within him. Oh, is this truly your genuine strength? Quite impressive, indeed, stronger than I anticipated. Lily tilted her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Clearly mocking. Pakkas detected an underlying issue in Lily's words, but pressed on. You are merely posturing, Lily. Oh, is that so? Yet, you are mistaken. My power far exceeds what you see. To be frank, I am not yet at my final form. I possess 2 more transformations. Lily chuckled, raising 2 fingers and deliberately elevating her tone, casting a sidelong glance at Goku as if to challenge him. Indeed, the spectators were left in awe. Even Frieza in the underworld fell into a state of disbelief. Surprising, isn't it? Perhaps none of you expected this turn of events, but I shall allow you to witness it. Lily clenched her fist, preparing to unleash her power. Now, behold what true terror looks like. In an instant, Lily tightened her grip, her arm muscles bulging as a purplish-blue radiance enveloped her, her physique swelling as angular protrusions emerged, reminiscent of Gula. Yet with an additional 30 centimeters of sharp angles at her elbows and knees. At that moment, those who sensed her power were left pale, as beneath the purplish-blue aura, Goku faintly detected a strange black flame, sending a shiver of trepidation through him at the sheer might of her mysterious force. The Grand Kai, too, widened his eyes. His brows furrowed as a grave seriousness settled on his face. As power expanded, the atmospheric pressure shifted accordingly. In an instant, a violet-blue radiance erupted violently, generating a formidable shockwave that shattered the arena, fissures radiating outward, the destruction far surpassing that of Pakkas. The audience felt a constriction in their breathing amidst the altered pressure. Stunned or terrified, they gazed at Lily, who seemed to be fully equipped for battle, erasing any remnants of his previously endearing demeanor. Yet Pakkas remained fixated on him. Both adversaries stood still, each searching for the opportune moment to strike, rendering the venue eerily silent. Apart from the peculiar expressions of Goku and the Great King, Gohan and Vegeta were the most affected, for compared to the Frieza of yesteryear, Lily now exuded an incomprehensible terror. The sinister aura emanating from him, coupled with the anticipation of his next transformation, hinted that his power might eclipse their own. It seemed a tacit understanding existed between the 2 combatants, as if they were aware of the fleeting moment when an attack would be unleashed. Ultimately, Lily seized the initiative, his eyes widening as 2 beams of light erupted from them. Pakkas reacted swiftly, dodging to the left while simultaneously launching a ki blast at Lily. However, the 2 beams pierced through the arena, creating 2 gaping black holes. As the ki blast approached, Lily remained unfazed, nonchalantly tilting his head upward and releasing another beam from his eyes to collide with the ki blast. In that explosive moment, both fighters vanished from sight. Waves of shock reverberating through the air as their movements accelerated in a blur, engaged in a fierce melee far surpassing previous skirmishes. Eventually, Pakkas capitalized on a brief opening, launching a teal ki blast toward a gap in Lily's defense. Yet Lily, displaying remarkable reflexes, effortlessly evaded the attack, causing the ki blast to explode upon impact with the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing across half the arena's visibility. However, Lily did not leap to escape the obscurity. Instead, he stood there, smiling. Was there not a trace of fear? Lily's confidence soared beyond measure, leading one to question whether his strength truly surpassed that of Pakkas. Everything seemed devoid of a definitive conclusion, yet Lily's audacity was striking. Had his power already dictated the outcome? It might be said that this battle had long since lost its significance, as the forces of darkness were anything but simple. The future had become an uncertain variable. Chapter 29, The Revenge Plan, The Manipulator Behind the Scenes, Part 3, Lily's confidence exceeded everyone's expectations. Yet whether he genuinely possessed such capital remained a mystery. Nonetheless, it was evident that Goku and Vegeta wore troubled expressions, their brows furrowed with concern. Meanwhile, Pakkas would not forsake this golden opportunity. He continued the assault, diving rapidly toward Lily. In an instant, dust swirled as Pakkas positioned himself before Lily, aiming to land a punch to his abdomen. Yet, to Pakkas's astonishment, Lily's fist had already arrived at his right cheek, prompting a hurried evasion that caused Pakkas to abruptly halt, struggling to regain his balance, only for Lily's fist to strike once more, right before him. Startled, Pakaz bent forward, attempting to leverage his imbalance by kicking upward, aiming to land a hook kick on Lily's chin. However, Lily swiftly countered, grasping Pakaz's foot firmly and yanking him forward, delivering a left hook to his face. In that moment, Pakaz was taken aback, realizing the imminent danger. He crossed his arms in front of his face just as a tremendous impact resonated throughout the venue, scattering dust in the air. Apologies, but I must verify something. If readers genuinely enjoy this Dragon Ball narrative, please log in within 3 days to bookmark this book and leave a comment. The current view count of this novel exceeds 100,000, yet the number of bookmarks stands at a mere 50, which seems anomalous. Hence, I seek verification. Previous TL friends should refrain from inflating data or commenting for now, as I require authentic statistics. If anyone believes I am deceiving you, feel free to remove this book from your shelf on Monday. Over the next 3 days, I wish to ascertain the true metrics of this story and address a troubling suspicion. Thank you. Seizing the moment, Pakaz swiftly spun his body, breaking free from Lily's grip while unleashing another ki blast. To evade, Lily leaped upward, ascending swiftly to a height of 30 meters, gazing down at the dust cloud on the arena until it fully dissipated. The venue fell into silence. Note, the previous battle transpired within a second. Most spectators were oblivious to the events that had unfolded, save for those capable of sensing ki to discover the true nature of the conflict. After 5 seconds, the dust settled, revealing Pakaz standing at the center of the arena, looking up at Lily in astonishment. How can you sense ki? He questioned. Lily chuckled lightly. Oh, it's ki. A splendid combat technique, wouldn't you agree? Its sensitivity far surpasses that of the eyes. My master has mentioned this too. Master? Your master? The crowd was once again shaken, for they had not anticipated that Lily had an even greater backing behind the demon world. The great king, however, was not overly surprised by this revelation, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a profound intensity as he scrutinized Lily's every change. Pakaz and Goku simultaneously conjured images of that so-called infinite dark power. Who was this enigmatic figure? Without further ado, Pakaz, my warm-up match has concluded. Now I shall plunge you into utter despair. Lily floated lightly upward, tilting forward, then diving straight down like a dart toward Pakaz, his speed greatly amplified. An ethereal figure glided toward him. With ample time, Pakaz leaped back, narrowly avoiding Lily's punch that struck the arena floor, creating a crater measuring 8 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. Yet, Pakaz soon sensed danger as Lily had instantaneously reappeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to Pakaz's abdomen, forcing blood from his lips and contorting his expression in agony. Nonetheless, before being sent reeling, Pakaz attempted to retaliate with a punch aimed at Lily's face, but he was a step too late. Lily's fist was already poised, unleashing a ki blast that propelled Pakaz backward, sending him crashing to the arena's edge, where a tremendous explosion sent dust billowing once more, obliterating a corner of the arena into nothingness. As the dust settled, Pakaz was seen half-kneeling on the arena floor, one hand bracing himself, blood dripping from his mouth, his gaze vacant, panting for breath, his clothing in tatters, and his abdomen and chest severely injured. Gohan, witnessing this, trembled with rage, his clenched fists twisting the metal railing into thin wire, his hair shimmering as it began to turn golden. Upon realizing the situation, Wukong approached and placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Gohan turned to see Wukong shaking his head in resignation, which conveyed a deeper understanding, prompting him to close his eyes. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks were oblivious to Lily's attack, rendered silent and withdrawn. Ha ha ha, who would have thought your life is quite resilient? Even with only half of my strength, I am unable to vanquish you, Lily mocked, her arms crossed over her chest as she observed the battered Pakaz. Pakaz widened his eyes in shock, bracing himself against Lily's pressure attack, feeling a heavy sensation in his chest, as if he might cough up blood. He glared at Lily, still panting. Yet, in a fleeting moment of calm, Pakaz vanished from sight, leaving only the debris around him flying forward, with no trace left behind. Humph, Lily scoffed, extending her right hand to seize Pakaz's left foot as he attempted to kick her face. With a swift motion, she hurled him high into the air and vanished from sight. In an instant, she reappeared beneath Pakaz, striking him squarely in the abdomen with her head. Fortunately, he activated his defensive aura just in time, preventing his abdomen from being pierced, but he was still launched back into the sky, regaining his balance mid-ascent. Pakaz was suddenly aware of Lily appearing behind him, pressing her hand against his back and unleashing a powerful energy blast that exploded against him, propelling him to the ground. Now off balance, Pakaz found himself sprawled on the platform, barely propping himself up with one hand. As he raised his head slightly, he saw Lily standing before him. With no time to defend himself, Lily delivered a fierce kick to Pakaz's head, sending him flying in an arc. In that moment, Lily, like a specter, glided beside him, delivering a crushing punch to his abdomen that pushed him toward the edge of the platform. However, Lily ceased her assault, her gaze shifting momentarily as she pondered before stating, "Forget it. I have no desire to kill you right now, as I have no wish to engage with that guy." She gestured behind her with her thumb, her intentions clear. Then, Lily pressed her two fingers together, which startled many onlookers. In an instant, she made a swift downward motion, causing a purple halo to appear and quickly vanish. Afterward, she turned and walked away as if nothing had changed. Pakaz stood there, stunned, having failed to witness the movement of the halo. The speed of the strike was simply too swift. The light flashed and disappeared into the ground. As if nothing had transpired, yet the menacing aura of destruction lingered, as though he had been struck down. However, he remained unscathed, and as the crowd gasped in shock, the edge of the platform suddenly collapsed, causing Pakaz to plummet below. Confusion and awe washed over him. It became clear that Lily had merely severed the platform, creating a smooth, terrifying cut that instilled fear in those who beheld it. The ground below bore the mark of that dreadful slice, seemingly bottomless and leading to the abyss. In that moment, Lily emerged victorious. In the second battle of gods and demons, she demonstrated the overwhelming strength of the demon race's resurgence. Opinions varied on the outcome. While the righteous rejoiced that Pakaz had not been slain, Lily had already vanished from the platform, and Gister, who had been seated nearby, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 29, The Revenge Plan, The Puppet Master Behind the Scenes Part 4, the match between Pakaz and Lily had concluded, leading to a series of subsequent battles that lacked noteworthy opponents. Thus, Wukong and the others accompanied Star to escort Pakaz to the infirmary. Gohan remained silent in a corner, exuding an air of helplessness, a chilling aura surrounding him. Noticing Gohan's despondence, Star approached and softly spoke. Perhaps he has long known he was no match for Lily and accepted his fate. That is why he shared everything he knew with you. Star placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Gohan looked at Star, yet remained silent. Wukong and Vegeta, having overheard Star's words, also turned their attention to him. Star continued, "Last night, the tournament provided participants with information about today's opponents. Upon learning that Lily was his adversary, Pakaz fell silent for an extended period before going for a walk. When he returned, I noticed a hopeful smile on his face. He told me we would surely prevail because of your assistance as Saiyans. He also shared many stories about you. How did you come to know me?" Gohan inquired. "Oh, it was Lord Kaioshin who informed us. He mentioned that Saiyans would be competing in this tournament. We initially had no idea it was you. By chance, Pakaz discovered your identities last night, and he told us about your dormant powers, the unfathomable strength you exhibited during the battle against Cell and against Bu." Star explained to Gohan. Everyone was taken aback, Gohan included. "I apologize, but I must verify something. If the readers genuinely enjoy this Dragon Ball story, please log in and bookmark this book within the next 3 days and leave a comment. This novel has surpassed 100,000 clicks, yet only has 50 bookmarks, which seems abnormal. Therefore, I need to confirm this. Previous TL friends should refrain from artificially inflating the data and commenting for now, as I am in urgent need of authentic statistics. If anyone believes I am deceiving them, feel free to remove this book from your shelf on Monday. Over the next 3 days, I wish to ascertain the genuine data of this book and verify a troubling suspicion. Thank you all. Gohan, Pakaz is much like you, too, is a lover of peace. The difference lies in that Pakaz uses his strength to protect that peace, giving his all to safeguard everything around him, while you seem to harbor a desire to escape, waiting for peace to arrive. That is why he hoped you could awaken your slumbering power to protect the universe's tranquility." At those words, Gohan felt a tremor within, recalling Pakaz's words from the previous night, and in that instant, he saw the sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, finally grasping the essence of the opposing ideology, which only fueled his anger toward the malevolent forces. Wukong had been observing Gohan's demeanor and sensed the shift in his mindset, offering a relieved smile as he approached, nodding gently at Gohan. In the underworld, Frieza was in a fit of rage. He watched the recent battle, his veins bulging with anger. "Damn it. Lily, why didn't you just eliminate that guy named Pakaz? What an idiot. Idiot. Idiot." The long-suffering King Yama finally erupted. His patience worn thin, he slammed his fist on the table, shouting at Frieza, "What are you making all that noise for? Frieza, can you just behave and watch quietly?" Breathless, he plopped heavily back into his seat. The crowd was momentarily startled. The king of hell was not one to be trifled with, and thus, Frisia obediently fell silent. After a brief silence, Frisia stammered, "Why is he so foolish? He has squandered a splendid opportunity." Standing nearby, Siru overheard this and, growing impatient, retorted, "Did you not understand what your son just said?" He mimicked a gesture, pointing behind him. What could that possibly mean? Frisia pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Could it be Gohan?" As soon as he spoke, he halted, cold sweat breaking out on his brow, swallowing hard as he sensed the king's sidelong gaze, accompanied by a chilling smile that sent shivers down his spine. Damn it! This behemoth! Frisia was clearly unwilling to submit to the authority of the king, his anger manifesting in clenched fists, yet his mind was concocting other schemes. Baby observed the unfolding conflict and quietly turned away, departing with a disdainful smirk. "What about it, Mr. Siru? Do you have a plan?" Frisia suddenly halted his arrogant stride, turning back to regard the contemplative Siru. Are you suggesting that the moment for rebellion has finally arrived?" Siru lifted his gaze to meet Frisia's, a smile of agreement illuminating his face. "Indeed, this is the perfect opportunity, wouldn't you agree? We have endured for far too long. It is high time we resist." Frisia spread his arms wide, illustrating the vastness of his ambition. "Yes, I do have such intentions, but..." Frisia's tone shifted. "That king has our lives in his hands. If we do not eliminate him swiftly, we risk total annihilation." Siru crossed his arms, casting a glance towards the distant throne of the king. "I am aware of that, which is why we must collaborate. We need to seize the initiative to control the situation. At that moment, the entire underworld and the realm of the gods will be under our dominion, and then Goku and his companions will no longer escape our grasp." Frisia raised his right index finger, analyzing his strategy. That sounds promising, but will the heavenly realm be so easily subdued? There are formidable beings there as well. Can we truly triumph solely with our strength? Sira questioned Frisia, voicing his doubts. Frisia was momentarily at a loss, his brow furrowing as he considered the implications. While Ribrian was not a powerful opponent, the vastness of the universe posed uncertainties. Deities like Pakaz and Stana, who might approach the Super Saiyan 4 level, could very well exist. However, it was equally plausible that there were other gods with combat prowess exceeding even a fraction of Super Saiyan 4. Under such circumstances, their chance of victory remained dim. Sira fell silent, understanding the answer reflected in Frisia's expression, and resignedly closed his eyes. "Oh, so you share the sentiment as well, Siru?" Frisia's voice suddenly resonated, and in an instant, Baby materialized before them. "Baby." Both were taken aback by his presence. "I have heard your conversation, and I share your viewpoint. It is indeed time for a counterattack. The moment to reclaim our sovereignty has arrived." Baby clenched his fists, his body trembling with anticipation. However, Frisia interjected, but Baby interrupted. "Are you referring to those obstacles?" With a dismissive wave of his right index finger, he continued, after ample time for growth. "My power has nearly reached half of the Super Saiyan level. This means those gods pose no threat whatsoever. I am absolutely confident in my ability to defeat them. I merely require your cooperation in other matters. What say you?" Siru and Frisia fell into silence, but their greedy gazes revealed their alignment with Baby. At that moment, another voice echoed from behind them. "Oh, have you forgotten my involvement? After all, I am not one to be easily underestimated." The trio turned abruptly, still smiling at the newcomer, who was none other than Super 17. "So, shall we embark on a monumental endeavor? Let us together exact revenge on those detestable Saiyans." Super 17 halted, hands on his hips, narrowing his eyes to affirm his intent. "Indeed," the three responded in unison, their lips curling into smirks as they cast disdainful glances towards the throne of the king, the desire for battle and domination swelling within them. Thus, a new chapter of hellish conflict was set to commence. Chapter 30, preliminary round completed. The universe's top 64 amidst the desolate expanse of the desert. Gusts of wind stirred up clouds of dust, the remnants of earth exuding the sin of summer, while the oppressive heat hung thick in the air, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, two figures were seen moving, their forms gradually approaching, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. The malevolent aura seemed to devour the surrounding energy of the world. Such beings could only be Lily and Gister. Gister trailed closely behind Lily, sharing the same mysterious dark energy, yet he seemed unconcerned about his own growing power, his expression marked by confusion and frustration. Suddenly, he halted, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "My Lord Lily, I do not understand. Why did you not kill Pakaz just now?" It was clearly an opportune moment. Lily maintained a barely perceptible smile, seemingly unfazed by Gister's inquiry, continuing her forward march, though her slightly furrowed brow betrayed her momentary silence. Gister, unsatisfied with the lack of an answer, sprinted ahead to obstruct her path. My lord Lily, what is the meaning of this? I cannot comprehend why you did not act when the opportunity was so ripe for establishing our dominion over the demon realm. Oh, is that so? Lily paused. After a moment of silence, she teasingly replied, then what about the tasks assigned to Mingjia and Yans? Hearing Lily's insinuation, Gister quickly pieced together the implications. However, given the current state of injuries suffered by Mingjia and Yans, he felt there was no need for his lord to be so indirect, which still left him puzzled. Sensing Gister's confusion, Lily decided to clarify, shifting her previously relaxed demeanor to reveal the most crucial reason, which was encapsulated in a single name. Son, Gohan. Gohan. Gister clenched his fist, disbelief washing over his face. What power does Gohan possess that would make you, my lord Lily, so wary of him? Lily let out a soft sigh, then looked up, dismissing the other's assertion. The situation is not so simple. Gister, you simply have not noticed. Just as I was about to kill Pakaz, my murderous intent began to spread, and in that very moment, I sensed an even stronger aura of killing intent arise. Though it was fleeting, I realized it belonged to Son Wukong, and his presence instilled within me a profound fear. How could this be possible? Was there such a change just now? Gister's face turned pale, his mind swirling with confusion. Unable to comprehend how the Son Wukong from the information could be such a formidable figure, Lily seemed to understand Gister's thoughts and slowly turned to continue. In my judgment, the killing intent just now was merely a momentary fluctuation of emotions. Thus, the change in aura was significant yet swift, which is why few were able to detect it. However, Son Wukong must have sensed it. If that is the case, then why has the king not acted? Gister's expression darkened, his pale face etched with puzzlement as he hastily inquired. Lily, fully aware of Gister's apprehension, merely chuckled in response. Ha, it won't be that easy. Under such circumstances, do you truly believe that Son Wukong would remain idle? You should be well aware of his strength from our previous encounter. I have no desire to engage him in battle just yet, and neither does the Dark Lord wish for such a confrontation. Additionally, remember, matters that are laborious and thankless should be left to the imbeciles, Mingjia and Yinsi. They won't be hopping around for much longer. With a wicked smile, Lily's narrowed eyes gleamed with a fierce, murderous light, her aura brimming with a palpable sense of violence. The subordinate understood. In response to the king's orders, the individuals monitoring us have been entirely eliminated, and as for our own strength, before Gister could finish, Lily coldly interrupted with a sneer. Gister, you two shall ensure they vanish from this world entirely. I do not wish for news of my transformation to reach those two fools so soon. Moreover, we must remain vigilant, for our adversaries in the demon realm are not to be trusted entirely, as advised by Lord Meluo. Ruthless, yet it is the essence of a true tyrant. After a fleeting change in his expression, Gister steadied himself. He understood that, regarding such uncertainties, even if he had to eliminate 100, not a single one could be allowed to escape. The subordinate acknowledges. By the way, the Demon King has fully recovered. Has he not? Since the day before yesterday, Lily had been largely in a state of recuperation, unaware of the extent of her companion's recovery. Yes, the Demon King regained his full strength yesterday, and due to the recent injuries, the dark power bestowed by the Dark Lord has finally begun to awaken. So the Demon King is currently engrossed in cultivation, Gister replied in detail. Chapter 30, Preliminary Round concluded. The Universe's Top 64, Part 2, another update. Is it so? It seems the Demon King is in a situation similar to mine, although we cannot yet compare to the peak strength of the 12 Law Kings. We possess the power to contend with the current forces of Mingjia and Yinsi. Lily clenched her fists tightly, slightly coalescing her dark energy. In that moment, a radius of 100 feet was enveloped in darkness, a power that, though not ostentatious, was malevolently potent, seemingly gazing down upon all living beings under an absolute authority. Splendid. It is time for those two to disappear. Upon realizing that the Demon King had also made a significant advancement, Lily began to calculate the future trajectory. Finally preparing to launch the first strike of her counterattack, Gister recognized the inherent contradictions but was acutely aware that the betrayers of the demon realm were Salro and his ilk. With the Dark Lord poised to return, he would remain loyal to the Dark Lord's plans. Thus, Lily and the Demon King were his objects of loyalty. Returning to Goku and the others, half an hour had already passed, and Pakaz was still recuperating within the healing pod. During this time, the Supreme Kai had also arrived via instant transmission, holding a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the unassuming Supreme Kai, the group still greeted him respectfully. After a nod, the Supreme Kai leaned forward, urgently inquiring of Goku, "How is Pakaz's injury? It has been half an hour, correct?" Goku furrowed his brow and nodded. His injuries are quite severe, however, given Pakaz's condition, he should fully recover within an hour. Stater noticed the document in the Supreme Kai's hand and, realizing its significance, approached and asked, "Supreme Kai, what is the status of the tournament? Has the first day's results been determined?" The Supreme Kai appeared slightly taken aback, picking up the paper to respond, "Yes. The list for the preliminary rounds has been finalized. I sincerely apologize for not being able to accompany you due to the tournament." Stater felt a warmth in his heart, hesitantly replying, "No, after all, you are the witness to this grand event, so we understand." Vegeta, sensing an undercurrent of danger from today's events, wished to confirm his suspicions and approached the Supreme Kai with a hint of arrogance, taking the document from his hand and scrutinizing the list. The powerful beings of the universe. After a moment, Vegeta handed the list to Goku, but his expression had frozen, lost in thought, aside from Lily. "I can sense that there should be 3 other formidable figures from the demon realm. Yet, I recall that Kakarot severely injured them. It should not take this long for them to recover. And then there is that dark energy." Leaning against the wall, Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku, his mind drifting back to the vivid dreamlike world he had experienced. Upon awakening, Vegeta found himself somewhat changed. The negative emotions he had harbored for years were transformed, honing his spirit, thanks to the magical fist that had facilitated a significant metamorphosis. Setting aside his inner gloom, Vegeta's strength had also surged remarkably. Though he had not truly tested his power, he could confidently assess that he was now on par with Super 17. Of course, such a transformation was closely linked to the dark energy. Yet, this enigma perplexed Vegeta. How could a Saiyan's strength be ignited by that mysterious dark energy? After conversing with Goku, the latter briefly recounted the events of the last battle against Mealuo, and both Vegeta and Goku harbored deep-seated wariness towards that dark energy. As the saying goes, there is no gain without effort. Extremes will inevitably lead to a counterbalance. After reviewing the list twice, Goku felt no abnormalities and began to distribute it among the group. However, he then noticed Ub standing silently to the side, his eyes vacant. "This?" Goku frowned, recalling how Ub had remained mute for days, burdened by unspoken thoughts. Gohan gazed at the list in his hands and noted the presence of 2 figures from the demon realm, especially clenching his fists in anger upon noticing Lily's information. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, upon reading the introductions, broke out in cold sweat, finally grasping the vastness of the world since Lily's battle had begun. Chapter 30, Preliminary Round concluded. The Universe's Top 64, Part 3, another update, seeking support. A voice reverberated within the dimly lit chamber, where the soft, ethereal glow of the moonlight illuminated the graceful forms of the surroundings. The tall, half-length glass windows filtered a tranquil light, enveloping the space in an aromatic ambience. The scent of wine wafting through. Grit held a high-heeled glass filled with crimson liquid, watching the rippling waves it created, as if attempting to decipher the enigma within. "Laika, is this all the information that the dark charm possesses?" Upon Grit's inquiry, we noticed a shadow lingering in the chamber. It was Laika, the being of azure essence. "My subordinates have failed in their duties," Laika said, perspiration trickling down his brow. He dared not meet Grit's gaze for long. Those eyes, as deep as the ocean and resembling an endless abyss, concealed the depths of their owner's soul. "Indeed, it is not your fault. For you accompanied Jinny and the others to Earth," Grit replied with a slight smile, savoring the fragrance of the wine. "It seems the affairs of the demon realm have undergone significant transformations. The void of over 20 years in Lily's history must have unfolded there. However, it is unexpected that a member of the Frisia clan would join the ranks of the demon realm. Clearly, the Frisia clan has waned since that fateful battle. Otherwise, as the royal lineage, they would not have been so easily vanquished. Your Majesty, shall we launch an offensive against the demon realm immediately?" Laika asked, his tone laced with anxiety rather than shock. "No, not yet. We lack a legitimate claim to contest the demon realm's participation rights." Grit's brow arched as if a thought had struck him, and he gestured for Laika to withdraw. As Laika observed Grit's impassive demeanor, the pressure upon him intensified. The order to retreat felt like a reprieve, and he silently vanished from sight. "Sharo, is this your plan? Do you truly believe the demon realm has deceived us? The Ancient Ones do not proclaim themselves victors merely to disdain comparisons with you, mere clowns." Grit gently rubbed his palms, causing the wine glass to shatter. the glass and liquid dissipating into nothingness as he stood proudly beneath the moon, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In another corner, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa are all right. Aren't they? Xiaofang gazed innocently at Bai Dili, her eyes wide with concern after witnessing the fierce battle unfold before her. As the scene played out in slow motion, she glanced at the silent crowd, save for Satan, who had long since ventured outside to flirt. Even the lecherous turtle hermit, shaken by the recent conflict, was aware of certain truths about Frisia from Krillin-S accounts. Thus, when he heard Li Li's audacious declarations, the seasoned sage could not help but draw deeper conclusions. By air, her brow furrowed, turned her head to face her daughter. Momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Is that so? Xiaofang murmured softly, sensing the difficulty of the answer. Falling into silence as she lowered her head, Chi-Chi approached the troubled Xiaofang, gently stroking her granddaughter's dark hair, and smiled softly. Xiaofang, though I am uncertain of the battle's implications, you must trust your father and grandfather. Your grandfather is the strongest in the world. No, my Gohan is the mightiest. Chi-Chi defended Gohan once more, though a hint of amusement flickered at Goku's unyielding spirit. Indeed, since Goku's demise in the Cell Games, the 7 years that followed had transformed Chi-Chi. She no longer reprimanded Goku for his obsession with fighting, yet a thread of discontent lingered. Following the evil dragon incident, Chi-Chi finally comprehended that the world does not inevitably birth evil due to Goku's existence. If he refrained from fighting, the world would surely perish. And Goku's departure had led her to believe he had fallen for the third time, reshaping her perception of combat. To attain peace, one must seize it with equal or greater power. Chapter 30, Preliminary Rounds concluded. The Universe's Top 64, Part 4, Xiaofang, taken aback momentarily, observed her grandmother's unwavering confidence, a smile blossoming upon her face as she nodded affirmatively. Seated on the sofa, Bulma shared a similar sentiment, tilting her head back, for she believed her Vegeta would not yield so easily. However, Bra, possessing a keen understanding of combat, felt otherwise. She sensed numerous formidable presences, some surpassing even her confident father, thus leaving her, and by air uncertain about the future. The king and his guards watched the recent battle, bewildered, as they had never witnessed such spectacles. Yet, the king firmly believed in these fierce encounters, convinced that Goku was the savior of yore. Still, one guard remained skeptical, dismissing the battle as mere sleight of hand, muttering to himself, a genuine simpleton. In a shadowy corner, 2 figures were faintly discernible. One sat in the center while the other leaned casually against the wall, eyes closed. Suddenly, a third figure appeared, kneeling before the one in the center. What news? The central figure inquired. Have you uncovered anything? Yes, Your Highness. Just as you suspected, they have backing. They refer to another as their master. The subordinate replied, facing Jenny. Oh, is that so? It seems they indeed wish to manipulate us. However, they have chosen the wrong individuals, Jenny remarked, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Yes, Your Highness, it has come to our attention that King Grit has also grown suspicious of this matter, like who has gone to report, the subordinate said, casting a nervous glance at the imposing youth radiating authority. Oh, so my father is also concerned about this? Excellent. Your tasks for the dark charm have multiplied. Convey your findings to Lai Ke, ensuring my father is well informed, Jenny mused, surprised by his father's involvement in the demon realm affairs, though his astuteness led him to consider the implications without revealing his thoughts. Indeed, but I must ask, Your Highness, why not act directly against them, given their capabilities? The Dark Charm member questioned, perplexed. You are not yet their match. Since they have allowed you to glean so much information, they must be aware of your presence. Yet, they remain inactive. This can only imply intentionality, seeking to draw us into their scheme. Jenny analyzed the situation, dismissing his subordinate's suggestion. Such simple words, however, sent a chill down the spine of the prostrate Dark Charm member, leaving him in a state of alarm. Wretched, they have discovered our identities. The member exclaimed in panic. No, this is not your fault. Their master is no ordinary foe. While Jenny did not possess the all-seeing knowledge of Grit, he surmised that the currents ran deeper than they appeared. In that case, why not eliminate them first, Your Highness? They did not respond to this. I suspect they wish to exploit us. Thus, we, in turn, shall harness their strength to accomplish our own objectives, and see who emerges as the ultimate victor. Who truly manipulated whom? Garnery smiled knowingly, fully aware of his father's plans. Moreover, the preliminary rounds have concluded, and our scheme shall officially commence. You are to diligently fulfill your respective duties in accordance with our strategy, and let us anticipate the most formidable power in history. Abruptly recalling the tasks assigned by his father, Garnery began to disseminate this information and prepare for all contingencies. Yes, the shadowy member responded respectfully, his voice trembling slightly before he vanished into thin air. Zack, what is your opinion on this incident? Garnery asked, turning to the ever-unchanging Zack. I have no interest in how the king plans. I shall execute as instructed, Zack replied, slowly opening his eyes. Beneath his enchanting aura lay an undeniable sense of solitude and desolation. What do you think of the abilities of the denizens of the demon realm? Garnery inquired, seemingly guessing Zack's initial response yet still smiling as he posed the second question. Except for the one who departed abruptly, I could eliminate the others within mere moments. Zack, disinclined to engage in further conversation, anticipated Garnery's desire to ask more and chose to leave the scene, stirring a gentle breeze in his wake. Is that so? Garnery regarded the icy demeanor of Zack, unable to suppress a resigned smile. He could not muster any dissatisfaction towards Zack's arrogant demeanor, for Zack possessed the strength that commanded his submission. In this world, the might of one's fist determines superiority. Chapter 31, The Eve of Battle, The Decision of the Future, 1. The crimson glow of dusk illuminated Goku's face, casting a radiant red hue upon his fair complexion. Yet, Goku remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the distant sun, appearing somewhat dazed. Dad, what's wrong? Gohan noticed Goku's trance and approached him with concern. Oh! Goku exclaimed in surprise, turning to see Gohan, and his previously stern expression transformed into a cheerful smile. Haha, it's nothing, he said, gently patting Gohan's shoulder a few times. Though Gohan recognized his father's forced merriment, he understood Goku's sentiments. The laughter lacked its customary lightness, humor, and hope. Dad, Gohan ventured. Sensing Goku's unease, his brow slightly furrowed, yet his quiet voice failed to break Goku's reverie. Now, Goku, having momentarily smiled, adopted a serious demeanor, turning to gaze out the window at the scenery. Gohan, that sunset is truly beautiful. Isn't it? Gohan replied, yes, although his eyes bore a tinge of melancholy. As he looked at Goku, he refrained from probing further, for it was the first time he sensed his father's deep concern for their adversary, feeling powerless to assist. Due to Goku's failure to articulate the matters concerning the demon realm, even Vegeta remained unaware of Melro's true combat prowess. In this state of ignorance, Gohan and the others could not comprehend Goku's plight. Goku stared vacantly at the sunset, unknowingly slipping into deep thought, recalling the words spoken by Pakaz after his awakening 2 days prior. Flashback. After an hour and a half of treatment, Pakaz finally recovered completely, and everyone gathered around him. However, a prolonged silence enveloped them. After about half an hour, Pakaz gathered his energy and, seeing everyone lost in thought, spoke first. He closed his eyes tightly, his hands trembling slightly as he said, "The nightmare is about to begin. The forces of evil will once again spread throughout the universe." The group remained unfazed by his words, maintaining their silence. Pakaz then slowly opened his eyes, though his gaze appeared somewhat vacant as he continued. The forces of evil have undergone a further transformation. During his sweeping glance, Pakaz noticed a subtle change in Goku's expression and slightly turned his head to hint at him. Lily's power has significantly increased since the emergence of that dark energy. He has become a different entity. This revelation astonished everyone present, including Goku, who looked at Pakaz with disbelief. You know Lily? Vegeta stepped forward, his face hardening with intensity. Yes, I fought him once, but that was 7 months ago. Pakaz, aware of the history between Frieza and the Saiyans, also sensed Vegeta's emotional shift through his telepathy. After taking a calming breath, he continued, at that time, he attempted to forcibly enter the demon realm, but thanks to the sealing barrier, I was able to thwart him. Leading to our confrontation, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he pressed urgently, what exactly happened? Pakaz? Can you clarify? Vegeta's hands gripped Pakaz's shoulders, his anxious demeanor betraying his intense curiosity. Observing Vegeta's fervent reaction, Pakaz was momentarily taken aback but soon grasped the gravity of the situation, continuing, I do not know the specifics, but it was peculiar. Lily was desperate to enter the demon realm, relentlessly attacking despite knowing he was no match for me. Yet, during our battle, his power continued to escalate. Ultimately, I had to increase my strength to defeat him quickly, fearing the collateral damage would reach the barrier. Following that encounter, he vanished for over 2 months. Chapter 31. The Eve of Battle. The Decision of the Future, 2. This revelation stunned everyone, including Sid and the Supreme Kai, who had never heard of such an event. At that time, did Lily exhibit any mysterious dark energy? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion over the truth of the matter. Goku, however, reflected on the timeline, pondering this happened 5 months ago? The most terrifying aspect was that 2 months later, Lily reappeared, attempting to enter the demon realm, and this time, his power far surpassed the previous encounter. Even though the strength of the barrier had diminished, it required an astounding 100 trillion units of power to breach it, yet he shattered it effortlessly. Moreover, his power has only escalated since then. My combat capability against him indicates an increase of 1,000 times compared to our first encounter. This transformation occurred within a mere 2 months. 2 months. The group was once again overwhelmed with shock. Goten and Trunks widened their eyes in alarm, genuinely beginning to grasp the encroaching darkness of the future, for their enemy's strength must surely exceed Lily's, potentially rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, upon hearing the words, silently turned away, leaning against the wall, exhaling a resigned sigh before shutting his eyes once more. However, those present could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. The recent ambush by Lily, coupled with past grievances, left Vegeta struggling to contain his simmering fury. Yet, this also instilled a sense of caution within him. The chance for another transformation that Lily spoke of now eluded his grasp. For the events of the battle revealed that Pakis too was ensnared in the web of confusion. Indeed, he could vanquish Lily in her 4th form, but compared to her 5th form, he remained an enigma, leaving him to ponder the identity of the figure lurking behind her. With a heavy heart, Vegeta could only sigh in resignation. Gohan stood speechless, equally enveloped in silence. King Kai and Starred were left in disbelief, their eyes wide open in astonishment. Goku, on the other hand, broke into a cold sweat, beads of perspiration trickling from his temple, yet his mind was fixated on the enigma of what transpired 5 months prior. This oppressive silence lingered for 2 minutes until Pakis spoke again. I believe this dark energy stems from a profoundly malevolent force within the universe. For I first encountered that astounding power precisely 5 months ago. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation, and Goku trembled in sheer horror. King Kai, returning to his senses, asked in a panic, could it be the very matter you previously mentioned? That increasingly potent evil force? Goku, bewildered, pressed further, do you, Lord Kai, also know of this? Indeed, replied King Kai, his voice tinged with regret. 5 months ago, as I received the news, you were engaged in battle with Super 17. Subsequently, the evil dragon ensnared the Earth, which prevented me from sharing this information with you. Is that so? But that doesn't add up. We battled Super 17 just over 4 months ago, Gohan interjected, puzzled. Precisely. It was during your fight with Baby that Pakis began to sense that dark energy growing ever stronger. King Kai looked at Goku intently. Was it during my battle with Baby? Goku pondered, his expression grave. Back then, we naively believed that this dark power would eventually cease to grow, yet it appears to be unfathomably deep. By the time we arrived here, its strength had already surpassed 100 trillion. Starred added, his tone somber. We attempted to eradicate it, but astonishingly, it managed to absorb our energies, continually augmenting its evil might. Starred's expression darkened as he spoke. What, then, awaits in the future? The Lord of the Demon Realm has returned, heralding the rise of darkness as merely a matter of time. Who is this enigmatic force? And to what extent will it amplify? Pakis clenched his fists, his hollow gaze fixated on Goku. Goku, sensing the weight of that despondent look, felt a surge of anxiety. Just who was their opponent? Vegeta remained silent against the wall, and upon hearing Pakis's words, he understood the profound darkness that lay ahead. Questioning the current stage of his own power and that of his adversary, Goten and Trunks truly felt the arduous path that awaited them. They had ventured outside, engaging in mutual combat to enhance their limited abilities. The immense gravity weighed heavily upon them, and without transformations, they found themselves utterly exhausted, breathless from years of indulgence and neglect of their training. Chapter 31, The Eve of Battle, Decisions for the Future, Part 3, Father, tomorrow marks the semifinals. It is time to inform everyone to gather at the arena for the finals. Journey entered and addressed Grit. Grit turned at the sound. Yes. The tournament is about to commence in earnest. Let us notify all semifinalists to assemble here tomorrow for the competition. With a commanding gesture, Grit issued the order, then turned back with a smile, glancing at the data displayed above. Your Majesty, shall we proceed as planned? Clack inquired from the side. Indeed. Let us witness this once-in-a-million-year strongest tournament. Anticipate the ultimate battle of this world. Brick gazed at the colossal computer screen, still smiling. The finals shall commence? Zack slowly closed his eyes. Mother, tomorrow is the day of Father and Grandpa's battle. I truly wish to witness their fight live. Xiao Feng leaned against the window, gazing at the immense planet glowing against the night sky, the site of the competition. Beside her, Byra also approached the window, her gaze fixed on the grand celestial body, her eyes reflecting endless melancholy. She gently placed her hand on Xiao Feng's head. Indeed, but you need not worry. You must have faith in your father and grandfather. Yes. Xiao Feng replied cheerfully, yet a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes, betraying her awareness that her mother's words were but a comforting balm. For those who could sense the energy of their adversary, it was clear that their opponents were no ordinary foes. Xiao Feng, let us step outside for a moment. Beulah approached, taking Xiao Feng's hand and leading her out. Xiao Feng, momentarily taken aback, followed Beulah outside, turning back to say, Mother, we're just stepping outside. Byra watched their departing figures, her brow slightly furrowed, before she turned her gaze back to the competitive planet, lost in contemplation. The night outside was clear, the stars twinkling brilliantly, and the massive planet loomed directly above, illuminated by the sun, with the great moon adding to the enchanting scene. The bright moonlight transformed the night into a soft glow, allowing the features of those nearby to be discernible from 20 meters away. The two girls flew in silence for a while, unknowingly arriving at the beach, now deserted, save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore. Finally breaking the silence, Beulah halted her steps, her expression profound. Xiao Feng, you feel it too, don't you? Xiao Feng hesitated before stopping. Yes, indeed. The power of our opponents far exceeds that of Gohan and my father. Beulah remarked helplessly. Yes, but there is still Grandpa, Xiao Feng said, her voice tinged with tension as she seemed to reject certain thoughts. Indeed, Uncle Goku possessed immeasurable strength, yet the adversary remained an unknown quantity. Just 3 days prior, they sensed a sudden surge in someone's power, a force that mirrored the mysterious dark energy they had felt from across the sea last time. Beulah pointed towards the sea's opposite shore, then slowly lowered her hand. Xiao Feng ceased her chatter and bowed her head, her fingers fidgeting in a display of discontent. Yet, with a defiant lift of her chin, Xiao Feng declared in a resolute tone that is not the case. Grandpa always said they would return victorious. They will surely overcome their adversaries, won't they? Turning her gaze towards Beulah, she sought affirmation in her eyes. Beulah, initially taken aback, gradually regained her composure, her wide eyes narrowing as hope emerged within her. With a gentle smile, she replied, Yes, they will certainly achieve victory. Indeed, Xiao Feng echoed, her voice brimming with conviction and optimism. Just as the two basked in their hopeful camaraderie, fate played its cruel hand. They sensed two ominous forces approaching from afar, exuding a malevolence that filled them with dread. The strength of these entities surpassed their own, and in a panic, Beulah gestured for Xiao Feng to stifle her energy and seek refuge behind cover. Time seemed to crawl in the ensuing silence as the two girls anxiously concealed themselves behind a beech tree. The closer the presence drew, the more familiar and repugnant it felt, intensifying their fear. Fortunately, their target seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing on their path without hesitation. In a fleeting moment, Beulah discerned a device in one of their hands, while the other appeared to clutch 2 pills. Chapter 31, The Eve of Battle, Decisions of the Future, Part 4, Guided by Instinct, Beulah emerged, closing her eyes to center herself as she reached out with her energy to sense the direction of their flight. In an instant, terror gripped her, her pupils constricting as a chilling realization washed over her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Xiao Feng, unable to fathom the source of her fear, instinctively followed suit, her expression mirroring Beulah's growing dread as she too slumped to the ground. For in that direction lay 2 even more potent and horrifying energies. The same formidable force they had sensed earlier, albeit diminished. Is it them? Xiao Feng stuttered, trembling as she recognized the aura akin to that of the assailants who had targeted Vegeta. Xiao Feng, remain calm. You must relay this information to my mother immediately, and have it conveyed to Uncle Wukong as swiftly as possible, Beulah urged, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Me? But, Beulah, you. Despite her fear, Xiao Feng's judgment remained intact, and she insisted urgently. Beulah's eyes flickered with a glint of resolve as she addressed the frightened Xiao Feng. Yes, I must investigate. You should return. Xiao Feng, momentarily jolted back to her senses, resolutely replied, No, I want to go too. I need to know what is happening. No. Beulah exclaimed as she prepared to take flight, only to be halted by Xiao Fang's small hand gripping her wrist, compelling her to stay put. Beulah gazed into Xiao Fang's determined eyes, unable to shake the girl's conviction. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, then ascended into the sky, tracing the path of the two energies like a streak of light against the cosmos. Receiving Beulah's consent, Xiao Fang swiftly followed, soon keeping pace with her companion. The two enigmatic figures continued their flight, unaware of the girls trailing them, oblivious to the encroaching presence. Suddenly, the device in one figure's hand emitted a signal, its needle shifting slightly before locking onto a fixed direction. The duo exchanged cold glances, their expressions betraying a hint of annoyance as they sensed the girl's pursuit. "It seems we have company," one remarked. "Yes, indeed. But their power is negligible. They pose no threat. Let us eliminate them," the other responded with a sinister grin. "Why not make a game of it? Let us see who can dispatch them the quickest," the first suggested playfully. "Very well. Prepare yourselves," came the reply. And both began to channel their energy in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Beulah sensed something amiss and halted, signaling Xiao Fang to do the same. Thoughts raced through her mind. Could they have detected us? No, they shouldn't be able to sense our energy. Could it be a detector? One of the figures remarked, observing the device's readings. "Their energy levels are shifting." "Really? How disappointing. Have they discovered us?" Yet their speed remains unchanged, and their trajectory seems unaffected. Perhaps they're merely passing by. "Then let us disregard them and return to seek out King Mingjia," the other concluded, recalling the strict efficiency demanded by their master, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. In mutual agreement, the two figures resumed their journey, allowing Beulah and Xiao Fang to narrowly evade a perilous encounter. As the two monstrous figures traversed the skies, a rift suddenly tore open before them, from which emerged a shadowy figure cloaked in dark flames, instantly freezing the air around them. The two figures, resembling jesters, paled in shock, preparing to retreat when an ominous voice echoed within their minds. "Are you in a hurry to deliver the secret medicine to Mingjia and Yanxi?" The dark figure was none other than the Demon King spoken of by Lily and Gister, the Demon King. The two creatures, paralyzed with fear, widened their eyes in horror, gasping for breath. "Oh, you know I am your true master. But traitors must be punished," the dark figure declared with a cruel smile. A surge of crimson energy sweeping through the air, obliterating countless phantoms in an instant. Before they could utter a sound, the two monsters were cleaved in two, the lingering crimson light reflecting their azure and violet blood, silently concluding their existence. The execution was swift, an unfathomable speed terminating their lives. Lily's hunch was correct. Shalu indeed acted as expected. "In that case, I shan't hesitate to send you down the path to ruin, Mingjia and Yanxi." The dark figure sneered. "Sigerians, how foolish you are. Before long, you will realize the cruelty of this world. What will your expressions be when you discover that this grand tournament is merely a ruse? Your demise is imminent." The figure in black dissipated the constraints of its own strength and once again tore through the void to conceal itself within. However, beneath the ground, less than 100 feet away, two petite silhouettes trembled in fright, their jade-like faces devoid of blood, pale to the point of terror. They clutched their mouths tightly, fearing that even their breaths might betray their presence. These two were none other than Xiao Fang and Beulah, who had stealthily followed, concealing their auras. To their astonishment, they overheard secrets that should not have reached their ears. Unbeknownst to them, the figure in black had deliberately spared them. They were yet unaware that the ensuing chaos was merely the prelude to an impending storm. Chapter 32, The First Battle, The Defeat of Oob, Part 1. As the night sky unfolded, two beams of light streaked rapidly across, causing the previously tranquil sea to rise in towering waves. Those two were Xiao Fang and Beulah, their urgency and fear palpable. "What happened? Why haven't they returned yet? It's been an hour," Bibi exclaimed anxiously, pacing and glancing outside intermittently. "Is there really any cause for concern?" Chi-Chi replied calmly, cradling a teacup. "Indeed, Bibi, you needn't fret. Xiao Fang is quite formidable," Satan interjected, playfully throwing a few punches. "After all, she is the granddaughter of my esteemed Mr. Satan." Buma, seated nearby, added, "Yes. There is no need for worry. Beulah is with her. They are not children anymore. It's perfectly normal for them to return late from their adventures." "That may be true, but I still can't help but worry," Bibi responded. "You needn't be concerned, Bibi. They will return shortly. They are on their way back now," the turtle hermit said with a half-smile, engrossed in a book, which, in reality, contained snapshots of beach beauties he had secretly taken. Oh, is that so? Bibi sensed a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, Xiaofang and Beulah were approaching. Her demeanor began to soften. The old turtle must have sensed their energy, though Bibi's perception was not as keen due to the distance and her distracted focus. What will tomorrow bring? Goku stood by the window, gazing at the night sky, musing. I wonder how Xiaofang and the others are faring. Dad, Grit sent a message. He said we need to go to the control room for the tournament tomorrow. Gohan rushed over. Oh, is there anything else? We don't go directly to the arena? Goku asked, looking at Gohan with curiosity. Yes. They mentioned that the semi-final arena is in a different location, so we need to gather at the control room first and then proceed to the semi-final venue, Gohan explained. Bardock, who had been silent with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Gohan's words, propping himself up with one hand and gradually rising. I see. Then there is no problem. Let us all focus on fighting, Goku declared, shaking his fist with excitement overshadowing any nerves. Yes, Gohan replied, relieved to see his father in good spirits. Goku glanced around. Goten and Durgaz had succumbed to exhaustion from their training and were sprawled on the floor, while Oob remained silent, his gaze vacant and his mind seemingly clouded. This stirred a sense of unease within Goku, prompting a troubling thought. What has happened to Oob? Two radiant arcs of light diminished before the onlookers, as Xiaofang and Beulah dashed into the house, breathless from their swift flight. Upon entry, Xiaofang exclaimed in alarm. Something terrible has happened, Mom. We are all in danger. Her delicate hands gripped Bibi's arm tightly. Bibi, relieved to see her daughter return, was taken aback by her words. Bewildered, Beulah, catching her breath, rushed forward and said to Bulma, Mom, we are in trouble. There is a conspiracy surrounding this tournament. Her eyes were filled with urgency as she looked at her mother. Bulma, startled by their words, remained silent, turning to stare blankly at Chi-Chi. The turtle hermit and Satan were equally perplexed, while Chi-Chi clutched her teacup, her expression uncertain. What is going on? Bibi asked, concerned for Xiaofang. Mom, this tournament is fraught with hidden agendas. Someone is plotting to annihilate all of us Saiyans. Xiaofang replied in a panic. Are you joking? Xiaofang, who would want to kill you? Satan scoffed bravely, and Bibi affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, chuckling. That's impossible. No, it's true. Grandpa Satan. They plan to exterminate the warriors here in 4 days, aiming to eradicate us Saiyans. Xiaofang insisted, her tone firm, looking at a skeptical Satan with urgency and a hint of anger. Everyone turned their attention to Xiaofang, gradually grasping the gravity of the situation, especially as Beulah wore a similarly troubled expression. What exactly is happening? The turtle hermit asked, realizing the severity, his hands slipping, causing his book and the photos within to fall, panic evident in his voice. We don't know the specifics. We just overheard while we were out that someone is planning to eliminate us Saiyans, Beulah explained, glancing at the turtle hermit. Amidst the lingering confusion, Beulah recounted Xiaofang's experiences, and by the end, everyone understood the potential horror of the situation. What should we do? Satan asked in a flurry, trembling in fear. Chi-Chi and Bibi were similarly unsettled. Therefore, we must inform Grandpa and Dad as soon as possible, Xiaofang declared, fists clenched. Yes, as long as Goku is around. We need not fear anything, Chi-Chi said, striving to compose herself, raising her fist confidently. Beulah, Xiaofang, even though I don't fully understand what is happening. How do we communicate this to Goku and the others? Bulma posed a question. Silence enveloped the room. Ah, wait. Can we not use the radar to send a message to Uncle Goku? Beulah asked eagerly. At this, everyone's expressions brightened momentarily. No, it's impossible, as we have no knowledge of the radar frequencies on that planet or its reception positions, so that Plan 1T work, Bulma replied gravely. What now? Do we have any other options? Chi-Chi inquired, frowning at Bulma. Everyone remained quiet. Even the old turtle wore a serious expression. Energy. Yes, energy, Xiaofang suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We can amplify our energy to alert Grandpa and Dad to the situation, giving us a chance to inform them. It is not feasible. Such an approach is also inadequate. After all, our energy levels are too low, and with so many formidable figures present among my father and his companions, our energy cannot serve as a warning. They remain oblivious to it, Bulma murmured. Yet, this statement weighed heavily on the spirits of all present. There is no other way, though our energy may be lacking. If Goku could be a tad more observant, he might sense something. Our only hope lies in this. We have no alternative. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses and replied meaningfully. Indeed, Bulma echoed in agreement. Chapter 32, The First Battle, The Defeated Ub, Part 2. The deadline had arrived, and the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the land below. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill, yet an ominous atmosphere permeated the air, imparting an intangible sense of oppression. The battle was about to commence. The competitors for the semifinals had gathered, and they had arrived at the arena for the matches. The arena before them was unlike the previous one. It was, to be precise, a vast square pit. The base measured a square with sides of 1,000 meters and a depth of 200 meters. Its rugged artistic walls evoking a sense of solemnity in the face of combat. The spectators were astonished by such an arena. But what astonished them even more was the peculiar gravitational force present here, which was significantly greater than that of the previous arena used in the preliminaries. Goten and Trunks had already transformed into Super Saiyans due to the overwhelming pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that this is our semi-final arena. The gravity here, as you all know, is 100 times greater than that of the preliminary arena. Moreover, its defensive capabilities exceed those of the previous arena by a staggering 1,000 times. This means that the defensive strength here is the strongest in the universe. And thus our martial arts tournament is also the most formidable in existence. Grid appeared instantly at the center of the arena, declaring loudly. The Supreme Kai stood nearby, visibly struggling with the immense gravitational force. Suddenly, the entire edge of the arena erupted with excitement, and simultaneously, cheers resonated across every planet in the inner universe. Ignited by the elevation of the martial arts tournament, at this moment, Grid unexpectedly extended a finger and gestured with it, summoning a colossal screen that swiftly flew into place. Facing the audience, Grid instructed, "Please observe closely. The fighting order of the contestants has been arranged. Today, tomorrow, and the day after will feature 16 matches each, with a rest day on the 4th day, followed by 8 matches on the 5th day, culminating in the final 7 matches on the last day. Therefore, everyone, prepare yourselves for battle. The rules state that if one party surrenders or falls incapacitated, the other party must cease their attacks. Failure to do so will result in disqualification." The crowd eagerly sought their match times and opponents, displaying a mixture of excitement and concern, while Vegeta was particularly thrilled. For he would battle Goku on the 5th day. None of his previous opponents instilled any worry in him, yet Goku's strength was undeniable. Goku, too, was exhilarated, gazing at Vegeta, for their rivalry was about to rekindle. While observing Vegeta, Goku inadvertently caught sight of Ub beside him. Ub stared at the massive screen with an odd expression, his dark, robust physique trembling slightly, yet his demeanor remained vacant. Goku followed his gaze, puzzled by the screen. "What? The opening match? It is Ub against Lily." Goku was taken aback by such an arrangement. Slowly turning his head to look at the expressionless Ub, his heart growing heavy. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccin, and Sta all noticed the arrangement, equally startled by the situation that had unfolded in the opening match. It seemed as though someone was orchestrating all of this intentionally. After a brief silence of 3 minutes, the Supreme Kai announced loudly from above, "Now, let the Universe Martial Arts Tournament semifinals commence." The cheers erupted once more. As his words faded, a familiar figure appeared beneath the arena, and it was Lily, now in his 4th form. He lifted his head, gazing coldly at up above, intent on eliminating him. A sly smile crept across his lips. Ub also locked his gaze on Lily, aware that victory was unlikely, yet as a warrior, he still relished the thrill of battle. The muscles beneath his vest rippled as he clenched his fists, generating a gust of wind as he instantaneously appeared at the arena's base. Lily crossed his arms over his chest, casting a sideways glance at Ub, arrogantly declaring, "I've heard you are a powerful warrior and the disciple of that monkey, is that right? So you truly should perish." "Enough with the trivialities, Lily, let us commence our battle," Ub replied cautiously, assuming a fighting stance. Upon hearing the declaration of war, Lily raised his eyebrows in surprise, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, indeed. Let the battle commence." Lily then slowly spread his arms, and as they fully extended, he suddenly accelerated, vanishing from the arena. Ub remained still, merely observing the front. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Indeed, Lily had reappeared right before him, a mere half-meter away, his right hand slicing towards Ub with the sharp edge of his elbow. Ub recognized the movement and quickly flipped his upper body backward, aligning himself parallel to the ground, narrowly evading the sharp strike. In that fleeting moment, Ub leveraged the rebound force to kick upward at Lily's chin, but Lily was faster, lowering his head just before Ub's foot could connect. unleashing two beams of light from his fearsome eyes aimed at obliterating Ub's foot. Ub sensed the imminent danger. Yet his action could not be halted midway. In that instant, his hands met the ground, and he quickly devised a plan. Using both hands to pivot forcefully on the ground, propelling his body backward while his left foot narrowly dodged the explosive beams. Dust was kicked up from the ground. As Ub halted his rotation, he swiftly moved backward, while Lily charged through the dust cloud, rapidly closing the distance to Ub. Seizing the opportunity, Ub clasped his hands together, similar to the Kamehameha stance, and unleashed a ki blast aimed at Lily. A mere trifle, Lily shouted, effortlessly swatting away the ki blast with his left hand. Due to the gravity, the blast soared beyond the arena, crashing harmlessly into the ground, which remained largely unscathed. Seeing his gravity-based assault yield no significant threat, Ub increased his speed, vanishing from view, prompting Lily to smirk slightly as he too enhanced his speed, disappearing from sight. Your speed is too slow. Lily suddenly materialized before Ub, his left hand pressing against Ub's abdomen. He smiled again, and the energy in his left hand surged and concentrated. Ub's eyes widened in terror at the sight. Indeed, in that brief moment, Ub's expression shifted dramatically, yet instinctively. He clenched his hands tightly, letting out a cry of despair. In an instant, a blinding white light emanated from Obu's position, the force of which propelled Lily over 20 meters away. As she landed, Lily grasped the ground to increase her resistance, creating an arc as she came to a halt. What is happening? Lily paused, gazing at Obu before her, and thought, so, he has activated his shield in an instant. But the power from just now is vastly superior to what I see now. She rose, looking at Obu, and remarked, I must commend you. It appears you are of the instant enhancement type, capable of gathering energy in a flash. I shall not hold back any longer, or I too shall suffer. Obu, encased within his shield, remained silent. Goku observed the recent developments, sensing something amiss with Ubu's energy. It felt peculiar. Beside him, Vegeta furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 32. First Battle. Obu's Defeat. Part 3. Lily contemplated. My master has warned us not to underestimate Obu, and cautioned against provoking him too much. What could this mean? Regardless, winning is all that matters. She extended her right hand forward, her long fingers pointing at Obu. With a swift motion, she unleashed a rapid energy blast. Ubu dodged quickly, but the energy strike reached him first, puncturing 2 holes in his shield. Ubu, startled by the breach, thought, if I were to be struck directly, the consequences would be dire. Yet Lily showed no mercy. She extended her left hand and unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. Ubu, now gripped by fear, frantically evaded the strikes, but the relentless barrage shattered his shield. He gradually retreated towards the wall, where the energy blasts detonated, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the area. Lily ceased her assault, closing her eyes to regain her composure. All right, I've evaded Lily's attacks. Now it's time to counterattack, Trunks declared triumphantly. Yes, Ubu is doing well, Goten chimed in. However, Gohan remained silent, lost in thought, contemplating other matters. No, this won't do. I cannot evade Lily's attacks. She can sense energy now, Goku stated, his gaze fixed on the battle. Indeed, Lily is far more terrifying than Frieza. Pakaz recalled his previous encounter with Lily, realizing his earlier mistake of attacking her amidst dust, which had backfired. Vegeta, Gohan, and Stada nodded in agreement, while Goten and Trunks were left stunned by their revelation, having previously believed this strategy could lead to victory over Lily. What is the situation, Xiaofang? Any updates? Master Roshi inquired eagerly, observing the exhausted Xiaofang. No, it's still ineffective. I've released all my energy, yet Grandpa still cannot sense me, Xiaofang replied, collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily. Still ineffective? What should we do? Chi-Chi asked, leaning closer. Bulla approached, saying, we can sense that the rematch has begun. It seems that mysterious figures are battling Ubu. What? Is this true? Satan asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Yes, that's why our energy cannot reach Uncle Goku. Bulla added. No, I must try again. I have to make Grandpa aware, Xiaofang asserted, slowly rising with determination. Don't push yourself, Xiaofang. You've worked hard. Rest for a while, Bibi urged, supporting her weary daughter. Yes, take a break. We'll handle things from here. You've done enough, Bulma reassured her, approaching Xiaofang gently. You must have faith in us. Come on, this is futile, Lily remarked, eyeing the lingering dust. Ubu, realizing the futility of hiding, leapt from the smoke to confront the audacious Lily. In that fleeting moment, the opportunity arose. Ubu began to move, appearing beside Lily in an instant. Throwing a punch aimed at her body, but he swung at empty air, for Lily had already relocated more than 10 meters behind him, immediately following her brief appearance. Ubu also found himself behind Lily, executing a spinning kick aimed at her right shoulder. Yet, just as he was about to connect, Lily vanished once more, leaving him to strike nothing but air. After a moment of stillness, Ubu rapidly repositioned himself high above, diving down with incredible speed, his arms crossing as he aimed to strike a space below. Indeed, Lily materialized in that very spot, but she swiftly vanished again, leaving Ubu to crash down like a cannonball, sending dust billowing around him, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Ah, it seems I must truly engage in battle now," Lily declared, standing on the ground with outstretched arms as she sauntered forward. Ubu, sensing impending danger, accelerated toward Lily, intending to land a punch on her face. However, he was at a disadvantage in speed and received a crushing blow to the abdomen from Lily instead, which sent pain coursing through him. Before he could recover, Lily struck him again, this time with her other fist to his face, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding crash. 2 punches, and Ubu is already severely injured. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while Ubu, propped up by one hand, struggled to regain his footing, blood trickling from his mouth. His body battered, and his eyes half closed as he gasped for air. He lifted his head, searching for Lily, but she had vanished from sight. "What are you looking at?" A voice emerged suddenly from behind Ubu, causing him to turn in fear, his eyes widening in shock. "It is Lily." Before he could react, she swung her right hand with tremendous force, knocking him to the ground and sending him skidding across the surface for several dozen meters. Yet Lily was not finished. She leaped toward Ubu, who had not fully recovered, merely turning his head to see her approach. In that brief moment, Ubu's gaze shifted dramatically. What? Lily was momentarily paralyzed by the fear reflected in Ubu's eyes, causing her to halt her assault and retreat. Her body trembled uneasily, contemplating, what is that look? How can such a repulsive sensation exist, bringing discomfort? What power is this? Seizing the opportunity, Ubu, now revived, noticed Lily's defenses had faltered. He swiftly closed the distance, landing a punch squarely in her abdomen, catching the unprepared Lily off guard, causing her to spit out saliva and stumble several meters, clutching her midsection in agony. However, OOB did not grant him a moment's respite, engaging in close combat with relentless attacks that left Lily with no means of escape. Since Lily was not a sudden power-up type, her defensive capabilities, in a moment of relaxation, were challenging to enhance again. Consequently, Lily found herself entirely at the mercy of OOB's furious onslaught, and the pain forced her to squint one eye shut, witnessing OOB's overwhelming dominance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking victory was near, with some even beginning to cheer. However, Goku remained the exception, his brow furrowed in deep thought. All right, the final blow, OOB shouted, clenching his right fist, channeling energy into it, causing his muscles to swell, veins protruding. Yet, just as his fist was about to strike Lily's head, it inexplicably halted a mere centimeter from its target. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and OOB stood frozen, unaware of the reason behind his sudden pause. He calmed himself and inquired, "What's happening, Bu? Why have you halted my movement?" Bu, clutching his head with trembling hands, replied, I don't know. I can't control myself anymore. My body is changing, but why? Could it be that I am reverting to my original form?" Bu's last words were uttered with great intensity, beginning to lose control. Original Bu? What is that? OOB demanded, enduring excruciating pain. It is little Bu. My body is no longer under my command. It is transforming. Bu struggled to articulate, gasping for breath, eyes tightly shut. Little Bu? Who is he? OOB pressed on anxiously. Bu continued to breathe heavily, responding with difficulty. He is the most powerful, the most evil, and the most terrifying Bu. A completely irrational, destructive entity. He must never be allowed to resurrect. Panic surged through Bu as he lamented, I can't control it anymore. Listening to Bu's words, OOB sensed an intangible pressure, a feeling of fear creeping in. He stood frozen, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. Meanwhile, the onlookers cheered, attempting to rouse the dazed OOB. But his mind remained closed off, his gaze darkening. Chapter 32, The First Battle and OOB's Defeat, Part 4. The collection for the Emperor legend remains lackluster. For those who enjoy this story, kindly take a moment to log in and lend your support. It may seem trivial to you, but it is an immense help to me. In just 3 brief seconds, Lily had regained composure, boosting her energy. Observing the dazed OOB before her, she seethed with indignation, using her powerful tail to strike him sharply across the face. Then, wrapping her tail around his neck, she pulled him back forcefully, clenching her fist with bulging muscles and delivering a heavy blow to OOB's back. OOB plummeted to the ground like a meteor, the impact causing the earth to tremble violently, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Lily surveyed the dust-choked arena, refraining from further attacks. As time passed, the haze began to dissipate. Lily anticipated that OOB would be writhing in agony or unconscious, yet to her astonishment, OOB was undergoing a dramatic transformation. OOB clutched his head in torment, his body trembling violently, purple flames erupting from him as dark mist seemed to evaporate from every pore. His pupils constricted, eyes widening, gasping for breath in a series of coughs. As his eyes continued to expand, veins bulged grotesquely, and a strange light flickered within them. Simultaneously, OOB's injuries began to heal rapidly. Witnessing this transformation, Lily trembled, not from mere fear, but from a deep-seated terror, as OOB's appearance became grotesque, and his energy morphed into something powerful and repulsive. Clenching her fists, Lily felt rage and fear, yet was paralyzed by her apprehension. Moments later, OOB's transformation ceased. He lowered his hands from his head, slowly lifting it. In an instant, a tempest arose, an evil aura surging into the sky. At that moment, OOB's gaze shifted. In the darkness, his eyes glowed with a mysterious crimson hue. He glared at Lily, his nostrils flaring slightly before breaking into a silent, sinister grin, revealing sharp fangs and a ferocious demeanor. Lily, under OOB's menacing stare, was consumed by fear, her body trembling involuntarily as she subconsciously sensed danger. The intensity of his gaze was overwhelming, and the aura he exuded was utterly vile. Goku, Vegeta, and King Kai observed in horror, recognizing the familiar energy. Indeed, it belonged to that infamous entity. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks also sensed the familiarity, albeit unaware of the true identity behind it, as it felt slightly different. Even Kairatsu, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Bu sensed it, acknowledging the presence of that terrifying being, yet noting that this energy felt even stronger and more malevolent. Snapping back to reality, Lily charged at OOB in fury. However, just 2 meters away, she was violently repelled, crashing against the wall. Indeed, OOB had activated his protective shield once more, but this time, it was not white. It was a dark purple hue. OOB watched Lily, who was struggling to regain her footing, with an unsettling smile, a grin that was both eerie and menacing. Lily stood up, extending a finger to unleash her energy attack again, yet OOB made no attempt to evade. He merely continued to smile, and when her attack struck the shield, it dissipated harmlessly, leaving no trace of damage. Lily could hardly believe her eyes. She unleashed another barrage of energy, but OOB remained unfazed, his shield absorbing her assault effortlessly. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Lily felt rage boil within her. She pressed her fingers together and swiftly swiped downwards, summoning a beam of light, yet once again, nothing changed. The sturdy arena remained unscathed, and beneath OOB's shield, her light beam had no effect whatsoever. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, including Lily herself. Even the deities of the divine realm and the spirits of the underworld were taken aback, finding it utterly inconceivable. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. OOB laughed heartily, fixing his gaze on Lily before vanishing. Sensing danger, Lily darted to the right, successfully avoiding him. Yet, OOB had already taken position where she had just been, and his shield scorched the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. Before she could catch her breath, OOB's grinning visage loomed above her, inverted. As he gazed down at Lily with a toothy grin, and without uttering a word, he rammed his head forcefully into hers. With a harsh and simple impact, he sent Lily crashing against the wall. OOB provided her no respite. After the assault, he vanished again, unleashing multiple energy blasts directly toward her location, bombarding her before she could react. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. OOB's manic laughter echoed, and he fixed his gaze upon Lily once more. As Lily lay gravely injured against the wall, the shadow of Oob suddenly vanished. He, too, had realized the predicament, and thus evaded the relentless assaults with utmost speed, leaving scorched earth in his wake. Yet, Oob's velocity gradually increased, unbeknownst to him, closing the distance on Lily, who now felt an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. However, in a surprising twist, Oob halted his advance at the last moment. Lily seized a fleeting opportunity to escape, gazing at the peculiar figure of Oob. After ceasing his attacks, Oob clutched his head with both hands, his veins pulsating erratically, fingers digging into his skull, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. His obsidian eyes were wide, reflecting immense agony. Yet, contrary to his apparent suffering, his aura continued to intensify, growing increasingly malevolent. The tremendous force caused the entire arena to tremble, with loose soil cascading from the walls, suspended in midair. What on earth is happening? Lily cried out in terror, his voice a desperate roar. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the King of Worlds trembled in fear at the scene, even Goku breaking into a cold sweat. Very well, this is the only course left. Lily clenched his fists tightly, crossing them over his chest, his body quaking as violet and azure light enveloped him, expanding into a protective barrier. The immense energy further shook the already trembling arena. After half a minute, Lily fixed his furious gaze upon Oob, letting out a primal scream as he dove down with all his might to confront Oob head-on. The two protective barriers collided with cataclysmic force, causing the arena to shudder violently, fissures appearing where they met, as the skies darkened and thunder roared. The winds howled furiously, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As the dust settled after 3 minutes, the scene revealed Oob unconscious on the ground, utterly still, while Lily stood wearily, having reverted to his initial state, eyes closed, his body fatigued and trembling, heaving with labored breaths. Witnessing this, a profound silence enveloped the onlookers, acknowledging the parity and strength between the two fighters. Ultimately, however, it was Lily who emerged victorious, marking Oob's defeat in this first confrontation. Chapter 33, Days of Despair and Goku's Reflections. What a pity, I never expected defeat, King Enma sighed as he slumped back in his chair. Reminiscing about the past, when Buu arrived in the underworld, oddly enough, the Grand Kai and South Kai he absorbed never emerged from him. They seemed to have completely vanished from existence. Moreover, when Buu was reincarnated, the phenomena grew even stranger. After being King Enma for many years, I had never encountered such a situation. Frieza, watching the recent battle, felt a mix of rage and fear. He pondered, what on earth happened? How did that boy Lily nearly best me? And why is Oob so peculiar? Meanwhile, Baby trembled at the displayed combat prowess, recognizing that his own battles with Goku paled in comparison to this recent clash. He felt an invisible pressure, questioning what has transpired in the outside world. Oob's transformation is starkly different from our previous encounters. Cell, observing the reflections on the screen, broke into a cold sweat, realizing the staggering power of both Lily and Oob. Feeling like an ant compared to a giant. Yet, he clenched his fists in frustration, aware of his Saiyan lineage. He turned to Frieza, his thoughts darkening. Super 17 was equally shocked, eyes wide at the incredible display of power, realizing he might not stand a chance against them. Oob's strength had escalated to an unfathomable level, and the disdain in his eyes felt eerily familiar, yet amplified. A sense of discontent surged within him, questioning whether his own power could ever match theirs. He cast a glance at the silent Super One-Star Dragon, contemplating a different strategy. The ever-silent Super One-Star Dragon sighed deeply but remained mute, turning away to exit. Lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Could it be that incident? It must be, for only that could account for the significant increase in Lily's power. But Oob's strength seems different. What on earth could have transpired? He mused, frustration mounting. With Lily's triumph over another formidable adversary in the cosmos, the deities of the divine realm finally sensed the frailty of their own powers. Faced with the overwhelming might of the denizens of the dark realms, none possessed the strength to retaliate. They fell silent, pondering the true essence of divinity. Is strength the ultimate path to supremacy? No one had the answer. The East and West Kais remained silent, astonished that the once mighty Oob had fallen to Lily. It was evident that the forces of the demon realm had once more reached a boiling point. The Grand Kai straightened in his seat, his expression grave. I never anticipated even Oob would succumb to Lily, North Kai lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Oob, is that so? North Kai, do you truly hold such high regard for that individual? South Kai retorted, brimming with indignation. Remember, Lily is the one who couldn't even best Pakos. How could an insignificant figure like Oob possibly win? Of course, I'm aware, North Kai shot back angrily. Insignificant? But do you know who Oob is? Read his name backward. He turned, casting a derisive glance at South Kai. What? Reading his name backward is no grand revelation, South Kai exclaimed. Oob. Boo. Boo. Yes. Boo. South Kai stammered, realization dawning. Could he be the same Buu? Is this true? Indeed, it is true. The one you dismissed as insignificant is the descendant of Buu. North Kai declared triumphantly. Yet, his power far surpasses that of the original Buu, though he still fell. I cannot believe that the one who wreaked havoc here years ago has been defeated. The combat standards of this tournament are truly remarkable. The Southern Kai's voice resonated with the force of a cannon, his excitement palpable. The adjacent rib rice was taken aback, his heart sinking. The once invincible Buu had been bested, and by the even more formidable Ub no less. How powerful could the outside world truly be? The universe was indeed astonishing. North Kai, did you see that? Ub seems rather peculiar. The Grand Kai remarked earnestly to North Kai. Ah, yes, esteemed Grand Kai. I too noticed something unusual. Ub's power appears to have surged immensely in an instant, and his gaze is filled with disdain, reminiscent of Buu's expression from years past. North Kai respectfully replied. Indeed, I share your sentiments, yet I am beset by a sense of unease, the Grand Kai confessed. Is that so? I wonder what the future holds, North Kai pondered. However, that final strike was rather curious. Ub seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in that fleeting moment, did he not? Really? I did not observe such a change, Grand Kai. Was there truly something? The Grand Kai fell silent, lost in contemplation, staring into the heavens. Chapter 33, Days of Despair, Goku's Reflections, Part 2, Cough. After the battle, Lily remained beneath the stage, gasping for breath, his body worn out and reverting to its original state. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Grit, observing the scene, exhibited no surprise and noticed the dazed Kaioshin nearby, thus softly remarked, Kaioshin, the match has concluded. Please provide your ruling. Snapped from his reverie by Grit's words, the Kaioshin nodded and proclaimed loudly, Then, the victor of this battle is Lily. Upon hearing this declaration, Lily closed his eyes in satisfaction, collapsing onto the stage in a starfish position, still panting, his muscles twitching. Meanwhile, Ub lay motionless, his breathing steady. Appearing to be in a deep slumber, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Suddenly, a figure emerged beside Ub. It was Gohan, who slowly bent down. Kneeling on one leg, grasping Ub's hand and resting it on his shoulder while supporting him with the other. Throughout this action, he kept his gaze fixed on Lily, who likewise regarded Gohan in silence. Grit, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily moved to Lily's side, gently helping the exhausted Lily to his feet, still watching Gohan intently. Eventually, he swiftly escorted Lily away, leaving behind a trace of malevolence. Gohan observed their departure, his expression shifting from disdain to tranquility. As he maneuvered Ub to the edge of the stage, Goten, Piccin, Stardust, and Trunks gathered around Ub, eager to assess his condition. Goku and Vegeta refrained from approaching directly. Instead, Vegeta slowly approached Goku and whispered, Kakarot, do you sense it too? Ub's energy seemed akin to that of that creature. Goku did not turn to Vegeta, his gaze fixed on Ub as he quietly replied, Indeed, it resembles Buu's energy. What does this mean? How could Ub's energy transform into Buu's? Moreover, it seems far stronger than before. Vegeta's temples glistened with perspiration, a chilling premonition brewing within him. Goku turned to face the anxious Vegeta. I'm uncertain. I sensed something amiss days prior. Ub's demeanor had shifted, often appearing distracted. Might this be related? Is that so? Really? Vegeta regarded Ub with a mix of concern and silence. At that moment, Gohan turned to Goku, who was lost in thought, saying, Dad, my event is tomorrow. I will take up for treatment now. Oh, is that so? I appreciate your help. My match is upcoming, and I will hurry over afterward, Goku responded, snapping back to reality. Then I shall take my leave now. Kakarot, Vegeta announced as he walked towards Gohan, his match also scheduled for tomorrow. Goten, observing his brother and Vegeta, hurriedly added, Then, Dad, I will leave as well. See you later. Of course, Goku affirmed with a thumbs up, smiling as he watched them take flight. 3 beams of light swiftly traversed the sky, their speed causing the clouds above to drift lazily in their wake. Chapter 33, Days of Despair, Goku's Reflections, Part 3, Gohan. Did you also perceive Ub's oddity? Vegeta inquired, glancing at Gohan. Goten expressed surprise at this question, while Gohan solemnly nodded. Yes, he has been acting strangely, and it seems to have begun upon his arrival here. Is that so? This began after he came here? Vegeta mused. Yes, I previously inquired about his condition, but he claimed to be perplexed, stating that Fat Buu often involuntarily controls him. Buu mentioned he had been here before. Gohan replied, somewhat bewildered. Really? Buu said he had been here before? Vegeta was taken aback, his thoughts growing heavier. Goten interjected coldly, "Brother, we were indeed too careless. We should have brought some senzu beans beforehand. Our opponents are far too powerful now. Indeed, I was unaware of the immense strength of this tournament." Thinking to approach it lightly, only to find the outcome so dire, Gohan lamented his earlier misjudgment. "No, that's not it, brother." Goten realized he had misspoken. Quickly correcting himself, though his words became jumbled, Gohan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Cough, cough, cough. Bra, equally fatigued, lay on the ground. I shut tight, exclaiming, "Cough. Cough, it's still insufficient. Our energy is too low to attract Dad's attention. What then shall we do?" Master Roshi stood nearby, gazing up at the sky, his expression grave. "No, we still have time. We can make Grandpa feel our energy," Chi-Chi insisted, clenching her fists with determination. "Chi-Chi, can we truly inform Goku? I fear." Satan, cowering nearby, fretted. "Perhaps we should escape. Goku will surely find a way to deal with them." Bulla understood Satan's implication, saying, "Dad, don't think like that. We can definitely convey our message to Goku." "Can we really? We should leave first to ensure everything is safe." Satan's face showed anxiety. "Yes, we must trust Chi-Chi. For now, that is all we can do," Chi-Chi asserted, echoing Satan's sentiment. "Chi-Chi is right. We must have faith in everyone." Bulma stood aside, gazing at the clear sky. Upon hearing her words, the others ceased their quarrel, for they were all in the same boat. Even Satan, feeling helpless, slumped down onto the ground. "Your Majesty, Lily, how are you feeling now? Have you improved?" Just asked as he helped Lily onto a seat. Cough, cough, cough. Lily was still panting, but, after a moment of composure, replied, "Yes, I feel much better now. I just need to rest a little longer." "May I be so bold as to inquire, Your Majesty, what transpired during the battle just now?" Just asked, bowing his head. "The battle? It was truly incredible." Lily closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before continuing. "I barely managed to win by luck, for Obu's power far surpassed my own." "Is that true? Your Majesty, is Obu's power truly that terrifying?" Just expression changed dramatically. Panic evident in his voice. "Yes, he is indeed extraordinarily powerful. His strength is continually rising, and the revulsion he inspires grows ever stronger." Lily recalled, "When we clashed head-on, Obu's power kept increasing. Even under my full-force attack at that moment, I was merely playing a minor role." Just fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 33, Days of Despondency, Goku's Thoughts, Part 4. Lily reflected on the battle that had just taken place. The arena had been engulfed in dust, obscuring the true measure of their strengths, and the rapid escalation of Obu's power had occurred in an instant. Thus, very few were privy to the actual details of the confrontation. Lost in thought, Lily vividly recalled the moment of their clash, when their powers first collided. They were evenly matched, with the violet-black and violet-blue shields colliding, creating fissures that resembled a vortex, drawing in debris from around them. However, in a fleeting moment, Obu's power surged again, causing the violet-black energy sphere to double in size, heavily pressing against Lily's shield, even beginning to engulf him. During this time, black mist emanated from Obu's eyes, mouth, and nose, producing a terrifying sound. As time passed, just when Lily felt he was on the brink of collapse, a miracle saved him. The black mist emitted by Obu gradually transformed into white mist, and his eyes returned to their original hue. Simultaneously, the violet-black shield began to shrink. Recognizing the rare opportunity, Lily pressed forward with his own shield, exerting all his strength to suppress Obu. A tremendous impact finally shattered Obu's shield, rendering him unconscious. Lily, exhausted from his exertion, realized that his victory had been a stroke of luck. Your Majesty, Gist repeatedly called to Lily, snapping him out of his reverie. Lily blinked at Gist, dazed. Seeing Lily regain his focus, Gist urgently inquired, Your Majesty, what exactly is the nature of Obu's strange power? I can distinctly sense that his strength has undergone a transformation, one that is both malevolent and formidable. I do not know the reason. However, Lord Moreau has instructed me to be cautious of Obu's movements and to avoid provoking him excessively. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Lily sighed, recalling those words. Realizing that had it not been for his good fortune, he would have already been annihilated by Obu. Just observed Lily's helplessness, and his own mind settled. Time passed, and the tournament continued with several matches having taken place. Star and Trunks successfully advanced in the event, and now it was Goku's turn to fight. The arena was filled with deafening cheers, for since Goku's battle against Baby, the name of the Super Saiyan, Son Goku, had resonated throughout the universe. Everyone eagerly awaited the might of this champion. Yet, Goku remained unfazed by the clamor. His thoughts were still on the battle between Obu and Lily. As he too understood the events that had unfolded in that fleeting moment, his demeanor relaxed, leading to a lapse in his defenses, and thus, Goku appeared at the arena with a distracted mindset. His opponent was not a particularly formidable figure, seemingly an ordinary fighter, yet he always wore a smile. Throughout the preliminary rounds, he had defeated his opponents within 10 seconds, leaving his true strength an enigma. Is that him? Star observed his opponent and remarked, "He is a powerful warrior from our eastern galaxy, the supreme ruler of planet Al, Akal, whose strength is among the top tier, excluding Star. It seems Goku must not underestimate him." However, Trunks dismissed the notion, cheerfully asserting, "Regardless, Uncle Goku will not easily be at a disadvantage." Pakaz and Star were rendered speechless, as they were still unaware of Goku's true strength. After a polite exchange, the battle commenced. Akal vanished from sight, and Goku remained still. Suddenly, he floated upward and sped backward. Akal had appeared beside him, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet, Goku remained calm, his gaze still somewhat vacant. Akal increased his speed, while Goku merely evaded his strikes, resulting in a dance of appearances and disappearances around the arena for about a minute and a half. With a sudden rush, Goku swiftly accelerated, vanishing from Akal's view. Panic-stricken, Akal widened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Goku's position. What? Such speed! Star and Pakaz were captivated by Goku's movements, their hearts racing as they thought, if his speed is this extraordinary in a normal state, how much faster must he be at full strength? Above, Grid observed Goku's speed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he contemplated. Akal, in a state of panic, continued to search the area, yet he failed to spot Goku. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, and he slowly collapsed, losing consciousness. Goku had positioned himself behind Akal and delivered a swift strike to the back of his neck. Thus, Goku effortlessly triumphed over his opponent. Although the match was brief and lacked a fierce spectacle, the spectators finally witnessed the might of the champion, and the cheers erupted once more, resonating throughout the entire arena. The King of Science had returned. Chapter 34. Rage, the Slumbering Power of Obu, Part 1. Son Goku. Son Goku. Through his battle with the evil dragon, Goku had firmly established himself as the strongest warrior recognized across the universe, his unparalleled reputation echoing throughout the martial races, affirming the title of Super Saiyan. The venue is now filled with fervent shouts for the mighty Super Saiyan Goku. Observing the exhilarated expressions of the crowd, both Pakaz and Sta felt a profound sense of insignificance. Did he just defeat Akal with a single move? Sta exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Trunks. Indeed. That's a given. Uncle Goku's strength is not to be underestimated, Trunks replied with a smile, though a hint of incredulity flickered in his eyes. He too sensed that Goku had significantly enhanced his power. A glimmer of understanding passed between Pakaz and Sta as deities. They were well aware of the evil dragon incident and understood the realms of Goku's transformations. However, given Goku's previous strength, one would expect him to have ascended to Super Saiyan to easily overpower Akal. Yet now, he effortlessly claimed victory in his normal form. Trunks seemed to perceive their thoughts and interjected. The one who forcefully broke through the barriers of the inner and outer universes that day was Uncle Goku. Both were taken aback, their eyes widening. On the day of Goku's return, they had been focused and did not immediately recognize the magnitude of his power when he shattered the seal. They only learned of his formidable presence through the whispers of the crowd. At that moment, they realized that the individual capable of shaking the very fabric of the inner universe was none other than Goku himself. Simultaneously, all who had witnessed Goku's battle began to connect the dots, comparing his aura to that of the mysterious figure from that day. Many began to merge the two identities. Especially considering Goku's Saiyan heritage, and the atmosphere became charged with mixed emotions. While Pakaz and Sta were momentarily stunned, Goku swiftly appeared before everyone, his trademark smile illuminating his face. "Come on, let us go check on up," he said cheerfully, pressing his fingers to his forehead in preparation for instant transmission. "Ah, yes," Pakaz gasped, startled by Goku's sudden appearance. "Please place your hands on my shoulders, and I will take you all with me using instant transmission." Goku nodded and smiled. "Instant transmission? You actually know that technique?" Sta's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing Goku truly possessed this skill. After all, he knew well that mastering instant transmission was a daunting task. He had spent 8 years attempting to learn it without full success. Trunks looked at Sta, puzzled by his excited demeanor, while Goku shared a similar surprise. Sta, still in shock, asked, Goku, when did you learn this technique? How long did it take you? Oh, it's been many years. After I defeated Frieza, I ended up on a distant planet aboard their spacecraft. It took me about 10 months, I believe, Goku recalled, scratching his chin with a bashful grin. What? Just 10 months? That's astonishing. Sta beamed at Goku's modest laughter, inadvertently smiling back at him. Pacus, snapping out of his stupor, exchanged knowing glances with Sta, both nodding in agreement. They understood well that an individual's capacity to learn is directly proportional to their combat prowess. At last, we can see the dawn of the future. At that moment, everyone placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, and his expression grew serious. Moments later, they vanished without a trace, leaving only a gentle breeze and a faint swirl of dust. With a swift motion, they reappeared beside Gohan, who was leaning against the wall with Vegeta, eyes closed in contemplation, while Ab lay asleep in bed. Sensing Goku's arrival, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, acknowledging him with a nod. Goku returned the gesture with a polite smile, signaling that they had successfully arrived. Dad, did you all make it through the competition? Gohan inquired softly. Yes, we did. How is Ub? Why isn't he in the treatment room? Goku asked, puzzled by the scene before him. Well, the situation is a bit different, Gohan replied knowingly. Ub appeared unscathed, yet his energy fluctuated erratically. Goku felt a twinge of unease, hesitant to consider the implications. As he turned to Vegeta for insight, he noticed Vegeta's subtle nod. What is going on? Is there an issue? Pacus asked. No, it's not a major problem. Just unusual. Ub's condition isn't what we anticipated, Goten added, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Huh? Goten, what do you mean? Trunks approached, placing a hand on Goten's shoulder, his expression curious. It's like this. When we brought Ub to the treatment room for care, the medical equipment indicated that Ub sustained no injuries. He is merely in a state of deep sleep, Gohan explained, glancing at Ub. Just sleeping. But he was just struck by Lily's immense attack. How could he not have a single injury? Sta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Trunks was equally shocked. Lily's attack had nearly incapacitated him, yet Ub appeared completely unharmed. Goku remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ub, brow furrowed with growing concern. Chapter 34, Awaken the Slumbering Power of Ub, Part 2. This is the situation. Perhaps Ub's injuries have already healed. His recovery ability is remarkably robust, comparable to that of Kid Buu. Gohan pondered further. Although he had never witnessed Kid Buu himself, he had gleaned from Goku's stories the astounding power of that entity. Goku and Vegeta slowly closed their eyes, sensing the familiar aura of Kid Buu. Seeing Gohan's rising apprehension deepened their own concerns. Kakarot, step outside for a moment. Vegeta exhaled deeply, his piercing gaze meeting Goku's serious expression. Sensing Goku's thoughts, he walked outside while resting his hands on his hips. Oh. Wukong opened his eyes and gazed at the retreating figure of Vegeta, gradually regaining his usual ease. After a moment of contemplation, he followed suit. Gohan, his father, watched Wukong's silhouette and sighed softly. As the two strolled down the corridor, the grayish-white surroundings reflected the light, yet they were utterly alone. Carrot, you must have felt it too, right? Just a moment ago, when Vegeta paused against the wall, caught between words, Wukong mused. Yes, you sensed it as well, he added, exhaling in resignation. Indeed, I possess a keen sensitivity to energy, so I could barely grasp what occurred in that fleeting moment. Vegeta chuckled wearily, OOB. That fellow is certainly different. Since arriving here, his energy seems to be gradually intensifying. In that brief clash, his power resembled that of Kid Buu and the irrational Gohan Buu from the anime. Only now it appears even more formidable. He recalled the time when Gohan Buu, fueled by rage, unleashed a tremendous dark power, transforming into the most destructive version of Buu. Yes, I share that sentiment. Initially, I couldn't be certain. But given the recent events, I can affirm that energy unmistakably belongs to Kid Buu. Wukong stated gravely. Even Lily couldn't stand against OOB in that moment. I never anticipated that he would become this terrifying, Vegeta remarked with a bitter smile, aware that the power OOB had released surpassed his own. Moreover, it hasn't reached its limit, as it is intertwined with OOB's own energy. If he were to fully harness Kid Buu's power, Wukong trailed off, realizing the terrifying potential of Kid Buu's strength. Indeed, it's infuriating. How can it be that energy from that individual still lingers? Was he completely eradicated? How is it possible that his power has grown so much? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing his frustration. In my view, it may be due to Fat Bu, Wukong pondered, lowering his head in contemplation, a hint of guilt crossing his features. It is my stubbornness that prevented you from eliminating Fat Bu, leading us to this predicament. This may become quite a significant issue in the future. No. You cannot bear all the blame, Carrot. No one could have foreseen this development, Vegeta replied, reflecting on Wukong's typical combat style. However, he has grown significantly stronger, Wukong conceded. Indeed, I concur. OOB has sustained no injuries. Apart from his astonishing recovery abilities, it is evident that his strength surpasses Lily's. Her attacks had no effect on him. Which is why he remains unscathed, Vegeta interjected gravely. That is indeed a possibility, Wukong acknowledged, nodding. This situation is not particularly optimistic, Carrot. Vegeta closed his eyes, pondering the true extent of his own power. Who would have thought things would escalate to this point? Wukong mused, also closing his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 34, The Wrath of OOB's Slumbering Power, Part 3, Under the night sky, the hazy moonlight cast a mysterious aura over the land. The battle of the day had concluded, and the tournament's top 64 had reached the halfway mark, with 16 competitors eliminated. Glider let out a soft sigh. Recalling OOB's recent actions, he had sensed a strange energy, awakening a hint of apprehension regarding the astonishing power that had erupted in that fleeting moment. Zack, have you arrived? Glider inquired, sensing a subtle tremor in the air. Yes, my lord, came a voice shortly after. A proud figure materialized before him. Observing Zack's ability to approach without attracting attention, Glider's eyes narrowed momentarily before he concealed his true emotions, not wishing to arouse suspicion. Zack, have you seen them in action? Yes, my lord. They are likely to make a move during the tournament, Zack replied cryptically. Oh, is that so? Glider mused to himself, contemplating the late timing of their actions. My lord, interestingly, they seem to be experiencing significant internal strife, Zack remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, this piqued Glider's curiosity. Since their failed ambush on Vegeta, those two sorcerers have shown no signs of recovery. Now, within the demon realm, they have resorted to using 2 forbidden drugs, only to be intercepted by the Demon King, Zack reported candidly. Forbidden drugs? Glider furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Substances that can release that ominous black energy, Zack elaborated. The mention of dark power sent a chill down Glider's spine, while he could dismiss the demons. He felt a profound dread at the thought of that black energy. In that case, we should act preemptively to thwart their plans, Zack suggested, sensing Glider's focused demeanor. No. There is no immediate need. They want to be able to execute anything too elaborate. As long as we fulfill our duties, we need not fear them. Even if their backing is indeed the Demon Lord, we shall prevail. Zack, I understand your sentiment, but at this juncture, the demon realm is not our primary concern. Glider cautioned, his gaze piercing through the silence surrounding Zack. Indeed, Zack nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed. Also, regarding Rake's actions, I hope you can forgive him this once. Should any mistakes arise, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Very well, but this shall be the last time, Zack replied, fully aware of Glider's intentions while delivering a final ultimatum. Now, ensure you maintain your position and keep a close watch on the demon realm's movements, Glider exhorted. Releasing a slow breath, though his eyes momentarily flickered with an unobserved change. Understood, Zack replied with 2 simple words before vanishing without causing any further ripples. Left in contemplation, Glider turned his attention back to the data displayed on the screen, silently pondering, is it time to address the matters between Bu and OOB? 6 hours have passed. OOB awakens. OOB remained seated on his bed, while Wukong and the others exited the room. OOB pondered the words exchanged earlier. To spare OOB any worry. Wukong and the others had withheld certain details from him. Is it true? Am I really fine? OOB squinted his eyes in contemplation. This shouldn't be the case. I indeed suffered a severe attack, yet now I seem completely unscathed, having recovered without any treatment. Was that truly a dream? In OOB's mind, vague images flickered, reminiscent of his battle with Lily. He found it incredible and instinctively covered his head, closing his eyes and gently shaking his head as he pondered again. I seem to recall a time when I was unable to control myself. Bu appeared to be the same. Ah, Bu must know something. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, suggesting he was on the verge of discovering an answer. OOB continued to call out for Bu, but each time, silence greeted him. His heart raced, pounding in his chest as he swallowed hard. Each absence of a response widened his eyes in confusion and evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. What has happened to Bu? What on earth is going on? Ah, Obu. Have you finally awakened? Just as Obu was lost in his worries, a figure entered the room, the door left ajar. The imposing presence of Grit, exuding a regal air, filled the space. Upon recognizing Grit, Obu's surprise rendered him momentarily speechless before he quickly responded, "Thank you for your concern. May I inquire if there is something you wish to discuss?" "Oh, it's nothing of great importance, merely a personal matter I wish to address," Grit replied with a smile. Approaching Obu. "What personal matter?" Obu asked, perplexed and filled with questions. "Well, it pertains to your earlier inquiry about why you were allowed to advance directly to the semifinals." Grit observed, noticing the flicker of emotion in Obu's eyes, and smiled in satisfaction. "Ah, yes, I still haven't grasped that. Could you please explain why I possess such a privilege?" Obu pressed for clarification. "It is due to certain secrets surrounding you, specifically, those regarding Bu." Grit stated. "Bu's secrets?" Obu gasped, his confusion deepening as he gazed at Grit. "Indeed, there lies a monumental secret behind Bu." Grit's serious expression conveyed the weight of his words. "A secret regarding Bu?" Obu repeated in disbelief, his eyes reflecting both tension and curiosity. "Yes, it concerns the mystery of Bu's origin," Grit said, enticingly igniting Obu's curiosity with a hint of a smile. Before Obu could fully process this revelation, Grit delivered the truth emphatically, because Bu is also a Saiyan. "What?" Obu was taken aback by this unexpected truth, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed blankly at Grit. "Bu is a Saiyan." "Correct. That is the undeniable truth. And this is the birthplace of Bu. You could say he is indeed a true Saiyan." Grit nodded, responding with profound significance. "No, that cannot be. It is impossible." Obu shook his head, staring vacantly at the bed. "But it is a fact. Bu's other identity is that of a Saiyan." Grit reiterated with emphasis. "I believe you have noticed peculiar behaviors from Bu since your arrival here, and you are aware of what transpired during your match today." Obu fell silent. Yet his gaze gradually rose to meet Grit's, revealing his quest for answers. Grit observed Obu's hesitance and remarked, "It seems you wish to uncover the truth. Allow me to take you to a place where you can find evidence." "Very well," Obu replied after a brief pause. "Obu, look, I have brought you something entertaining," Goten exclaimed before even stepping through the door. However, upon entering, he was met with shock. Obu was nowhere to be found. Goten stood helplessly, unsure of what to do with his hands. Chapter 34. The Anger of Obu's Slumbering Power, Part 4. Obu and Grit entered a spacious room filled with neatly arranged books and numerous computers. This was the data room that Goku had previously visited with Grit. As Obu observed the serene atmosphere, he sensed the weight of history in the air. "Obu, have you heard anything about Bu from Goku?" Grit inquired as they walked. No, they have not mentioned anything to me about that," Obu replied, equally puzzled, as neither Goku nor Fat Bu had broached the subject of their history. "Oh, is that so? So, you are not well informed about Bu?" Grit seemed surprised. "Yes, but I did hear from Fat Bu that little Bu is the most evil and powerful of them all," Obu admitted after swallowing hard. "Is that so?" Grit responded before continuing forward. "What? Obu is missing?" Gohan exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Goten's words. "Indeed, when I went to find him." "He was already gone," Goten replied, his head lowered in resignation. "Then where could he have gone?" Picken glanced at the others, seeking answers. Trunks, observing Goten's guilt, attempted to alleviate his concern. "Goten, did you check outside?" "Perhaps Obu merely stepped out for a stroll." "No, I looked but could not find him," Goten replied, still downcast. "Is that so?" Trunks, surprised by his own ineffectiveness, fell silent. "What do you think?" Vegeta asked Goku, who stood nearby. Goku, equally helpless, shook his head and said, "I don't know. He is not emitting any energy, so I cannot sense his location." "Is that so?" Vegeta leaned against the wall. Grit approached a large computer screen, controlling it with voice commands as information flickered across the display. After some time, he halted the operation and turned to Obu, saying, "This contains records concerning Bu." "Ah, really?" Obu gazed at the computer screen, skepticism etched on his features. "According to historical records, Bu's true form is that of a Saiyan, and he is a prince among them." Grit emphasized the last part deliberately. "What? Bu's true form? He is a Saiyan prince?" Obi was taken aback by Grit's revelation, rendered speechless. After a long pause, he quietly asked, "How could Bu have a true form? I only learned about little Bu from Fat Bu, who claimed he was the original Bu. How can there be a true form?" Mr. Grit responded solemnly, asserting that it was incorrect to claim that Kid Buu was the purest form of Buu, as they were utterly unaware of the truth behind Kid Buu's existence. Even Babidi and the Supreme Kai were equally ignorant of the origins of Kid Buu. It cannot be so. Is it possible that Fat Buu himself is unaware of his own history? That is simply inconceivable, exclaimed Oob, equally astonished. No, that is not accurate. Even Fat Buu is unaware, for Kid Buu's memories have been erased within Buu. Thus, only Kid Buu possesses the knowledge of his own existence. Grit interrupted Oob, speaking with grave intensity. In fact, within Kid Buu's being lies the essence of another individual who was absorbed, Prince Jelpus of the Saiyans. What? Oob was taken aback by this revelation, as though it were the most fantastical tale imaginable. Jelpus was destined to be a great Saiyan warrior, a prince of over 4 million years past, who possessed a staggering strength of 100 trillion at birth. Regrettably, at the tender age of 8, he was deceived by the malevolent Babidi and absorbed by the ultimate evil being, Buu, subsequently fleeing this realm to wreak havoc throughout the universe in pursuit of domination. Oob listened, dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he spoke. Given that Jelpus was a pure warrior and Buu an embodiment of ultimate evil, the absorbed Kid Buu could not fully manifest Jelpus's formidable power, nor did he remain the epitome of evil. It became evident that only through escalating malice and fury could Buu's strength continue to grow. Yet, even with newfound power, Kid Buu resisted Babidi's control, leading to widespread devastation before ultimately being sealed away by Babidi. Oob fell silent, contemplating the notion that rage served as the source of power for both Buu and himself. Chapter 35. Unleash Your Fury. Oob's dormant power fatigued, Xiao Feng staggered through the door, making her way towards the sofa, her eyelids drooping heavily. Occasionally, she would manage to pry open a narrow slit of vision, only to be overcome by the allure of the soft couch, sinking into its warm embrace. Bra, too, entered wearily, attempting to rouse herself by slapping her cheeks, yet her heavy eyelids remained unyielding. Xiao Feng, Bra, perhaps we should vacate this place. The remainder can be entrusted to Goku and the others, suggested Satan, surveying the group. However, no one responded, nor did they even glance his way, engrossed in their own tasks. What has gotten into you all? I am merely acting for your benefit. Our opponent is no trivial foe, Satan continued, frustration evident in his tone, arms outstretched. Dad, please, we will handle it. We promise to inform Gohan and the others. Bra paused her work, gazing at Satan with exasperation. Promise? Can we truly be certain? Our adversary possesses power far beyond our own. We are utterly outmatched and have no idea when they might strike, Satan retorted. His words brought a hush over the group, as they seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the midst of this silence, a voice broke through, muttering. 3 days. Did Goku not say he would return? Master Roshi, adjusting his glasses, appeared less disheveled than before. Upon hearing Rashi's reminder, the others exchanged glances, their furrowed brows relaxing, and Xiao Feng leapt forward, joyfully embracing Rashi's polished head, shaking him in excitement. Xiao Feng, please, Rashi protested, nearly losing his balance, causing various books and photographs hidden in his clothing to tumble to the ground. Laughter erupted amongst the group, but their mirth quickly turned to alarm as they beheld the fallen treasures. Just a joke, truly. Merely a jest, Rashi stammered, retreating in a bid to reclaim his dignity as the women, typically fierce, unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Rashi in a state of disarray with dark circles under his eyes. I merely wished to heighten everyone's sense of awareness, Rashi protested weakly, only to receive a sharp reprimand from Chi-Chi, forcing him to retreat to a corner in defeat. Some things never change, Bra sighed. Yet she refrained from chastising Rashi for his tardy reminder. Perhaps we still have time, Bra remarked, adjusting her breath with a smile. Yes, we still hold hope, Xiao Feng declared, clenching her fists in determination. Indeed, Goku did mention they would return in 3 days, so all should be well, Chi-Chi added, smiling. Yet Bulma remained troubled, contemplating the implications of Xiao Feng and Bra's words, and began to seek further information. Soon after, her expression darkened, and she exhaled heavily, declaring, Everyone, do not rejoice too soon. You must see this. The group, sensing her unease, crowded around to examine the computer screen, their expressions shifting from curiosity to alarm. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in panic, her complexion paling. How could this happen? Why has the timeline changed? The others echoed her dismay, staring incredulously at the cold computer screen, their hopes dashed. How could this be? The timeline has shifted? What is going on? Bra slammed her palm against the table in frustration. Does this mean Goku and the others cannot return on schedule? Chi-Chi's brows knitted tightly, her eyes glimmering with worry. What do we do? If Dad and the others cannot arrive as planned, we are in serious trouble. Bra responded anxiously. Satan, observing the information on the screen, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. Master Roshi, still in the corner, was now in a state of panic, rushing to the screen, and, upon seeing the battle schedule, his face fell. Look, the timeline indicates a rest period on the 4th day. If this is the case, Goku may not return in time. And that could spell disaster. The group fell silent, contemplating the implications of Rashi's words, their expressions reflecting their growing concern. No, this cannot be. OOB stepped back. Incredulity etched on his face. Do you still doubt the truth of this matter? Grit fixed his gaze upon OOB and declared, no, this is impossible. How could there be another person within Bu, especially a Saiyan? OOB, unable to meet Grit's eyes, averted his head and said, then how do you suppose you have the right to advance directly to the semifinals? Is it merely a frivolous suggestion? Grit moved aside and took a seat. OOB lowered his head. You think it's impossible as well, don't you? Indeed, if we were not aware of certain matters regarding Bu. How could we make such arrangements? Arrangements? That could merely be your error, OOB retorted. Error? Huh? Are you jesting? Would we dare violate the regulations of the Universal Fighting Tournament? Furthermore, I have stated that only Saiyans and Emergence may advance directly to the semifinals. If you do not possess such a status, could we possibly proceed in this manner? Despite this assertion, everything still seemed utterly inconceivable to OOB. Perhaps that is the case. He exclaimed. Yet it is indeed a fact. You must have sensed it as well. Has Bu exhibited any peculiar behavior recently? Grit observed the evasive OOB. OOB remained silent. Yet in his heart, he repeatedly questioned Bu, yearning for that familiar inner voice. However, each hollow response further unsettled him. What could the truth possibly be? He himself did not know. Do not deceive yourself. I dare say you must have noticed that Bu has been acting strangely, particularly since arriving on this planet. Bu's subconscious harbors such impressions, which inevitably evoke memories and may even amplify his power. Is that truly so? Perhaps Bu has simply been feeling unwell. Could that not be the case? Do you still maintain that belief? Is this merely a coincidence? Then you must have found the answer within yourself. You just refuse to acknowledge it as fact. Grit spoke sternly. Regardless of how you deny it, it remains unchangeable, for that is the truth. No, it cannot be. OOB still questioned, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Chapter 35, Rage, OOB's Slumbering Power, Part 6. Upon a verdant planet, the clear weather was quite pleasant. And a figure approached. It is the South Kai. What brings you here? The North Kai greeted as he drew closer. The South Kai turned upon hearing his voice. Oh, so it is you, North Kai. What business do you have here? Need you even ask? I came to seek the Grand Kai, of course. The North Kai replied as he passed by the South Kai. Then do not waste your time searching in vain, North Kai. I must inform you that the Grand Kai is not here. I just visited, and he was absent from the Grand Kai's palace. And it seems he is not on the Grand Kai's planet either. What? Is that true? Where could the Grand Kai have gone? The North Kai inquired. Turning to the South Kai. I do not know. The South Kai responded helplessly, shaking his head. Then where on earth could the Grand Kai be? The North Kai muttered to himself. King Yima, long time no see. A familiar old man strode into King Yima's palace, arms crossed behind his back. It was the Grand Kai. It is the Grand Kai. King Yima exclaimed in surprise, immediately standing and bowing before the Grand Kai. You little imp. The Grand Kai has arrived, and you did not inform me? King Yima glared at the little imp behind the Grand Kai, speaking in a hushed tone. Eep. The little imp stood upright, startled. Oh, King Yima, do not blame him. I instructed him not to notify you as I have some matters to discuss with you. I wish to avoid alarming too many people, so please forgive him, the Grand Kai said, turning to the little imp. Yes, Grand Kai, King Yima continued to bow. Do not be so formal. Let us discuss some matters. The Grand Kai smiled amicably before turning to the little imps. You all may leave now. I have some important matters to discuss with King Yima privately. Yes, the little imps replied in unison, gradually exiting the palace as King Yima rose. He moved aside, using 2 fingers to pull out a chair, stopping before the Grand Kai. Please, Grand Kai, take a seat. Thank you, the Grand Kai replied with a smile. May I ask what brings you here, Grand Kai? King Yima inquired respectfully. Well, King Yima, I assume you have been watching the Universal Fighting Tournament, the Grand Kai stated. Getting to the point. Indeed, Grand Kai, I have been observing the tournament from the underworld. Is that so? Then, do you find anything peculiar about OOB? The Grand Kai looked at King Yima with curiosity. OOB, you say? Yes, he does seem a bit different. His power appears to have surged dramatically. King Yima stroked his chin, reminiscing about OOB's battles. Oh, you think so too? Indeed, that is the very reason I have come to consult you. Is something amiss? King Yima asked, regarding the solemn Grand Kai with concern. Yes, I suspect that OOB's anomaly may be related to Little Bu. Little Bu? Yes. OOB is his reincarnation. Precisely, and my purpose in coming here is to inquire about Little Bu's situation from years ago. Little Bu, indeed. There were certain aspects I found puzzling. He seemed somewhat different, a case I had never encountered before. King Yima replied earnestly. Oh, what was unusual? The Grand Kai inquired. His gaze fixed upon King Yima. Well, King Yima recalled, he was unlike other absorbent life forms. In the case of other absorbent beings, upon death, those absorbed would emerge from their bodies, souls. However, that was not the case with Bu. Those he fully absorbed did not emerge from his body, meaning the souls of the Grand Kai and South Kai seem to have vanished entirely. It appears Bu has completely absorbed them in the spiritual sense. King Yima's forehead broke into a sweat. What? Is that true? The souls of the Grand Kai have completely disappeared? Why is that? Do not all absorbent life forms share a commonality? Upon their demise, all absorbed souls are released. The Grand Kai asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is very strange. Thus Bu is unlike other absorbent life forms. He resembles, well, like the soul cleaner here, that machine appearing in the evil wave, which is actually a living entity, capable of absorbing souls. King Yima elaborated. Soul cleaner. What? Could it possibly be that matter? The Grand Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Grand Kai, what is that matter? King Yima asked, observing the Grand Kai's sudden distress. The Grand King regained his composure and solemnly remarked. That was over 4 million years ago. At that time, a remarkably powerful individual intruded into the netherworld, wreaking havoc and subsequently absconding with a soul purifier. What? Over 4 million years ago? Could it be that this incident occurred during the reign of a previous King of Hell? The King of Hell's gaze narrowed, astonished. Indeed. It is quite normal for you to be unaware of this matter. For million years, you say? That coincides with the period when Bu was created. Could there be a connection? The Grand King gasped, suppressing his inner trepidation. The timelines align closely, suggesting that Bu might have been brought into existence by the soul purifier. Clearly, this situation is far from straightforward. The secrets surrounding Bu and OOB. What exactly are you concealing, my lord? The Grand King furrowed his brow, looking upward. Meanwhile, the King of Hell stood frozen, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Chapter 35, Rage of OOB's Dormant Power, Part 7. A beam of light streaked across the sky, moving with unwavering speed, leaving behind a long trail. The one flying was OOB. Yet, it was evident that despite the lack of peculiar movements, he was preoccupied. As thoughts of recent events lingered in his mind, having returned to the tournament planet by spaceship, he was now heading back towards Goku. Suddenly, OOB sensed a surge of energy, and his instincts sharpened. As he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to see a massive sphere, roughly 10 meters in diameter, hurtling towards him. What? OOB immediately recognized the danger and reacted swiftly, clasping his hands together to unleash a powerful energy blast that shattered the enormous sphere, sending debris and dust swirling around him amidst a thunderous roar. The atmosphere grew tense, gradually quieting down. OOB stared into the haze, sensing an adversary lurking on the other side as the dust began to settle. Quite impressive. Your strength is commendable. A figure emerged, standing atop a nearby structure, gazing coolly at OOB from a distance of about 100 meters. Who are you? Why did you attack me? OOB demanded, acutely aware of the threat posed by the stranger's formidable power. There's no need for me to reveal my name, for I have come to absorb your strength. I must say, your power is indeed enticing. The figure grinned mysteriously. Truly, a delectable source of nourishment. What? You intend to absorb my power? OOB exclaimed in disbelief, realizing the diverse nature of extraterrestrial beings. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing for combat. Your power is indeed remarkable, capable of instantly enhancing itself to obliterate that solid sphere. However, I will not afford you such leniency again. OOB understood the intent behind these words. Shifting into a battle-ready posture, his eyes locked onto his opponent. At that moment, the adversary raised his right palm, gathering energy into a ball. With a sudden release, he sent the energy hurtling towards OOB with the force of a soccer kick, significantly faster than the previous sphere. OOB sensed the speed of the energy blast, realizing it exceeded his own swiftest movements. However, with adequate distance, he had time to evade. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, all the while keeping a vigilant gaze on his opponent, who remained stationary, even smirking. Could it be? Drawing upon his experience, OOB turned his head to confirm that the energy blast had indeed reversed direction, now merely 30 meters away. Instinctively, he summoned his utmost strength, propelling himself at maximum speed to escape the oncoming threat. The two figures flickered in and out of visibility, darting through the air. Damn it! OOB's frustration boiled over as he saw the energy blast closing in. He plunged downward, landing briefly before leaping upward to evade, causing the energy to crash into the ground, creating a crater that shook the earth. Yet, the energy did not cease its pursuit, quickly redirecting towards OOB's position. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Resembling a massive shape, yet OOB managed to increase the distance between them. Impressive maneuver, but it will prove futile. It will pursue you to the bitter end, the figure remarked, observing OOB's retreat. I can't keep fleeing like this. Very well, it seems I have no choice. OOB resolved, abruptly turning to face his opponent. With hands clasped, he bellowed, Kamehameha. In that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped OOB as he unleashed a powerful energy wave to obliterate the incoming threat. However, to his astonishment, what? OOB gasped, for the unforeseen occurred. Instead of exploding, his Kamehameha was absorbed by the adversary's energy. In an instant, it grew larger, radiating an even more intense light as it moved and gradually diminished, before soaring like a meteor towards the mysterious figure, entering his body. The transformation was evident. The figure became more robust, his energy surging. OOB watched in horror, his hands trembling slightly, as his full-force attack not only failed to halt the energy, but was instead siphoned off to augment his foe's power. Ha! At last, I have awaited this moment. Your attack is indeed formidable, significantly boosting my strength. The figure laughed maniacally, fixing his gaze on OOB. Yet, I desire the hidden strength you possess. I need even greater power. What? OOB's eyes widened, a flicker of determination igniting within them before he vanished from sight. As OOB disappeared, the surroundings fell into silence, leaving the mysterious figure suspended in midair. I know you're behind me, the figure exclaimed boldly. Indeed, as the words left his lips, OOB materialized behind him. Realizing he had been detected, OOB erupted with energy, leaping 50 meters back, his gaze fixed on his opponent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The figure slowly turned, casting a sinister glare at the apprehensive OOB, remarking, Why have you ceased your assault? That was an opportune moment. OOB remained silent, fully aware that his adversary's speed eclipsed his own, rendering him unable to conceal his intent. To be honest, my ability to absorb power is not limited to my energy blasts. Any part of my body can absorb your strength. The figure spread his arms wide, revealing suction-like appendages forming on his palms. OOB could only stare in astonishment at the spectacle before him. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished from his previous position, the sheer velocity creating a powerful gust of wind. Understanding his opponent's intent, OOB also vanished, managing to escape 10 kilometers away in an instant. Yet, the figure, utilizing his tremendous speed, had already caught up to OOB's side. No, you've blocked my path. OOB was forced to halt his retreat. Do you wish to flee? It is not so simple. The man approached Oob, engaging in close combat, relentlessly attacking and attempting to touch Oob's body to siphon his power. What's the matter? Are you afraid to strike? He mocked, taunting Oob, who was only evading. Oob looked at the arrogant man with a gaze full of helplessness and disdain. In a fleeting moment, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he finally spotted an opening. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's abdomen. What? The man staggered back from the impact, clutching his midsection in surprise. Impressive. You managed to dissipate my energy instantly, attacking solely with the speed of your fist. Oob felt a surge of tension, for that strike had been his utmost effort. He feared that if his energy was absorbed, a mere punch would be insufficient to make a significant impact. This meant he was doomed to defeat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the man remarked, Indeed, I cannot underestimate you. It seems that if I do not fight seriously, it will not be so easy to subdue you. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared right in front of Oob, delivering a powerful punch to Oob's face, sending him flying. As Oob was propelled backward, the man reappeared above him, striking down toward Oob's chest. Reacting swiftly, Oob crossed his arms to block the blow. Yet the tremendous force still sent him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, displacing the earth and creating a shockwave that sent debris soaring 10 meters high, leaving a crater over 3 meters deep due to the planet's formidable defenses. "You truly are formidable," the man said, observing the injured Oob. "You dare to withstand my attacks with just your body, but surely your physique cannot endure such blows much longer?" Lying on the ground, Oob opened his half-closed eyes, blood trickling from his forehead, hands, and torso, gazing upward at his opponent. Slowly, he straightened his back, struggling to stand. "It seems you will not allow me to absorb your power that easily. Then I shall take it by force." The man, somewhat irritated, dove down, shouting. "This will take some effort." He swiftly positioned himself behind Oob, gripping Oob's bloodied hands, and with a heavy foot, he stomped down on Oob's back, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Oob's pain cries mingled with the sound of his bones dislocating as he pressed against the earth, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the man laughed maniacally, his muscles swelling and his energy surging. What to do? I cannot win." Oob's eyes slowly closed, fatigue overwhelming him as his consciousness began to fade. Chapter 35, Rage, Awaken Oob's Dormant Power, Part 8, Please collect. "The number of collections is lacking, everyone. Let us boost it." A voice echoed within Oob's heart, awakening his spirit. "Is it true you cannot win? Do you need power? Who are you?" Oob weakly inquired. "Me? Ha ha ha. I am you, and you are me. You are Bu." Oob incredulously asked upon hearing the response. "Indeed, I am Bu. And I have awakened. Do you need power?" Oob remained silent, simply closing his eyes tightly, enduring the intense pain. "Do you need my strength? Answer me." "With my power. This insignificant character cannot possibly be your opponent. No, I refuse to lose my sanity." Oob clenched his teeth in response. Ha. No, not at all. As long as your soul does not bind mine, we can share one body, allowing you to wield my immense strength. Our reasoning can coexist." Oob remained silent, pausing before laboriously stating, "No, I do not consent." At that moment, the mysterious man's body expanded significantly, while Oob's strength dwindled to nearly nothing. Consequently, he found himself enduring excruciating pain from attacks that were now several times more potent. Oob's expression grew despondent as the agony blurred his vision once more. "Haha. I see you still yearn for my power. Do you wish to continue suffering? Can you accept defeat to such a fool?" "What?" Oob's eyes flared open in anger. Yet he stubbornly shook his head. Ha. Your strength is truly remarkable." The mysterious man laughed. "Claim my power. With it, you will become invincible. Embrace my strength. Use my power." Bu's voice echoed incessantly. "Power. Oob sank deeper, his eyes firmly shut. "Damn it," Oob shouted, abruptly opening his eyes, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy. In that instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. No longer was he the gentle figure he once was, nor was he the mindless entity of fury. Instead, he wore a smile, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. Ha. Following his laughter, Oob's dark, enchanting gaze scrutinized the man before him, releasing an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. What is this power?" The man panicked, sensing a colossal surge of energy erupting from within Oob. An extraordinarily formidable force. Oob's body radiated a brilliant blue light, his wounds healing instantaneously and his dislocated bones realigning. Suddenly, with a fierce grin, he yanked the man's arm, effortlessly dislocating it. The man screamed in agony, his veins bulging as he staggered backward. Is this the power from back then? It's incredible. So incredibly powerful." Oob coldly regarded him, his gaze as frigid as that time. "Such tremendous power," the man exclaimed. "I must claim it." As he looked at the radiant Oob, he shouted, his veins bulging once more, and his severed arms miraculously regrowing. Oob observed this with quiet disdain, muttering, "Oh, lowly creatures can truly regenerate their bodies? I will claim your power." The man, having absorbed Oob's strength, moved with newfound speed, quickly closing the distance between them and seizing Oob's hands once more. "Do you wish to absorb my power?" Oob glared at him, saying, "Then, let it be as you desire." Clenching his fists, Oob concentrated, igniting his energy, escalating his strength. "What? This is Oob's energy?" Gohan panicked, rushing outside to gaze at the dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. Wukong and Vegeta sensed the disturbance as well, but without hesitation, they soared towards the source. Star, Pakos, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan followed suit, acutely aware that Oob's energy had undergone a drastic transformation, one that was markedly more formidable. The individual who had absorbed this immense power felt his arms swell uncontrollably, surpassing even Broly's strength. Yet, amidst his prior laughter, he suddenly realized that he could no longer control his hands. Panic set in as he attempted to retract them, but Ub's energy firmly ensnared him, rendering his arms immobile. As he gazed in terror at his ever-enlarging hands, he finally grasped the essence of fear. "No!" he screamed. With a thunderous explosion, his arms shattered, and the ensuing blast left him battered and bruised. Defeated, he tried to mend his body, but the grievous wounds refused to heal. Newly formed cells disintegrated upon contact with the damaged areas. "Monster! Monster!" he cried, staring at Ub, who was grinning, an eerie, chilling smile, as he advanced towards the defeated foe. The man felt an overwhelming sense of despair, trembling in recognition that he had provoked a creature far beyond his reckoning. At that moment, Wukong and the others arrived, hovering about 100 meters above Ub. However, Ub merely glanced at Wukong, offered a brief smile, and turned back, gradually extending one hand towards the man, gathering energy for a ki blast. "No!" Wukong shouted, hastening towards Ub in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was too late. The ki blast struck the man with such speed that even Wukong could not perceive it. The explosion was cataclysmic, sending debris soaring over 200 meters high, creating a crater measuring approximately 150 meters wide and 100 meters deep. The impact shook the ground, affecting an area of 10,000 square kilometers. The resultant shockwaves scattered everyone, including Wukong, and ravaged the surrounding landscape. What kind of power is this?" Gohan trembled, gazing at Ub, who hovered majestically in the air. Everyone was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the destruction, far surpassing the power he had exhibited during his earlier battle with Lily. "Ha ha ha ha!" Ub cackled, his body vibrating with exhilaration. "Power! Power! Power! This is the strength I crave." His chilling laughter reverberated through the heavens, its resonance generating colossal waves in the nearby ocean, toppling buildings and uprooting trees, causing the earth to tremble. At that moment, everyone sensed a disquieting truth. Ub's energy was still escalating, becoming increasingly ferocious. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ub himself was also oblivious to a crucial fact. His gaze was shifting, and within him, he was laughing. Chapter 36. The Onset of Chaos. I quickly escape, miss. Before the words had fully escaped, a crimson arc of light darted around the corner of a building, piercing the heart of a bloodied man. Ordinarily, even with a heart pierced, a person would have a few seconds of grace before succumbing to death. However, in the next instant, a shadowy figure pursued relentlessly, a skeletal claw shattering the man's skull. Although he met his end swiftly, the man managed to buy himself a fleeting moment, but the enchanting silhouette